Dale and Glee Ewell. During the Easter weekend of April 1992, Dana Ewell informed his relatives that he had been unable to contact his parents, Dale and Glee Ewell, as well as his sister, Tiffany Ewell. At the time, Dana was still staying at the family's California beach house, where he had spent the weekend with his girlfriend and her father, who happened to be an FBI agent. When the housekeeper returned to work following the Easter weekend, the sight that greeted her inside the house left her terrified. In a panic, she ran to a neighbor's home, prompting an immediate call to the police. Upon their arrival, officers discovered the 3 lifeless bodies of the Ewell family members. What initially appeared to be a burglary gone wrong soon proved otherwise, as investigators found that nothing had been stolen. Authorities quickly determined that the murders had been premeditated. But who would have wanted to harm such a seemingly innocent family? As the investigation unfolded, multiple suspects were ruled out until one unexpected individual emerged as the primary suspect. This became the chilling case of the Ewell family murders. Dale Ewell was born in Ohio during the Great Depression, an era that instilled in him a deep sense of discipline, diligence, and appreciation for every dollar earned. Growing up amid financial struggle likely strengthened his drive and ambition. After serving in the Air Force, he went on to achieve great success in business, eventually becoming the president and owner of Western Piper Sales Incorporated, a company specializing in the sale of small aircraft. With the profits from his business, he invested in numerous farms, further expanding his wealth. Dale married Glee Michelle, a woman who had worked as an elementary school teacher, a CIA translator, and a commissioner for the State Bar of California. Together, they built a family, welcoming their daughter Tiffany in 1967 and their son Dana in 1971. Dale's accomplishments provided the Ewells with a life of luxury, including a beautiful home in Sunnyside, a beachfront property in Peraro Dunes, as well as an impressive collection of luxury vehicles and designer clothing. The family's primary income came from light aircraft sales and substantial investments in the stock market. With his aviation business thriving, Dale expanded his ventures by purchasing several farms, steadily building an immense fortune. Together, Dale and Glee amassed an estimated net worth of $8 million, representing the very essence of the American dream, though they remained humble in their way of life. While Tiffany chose to follow in her parents' footsteps, Dana took a drastically different direction. During his time at Santa Clara University, Dana Ewell crafted an image of himself as a successful entrepreneur. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Even claiming that he, not his father, was responsible for the family's wealth. This false portrayal caught the attention of a local newspaper and was even featured in the Ewell family's 1990 school yearbook. As a student, Dana was fixated on wealth and luxury, driving a BMW and spending freely on expensive jewelry and other indulgences, maintaining the illusion of a lifestyle built on his own success. In contrast, his older sister Tiffany, who graduated from Fresno University, displayed a far more grounded and modest nature. From an early age, Dana exhibited a persistent habit of lying and fabricating stories, despite his intelligence and quality education. Dana's ambitions extended beyond comfort, wealth, and a successful future. Although he shared his father's drive and ambition, he lacked the perseverance to achieve success through honest effort. Even during his years at Santa Clara University, Dana felt compelled to invent elaborate tales about his accomplishments and status, none of which were true. He became known as a compulsive liar, convincing both professors and classmates that he was the head of a multi-million-dollar corporation. Beneath the surface, the father-son relationship was strained by diminishing communication, a conflict that remained largely concealed from outsiders. Dana's tendency to weave grandiose lies about himself likely caused his father embarrassment and tension within their relationship. Despite Dale's modest upbringing and generous financial support for his children, Dana appeared to possess an insatiable sense of entitlement. On Sunday, April 19, 1992, in Sunnyside, California, the mild, partly sunny weather provided a perfect setting for Easter Sunday. Dale, 59, his wife Glee, 57, and their daughter Tiffany, 24, had spent the holiday weekend at their beach house. Glee and Tiffany drove directly back to Sunnyside, while Dale chose to fly his private plane to his hangar and then drive home. Unbeknownst to them, as they arrived after their 2.5-hour trip, They were ambushed almost immediately upon entering the house. Tiffany was shot in the head first, followed by Glee, who was killed roughly 30 minutes later when Dale arrived home. Completely unaware of the horror that had unfolded, Dale was shot and killed as he entered the house from the garage. The killer had remained inside the residence, lying in wait for Dale's return, ensuring he had no chance to escape. 2 days later, 21-year-old Dana Ewell, the family's youngest member, contacted relatives and friends in Sunnyside, claiming he had been unable to reach his parents despite living with them. Dana had spent Easter weekend in San Francisco, about 200 miles away, with his girlfriend, Monica Zent, and her father, John Zent, an FBI agent. On Tuesday, April 21, 1992, the family's longtime housekeeper, Juanita Avenida, arrived for her regular duties. Upon entering the kitchen, she discovered Tiffany's lifeless body lying face down in a pool of blood, her hands tucked beneath her. Horrified, the housekeeper ran to a neighbor's home and called the police. At that time, Dana was still in Monterey, California. When authorities contacted him, Monica's father immediately arranged for him to fly to Fresno. Dana appeared deeply distraught upon arrival. Soon after, police began a comprehensive investigation, dedicating countless hours to collecting evidence and questioning witnesses. The crime scene had been meticulously arranged to resemble a botched robbery, but experienced detectives immediately recognized the hallmarks of a calculated setup designed to make it appear that the family had interrupted an intruder and been murdered as a result. Upon closer examination, investigators noted several peculiarities: the absence of weapons, bloodstains, footprints, or any trace of DNA evidence. Instead, what emerged was the picture of a carefully orchestrated and flawlessly executed attack. The precision of the gunfire was extraordinary, with only a single missed shot, and the shooter had even retrieved all the spent shell casings. Inside the residence, detectives discovered a box of 9mm ammunition purchased by Dale, which was later confirmed to have been used in the murders. Although the house had been made to look ransacked, not a single valuable item was taken. There were no signs of forced entry on any windows or doors, and the home's security system had been deliberately turned off. The entire setup appeared to be an intentional effort to stage a burglary scene. Investigators delved deeply into the victims' histories, seeking any possible lead that could explain the motive behind the killings. They examined Dale's prior dealings, including his history of selling planes to an individual later convicted of drug smuggling during the 1970s, and a contentious real estate dispute with his brother that had the potential to cost investors millions of dollars. Ultimately, both of these leads were ruled out as unrelated to the murders. Detectives systematically eliminated other potential suspects until their focus centered squarely on Dana. As the only surviving member of the Ewell family and the sole heir to the estate, Dana stood to gain immensely from the deaths of his parents and sister. Despite possessing what appeared to be an airtight alibi, spending the Easter weekend with his girlfriend and her FBI agent father, the police's suspicion of him persisted. Dana's actions only fueled their doubts and strengthened their conviction that he was involved. Though he outwardly expressed sorrow and even offered a $50,000 reward for information leading to the killer's capture, Dana's grief came across as insincere. His emotional response to the brutal murders of his own family appeared shallow, devoid of genuine shock or anguish. Instead, his primary concerns seemed to revolve around issues concerning his parents' wills and inheritance rather than mourning their deaths. In an especially callous act, he invited a friend to tour the crime scene while bloodstains and splatters were still visible, demonstrating a striking lack of empathy. Allegedly, he even voiced disdain for the police investigation, asserting that they were incompetent and would never solve the case. This attitude ignited a prolonged and relentless battle of wits between Dana and law enforcement, lasting for 3 difficult years as detectives followed every potential lead, further escalating the ongoing tension. Dale's brothers soon contacted authorities, accusing their nephew of being involved in the murders. They claimed that during the reading of the wills, Dana reacted furiously upon discovering that the trust imposed strict limitations on his access to the $8 million estate until he turned 30. According to their account, Dana had slammed his fist on the desk and shouted, "How could he have done this to me?" referring to his deceased father. The will stipulated that his parents would continue to cover his living expenses until the age of 25, after which he would receive investment dividends until he turned 30. At 30, he would gain access to half of the estate, with the remainder to be distributed when he reached 35. Before the funerals of Dale, Glee, and Tiffany, the brothers acted swiftly to block Dana's attempts to claim what he believed was his rightful inheritance. Nonetheless, Dana managed to obtain roughly $300,000 from an insurance policy that was either exempt from the trust conditions or inadvertently overlooked. His uncles, Dale's 3 brothers, actively worked to prevent him from inheriting any portion of his father's wealth or property, a situation that caused Dana immense frustration. Despite growing pressure from detectives who were closing in and the accusations from his extended family implicating him in the murders as part of a scheme to seize control of the estate, Dana appeared unbothered. He continued to spend lavishly, purchasing extravagant gifts for his girlfriend Monica and even assisting with her tuition. Yet, the origin of his seemingly endless stream of money puzzled investigators. Believing financial motives were central to the murders, detectives intensified their inquiry and soon uncovered evidence showing that Dana had been embezzling funds from various accounts, including a $40,000 trust belonging to his grandmother. By the time authorities intervened, the elderly woman had only $2,000 left to cover her ongoing care at a nursing facility. The revelation that Dana had exploited his own grandmother for financial gain further cemented the police's suspicions regarding his moral character. However, despite these incriminating findings, investigators still lacked definitive proof connecting Dana directly to the killings. One of Dana's college friends, Joel Rovick, was often captivated by Dana's exaggerated stories and his depiction of a privileged, glamorous lifestyle. Joel was fascinated by Dana's supposed wealth, success, and effortless charm with women. To others, their friendship appeared inexplicable, as the 2 young men were strikingly different in every way. While Dana sought higher social status, was more interested in video games, firearms, and explosives. Despite their disparities, Joel's friendship with Dana provided him access to exclusive parties and introductions to desirable women. Shortly after the murders, Joel had dropped out of school, and within weeks of the UOL family's tragic demise, he visited their home for a tour. Eventually, he became Dana's roommate in the same residence. Joel's association with Dana marked a crucial turning point in the investigation. Both Dana and Joel started making unusual cash purchases, such as helicopter piloting lessons, despite Joel lacking an apparent source of income. Consequently, both individuals came under surveillance and investigators observed their communication, which was through sophisticated pagers and payphones. Authorities had Dana's pager cloned and wiretapped his landline in May 1993. Joel was overheard by an officer while conversing on a payphone. He was recorded saying, "They don't have evidence. They will try to catch you in a lie." On another occasion, he was heard advising, "Just play the game." Dana continued playing the game, buying his girlfriend a new car, and covering her law school tuition after exhausting the insurance payout. As previously mentioned, he built $4,000 from his grandmother's account, leaving her with only $22,000 to cover her nursing home expenses. In 1994, investigators shifted their focus to forensic analysis, which revealed that the murder weapon was a specialized 9mm assault rifle manufactured in Colorado. Records from the company indicated that such a rifle had been purchased by an individual named Jack Pond. Shortly before April 1992, interestingly, Jack happened to be a high school friend of Joel. Upon questioning, Jack initially denied buying the gun, but later claimed it was purchased as a birthday gift for himself, unknown to Joel, and alleged that the gun had been stolen. The evidence was mounting against Dana and Joel. At one point, detectives attempted to unsettle Dana during their visit to his university dorm, informing him of their belief that Joel was responsible for murdering his family. Dana remained silent, his face visibly drained of color after the detectives departed. Unaware they were being observed, Dana and his girlfriend Monica, who was present during the visit, hurriedly made a phone call to Radovich. On March 2, 1995, the police took action and arrested Dana and Joel. Joining them were Peter Rovick, Joel's brother, and Jack Pond. Peter had struck a deal with the authorities, offering testimony against his brother and Dana in exchange for immunity. He confessed to the police that he had crafted a homemade silencer and attached it to the murder weapon, disposed of the gun barrel, Joel's tennis shoes worn during the killings, and a collection of gun enthusiast magazines. Peter admitted to carrying out these actions in collaboration with Jack Pond. Upon his arrest, Jack provided a contrasting narrative regarding the firearm. He confessed to purchasing it for Joel, but claimed ignorance about its intended use in the murders. Additionally, he corroborated Peter's account of their joint disposal of evidence. Jack, like Peter, received immunity in exchange for his testimony at trial. As a result of Peter and Jack's statements, the barrel of the murder weapon was located buried in a dirt field. Dana and Joel, however, were obviously not offered any plea deals. Instead, they were charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder and special circumstances, rendering them eligible for the death penalty. The trial didn't commence until late 1997. Dana and Joel, who had once been close enough to travel to Mexico together, share flying lessons, and even live in the same house where Dale, Glee, and Tiffany were killed, now had separate legal representation and adopted different stances during the trial. Prosecutors contended that Dana's motive stemmed from greed, alleging that he had promised Joel a portion of the inheritance. Dana's attorney argued for his innocence, claiming that Joel and Jack had planned and carried out the murders. Meanwhile, Joel's attorney, acknowledging the weight of the evidence against his client, aimed to save him from the death penalty. During his testimony, Jack Pond revealed that he not only purchased the murder weapon for Joel and aided in its disposal, but that Joel had also provided him the details of the events that transpired on that fateful day in April 1992, which he was ready to share. Dana had approached Joel pleading for a favor, which was hard for him to reject. Acting as the executor of Dana's plan, entered the Ewell residence with specific instructions, having meticulously prepared by shaving his entire body. Joel waited patiently for 12 hours, perched on a plastic sheet to avoid leaving any trace of DNA behind, even a small eyelash. He was also instructed to ensure no bullet casings were left at the scene. Tiffany was the first victim, passing by Joel without noticing him before he fatally shot her in the back of the head. Glee, however, caught a glimpse of the assailant and was struck by a bullet despite attempting to flee to the office. Bleeding profusely, she was pursued and mercilessly shot multiple times by Joel, who then straddled her in a chilling moment just before firing the fatal shot. Glee locked eyes with Joel. Recognizing him as a friend, Dana had introduced to the family a month prior. After fatally shooting Glee, proceeded to change the magazines in the gun and donned fresh gloves, awaiting Dale's arrival. He subsequently murdered Dale as well. However, during Jack's testimony describing Dale's murder from Joel's point of view, he made a critical mistake by stating, "And I saw the eye," which severely damaged the credibility of his account. The jury regarded his statement with suspicion, believing that his involvement might have been deeper than he acknowledged, though his immunity deal protected him from prosecution for the killings. On May 27, 1998, 8 months after the trial began, the jury unanimously convicted Dana Ewell and Joel Rovick on all counts. However, they were unable to agree on sentencing. 2 jurors voted against the death penalty for Joel, while Dana narrowly avoided execution by a single vote. Both men were sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. Dana was sent to Corcoran State Prison, about 50 miles south of Fresno, where he was housed among other inmates, including infamous figures such as Charles Manson. Tragically, his grandmother, from whom he had previously stolen, passed away in 1999. In the years following his conviction, Dana claimed to have experienced a spiritual awakening and embraced Christianity. He is listed on an online prison pen pal site, where his profile describes him as a Santa Clara University finance graduate who had begun a promising investment banking career before extraordinarily painful events turned his life upside down. Meanwhile, Joel Rovick was incarcerated at Mule Creek State Prison in Ione, approximately 2 hours south of San Francisco. This facility has also been home to other notorious inmates, including Tex Watson and Robert John Bardo. Jack Pond pursued a law degree and ultimately became an attorney. Monica Zent ended her relationship with Dana, finished her law education, and went on to establish a successful legal career. Although Monica came under investigation during the case, no evidence linked her to the crimes, aside from her apparent unwillingness to involve herself in the proceedings that led to her boyfriend's murder conviction and the fact that he had used some illicit funds to help pay for her law school. Greed, entitlement, and cruelty defined Dana Ewell's character. His insatiable desire for money and his willingness to deceive and betray his own family ultimately led to their tragic demise. It is profoundly tragic and deeply regrettable what happened to the victims of this horrifying case at the hands of their selfish and manipulative son and brother, aided by those who enabled him. As we reflect on this heartbreaking story, our compassion rests with the innocent victims whose lives were cruelly taken and with the loved ones they left behind. Moving on to the next case. Krista Baker Alexander. The case of Krista Baker Alexander. Krista Ann Baker was born on November 27, 1983, in Laurel, Jones County, Mississippi, to Pastor Winford Baker and Patty Ann Baker. She was the youngest of 3 siblings, with 2 older brothers. When Krista was 8 years old, her family relocated to Abita Springs, Louisiana, where they built a church and actively participated in its ministry. Growing up, Krista frequently traveled with Christian missionary organizations to assist those in need, particularly underprivileged children. She was homeschooled and later pursued a degree in Christian education through online courses at the North Tennessee Bible Institute. Krista's greatest passion was serving others, especially children, and she aspired to one day have a family of her own. However, her faith always came first, and she dreamed of marrying a man who shared her spiritual values. Krista embraced traditional beliefs and chose to remain celibate until marriage, dating only with the intention of finding a lifelong partner. During this period, she formed close friendships, including one with Cuddy Alexander, a fellow youth pastor who shared her devotion to missionary work. Cuddy was a charismatic and respected member of his community. Their families met through church activities and maintained a close relationship. Cuddy had been friends with Krista for several years before asking her father, Winford Baker, for permission to marry her, which he gladly granted. During their courtship, Cuddy and Krista strictly followed church traditions and refrained from any physical intimacy. Krista even told her parents that she wanted her first kiss with Cuddy to be on their wedding day. While Krista continued to assist her parents in church activities, Cuddy pursued a career as a paramedic. A year later, the couple decided to marry. On March 1, 2008, they exchanged vows in front of their families and congregation. The wedding was a joyous celebration, and Krista was a radiant bride. Unfortunately, their happiness was short-lived. Just 4 months after the wedding, tragedy struck. On June 29, 2008, Cuddy returned home from a night shift at around 6 a.m. to find Krista lying face down on the floor. She was deceased. Cuddy immediately called the police. Krista's body was discovered near the front door, showing no signs of a struggle. A bullet wound was found at the back of her head, accompanied by burn marks on her skin, indicating that the shot had been fired from close range. The nature of the wound suggested that the gun was positioned directly behind Krista's head when the shot was discharged. A 9mm shell casing was located on the floor beside her body. At first, investigators suspected that the incident might have been a failed robbery. They theorized that someone had broken into the house, believing it to be empty, and shot Krista to avoid being identified. Police conducted a thorough search of the residence. A jewelry box was discovered on the bed, the gun cabinet had been pried open, and Krista's purse was found on the kitchen table, showing clear signs of having been searched through. Additionally, several drawers and cabinets throughout the house were left open, suggesting that the intruder had been looking for valuables. After completing the search, police began questioning individuals who had access to the home. Krista's husband, Cuddy Alexander, was the first person they interviewed. However, he was too overwhelmed with grief to respond immediately, and investigators had to wait until he regained his composure. Once he was able to talk, Cuddy explained that everything had seemed normal the night before when he left for his overnight shift as an emergency medical technician with Acadian Ambulance. He said that he had called Krista several times throughout the night, but she never answered. He also sent multiple text messages, none of which received a reply. Believing she had gone to bed early, he didn't think much of it. However, when he returned home the following morning, he was confronted with a horrifying scene. The front door was slightly ajar, and upon entering, he found the house in disarray and Krista lying motionless on the floor with a fatal gunshot wound to her head. He immediately checked her pulse but found none. In shock, he called 911 right away. Investigators then focused on figuring out who could have entered the home while he was at work. They considered that the intruder might have waited until Krista was alone before attacking. They also examined the possibility that Krista had willingly let her killer inside, since there were no signs of a struggle either on her body or within the house. This led them to suspect that she may have known her attacker and had not felt threatened until it was too late. Cuddy informed investigators that both a rifle and a shotgun were missing from the gun cabinet. What made the tragedy even more devastating was that Krista was 17 weeks pregnant, meaning that Cuddy had lost not only his wife, but also their unborn child. Cuddy was consumed by grief and found it difficult to cope with the loss, unsure how to move forward with his life. The case now involved 2 victims, not one. The crime scene struck investigators as unusual. The house was disorganized, but it didn't resemble the aftermath of a typical burglary. Although cabinets and drawers were open, there were no signs that anyone had been searching for specific items. It seemed as though the perpetrator had intentionally staged the scene to mislead investigators. The jewelry box was open, yet all the jewelry remained untouched, which raised further suspicion. Krista's purse was also open, but its valuable contents were still inside. Police noticed that 2 firearms were missing from the house, yet this seemed strange because several other firearms had been left behind. This prompted investigators to question why the perpetrator had taken only certain guns instead of all of them. Based on these observations, they concluded that the scene had been staged. It appeared that the perpetrator's true intent was to kill Krista Alexander and make the murder look like a robbery. As a result, police began interviewing neighbors to gather more information, which led them to an unexpected lead. Mathis Rabel, a 69-year-old neighbor and landlord of the Alexanders, described them as a quiet, recently married couple who were active members of the Fundamental Baptist Church. Mathis remembered Krista as a kind and considerate woman who rarely went outside without her husband. Mathis last saw them on Saturday afternoon when Cuddy was collecting the bodies of turtles he had shot in his backyard pond. This detail led investigators to learn that Cuddy owned a gun. However, when police searched the Alexanders' home, no gun was found. Cuddy claimed that only a rifle and a shotgun had been stolen from the house, but he never mentioned owning a handgun. Detectives began to suspect that he was concealing something. They searched the pond area and discovered several 9mm shell casings scattered in the grass. These casings matched the type found near Krista's body. Police sent them to the state crime lab for examination, and the lab results confirmed that the same gun Cuddy had used to shoot the turtles had also been used to kill Krista. Investigators then summoned Cuddy to the police station for further questioning about his wife's death. He insisted that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. Cuddy stated that he had left home at 5 p.m. on Saturday, June 28, 2008, for his overnight shift and returned the next morning at 6 a.m., claiming he had been at work the entire night. His co-workers confirmed his alibi, verifying that he had indeed been present throughout his shift. When questioned about the missing firearm, Cuddy admitted that he had owned a gun but claimed to have sold it the day before the incident to an unknown man named Steve. He said the buyer had paid $500 in cash, which made verifying the transaction nearly impossible. According to Cuddy, the man named Steve was described as a white male in his mid-30s, approximately 6 feet 1 inch tall, driving an older model Toyota pickup truck. Krista's parents expressed their concerns to investigators, stating that they did not believe Cuddy's version of events. Her father, Pastor Winfred Baker, noted that Cuddy had shown very little emotional reaction to Krista's death, behavior he said had begun months before the wedding. The couple had been facing financial problems since moving in together, and with a baby on the way, their situation seemed even more strained. Krista's parents also suspected that Cuddy was involved with another woman, a colleague who had even attended their wedding. In fact, Krista had told close friends just weeks before her death that she suspected her husband was cheating on her. As investigators delved deeper into the couple's relationship, they became increasingly convinced that Cuddy and Krista had different expectations for their future together. However, they questioned whether this alone was a strong enough motive for Cuddy to take his wife's life, especially since she was pregnant with their child. The only lead the police had was the mysterious Steve, whom Cuddy claimed had purchased the gun later used to kill Krista. Investigators began searching for anyone matching the description he provided. Meanwhile, they brought Cuddy back in for another round of questioning, asking him to give a detailed timeline of his actions before, during, and after work on the day of Krista's death. This time, his version of events differed from his initial account, and investigators quickly identified several inconsistencies. He failed to mention the man named Steve, the supposed gun buyer who had allegedly been at his home. In addition, while at work that night, Cuddy had shown no concern for Krista's safety when she failed to answer his calls, something investigators found unusual given that she was pregnant and home alone. He could have easily asked a neighbor or family member to check on her, but didn't. The suspiciously staged crime scene further intensified police doubts about his innocence. Under mounting pressure, Cuddy's story began to fall apart. After hours of questioning, he completely changed his statement. He now claimed that before leaving for his night shift, he had been sleeping on the couch when Krista woke him up late. He insisted he hadn't been angry about it, and that no argument had occurred. Cuddy then stated that he had been walking around the house holding his gun, which he planned to bring to work because a co-worker was interested in buying it. According to him, he was playfully pointing the gun at objects and making click-click sounds. He said he approached Krista from behind, placed the gun near the back of her head, and that it accidentally fired. He maintained that he never meant to harm her and that the shooting was unintentional. When he realized that Krista was dead, he panicked and didn't know what to do. Cuddy admitted to staging the house to make it appear as if a burglary had taken place. He took several items, including weapons and a DVD player, loaded them into his car, and left for work, intentionally leaving the front door open and the lights on, hoping that someone would discover Krista's body while he was away. However, this plan failed. On his way to work, Alexander threw the pistol and other items, including his wife's jewelry, out of his car window. By the time he arrived at work, the only items remaining in the car were a DVD player and a Sony radio. He gave the DVD player to his colleague, Allison Sharp, with whom he had been having an affair. Alexander and Sharp had kissed and held hands both before and after his wedding, and had spent a night together at a hotel in Baton Rouge. While his wife Krista was away at church camp, he took Sharp to a hotel for an evening in the jacuzzi, complete with fine china, dinner, and wine. All despite his ongoing financial struggles, earning only $11 per hour and failing to advance in his professional certification. Cuddy and his pregnant wife, Krista, were struggling financially and unemployed, and their washing machine had recently broken. Yet, Alexander somehow managed to find money to afford a romantic evening at the Callaway Inn with his mistress, Sharp. Police later determined that what had happened in the Alexander's home was far more sinister than an accident, contradicting Cuddy's initial story that Krista's death was unintentional. Detectives had difficulty proving his direct involvement, but they found his explanation deeply suspicious. Despite these challenges, investigators were convinced that Krista's death was not an accident, as Cuddy's actions continued to raise more questions than they answered. After police arrested Cuddy Alexander, Krista's parents found the strength within their faith to forgive him. The Baker family came together to grieve the loss of their beloved daughter and what would have been their fourth grandchild. Krista's father, Pastor Winford Baker, remembered her lovingly, describing her as a sweet and kind-hearted person. Krista had made a lasting impact on those around her, having completed 17 missionary trips during her lifetime. Winford Baker recalled a brief but emotional conversation he had with Cuddy shortly before his arrest, saying they hugged and cried together. Though heartbroken, Baker stated that he had already forgiven Cuddy, explaining, "We forgave him even before we knew who was responsible." He found peace in knowing that his daughter was now with the Lord, saying, "She's with Jesus in heaven, and she's at rest." The trial began on August 2, 2009. Prosecutors argued that Cuddy's behavior after Krista's death clearly indicated premeditation. They questioned why he failed to call 911 immediately if the shooting had truly been an accident. Instead, Cuddy staged a robbery and left Krista's body unattended for nearly 12 hours before returning home and contacting emergency services. Prosecutors also cast doubt on Cuddy's claim that the shooting was accidental, emphasizing that he was an experienced gun owner who had been properly trained by his father. Cuddy Alexander, then 24 years old, was charged with second-degree murder in connection with his wife Krista's death. He admitted to his involvement, though he maintained that it resulted from poor judgment rather than intent. Initially, Cuddy pleaded not guilty and proceeded to trial, but midway through, he unexpectedly changed his plea to guilty, halting jury deliberations. This sudden turn came after Krista's family agreed to a previously proposed plea deal. In August 2009, Alexander was sentenced to 55 years in prison. Moving on to the next case. Lee Matthews. Lee Matthews was born in 1983 to Rob and Sharon Matthews. Rob was the director of a specialized IT technology company and a prominent businessman in South Africa. In 1999, he began collaborating with the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, one of the largest stock exchanges in the world, and a leading IT company in South Africa. Lee shared a close bond with both of her parents, particularly her mother. They enjoyed spending time together, engaging in activities such as going to the gym, visiting beauty salons, and shopping. They especially enjoyed scrapbooking, taking pleasure in creating and designing photo albums. Lee was a compassionate and sensitive individual. Following the tragic Columbine massacre, she joined her classmates in providing aid to the victims, demonstrating her empathetic nature. During high school, Lee volunteered at an animal cruelty prevention center, further showcasing her kindness. Friends described her as quiet and modest, often joking about her shyness and how easily she could blush. After graduating, she chose to pursue a career in finance, inspired by her father's work. On July 9, 2004, Lee attended university classes. She had just turned 21 the previous day, July 8th, and celebrated with a dinner at a restaurant with her family and close friends. At the end of the meal, the entire restaurant sang "Happy Birthday" to her, which embarrassed her so much that she decided to leave. The following day, a birthday party was planned, and after agreeing to meet friends at a club, she headed to the university parking lot. Tragically, no one saw her again after that. Around noon, Lee's father, Rob Matthews, received a call from her phone. However, it was not Lee on the line. Instead, a man claimed he had kidnapped her and instructed Rob not to contact the police, demanding a ransom of 350,000 South African rand, approximately $20,000. The kidnapper specified a location south of Johannesburg for the ransom exchange. Rob believed the caller was serious and noted that he seemed to have successfully carried out similar crimes before. Rob detected a slight accent and suspected the kidnapper was local. The kidnapper threatened to kill Lee if the ransom was not paid. At one point, the caller handed the phone to Lee, and Rob heard her crying and pleading for her father to meet the kidnapper's demands. The call then ended abruptly. Desperate to save their daughter, Rob and Sharon decided to comply with the kidnapper's demands. They delivered the money to the designated location and waited for further instructions. Unfortunately, every attempt to call Lee's phone went straight to voicemail. Her phone had been turned off, leaving them cut off from both their daughter and the kidnapper and feeling completely helpless. They decided to contact the police, and a dedicated team was formed to locate Lee and ensure her safe return while capturing the perpetrator. Investigators noted that wealthy individuals like Rob are frequently targeted for kidnappings in South Africa. Detectives released a photograph of Lee, describing her outfit at the time of her abduction: blue jeans, a red top, and a black leather jacket. Sharon made an emotional appeal to the kidnapper on national television, asking him to release Lee and to provide information on her whereabouts. She expressed how deeply she wanted her daughter to return to her normal life, highlighting the importance of allowing her to complete her studies and begin her career. She pleaded for Lee to be brought back safely. Friends and family were deeply concerned for Lee's safety. Her best friend, Giselle Clemson, stated that they focused on searching for Lee as a way to cope with their anxiety and uncertainty. A website was established to gather information regarding the kidnapping. The Matthews family offered a reward for any information that could help locate Lee, while investigators enlisted cell phone technology experts to attempt tracking her phone. As the days passed, Lee's parents grew increasingly desperate. They spent countless hours searching the streets for their daughter. In her distress, Sharon consulted a psychic who claimed to have seen a clue and directed police to an area outside Johannesburg, though she later stated she could no longer see anything. Rob and Sharon also considered the possibility that the abduction might be connected to Rob's professional activities. Detectives advised Rob to limit media engagement to reduce tensions. Meanwhile, concerns grew that the crime could encourage other criminals to attempt similar kidnappings. The negotiating team noted that kidnappings occur relatively frequently in southern Africa, approximately once a month. In South Africa, such incidents often resemble a business transaction, with abductors seeking quick financial gain from their victims. While precise statistics are not publicly released for security reasons, the number of kidnappings is reported to be significant. On average, kidnappings in South Africa last about 21 days, with most victims eventually returning home safely after ransom payments are made. Investigators noted that the kidnapper had targeted the victim in advance, monitoring her movements and selecting an opportune time for the abduction. The Matthews family remained hopeful that Lee would return safely and believed the kidnapper would make contact regarding the ransom soon. On July 21, 2004, a street sweeper in Grasmere Square discovered the naked body of a young girl. He immediately contacted police, who identified the victim as Lee Matthews. Her body had sustained 3 gunshot wounds and was found bound. The area was quickly secured by police, and over 50 officers, including forensic teams, began examining the crime scene. The medical examiner concluded that Lee had been killed approximately 4 or 5 days before her body was discovered, about a week after her family had paid part of the ransom. Speculation soon arose in the community that she had been murdered because her family was unable to pay the full ransom, though police dismissed these claims. The entire nation of South Africa became engaged in providing information about the killer. The case, initially classified as a kidnapping, was updated to a murder investigation, and a manhunt for the perpetrator commenced. The South African police compiled a report based on over 100 interviews and leads. Investigators recently reached out to other kidnapping victims who had paid ransoms, seeking their assistance in the case. Recent autopsy findings provided new insights into the murder. Investigators suspect that Lee's body had been frozen for several days before being staged at the murder scene in the square, indicating she was killed elsewhere. Additionally, it was determined that different parts of Lee's body were decomposing at varying rates, suggesting that some parts had been frozen in a large container of ice. The actions of the criminal group were described as a calculated attempt to mislead law enforcement. Forensic scientists discovered a group of bullets near Lee's body, but later confirmed that these bullets were not connected to the crime scene. There were no significant developments in the case until early October, when a suspect was arrested. The suspect, 24-year-old Donovan Moodley, was a student at the same university as Lee. Prior to his arrest, Donovan had confessed the murder to several friends, one of whom reported this information to the police. Donovan's fingerprint matched one found on the tape used to bind Lee's hands, and his phone had been tracked alongside hers following the kidnapping. After Donovan's arrest, additional details about the case emerged. Initially, it was reported that Lee's family had not contacted the police until they lost touch with the kidnapper. However, this was incorrect. They had actually contacted authorities immediately, and the police accompanied them to meet the kidnapper, who had been hiding in Lee's father Rob's car. Just minutes before the ransom exchange, the kidnapper unexpectedly changed the meeting location, fearing the risk of being seen by a police officer, and abandoned the car. In July of the following year, Donovan pleaded guilty to 3 charges related to Lee's murder, shortly before the trial was set to begin. In the Johannesburg High Court, his lawyer read statements detailing the kidnapping and murder of Lee, stating that Donovan killed her because he could not find a way to release her without being detected. Donovan admitted that he had been planning kidnappings for over a week, targeting girls he believed came from wealthy families who would likely pay a ransom. He did not specifically target Lee. She was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time while he searched for a victim. Despite her privileged background, Donovan's motivation was greed. Donovan explained that he approached Lee in the university parking lot that night and asked her for a ride. He then pulled out a gun, forced her to lie on the floor of his car, tied her up, taped her mouth shut, and placed a balaclava over her head. He admitted that he became concerned about police checkpoints and realized he had no viable means of escape. He realized that he could not release her without facing consequences, so he decided to kill her. He forced her to strip naked before shooting her in the back of the head. He then fired 3 additional shots to ensure she was dead, using specialized bullets designed to explode on impact and inflict maximum damage. After committing the murder, Donovan acted as if nothing had occurred. He gave a ring to his girlfriend and proposed to her, and even participated in a volleyball tournament. He was subsequently charged with kidnapping and murder. In court, during his confession, Donovan described his actions as disgusting. He admitted to holding Lee captive for several days prior to killing her. Following his confession, the prosecutor was allowed to present witnesses to demonstrate that Donovan had not fully disclosed all his crimes, seeking the harshest possible sentence. The prosecutor emphasized that Donovan claimed he had shot Lee at the location where her body was found, but they argued this was false. Forensic evidence indicated that her body had been stored in a freezer for several days before being moved to the square. The prosecution also suspected that Donovan might have had an accomplice, as he did not reveal where he had kept Lee or what he had done to her. The medical examiner noted that the condition of Lee's fingers and toes suggested her body had been in contact with refrigerator or freezer surfaces. Additionally, Tissue marks on other parts of her body suggested she may have been wrapped in a blanket. The examiner highlighted that rigor mortis indicated her body had been kept cool and that only 400 milliliters of blood remained, implying she had been killed elsewhere and her blood drained, as none was found at the scene. Furthermore, the absence of maggots suggested her body had not been left at the scene for long and had likely been frozen. Investigators also discovered that Donovan had called his girlfriend near the crime scene, and his phone was found close to the location. Additional evidence included a 9mm pistol in his possession, which matched the weapon used in the murder. During the trial, Lee's father described Donovan as a manipulative coward undeserving of life, emphasizing that Donovan's ability to resume normal activities after the murder demonstrated his ruthlessness. Throughout the proceedings, Donovan displayed no emotion until his father, Stephen, was called to testify. Stephen had once felt pride in his son's professional accomplishments, but that pride vanished in the wake of the crime. He stated that his son had committed a horrific act and did not deserve forgiveness. Stephen noted that Donovan never requested money from the family, as they were financially secure, which left him puzzled about his son's motives. He expressed sympathy for the Lee family, acknowledging their shame at being connected to such a brutal crime and emphasizing that they took responsibility because Donovan would always be their son. He added that they could never ease the pain caused and prayed that the Lee family could find it in their hearts to forgive his son. These words brought Donovan to tears. Donovan had faced significant emotional hardships throughout his life. In 2001, his grandfather was fatally stabbed by his uncle, who was not convicted of murder. Instead of serving prison time, the uncle was sent to a psychiatric hospital. The prosecution sought a life sentence for him, while Donovan's lawyer argued that the uncle felt deep remorse and did not merit a lighter sentence. The lawyer also stated that the uncle had pleaded guilty only because the evidence against him was overwhelming. Ultimately, the judge sentenced the uncle to life imprisonment for murder, equivalent to 25 years, with an additional 15 years for kidnapping and 10 years for extortion. During Donovan's sentencing, the judge described his crime as exceptionally brutal, noting that it had destroyed Donovan's life and devastated his family. The sentence imposed was among the harshest in South Africa. Following the trial, investigators announced plans to examine whether anyone else had been involved in the murder, suspecting Donovan may have had an accomplice. Investigators noted that certain aspects of the case required further scrutiny due to inconsistencies. A few months after his guilty verdict, Donovan informed the Johannesburg High Court of his intention to seek a retrial, claiming he had been framed. In October 2009, he submitted documents to the Supreme Court of Appeal, arguing that he should not spend the remainder of his life in prison because he had not intended to kill. He also alleged that the sentencing judge had been biased due to media coverage of the case. In interviews, Donovan asserted that the incident constituted manslaughter rather than murder and that he deserved a reduced sentence. He described the life sentences he received as shockingly excessive. His new lawyer supported this view, arguing that the prosecution had failed to prove that the murder was premeditated. Ultimately, the court denied Donovan's motion, and his conviction was upheld. He remained silent for some time until July 2011, when he filed an appeal with the Supreme Court seeking a retrial. In his appeal, he claimed that 3 drug dealers named Frank, A. Lee, and Jumbo had coerced him into participating in the kidnapping by threatening to harm his family, asserting this as the motive for the crime. Donovan stated that the plan had changed and they intended to kidnap someone else, and that he was supposed to wait in the car for Lee to come down the stairs. However, Lee followed Lee to the car and grabbed her. She was not their original target, but they decided to abduct her when they saw her in the university parking lot. Donovan stated that he was instructed to go with Frank to dispose of Lee's car near the campus, after which they were to meet Lee and Jumbo. Frank used Lee's phone to call Rob and demand a ransom. After the money was delivered, Donovan said he was forced to witness Jumbo shoot Lee. He expressed fear that the drug dealers would kill him and pleaded for his life. Allegedly, Jumbo placed Donovan's clothes in his car and instructed him to dispose of a body at home, which resulted in his fingerprints being found on the tape used to bind Lee. Donovan claimed he was so confused that he never reported Frank, Lee, and Jumbo to the police. He also accused investigators of fabricating evidence against him and influencing media coverage against him. Ironically, during his last appeal, Donovan admitted to the murder. His petition was denied, but he filed another appeal the following year. In this appeal, Donovan compared himself to Jesus Christ on the cross, portraying himself as a victim of circumstances, and complained about being denied legal assistance. He insisted that his confession had been false and coerced, but this appeal was also rejected. The kidnapping and murder of Lee Matthews profoundly saddened people across South Africa. Tragically, the trial did not alleviate the suffering of Lee's parents. During the emotionally charged proceedings, Lee's mother shared that Donovan had shattered their family with his actions. She recounted that every night before going to bed, they still visit Lee's room, hoping to find her there, unharmed, smiling, safe, and at home. Moving on to the next case. Liana Friedenbach and Felipe Café. In 2003, this widely publicized story shocked the entirety of Brazil and received broad coverage from the international press. Hundreds of police officers, rescuers, and volunteers from among those concerned with the case were searching for the young couple who had vanished in the forests of Mbuguesu province. They hoped to discover them alive, but sadly these hopes were not fulfilled, and the final days of the youths became a true nightmare. Yet the grieving relatives of the missing still faced another trial when the principal criminal, a rapist, torturer, and savage murderer, went unpunished and, moreover, ended up in conditions better than those in which he had previously lived. Who exactly were Liana Friedenbach and Felipe Café? Liana Bay Friedenbach was born in São Paulo in May 1987. The girl was the elder of 2 children in her family. She was raised in a rather prominent and affluent household. The father, Henry Friedenbach, worked as a successful lawyer and was a highly respected figure in the city. Felipe Silva Café was likewise a native of São Paulo, where he was born in July 1984. However, he grew up in a more modest, large household, from an early age accustomed to part-time jobs, striving to provide for himself independently and to assist his relatives. The young pair first encountered one another as schoolchildren. Between them existed a friendship that developed into mutual affection and the first youthful love, yet they were compelled to conceal it by every possible means. It should be emphasized that Liana's parents were religious individuals. They raised their daughter with strictness. She attended Sunday school from childhood and regularly went to church. The father and mother were firmly opposed to her romantic involvement at such a young stage. Furthermore, social disparity also had a decisive influence in this situation, since the girl, as mentioned earlier, came from a wealthy family while her chosen one was poor. But parental prohibitions did not cause the young couple to separate. Instead, they merely began to hide their relationship, secretly arranging meetings in different locations where no one could observe them, simply to spend even a little time together. One final journey. In the autumn of 2003, the lovers resolved to withdraw from everyone for a while, undertaking a trip to a distant deserted place to be alone for some time. They meticulously prepared for the trip, which for them was supposed to be an exciting adventure. Above all, the boys prepared a convincing alibi that would explain their absence and would not raise suspicion. Felipe informed his parents that he and his friends were going on a camping trip. Liana, on the other hand, could think of nothing better than to claim she was going on a sightseeing outing with her church group. She was certain this excuse would be effective, and her parents would permit her to leave. No questions asked. The Friedenbach and Café families accepted the stories invented by the teenagers and allowed their children to head toward their deaths without concern. Liana and Felipe were indescribably joyful. They could spend an entire week in one another's company without the fear of restrictions or disapproval from their parents. The young couple chose to travel to a scenic province known as Mbuguesu. They brought along a tent, sleeping bags, some personal belongings, and a small supply of food. Yet the pair possessed almost no money, which presented certain difficulties. As students, they were entitled to free public transportation, so they carefully planned and calculated their route in advance to reach their destination by bus. On the morning of October 31st, the lovers met at the appointed location, ensuring no acquaintances could notice them together. They boarded the first bus, and after arriving in another city late that evening, they spent the night directly inside the bus terminal. 2 more rides then carried them to their intended destination. From there, they needed to walk several kilometers to a lonely, isolated spot concealed in the woods where they intended to set up camp and remain together for a few days. The day was warm and bright, and despite their weariness after the long trip, the young pair were in high spirits, joking, laughing, and making plans for their brief holiday. Upon reaching the site indicated on the map, they began arranging their simple yet comfortable camp, unaware of uninvited visitors. When Liana and Felipe ventured into such a distant and secluded location, they overlooked the fact that in those areas poverty prevailed, fostering crime. Thus, the sight of well-dressed young people with large backpacks and bags did not pass unnoticed. As the couple walked through the forest toward the abandoned farm where they intended to stay, they attracted the attention of local bandits who were fishing by a pond. They were Paulo Cesar de Silva Marquez, nicknamed Pernambuco, and Roberto Alves Cardoso, known as Ciampino. The latter was only 16 years old, yet he was already the leader of the gang he had formed. The criminals became interested in the strangers, especially captivated by the beautiful young girl. Moreover, they assumed that in the backpacks there might be valuables to seize, and they could rob them. The bandits quietly trailed the couple and began spying, hiding in the undergrowth. The lovers pitched a tent, ate a snack, and then started arranging the place where they planned to camp. The intruders remained in ambush until they were certain no one else would come to join the young pair and that they carried no weapons. Pernambuco and Ciampino then attacked Liana and Felipe, threatening them, and the latter, terrified, did not even attempt to flee or resist the unknown attackers. After rummaging through all the bags and backpacks, the criminals found nothing that might interest them. Then the bandits decided they could demand ransom for the boy and girl from their families. Liana, who was horrified, immediately admitted that she came from a wealthy household and that her father would give them as much money as they wanted. The criminals were delighted by this development, but since they lacked experience in such matters, they had no idea how to arrange everything so that they would end up both with the money and still free. Prisoners. While the scheme was forming, and the bandits were trying to determine who exactly they had captured and how much they might ask for their lives, they resolved to conceal the prisoners so they could not escape. At first, they were brought to a ruined building near the very farm where the couple had been staying, but it had neither windows nor doors. Soon afterward, it was decided to move the pair to the house of one of the gang members. There, Felipe was tied up and brutally beaten so that he could not attempt escape or offer resistance. That same night, all the gang members one after another abused the bound and defenseless girl, completely breaking her spirit. The criminals were unable to figure out how to demand and collect ransom, so they simply resolved to dispose of the captives and conceal their bodies somewhere in the forest so they would never be discovered. After tormenting the youths, the next day they were taken to an isolated place in the woods. The half-dead Felipe was led by Pernambuco deep into the forest, from where a gunshot was heard, and afterward the bandit returned alone. Liana understood what had taken place, and that her beloved was no longer alive. Although the kidnappers tried to convince her that they had released the young man, they had different intentions for the beautiful young Liana. The villains wished to keep her as an object for their amusement until they tired of her, especially since at that moment no one had begun searching for the missing youths. A couple of days after their daughter's departure, her parents discovered that there had been no excursion with the boys from the church, and that Liana's friends had no idea where she had gone. The Friedenbach family assumed their heiress had run away with her boyfriend and immediately contacted his parents to determine where their children might be. But the Cafe family was certain their son had gone camping with his companions, so they could do nothing to aid in locating the pair. The situation was made worse by the fact that neither of the young people had been in contact for several days, and their phones were switched off. Thanks to his connections and wealth, Omri mobilized practically all the police in the city. Step by step, piece by piece, they managed to reconstruct the path the young couple had taken after deceiving their parents and running away from home. The police soon arrived in Mbuguisu, where the pair had disembarked from their last bus, and from there their route led through a remote wooded region. It was in that very place that their phones were last active. A massive search began, involving police officers, rescuers, and even concerned civilians who, after learning of the incident, volunteered to help. A prominent local businessman also joined the operation, providing his private helicopter to assist the search from the air and distributing leaflets with photographs of the missing youths. Their camp was located rather quickly, and it appeared disturbing. Despite the absence of bloodstains or signs of struggle, it was evident that something dreadful had taken place there. The couple's personal belongings had been emptied from their bags and carelessly strewn about. The tent had been slashed from top to bottom with a knife, and the young man's cell phones were lying around. Scouring every stretch, rescuers soon discovered Felipe's lifeless body. The bound youth had been shot in the back of the head almost point blank, leaving him no chance of survival. It became evident that the likelihood of finding Liana alive was minimal, but hope, as they say, is the last to die. Henry Friedenbach engaged the press in the search, ensuring that the entire process was extensively covered in the media and that as many people as possible were informed. For any information concerning Liana's whereabouts, a substantial reward was announced, yet it did not advance the case. The massacre of Liana. After the criminals disposed of Felipe, they brought Liana back to the house where they had earlier held them both. By that time, the bandits had been joined by their accomplices, Antonio Gaetano da Silva and Agnaldo Pires. Ciampino proudly declared to them that Liana was his property and that he could do whatever he pleased with her. He invited everyone to satisfy their vilest fantasies with Liana, and his invitation was instantly accepted. A day later, upon learning of the large-scale search operation, the criminals decided to change their location and transferred the victim to the house of Anthony Matias de Barros, another member of the gang. On the evening of that same day, they went fishing, taking Liana along. The ringleader draped his jacket over her because it was cold outside, and he chose to display concern in that manner. That evening, the elder brother of Ciampino, whom the juvenile delinquent had not informed about his affairs, arrived at the same place. Ciampino told his brother that Liana was his lover, but he immediately recognized her as the missing girl. He pulled his brother aside and said that his captive was being actively searched for and that the police were practically on their trail. Ciampino interpreted his brother's words as a signal and a call to action. He decided it was urgent to eliminate Liana and afterward flee and lay low. He deceived Liana, claiming she was free and that he would lead her to the road. In reality, the bandit led his victim into the woods, where he savagely murdered her with a knife and then smashed her skull with a rock to ensure she was dead. Liana's body was not discovered until 5 days after the massacre. There was absolutely no trace of life in her. She was horribly disfigured. Liana was wearing the killer's jacket, which later became one of the crucial pieces of evidence. The criminals were monstrously cruel, cynical, and merciless, yet at the same time foolish and short-sighted. They made no attempt to flee or hide, did not bother to destroy physical evidence, and at the same time believed that no one would ever catch them. This naive self-assurance of the bandits enabled the police to quickly identify them and capture all the members of the criminal gang. Ciampino, as I already mentioned, left his jacket on the victim's body, which bore his sweat traces. Furthermore, he carried the murder weapon to his house, washed it, and concealed it in the yard, while he tried to wash the clothing stained with the blood of the murdered girl so that he could continue wearing it. Based on the results of DNA analysis, it was possible to identify the gang members who had committed violence against Liana. All the gang members were apprehended almost simultaneously. The ringleader not only failed to deny it, but immediately began giving testimony, bragging that it was he who had abducted, abused, and then killed the unfortunate victim. He described in detail everything that had happened to Liana during the final days of her life. Following an extended trial, nearly all of the adult members of the criminal gang received fairly severe sentences. Pernambuco was sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of Felipe. Antonio Gaetano da Silva, as well as Agnaldo Pires, also received life sentences. But Anthony Matias de Barros was given only 6 years of imprisonment because he himself did not torture the victim, but provided the gang with his house, where everything occurred. However, with the leader and the most ruthless member of the gang, matters were not so straightforward. At the time of committing his crimes, he himself was barely 16 years old. For this reason, the boy was sent to a special correctional facility for minors with a rather lenient regime. Ciampino attempted several escapes, behaved aggressively and inappropriately, because of which he was ordered to undergo a psychiatric evaluation. He was diagnosed with several psychological abnormalities, which individually were not particularly dangerous, but together produced a monstrous outcome, transforming the youth into a refined sadist and murderer without any sense of pity or remorse. Following such a diagnosis, the criminal was transferred to a closed medical institution, where he was to undergo compulsory treatment and rehabilitation. No additional punishment was ever enforced against him, despite numerous appeals lodged by the families of the slain youths. As a consequence, Ciampino ended up in better conditions than those in which he had lived before the crime. He now possessed his own private, comfortable room with a large television, internet access, and a soft bed with an orthopedic mattress. He received balanced 4 daily meals with a personalized menu, which was part of the policy of the medical institution in which he was held. His monthly upkeep was estimated at about 112,000 Brazilian reals, which equaled roughly $2,500. In recent years, the offender had consistently filed petitions for release, claiming he had completed a full course of treatment and no longer posed any danger to others, which meant he could return to ordinary life. This is a horrific story. Moving on to the next case. Rebecca. Rebecca and Tim, who met at Quincy University, were seen as the embodiment of a perfect couple. Rebecca majored in biology and played tennis, while Tim was a standout football player. 2 years after graduating, the practical pair decided to marry. Rather than spending extravagantly on an engagement ring or an elaborate honeymoon, they chose to save their money. Although Rebecca had a deep passion for medicine and once dreamed of becoming a doctor, she ultimately chose to focus on motherhood instead. Her dream became reality when she and Tim had 3 sons. Tim was widely known for his charisma and talent for entertaining others. In 2008, he auditioned for American Gladiators and reached the final round. Years later, in 2019, he was invited by the producers of Family Feud to appear on the show with his family. However, Rebecca's nursing school commitments kept her from joining Tim on Family Feud. Undeterred, Tim gathered a team of family members, including his parents and brothers. The show's format features 2 teams competing to guess the most common responses to survey questions answered by 100 people. Although unprepared, Tim's team performed impressively, earning points and placing second on the leaderboard. They went on to appear in 3 episodes, winning a total of $20,000, which was divided equally among the participating family members. However, Tim chose not to share any of the winnings with his wife, Rebecca. This decision reflected the growing tension in their marriage, which had begun when Rebecca pursued a nursing career against Tim's wishes. Tim claimed his concerns were for Rebecca's well-being and her ability to handle stress, but her friends believed he opposed her independence and autonomy. Over time, Rebecca's friends noticed that she seemed increasingly unhappy in her marriage. Initially, their relationship had been relatively happy for the first 5 years. But then Tim began to act more controlling and manipulative. Despite Rebecca's dedication to her nursing studies and her job, Tim failed to contribute much at home, leaving her to shoulder most of the responsibilities. Recognizing the strain on their marriage, Rebecca wanted to repair it and suggested attending marriage counseling together. She hoped that therapy could help them find solutions and strengthen their relationship. However, Tim refused to participate, despite Rebecca's genuine attempts to save their marriage. In January 2021, after 11 years together, Tim abruptly filed for divorce, shocking Rebecca, who had still been devoted to working through their problems. He moved out of their family home and into a new house across town, leaving Rebecca to deal with the aftermath. Tim and Rebecca's divorce quickly became extremely contentious. They could not agree on anything, and their communication broke down entirely. The couple argued over several issues, including custody of their children, division of property, and the amount of alimony one would owe the other. Matters escalated to the point where Tim claimed he felt threatened and sought a court order for protection, accusing Rebecca of stalking and harassing him. Rebecca, however, had a completely different perspective, accusing Tim of being the one who harassed her. She confided in her friends through text messages, describing incidents in which Tim yelled at her, pushed her in front of their sons, and threw objects during arguments. Rebecca expressed fear that Tim might do something extreme to take her children away, which alarmed her sister, who knew Rebecca's concerns were legitimate and that she needed protection. Rebecca then filed for an order of protection against Tim, claiming he had entered her home without permission and lied about their encounters. However, the judge denied both Rebecca's and Tim's petitions, instead ordering them to avoid each other's homes except during child custody exchanges. In February 2023, Tim informed police that he would not return a gun, using a derogatory term to refer to Rebecca. At the time, Rebecca and Tim's 3 sons, aged 12, 10, and 5, were staying with Tim at his home, located just a mile away from Rebecca's residence. Their divorce was scheduled to be finalized in only 1 week. The next day, Tim contacted Rebecca's father, expressing concern because he could not reach her, and she had failed to pick up the boys from school as planned. Knowing how devoted Rebecca was as a mother, her father immediately suspected that something was terribly wrong. Fearing for her safety, he rushed to her home. When he arrived, he entered the house, calling out her name, but there was no answer. He went upstairs to her bedroom, where he was met with a horrifying sight. Rebecca lay on her back, covered in blood and suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. After discovering her body in the bathroom, Rebecca's father immediately contacted authorities, and soon detectives and forensic experts arrived at the scene. They began by methodically examining the exterior of the house, searching for possible evidence. Their investigation revealed that the intruder had most likely gained entry by forcing open an upstairs window in one of the children's bedrooms. This finding led investigators to conclude that the suspect had used a patio chair to climb up to the roof and access the house. By retracing the suspect's probable movements, they reached Rebecca's bedroom, where they discovered that the door had been violently kicked in or broken apart. The damage to the door indicated to investigators that the suspect had forcibly entered the room, most likely in pursuit of Rebecca. Evidence showed that Rebecca had attempted to barricade herself inside the bathroom, but the suspect had followed and ultimately caught up to her. It was there, inside the bathroom, that Rebecca was fatally shot. During their search of the bathroom where her body was found, investigators discovered her cell phone. Upon examining the device, they found a record of a 911 call made at 1:11 a.m. This led them to develop a theory about what had occurred that night. They believed that while being chased through the house, Rebecca tried to call for help but accidentally dialed an incorrect number before she could attempt to reach 911 again. The misdialed call at 1:11 a.m. suggested to investigators that the suspect had likely knocked the phone from Rebecca's hand during the attack. They determined that this was around the time she was killed. However, when police interviewed neighbors, none reported hearing any noises or disturbances at that hour, which deepened investigators' suspicions. A detailed search of Rebecca's home revealed that her murder was not the result of a burglary gone wrong, as nothing had been taken. Despite this, the perpetrator had left behind a substantial amount of evidence. One significant finding was a partial shoe print discovered near the point of entry into the house. The shoe print found at the crime scene could prove crucial in identifying the type of footwear worn by the suspect, including its brand and model, as well as offering details about the size and shape of their feet. Additionally, 8 9mm shell casings and small fragments of shredded plastic located near Rebecca's body provided important leads for investigators. Despite collecting these key pieces of evidence, the investigative team initially struggled to interpret their findings. To obtain more clarity, they decided to send all the collected materials to forensic laboratories for further analysis. In particular, they wanted to determine whether any of Rebecca's personal belongings matched the evidence recovered from the scene. The investigation had begun when Rebecca's father discovered her lifeless body in the bathroom of their home. Upon arriving at the scene, investigators conducted a meticulous examination of the house's exterior, which led them to identify how the perpetrator had entered, by prying open an upstairs window in one of the children's bedrooms. Based on their findings, the likely sequence of events became clearer. The suspect had used a patio chair to climb up onto the roof and gain entry to the house. Retracing the suspect's movements, investigators found that the bedroom door had been violently kicked in or broken, indicating that the suspect had forced entry, probably while searching for Rebecca. It appeared that Rebecca had attempted to barricade herself inside the bathroom, but the suspect managed to catch up with her. Tragically, the suspect shot and killed Rebecca inside the bathroom. Investigators found her cell phone near her body and examined it. They discovered that she had tried to dial 911 but had accidentally entered an extra digit, 91,126, at 1:11 a.m. This discovery helped investigators reconstruct the chain of events. They believed that Rebecca, in a desperate attempt to seek help while being pursued through the house, had misdialed the number. Before she could correct her mistake and call 911 again, the suspect likely struck her or knocked the phone from her hand. The timing of the misdialed call at 1:11 a.m. led investigators to believe that Rebecca's murder most likely occurred around that time. However, when they questioned her neighbors, none of them reported hearing any suspicious noises, which was surprising given that Rebecca had suffered multiple gunshot wounds. A thorough search of her home confirmed that the murder was not the result of a burglary gone wrong, as nothing had been stolen. Despite this, the perpetrator had left behind a significant amount of evidence. One crucial discovery was a partial shoe print near the point of entry, which could help identify the brand and model of the shoe, as well as the size and shape of the suspect's foot. The crime scene also yielded 8 9mm shell casings, and small pieces of shredded plastic were found scattered near Rebecca's body. After collecting all the evidence, the investigators were unsure how to interpret their findings, so they decided to send the evidence to forensic laboratories for further analysis. The detectives wanted to determine if any of the items found at the crime scene matched Rebecca's belongings. One neighbor had installed a security camera on the side of their house after their car had been broken into a year earlier. The camera, which was directed toward the neighbor's driveway that shared a boundary with Rebecca's home, was programmed to activate and alert the neighbor whenever it detected movement. Although the camera did not record anything significant on the night of Rebecca's death, it did capture something unusual the previous day at 1:05 a.m. The footage showed a person walking down the driveway toward the back of Rebecca's house, a potentially crucial discovery in the case. Approximately 48 minutes after the initial sighting, the same individual was seen walking in the opposite direction. Interestingly, Rebecca's neighbor had captured a similar incident on their camera about a week earlier, on February 14th. After reviewing their security footage, the neighbors noticed a suspicious dark-clad figure lurking around Rebecca's house on Valentine's Day, which prompted them to alert her immediately. Upon learning about the mysterious figure, Rebecca became increasingly paranoid. Although she claimed not to have seen anyone on her property, she reported hearing unsettling voices in her backyard the previous night, which frightened her. Based on the security camera footage, the police broadened their search to nearby homes to gather additional evidence regarding the dark-clad individual. Their search led them to a residence near the Quinney Bus Barn, where they discovered footage showing a person riding a bicycle, dressed in dark clothing, and heading in the direction of Rebecca's house. These recordings confirmed the description of the mysterious figure seen in the original driveway footage, showing a clear consistency in the suspect's appearance. After examining the timestamps on the videos, detectives suspected that the person on the bike was the same individual captured in Rebecca's driveway footage. Although Rebecca's neighbor's security camera did not record any footage of the mysterious person on the night of her murder, officers recovered video showing someone on a bike riding toward Rebecca's house both shortly before and after the incident. This person matched the description of the individual seen lurking near Rebecca's driveway in the days prior to her murder. While this video evidence proved valuable to the investigation, its poor quality limited the details it could reveal. The detectives were unable to identify the individual in the footage due to its graininess, making it difficult to determine the person's gender. However, they did observe one distinctive detail: the bicycle had no reflectors on its wheels. When Rebecca's sister learned about her murder, only one person came to mind as a potential suspect: Rebecca's estranged husband, Tim. Rebecca's sister, who had first-hand knowledge of the contentious divorce between Rebecca and Tim, relayed this information to the detectives investigating her sister's death. The investigators quickly grew suspicious of Tim, particularly since Rebecca's murder occurred just 1 week before their divorce was scheduled to be finalized. During the course of the investigation, they made a crucial discovery: a bicycle without wheel reflectors, resembling the one captured on security footage, was found just 1 block away from Tim's house. This finding heightened suspicion toward Tim and prompted detectives to obtain a search warrant for his residence. When the police executed the search warrant, Tim fully cooperated, standing outside his residence with the officers as they went through his belongings. On March 13, 2023, 2 weeks after Rebecca's murder, Tim was taken into custody and charged with her killing. When his mugshot was released, Rebecca's family and friends were stunned by his appearance, which was drastically different from the clean-cut man they once knew. Tim's relatives and friends were equally shocked by his disheveled look, which they attributed to the emotional strain caused by his recent divorce. His previously neat hair was now unkempt, and his clothes appeared messy. They speculated that the divorce had negatively impacted not only his physical appearance, but also his mental health. However, Tim offered a surprising explanation for his changed appearance. He claimed that he was growing his hair out in support of a cancer research charity campaign. Despite this explanation, a viral video clip resurfaced showing Tim's appearance on Family Feud, during which he made an odd remark about regretting his marriage, an unsettling comment that gained a darker meaning after his arrest for his wife's murder. Many people viewed Tim's statement on Family Feud as an eerie foreshadowing of the tragic events to come. They believed it revealed hidden resentment toward his wife and hinted at deeper issues within their relationship. When investigators examined Tim's phone, they discovered that he had created a fake Facebook account under the alias John Smith. During the investigation, detectives found that Tim had used this account to search for a specific type of bicycle on Facebook, a blue Schwinn bike with no wheel reflectors. This discovery was crucial because it matched the description of the bicycle found abandoned just 1 block from Tim's residence. Although the detectives had gathered strong evidence linking Tim to the crime, they encountered a major challenge following his arrest. Tim was held in jail without bail, but invoked his right to a speedy trial. This meant that prosecutors were legally obligated to bring the case to trial within 90 days of his arrest. The prosecution faced a significant hurdle in persuading a jury of Tim's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, given the lack of a confession or any DNA evidence directly tying him to Rebecca's murder. Juries generally focus on 2 crucial elements in criminal trials. To establish Tim's guilt in the murder of his wife, Rebecca, the prosecution faced a considerable challenge. Exactly 3 months after Rebecca's tragic death in her home, Tim's trial commenced on May 23, 2023. During the proceedings, the prosecution presented several key pieces of evidence recovered from the crime scene. One significant item was the collection of shredded plastic fragments found scattered around Rebecca's body. The prosecution argued that these fragments originated from an Aldi grocery bag. Further investigation revealed that similar bags were discovered inside Tim's home. Prosecutors alleged that Tim had used these bags as an improvised silencer while shooting his estranged wife multiple times. They contended that the bags were employed to muffle the gunshots, preventing neighbors or passers-by from hearing them. The prosecution also introduced DNA evidence indicating that Tim had likely left behind his DNA while handling the Aldi bags. A forensic expert testified that it was highly probable Tim was the contributor of the DNA, and that his genetic profile could not be excluded as a match to the DNA found beneath Rebecca's fingernails. Additionally, the prosecution presented evidence suggesting that a crowbar recovered from Tim's basement might have been used to pry open the window at Rebecca's house on the night she was murdered. Although an expert testified that there were microscopic similarities between the crowbar and the marks on the window frame, she could not conclusively state that the crowbar had been used in the crime. To strengthen their case, the prosecution introduced records of several incriminating searches made on Tim's phone, including how to open my door with a crowbar, how to make a homemade pistol silencer, how to clean gunpowder off your hands, and average police response time in Quinney. The prosecution's expert witness testified that she compared the shell casings recovered from the crime scene with those found during a search of Tim's residence. Her analysis determined that 27 casings from Tim's home had been fired from the same 9mm firearm used to kill Rebecca. When investigators searched Tim's house, they did not locate Rebecca's 9mm handgun, which Tim had previously refused to return to her. Tim insisted that he had not seen the weapon for months prior to Rebecca's murder. During the trial, the defense was given the opportunity to call witnesses, but chose not to present any. After a 6-day trial, the jury deliberated for 4 hours before reaching a guilty verdict, sentencing Tim to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Despite maintaining his innocence and expressing plans to appeal the decision, Tim remains incarcerated, while Rebecca's family believes justice has finally been served. During the sentencing hearing, members of Rebecca's family delivered emotional impact statements. One of her sisters addressed Tim directly, explaining how his actions had affected his son's well-being and emphasizing that his choices had caused their suffering. She vowed to preserve Rebecca's memory for her 3 boys, ensuring she would never be forgotten. Moving on to the next case. Tara Baker. Tara Baker was born on January 20, 1977, in East Point, Georgia. Her parents divorced when she was young, and her mother later remarried. She was the eldest of 4 siblings. From an early age, she displayed a keen interest in the legal system and aspired to become a lawyer or judge. She often held mock trials with her stuffed animals, drafted pretend contracts for her relatives, and even wrote letters to politicians, including the President of the United States, to share her views. After completing high school, Tara attended Georgia College, where she impressively earned 2 bachelor's degrees within just 3 years, graduating in 1999. She then enrolled at the University of Georgia, one of the nation's top law schools, located in Athens, a small town not far from her parents' home. To avoid living in a dormitory, Tara rented a house with two other university students, one of whom she had known since college. She worked at a well-known law firm in downtown Athens, which allowed her to cover her living expenses while gaining hands-on experience relevant to her career in law. In January 2001, Tara devoted much of her time to studying at the university library. On the evening of January 18th, she went there to study with a friend. Her friend left around 7:30 p.m., but Tara stayed behind and later called her friend at 9:46 p.m. to make sure she had gotten home safely, mentioning that she planned to head home soon afterward. The following day, around 6 p.m., Tara's mother, Virginia Baker, received a call from a woman identifying herself as a detective. The woman told Virginia that they needed Tara's fingerprints for an ongoing investigation. Thinking it was a prank, Virginia hung up the phone but soon grew uneasy. She called the Athens Police Department to verify the caller's claim. To her shock, officers confirmed that the woman was indeed a forensic detective. They further explained that there had been a fire at Tara's residence. The detectives said they were attempting to locate Tara, but so far had only found one of her roommates, who had been away when the fire occurred. The other roommate was still missing, and investigators suspected that the unidentified body discovered at the scene might belong to one of them. Virginia was desperate for answers and pleaded with the detective to describe the room where the body had been found. The detective's response sent chills down her spine. The room contained Tara's antique possessions, items she had spent years collecting. Realizing the horrifying possibility that it might indeed be her daughter, Virginia and her family immediately drove to Athens, clinging to the hope that there had been some mistake and that Tara was still alive. When they arrived at the police station, they were made to wait for several hours without receiving any updates. Eventually, a detective appeared and delivered the devastating news. The body discovered in the house was confirmed to be Tara's, and her death was ruled a homicide rather than an accident caused by the fire. The detective, visibly exhausted, refused to answer any questions but revealed one crucial piece of information before leaving. Tara had left behind a vital clue. Fragments of the perpetrator's skin were found beneath her fingernails, which could help identify her killer. The news left Tara's family in shock, confusion, and despair. Despite their desperate pleas for information, the police provided no further details about the investigation. Tara Baker's family was left completely in the dark regarding her murder. Despite their repeated attempts to reach out to detectives, they were met with silence. The local police never proactively contacted them, forcing the family to call and visit the station constantly in search of answers. Through persistence, they eventually learned a few details about what had happened. Firefighters had been called to Tara's residence on the morning of January 19th, around 11 a.m., in response to a house fire. Once the flames were extinguished, they discovered Tara's body inside. The medical examiner's report determined that Tara had been murdered, showing clear signs of strangulation and stab wounds. It appeared that the perpetrator had set the fire in an attempt to destroy evidence after killing her. However, the police refused to share the autopsy findings with Tara's parents, leaving them without essential information about her death. The family also learned that some evidence might have been lost or damaged by firefighters while extinguishing the blaze. Sadly, this is not uncommon in similar cases, where investigators fail to properly secure a crime scene, leading to the destruction of crucial evidence. As Tara's family sought justice, they encountered continual frustration, facing a lack of transparency, disregard, and at times, outright unprofessionalism from the authorities responsible for investigating her murder. In an effort to hold the police accountable, Tara's family began recording their conversations with investigators and filed multiple formal complaints. However, none of these actions produced any meaningful results. Desperate for progress, they sought the help of a well-known criminologist. Yet, the local police department imposed a restrictive condition. He could review the case materials only if he agreed not to share any findings or information with Tara's family. This condition left them powerless, still without answers about what had truly happened to their daughter. It took Tara's family 10 long years to obtain her death certificate. After repeatedly contacting state officials and eventually appealing directly to the governor, they finally received it. However, the certificate failed to provide any clarity. Instead of identifying the exact cause of death, it merely stated that she died from multiple injuries, offering no further explanation. Although the police maintained that the investigation was ongoing, their handling of the case continued to raise serious concerns. When firefighters discovered Tara's body, they immediately alerted the police, realizing that they were dealing with a homicide rather than an accidental fire. However, by that time, the crime scene had been severely compromised due to extensive fire and water damage. Later, the family learned that some items recovered from the house, which might have held crucial evidence, were never examined for fingerprints. Tara's laptop was missing from her room, but all her other valuables were left untouched. Because there were no signs of forced entry, investigators theorized that Tara may have known her killer and had willingly let them inside. Although much of the scene was destroyed, police confirmed that both of Tara's roommates were out of town at the time, leaving her alone on the night of the murder. Since pinpointing the exact time of death was nearly impossible, medical experts narrowed it down to a window between 10 p.m., when Tara left the library, and 11 a.m., when neighbors reported the fire. Based on how quickly the fire spread, experts concluded that the murder most likely occurred in the early morning hours. The investigation produced two major leads. The first came from a witness who reported seeing a middle-aged white man running down the street that morning, wearing only a t-shirt and jeans despite the freezing weather. The second lead involved a suspicious phone call made to Tara's university a few days before her death. A heavily intoxicated man had phoned the student information line, correctly provided Tara Baker's full name, and requested her personal phone number. Although the phone call was deeply suspicious, police were unable to determine the identity of the caller. Meanwhile, Tara's boyfriend quickly became a primary person of interest in the investigation. He presented an alibi that was confirmed by authorities, yet detectives continued to view him with skepticism. They questioned him multiple times, requesting additional biological samples, asking further questions, and even suggesting that he take a polygraph test. Tara's boyfriend was also asked to identify her body following the fire. He had driven from another city to Athens immediately after hearing the news. Although Tara's parents were already present, the police specifically requested that her boyfriend make the identification. However, he was not allowed to enter the residence. Instead, a police officer took a photograph of the victim's body and displayed it to him on the camera's screen. The boyfriend was stunned and uncertain whether the body truly belonged to Tara. To confirm, he asked to see a pair of earrings he had once given her as a gift. The officer retrieved the earrings from the victim's body and showed them to him. Upon seeing them, the boyfriend confirmed that the remains were indeed Tara's. Investigators then turned their attention to a male student who had a known reputation for problematic behavior. Several female students had complained that he persistently asked them on dates even after they had declined, and that his actions made them feel uncomfortable. This same student had asked Tara out numerous times despite knowing she had a boyfriend. Detectives questioned him thoroughly, but found no evidence connecting him to the murder. They even requested that Tara's friends keep an eye on the student, but this effort produced no new leads. Detectives eventually began focusing on another potential suspect, a male co-worker of Tara's. When they interviewed his colleagues, they learned that his behavior in the days leading up to the murder had been highly unusual. He had abruptly stopped socializing with his close group of co-workers. Furthermore, just days before the murder, he had told Tara that he would not be attending her birthday party, which was scheduled for the day after her death. On the morning of January 19th, one of Tara's co-workers tried to persuade him to come to the celebration, explaining that Tara had been upset by his refusal. When the co-worker arrived at the law office to speak with him, however, the man was nowhere to be found. This absence was peculiar, as he was normally present in the office every morning. A check of his work schedule revealed no meetings or appointments, adding to the mystery of his absence. His behavior raised suspicions after Tara's murder. He was absent on the day of the murder, but the next day, he visited a colleague's home and acted strangely. Many suspect that he regularly used illegal drugs, which may have contributed to his erratic behavior. The coworker noticed several fresh scratches on his neck, which were notable because several pieces of skin were found under Tara's fingernails, suggesting that she may have scratched her attacker in self-defense. When questioned about the scratches, he claimed he got them from a cat and denied any involvement in Tara's murder. However, when asked about his suspicions regarding the killer, his response was unusual. He screams that Tara's father is the culprit, but he cannot produce any evidence to back up his accusations. Furthermore, he resigned from his position just a few months after the murder and left the state. It is unclear whether the police compared his DNA with the samples found under Tara's nails. But they have not shared any information about this aspect of the investigation, even with Tara's relatives. The police discovered that he was married, but still secretly dated 2 female colleagues. This revelation could explain his unusual behavior and unexplained absences from work. Both women also suspected that he was using illicit substances. However, police found no evidence to prove his involvement in the murder and eventually cleared him as a suspect. The detectives also investigated the maintenance company employees who had access to the house where Tara lived. They had a spare key, which might explain why there was no sign of forced entry. Unfortunately, this lead also yielded no results. Since then, the case has had no new clues. The police continue to search for new suspects and witnesses, but they are keeping many details about their investigation under wraps to avoid it being undermined. The investigation into Tara's murder continued over the years, with several new leads emerging, but it did not yield any results for the investigation. One witness reported seeing an African-American man near Tara's house on the day of the fire, while another claimed to have seen blood on a classmate's notebook shortly after the murder. Despite the police's attempts to follow these leads, they all eventually reached dead ends. Tara's parents offered a $77,000 reward in hopes of encouraging new information. Over the years, the detective team assigned to the case changed multiple times, yet each team encountered major challenges due to the limited evidence available. The fire that consumed Tara's room destroyed most of the physical evidence, leaving investigators with very few clues to pursue. 19 years after Tara's murder, a podcast focusing on her case was released, sparking renewed public interest and attention. The podcast compiled information from Tara's family and others connected to the case, revisiting old evidence and prompting a re-examination of the investigation. The renewed attention caught the police department's notice, resulting in improved cooperation between detectives and Tara's family. For several months, investigators reviewed all existing files and evidence, this time applying modern DNA analysis tools to re-evaluate what had been collected. Their persistence finally paid off on May 13, 2024, when authorities announced that they had arrested the perpetrator, 23 years after the murder. The suspect, 48-year-old Edric Lamont Faust, was taken into custody, though police declined to reveal how he was identified, citing the need to protect the integrity of ongoing legal proceedings. Investigators stated only that advanced DNA technology and biological evidence had played a decisive role in linking Edric to the crime. No further details were provided at the press conference, as officers chose to withhold specific evidence to avoid jeopardizing the trial. However, arrest records revealed that Edric was charged with assaulting Tara. Additionally, fragments of skin recovered from beneath Tara's fingernails were used to extract the killer's DNA through modern forensic analysis. It appeared that police had been aware of Edric for some time due to his extensive criminal history, which included several prior arrests. At the time of Tara's murder, he was 25 years old and living in the same city. Despite this proximity, early investigators found no evidence connecting Edric to Tara personally. It was only through the application of advanced DNA testing that his identity emerged as a match. Detectives began actively investigating Edric only days before his arrest. He is currently incarcerated and awaiting trial. Police have expressed strong confidence that they have finally captured the correct suspect, citing undeniable DNA evidence linking him to the crime. As a result, bail was denied, and Tara's case is now officially closed. After 23 long years, Tara's family has finally received the truth, thanks to a dedicated new team of detectives who reopened and solved the case. Moving on to the next case. Barbara Blatnick. Our story begins when a 17-year-old girl attends a party on a Saturday night. This took place back in the 80s. She did everything right. She called her parents to inform them that she would be home soon. But the night went by, and the teenager never returned. Shockingly, her body was found just 30 miles from home. For Cleveland, Ohio, this was an unimaginable crime, as it was considered one of the safest places one could imagine. The fear it created would linger among residents for years to come. At first, detectives formed theories about what might have happened to the missing girl, but years later, police would uncover the true perpetrator. Just when her family was close to finding closure, the man managed to escape the authorities in the most astonishing way possible. In December of 1987, Barbara Blatnick was an ordinary 17-year-old girl from Garfield Heights, Ohio. She resided on Band Drive with her mother, Teresa, her father, John, and her 19-year-old sister, Donna. Known affectionately as Barbie, she had voluminous, feathered, 1980s-style blonde hair and was recognized as a social butterfly. Cheerful and lively, always bright and full of energy, Barbie was adored by everyone. Her father described her as a free spirit who loved heavy metal music, makeup, dancing, and babysitting. She frequently spent time with her large group of friends. Barbie's sister, Donna, saw her younger sibling as someone who truly lived life to the fullest, always partying and having fun. Barbie liked drinking, experimenting with illegal substances, smoking, and fully embracing the party scene. As mentioned earlier, she had a strong fondness for loud heavy metal music, with AC/DC being her favorite band. Barbie transferred schools in January, moving from Garfield Heights High School to Erie View Catholic, where she attended as a junior. According to Donna, her sister had a soft spot for boys and was known for dating multiple people without forming any exclusive relationships. She loved her freedom. She was too young to settle down. This carefree attitude got her into trouble a few times. Yet, there was one person she enjoyed spending time with more than others. Barbie had a boyfriend named Jerry. Their relationship was known for its on and off nature, lasting for about a year. It was typical teenage dating, casual, nothing too serious or committed. Additionally, Barbie kept a close circle of girlfriends. Though she could be a handful at times, she had no known enemies. In fact, she had many friends. Everyone recognized the blonde girl with the brightest smile. On December 19, 1987, a regular Saturday afternoon, Barbie went out with friends to attend a party. Dressed in jeans and a sweater and accessorized with jewelry, she carried her comb, money, and cigarettes in her back pocket. This was normal for her, as she rarely carried a purse or bag. She disliked dealing with belongings at parties. For her, parties were meant purely for fun. Newspaper reports from that period differ regarding the exact time she left home. Some mentioned 4 p.m., while others stated 6:30 p.m. The reason for this discrepancy remains unclear, as does its relevance. Her older sister, Donna, recalls saying, "Bye, have fun," as Barbie left. For Barbie, the term party could mean many things. It could be a small gathering of 8 people in a living room, a large event with 100 guests, or simply a few teenagers hanging out in a backyard or park. Barbie was picked up from her house by her friends, Michelle Troughton and Sheila Salmon. The girls then went to a local bar, where they were able to be served despite being underage. It was common for Barbie and her friends to visit such establishments, which were lenient about drinking regulations and age limits. They never checked IDs. While this might seem questionable today, bars allowing minors inside. During the 1980s and 1990s, many bars and pubs ignored age restrictions to attract more customers. Regulations and enforcement only became stricter in the early 2000s, but before that, even a 16-year-old could easily order a drink at a bar. Afterward, they headed back to Garfield Heights to visit their friend, Philip Knoll. This visit took place between 7 and 8 p.m. There, they drank and socialized some more. Afterward, they went to a nearby motorcycle shop on Warner Road called Motorcycle Specialties. It was within walking distance. They frequently spent time there with a group of neighborhood boys. The owner of the shop welcomed attractive girls and would provide alcohol and marijuana for their entertainment. He believed that if girls were present, more customers would stay longer or come back. The teenagers usually gathered in the basement of the shop, which the owner, Jeff, had arranged specifically for such parties. The gathering included Barbie, Michelle, Sheila, and Linda, among others. Barbie's ex-boyfriend, Dave, was also at this party. At 10:30 p.m., Barbie made a phone call to her parents, though the exact location from where she made it remains unknown. She told her family that she would be coming home soon. This was highly uncharacteristic for Barbie, as she usually did not check in. She had a rebellious streak. She wanted to be treated like an adult and disliked curfews or restrictions. Normally, Barbie would hang out with friends and return home late or stay overnight at a friend's house. Sleepovers were common for her. Her family had accepted that sometimes she preferred to stay out all night, but they also knew she was sensible and made careful decisions. They were aware that trying to control her too much could backfire, as she resisted being confined by rules. Since this was 1987, cell phones did not exist, meaning Barbie would have had to use a landline to make that call. Her parents answered when she phoned. According to her friend Michelle, while they were at the shop, nothing seemed unusual. There were no individuals who appeared suspicious or dangerous. Michelle mentioned that they stayed at the shop until 3:15 a.m. After leaving, Michelle drove Barbie to the intersection of Warner Road and Grand Division Avenue, close to the bike shop. The area featured a combination of residential and commercial buildings, including convenience stores and auto repair shops. Barbie told Michelle she was heading to Jerry's house. He lived with his older brother, Bob, and their parents behind the AC Delco auto parts store. After Michelle dropped Barbie off, they went their separate ways. What Michelle did not realize was that Jerry was not at home. He was out with friends that night. It is unclear whether Barbie knocked on the door or left when no one answered. One possibility is that Bob, Jerry's brother, or someone else may have answered instead. It also remains unknown whether Barbie tried to reach Jerry while walking around the neighborhood. Her house was quite far, though she could have taken a shortcut through the woods to get home faster. Another possibility was that she might have planned to go to Gina's house instead. Her friend Gina lived with her boyfriend, Rodney, just 2 blocks away on Grand Division Avenue. Rodney was not in favor of her going out with Barbie to Warner Road that night. Gina revealed that Barbie had called her that Saturday, inviting her to hang out, but she declined. Later, she deeply regretted that decision, believing she might have been able to protect Barbie. Gina mentioned that her boyfriend was one of 3 brothers who were feared in the area. She implied that Barbie might have been safer if she had been with them. Despite this, Barbie never made it to Gina's house that night, even though it was close to where she had been dropped off. Although she had made the unusual phone call saying she would be home soon, Barbie never returned home that night. Her parents went to bed without much concern, assuming she was staying over at a friend's house. They were not alarmed when her bed remained untouched the next morning. The family was already preoccupied with the upcoming Christmas celebrations and Donna's wedding. Barbie was meant to serve as the maid of honor. It was an exciting time. The next morning, Barbie's mother and sister went out Christmas shopping. Donna bought Barbie a new blow dryer for her fluffy hair. They also picked up items they needed for the wedding, along with plenty of gifts. But as soon as Barbie's mother pulled into the driveway, she sensed that something was wrong and voiced her worry to Donna. 2 police officers had arrived at their house shortly after they had left for shopping. The officers summoned Barbie's father to the morgue in Cuyahoga Falls. He was puzzled as to why they wanted him to accompany them. They said he needed to identify someone. On the way there, they informed him of the unthinkable. His daughter had been found dead. "Barbie is gone," were her mother's words when she pulled into the driveway. It was pure intuition. The family was devastated. The news was shocking and completely unexpected. Barbie's body had been discovered nude and bruised in the woods off O'Neill Road, near the Blossom Music Center in Cuyahoga Falls. But that was not the most horrifying part of the tragedy. The body was not actually found where people first believed. On December 22nd, detectives returned to clarify the facts. It turned out that Barbie had been discovered near a wooded area next to a quiet access road in Summit County. This location was isolated and not frequented by many people on a cold Sunday morning in December. Regarding the Blossom Music Center, it was highly unlikely to have been open that month, except perhaps for a rare holiday event or concert. So, where exactly was Barbie found? Certainly not at one of the town's usual teenage gathering spots. The details surrounding the discovery of Barbie's body remain inconsistent. Some newspaper reports suggested that an employee of KST Oil and Gas stumbled upon her remains while driving along that road. Reports indicated she was found approximately 10 feet north of O'Neill Road. This is exactly within an area where the road shifted from running north-south to a sharp east-west curve before resuming its north-south route. This particular section of O'Neill Road lay between 2 sparsely used roads. It ran parallel to another road bordering the Cuyahoga Valley National Recreation Area. It does not sound like a place for an oil and gas worker to be going along. But maybe he visited the isolated road as part of duty or nearby work obligations. According to Barbie's sister, Donna, the person who found her said Barbie lay naked and discarded like used trash on the roadside. She might have been barely breathing, even still alive despite her horrible ordeal and clinging to life. Tragically, her struggle for survival was short-lived. This left whoever found her haunted by meeting someone on the brink of losing their life on such an isolated road. The Summit County coroner, William A. Cox, wasted no time in conducting Barbie's autopsy, promptly after her discovery. A preliminary report surfaced the Monday, containing Cox's intriguing statement. His controversial statement gained attention from various media outlets, including the Beacon Journal. Cox's conclusion was surprising. Barbie had not sustained her injuries where she was found. She likely met the person who took her life elsewhere, and was on the brink of her demise. Then her body was transported to the location where it was laid merely hours before its discovery. Cox gave some explanations for his findings. Given that Barbie was still breathing when found, she would not have survived the long exposure to the cold following a brutal assault. She should have lost her life within an hour or so after the assault. Alternatively, someone, perhaps the oil and gas worker or another eyewitness, could have traveled to O'Neill Road mere hours before she was discovered. This means her body was not placed at that particular spot. Coroner Cox remained steadfast in his timeline assessment. He insisted that the O'Neill Road site was not the scene of the crime. However, the basis for this claim, whether derived from blood evidence, signs of a struggle, or other indicators of foul play, remains undisclosed. The method by which Barbie was transported to the dump site, whether carried, dragged, or thrown out from a car, remains a mystery. Additionally, Cox noted Barbie was quite possibly drunk when she lost her life. This report proved Michelle's account of events to be true. While Coroner Cox did not exactly specify the time of demise, it has been established that Barbie was still alive when discovered at 10:20 a.m. By deducing from Michelle's provided timeline, Barbie was last seen at 3:30 a.m. This means that the assault occurred sometime between those hours. The attack was so completely brutal that it left deep, dark bruise marks on Barbie's neck. Her neck had to be covered with a scarf during the funeral due to the severity of the bruises. She was found with contact lenses in her eyes and a ring given to her at school. It was inscribed with her school's name and her first name. Her clothes, jewelry, comb, and money were missing. This was particularly curious because the assailant took the time to take off her other jewelry, but he did not take off the ring. Why not? This hinted that perhaps he left the ring so she would be easily identified. Maybe slaying her was not the plan. Or maybe Barbie had taken off her clothes and jewelry because she knew her assailant and was intimate with him. The detectives could only guess. After the autopsy, Coroner Cox made some statements to the media that were interesting. Barbie passed away due to strangulation. There was no way of telling whether it was by hand or with some object because of the dark marks. But the most important element was she had been assaulted. The coroner also claimed she was assaulted by more than one person. This tragedy was shared with the media on December 22nd. Given the fact that this was 1987, forensic DNA analysis was not that developed. This was hard to understand. How could the coroner make such a claim? The coroner lifted different samples of male DNA from different parts of Barbie's body. Blood testing revealed different blood groups. There was no reason for Barbie to hang out in the area where she was found. Barbie and her friends frequented Blossom Music Center. Her investigation was limited to where the body was found, not where she was last seen alive or the party she had attended with her friends. If the person who took her life was anywhere near Garfield Heights, then it is highly possible they wanted to dump her body as soon as they were done. So Summit County was a viable option. An interesting find on her body was 2 lines written in the palm of her left hand. The first line contained a series of numbers, and the second line consisted of words. This was quite possibly an address. This is where the story gets truly shocking. Without Barbie's family's consent or informing them, her left hand was amputated and sent to a lab in Washington to be studied by the FBI. It was, of course, because they had superior technology, but it was unethical that her family did not know about this happening. DNA found under the teenager's fingernails suggested she had fought back against her attacker. She was a tough broad, one of her friends mentioned in an interview describing her fighting spirit. Barbie was not one to give up so easily. Unfortunately, that is the last anyone heard of the writing. Perhaps it was the number of a taxi or the address of the party. Maybe Barbie was meeting someone. Whatever the case, the information was lost and handled poorly. Time passed by. 10 years passed, and in 1997, the lead Cuyahoga Falls detective on the case, Larry Wagner, claimed it was a hard-to-solve case. The case was committed 30 miles off of Garfield Heights, and it was hard to gain any witnesses. While Barbie was a popular teen, nobody knew anything since Michelle dropped her off. The newspapers added further confusion to her story. Cleveland was a relatively safe area. They statistically had a high solve rate of such cases. But there were rumors at the time that Barbara's case was part of a serial perpetrator spree. By the end of 1987, there were 4 unsolved cases of 4 women in the area. They all occurred in the last 4 months of that year. The women all had something in common. They were all middle-class white women in safe neighborhoods. The bodies appeared to have been dumped in a diamond pattern. There were 3 main theories, each stirring up panic and fear. The first theory suggested that someone close to the victim may have attacked and slain her. The second theory proposed that perhaps it was someone she thought she knew or someone on the outskirts of her social circles. Lastly, the most chilling theory suggested that she may have been a victim of an unknown serial perpetrator. Just a few years back, there was an incident involving a local man named George. While drunk at a bar, he confessed to a disturbing story. While talking to Kelly, a friend of Barbie's, he revealed something that should have been investigated years ago. George claimed that on the night of Barbie's demise, Jerry Barber's boyfriend and his 2 brothers approached him for assistance. They asked for his help in cleaning their car with bleach and washing their clothes. When George questioned the reason behind this sudden cleaning frenzy, one of them confessed, "We just killed Barbie Blatnick." Stunned by this revelation, Kelly later shared the story with Barbie's best friend, Gina, who then took it upon herself to report it to the detective. However, Gina felt that the detective showed little interest in the information. If George's account holds any truth, and he was not merely telling a drunken tale, then he might have been truthful, and perhaps detectives should have investigated his claims further. However, one reason the lead was not pursued was that Jerry had already been thoroughly investigated. As time passed, one of the brothers mentioned in George's statement died, and with that, time buried the files of Barbara Blatnick. 3 decades went by, and each year her family held a small memorial to honor her. But over time, life moved on. Donna became Donna Xanath, eventually having her own children and grandchildren. Barbie's mother passed away, never able to understand who had so cruelly taken her daughter's life. As technology advanced, Donna began creating Facebook pages in Barbie's name, searching tirelessly for answers, but her efforts gradually faded like a painful memory. There seemed to be no hope left for finding answers. Donna suffered from severe PTSD. She lost most of her childhood memories and could not recall much from her high school years. She got a tattoo on her arm that read "Mamange." It is French for "I miss you," but it translates more accurately to "You are missing from me." She often visited the West Side, reliving her memories of Barbie. In time, in August 2019, the case was brought to light once again by the Porchlight Project. The Porchlight Project was a non-profit organization dedicated to solving cold cases in northern Ohio. The group collaborated with the Cuyahoga Falls Police Department and was founded by well-known Akron author and investigative journalist James Renner. The Porchlight Project managed to raise $6,000 to conduct DNA testing. During all this time, Barbie's case file had been gathering dust, but with the progress made in genetic genealogy, there was finally a chance that her killer could be identified. DNA found under Barbie's fingernails was sent for analysis. Then, in May 2020, 32 years after Barbie's tragic death, the Cuyahoga Falls Police Department announced shocking news. Barbara Blatnick's killer had been identified. Authorities arrested 67-year-old James E. Zestanek and charged him with first-degree murder. Zestanek, a resident of Cleveland, Ohio, had no prior criminal record, but his family had a notorious reputation. Reportedly, Zestanek's brothers had also served prison sentences for assault-related crimes. Surprisingly, on the 30th anniversary of Barbie's tragedy, one of the Zestaneks went missing, and that case, too, became a cold one. Ben Zestanek disappeared from his home without a trace. Was it karma or merely a coincidence? Could there have been a connection? When he later discovered that DNA evidence linked him to Barbie's case, he admitted during a phone call that he might have been intimate with her. According to his account, he was driving down Warner Road when he saw the teenager. He asked if she needed a ride, and she agreed. She wanted to make a phone call, so he took her to his house, which was nearby. Barbie argued with someone over the phone and was visibly upset when she hung up. She began to cry, and he said he tried to comfort her. Then, according to him, one thing led to another, and they ended up in bed. The last time he saw Barbie, he claimed, was when he dropped her off at the corner of Grand Division and Warner Road. This was the final version of his story, as he denied any involvement in her untimely death. Zestanek's trial date was scheduled for October 22, 2021. His bond was set at $35,000, which was paid immediately. Donna was furious that the man linked to her sister's fate was walking free. She made her displeasure clear publicly. However, Zestanek was already gravely ill. Suffering from cancer, he moved in with a relative in Mogador while receiving hospice care. A Facebook friend informed Donna through a private message that Zestanek was truly unwell. The man continued to maintain his innocence, and the first time Donna saw him was through a video conference. Zestanek appeared to be at his brother's house, calmly drinking coffee. This sight angered Donna, as her sister was gone, while the man allegedly responsible for her death continued living freely. During this time, COVID-19 cases surged, and there were rumors that the trial might be postponed or that everyone in court would be required to wear masks. Zestanek was already too sick to attend court proceedings. Barbie's family had hoped they would finally get answers to their questions. Why was Barbie left on the roadside, broken, beaten, and naked? What happened to her clothing, shoes, and other belongings? The pandemic had already caused significant delays, and the case was moving toward trial later than expected. With just 2 months remaining before the trial, in August 2021, Barbie's family once again lost all hope of receiving justice. James Zestanek passed away, taking the secrets of December 19, 1987, to his grave. Donna was forced to find closure all over again. She expressed her gratitude to the Porchlight Project for at least giving a name to Barbie Blatnick's tragedy. Her loved ones took solace in knowing that the person who violated and killed the young girl so brutally would never harm anyone else. Although Barbara Blatnick's case was officially solved, it continued to fascinate and disturb many. What exactly did Zestanek do to her? Was he the one fully responsible for the crime, or merely an accomplice? Since he always maintained his innocence, there remains the possibility that he was not guilty after all. Moving on to the next case. Beverly Carter. It was just another ordinary workday for Beverly Carter. She had one final house to show, a quiet property on the outskirts of town. The client had said he was prepared to pay in cash. It seemed like an effortless sale. Before going inside, Beverly phoned her husband and told him she would be home soon. But she never returned. Her vehicle was discovered in the driveway. Her purse remained inside. The house stood open, but Beverly was missing. What occurred that evening devastated her family and shocked the community. Beverly Carter was born in 1963 in the small city of Anniston, Alabama. From a young age, she carried herself with a spirit that hinted at the resilience and determination she would later become known for. By the age of 16, she was already employed as a waitress, ambitious, driven, and eager to create something more for her future. It was during this period that she met Carl Carter, a young man 3 years older. Their relationship advanced quickly, and before long they were married. Yet life as newlyweds was far from perfect. In the early phase of their marriage, Beverly encountered troubling challenges. On one occasion, while Carl was driving under the influence with Beverly seated beside him, the situation escalated. When she asked him to pull over because of his reckless driving, he lashed out violently. It was a moment that could have ended everything, but Beverly chose to remain. Not long after that event, she learned that Carl had been unfaithful. The betrayal was undeniable, and the emotional weight of it could have broken her. Yet again, she made the difficult choice to stay. She believed in giving second chances, and in time, her persistence seemed to bring results. Their marriage began to mend. The couple relocated to a quiet rural community called Scott, Arkansas. Life slowed in that setting, and the Carters began to establish roots. They eventually had 3 sons, and Beverly embraced motherhood with complete dedication. She poured herself into raising her children, making their household a place of warmth and security. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. But as the years moved on and the boys grew more independent, something within Beverly began to stir. While she treasured motherhood, she felt a deep urge to create something for herself, a career, a purpose beyond the confines of her home. At first, she accepted a position as a receptionist. It was only a beginning, a stepping stone. But the true spark came when she started exploring real estate. She studied diligently and earned her license. Once she became an official real estate agent, it was clear she had discovered her true calling. She committed herself to her career with passion and professionalism. Her clients loved her. She gained a reputation for being warm, sincere, and hardworking. Before long, she became one of the most trusted agents in the area. The career brought her more than professional fulfillment. It also eased the family's financial strain. They were not wealthy, but they were stable. For Beverly, that meant everything. As their 20th wedding anniversary drew near, Carl and Beverly chose to celebrate the occasion in a meaningful way. When they first wed, they had not been able to afford much. So this time, they celebrated properly, renewing their vows and hosting the kind of gathering they had once only dreamed about. It was a joyful moment, a reminder of how far they had come. But not every milestone in their journey was joyful. In 2003, tragedy struck the Carter family. Their 19-year-old son, Christopher, lost his life in a car crash. The grief was unbearable. Christopher had a wife and a child of his own, and his sudden passing left a void in their lives that could never be filled. Beverly was especially heartbroken. To cope, she threw herself even deeper into her work. She also found comfort in her grandchildren, whose presence helped mend her heart. She never ceased being a devoted mother and grandmother, and her resilience carried the family through unimaginable loss. September 25, 2014 began like any ordinary Thursday. Yet for Beverly, the day carried a small triumph. She had won a light-hearted office contest and received a $50 prize. She was cheerful, eager to bring her day to a close. There was one last property on her agenda, a house in Scott she was scheduled to show to a new set of clients. The meeting was at 6 p.m., and the buyers claimed they were prepared to pay in cash, which suggested a quick, uncomplicated sale. Beverly felt optimistic. She left the office at about 5:30 p.m., smiling, confident, and full of energy. Before heading to the showing, she phoned Carl to tell him about the appointment. She gave him the address and assured him she would bring dinner home afterward. Everything seemed ordinary, but as the hours slipped by, worry began to grow. By 9 p.m., Beverly still had not come home. Carl's calls went unanswered. He tried again and again, his anxiety rising with every minute. One of Beverly's sons went to her office, hoping she might have returned there or left some sign of her whereabouts. At the same time, Carl drove directly to the property in Scott, the last place she was known to be. What he found upon arriving chilled him to the core. Beverly's car was still parked in the driveway. As he came closer, he immediately noticed her purse lying plainly on the passenger seat. That detail alone was alarming. Beverly, like many real estate agents, followed strict safety rules. She never carried her personal belongings into unfamiliar homes with strangers. It was a safeguard she always observed. With his heart pounding, Carl walked up to the front door. It was wide open. Inside, the house was silent. He stepped in, calling her name. But Beverly was nowhere in sight. He phoned his son immediately. Yet there was no trace of her at the office either. It had already closed for the night, and the building was empty. That was the final straw. It was time to involve the police. When officers reached the property, they examined everything with precise care. But one detail stood out as unusual. Carl had entered the house before contacting authorities. In doing so, he had unintentionally left fingerprints and possibly other evidence throughout the home, compromising what was now regarded as a possible crime scene. When Carl was questioned, he explained the entire sequence of events. He spoke openly about his past, the early years of their marriage, the mistakes he had made, including his infidelity and the single occasion he had become physically violent. But those incidents, he explained, were long behind them. He stressed how much he loved Beverly, how far they had progressed, and how deeply devoted he was to finding her. His demeanor, his openness, and his visible anguish gave investigators the impression that he was not the man they were seeking. Shortly after 1 a.m., Carl received a text from Beverly's phone. It was short and strange. The message claimed that Beverly had suddenly decided to go out for drinks with friends. But everything about the text felt wrong. The tone was strange. The wording was not hers. And most importantly, Beverly did not drink. Ever. He was not the only one receiving unsettling messages. Earlier, during the search, Carl had contacted two of Beverly's co-workers, hoping they might know something. Both women also texted Beverly, attempting to get a response. And like Carl, they sensed something was off with the replies. One of them, suspecting danger, used a private office code, a type of silent distress signal between colleagues. She sent a message asking Beverly if she had left a red folder on her desk. It was their way of asking, "Are you in trouble?" But no response came. By morning, Beverly Carter's disappearance was on everyone's lips. Police canvassed the neighborhood around the property where she had last been seen. One neighbor recalled spotting a suspicious figure the previous night, a tall, slender white man with short dark hair. He had stepped out of a black car parked not on the driveway, but directly on the front lawn of the empty house. Investigators examined the lawn and, as suspected, found fresh tire impressions. It was a small but crucial clue. Attention then turned to Beverly's work computer. Luckily, a coworker knew her login details. Officers gained access to her notes and quickly discovered the entry for her final appointment. The clients she was supposed to meet were listed as Steve and Crystal Adams. Their contact information, both email and phone number, was included. But as investigators dug further, they uncovered something disturbing. The names were false. The email address was non-existent. And the phone number? It was not tied to an individual at all. It was connected to an anonymous communication service. By contacting the service provider, police managed to trace the origin of the messages. The digital trail pointed to one man, Aaron Lewis, 33 years old, residing in Jacksonville, just 15 miles from Scott. Officers did not storm his residence with weapons drawn. They were not ready for an arrest yet. First, they needed to verify whether he matched the witness description, and if so, he might possibly lead them to Beverly. Their surveillance did not take long to pay off. A tall, slim man with short, dark hair stepped out of the house and climbed into a black Ford Fusion, a perfect match to the description. Detectives in an unmarked vehicle began trailing him, but Aaron quickly sensed he was being followed. He pressed the accelerator, attempting to lose the car shadowing him. The pursuit was brief. Driving recklessly, he lost control and swerved off the road, crashing into a ditch. The collision was severe. Without a seatbelt, he smashed his head against the steering wheel, sustaining facial injuries. He was pulled from the wreckage and transported to the hospital for medical care. Initially, authorities lacked the grounds for a formal arrest. Without a warrant, their task had been limited to surveillance, watching discreetly, collecting information, avoiding direct confrontation. But his attempted escape and resulting hospitalization altered everything. After undergoing an MRI and receiving treatment for his facial injuries, Aaron took a bold step. Taking advantage of a moment when he was left unsupervised, he slipped out of the hospital and disappeared before officers could react. In an instant, the prime suspect in a growing mystery was on the run. A large-scale manhunt was launched. Local TV stations broadcasted his photo from the crash site. The image of Aaron Lewis was soon etched into the minds of every resident across Little Rock and Scott. It did not take long before he was spotted. Two office workers discussing the case noticed a man at a bus stop who bore an uncanny resemblance to the fugitive. One of them approached, pretending to ask about bus times, taking the chance to examine his face closely. There was no doubt. It was Aaron Lewis. While one of the office workers quietly phoned police, Aaron drifted away, unaware that he had been identified. His hunger led him into a nearby Subway restaurant, but his luck ended there. Several customers recognized him instantly. Unlike the office workers, they did not stay silent. They pointed, they shouted, and panic rippled through the shop. Realizing he had been exposed, Aaron fled. He burst out the door and ducked into a nearby building, desperate to disappear. But it was already too late. Within minutes, police surrounded the area and closed in. He was arrested without resistance. Back in custody, Aaron immediately began building a defense. He denied responsibility for Beverly Carter's disappearance. In his first version of events, he claimed he had not gone to the property alone. According to him, a friend had joined him, and at some point Aaron stepped outside, leaving Beverly and the other man together. Whatever happened to her, he insisted, must have occurred after he left. But investigators dismantled the story with ease. The man he named as his supposed accomplice was a soldier stationed far away on the day Beverly vanished. His alibi was airtight. Multiple witnesses and phone logs confirmed he had not left his post. The story was a fabrication, and Aaron knew it. Even then, he refused to tell the truth. Detectives tried a new tactic, pressing him for Beverly's whereabouts. Aaron remained evasive, speaking in riddles. He hinted she might still be alive, but only if found quickly. He claimed she had been left without food or water since his arrest, suggesting that time was slipping away. Clinging to that faint possibility, investigators followed his lead when he offered to show them where she had been held. He directed them to two buildings, but thorough searches turned up nothing. Shifting again, Aaron now alleged that someone else must have moved her. With his stories collapsing one after another, detectives turned to something harder to dispute: his phone records. They charted his movements on the day Beverly vanished, which led them to a desolate site, an abandoned concrete plant about 25 miles from Scott, once Aaron's place of employment. It was remote, barren, and hauntingly silent. Officers began their search with heavy hearts, fearing what they might find. On September 30th, their fears were confirmed. In a shallow grave beneath loose dirt, they found her. The grave hadn't even been concealed properly. One of Beverly's elbows was still visible above the soil. Her body had been hastily buried, and when forensic examiners unwrapped the duct tape that covered her head, layer upon layer of it, the reality became unbearable. Beverly Carter had died from suffocation. She'd been wrapped so tightly she couldn't breathe. When police returned to Aaron Lewis with the truth that Beverly's body had been found, he changed his story once again. Now he claimed that he and Beverly had been having an affair after meeting through Craigslist. According to him, they had arranged a private meeting on the day of her death, but things went wrong during intimacy, resulting in a tragic accident. But that story made even less sense than the last. Beverly's family and friends knew her well. She was a professional, a devoted wife, and there was zero evidence of an affair. More damningly, the condition of her body, the duct tape mask, the makeshift grave, painted a very different picture. In his next version of events, Aaron shifted blame entirely. This time, he claimed it hadn't been him at all. He pointed fingers at his wife, Crystal. Supposedly, it was Crystal who had met with Beverly. And once again, something had gone wrong. Detectives weren't buying it, but they did take a closer look at Crystal Lowry. Her phone records told a story of their own. On the day Beverly vanished, had been in unusually frequent contact with her. That alone didn't prove involvement, but it was suspicious. Roughly a month after Beverly's disappearance, authorities arrested Crystal. The moment she was taken into custody, she broke. The 42-year-old confessed and told investigators everything. She and Aaron were still legally married, but the relationship had deteriorated. Though they lived in the same house, it was only because they couldn't afford to separate. Financial stress had created unbearable tension. They both wanted out, but they needed money to do it. That's when Aaron proposed a horrifying solution: kidnap someone wealthy and demand ransom. Crystal was hesitant, but she didn't say no. Aaron suggested they target a female real estate agent. They tended to drive nice cars, dress well, and most importantly, often worked alone. They looked online and found Beverly Carter, one of the most successful agents in the area. To them, she seemed like the perfect target. Aaron called her under a fake name, posing as a buyer relocating from out of state with his wife. He told Beverly they were looking for a quiet home near Little Rock. He even chose a listing in an isolated area, perfect for his plan. At first, Beverly refused to show the house. Her agency's policy prohibited private showings to solo men, especially in remote locations. When Aaron realized his scheme might fall apart, he quickly brought Crystal into the conversation. She got on the phone and confirmed she'd be at the showing too. Reassured, Beverly consented to the viewing. The clients insisted they were ready to pay in cash, a detail that always made agents take notice. But when the appointed time arrived, only Aaron appeared. He apologized, saying his wife had been delayed. Beverly, ever professional, allowed the showing to continue. It would be the last house she ever entered. The two walked through the house together, starting on the ground floor. But when they climbed to the first floor, everything changed. Aaron struck. Without warning, he assaulted Beverly. Weakened by recent plastic surgeries, including a tummy tuck, she had little strength to resist. He bound her hands with duct tape as she fought hopelessly. He forced her into the trunk. His plan was to hold Beverly for ransom, $100,000 in exchange for her life. The place he had chosen was a former workplace, an old, abandoned building at a concrete plant 25 miles from Scott. It seemed ideal for hiding someone, but Aaron had neglected the most basic preparations. When he arrived, he discovered the building was no longer abandoned and was unsuitable for his scheme. There was no contingency, no alternate site. And now he had a terrified woman locked in his trunk with nowhere to take her. In a panic, he turned to the only person who knew the plan, his wife. He snapped a photo of Beverly, bound and terrified in the trunk, and texted it to Crystal with a single word: help. Crystal was furious. She had not agreed to have the woman brought to their home, but by the time she returned from work, it was too late. Beverly was already there, locked in their bathroom. The couple scrambled to decide what to do next. Aaron had already recorded a message on his phone that Crystal was supposed to send to Beverly's husband. The scheme was simple. Make it sound like Beverly was speaking under duress, begging Carl not to call the police and to follow the kidnapper's instructions. But the recording was never sent. It remained on Aaron's phone, just one more piece of evidence waiting to be discovered. Their original plan was to force Carl to transfer the ransom into Beverly's bank account, then withdraw the money using her debit cards. Aaron even claimed he knew her PIN numbers. But there was a problem. Beverly's cards were still in her purse, which he had left in the car during the abduction. Only then, too late, did he realize his error. He returned to the scene, hoping to retrieve the cards before anyone noticed anything amiss. By that time, however, the police had already arrived. Officers were searching the area. In a bitter twist, one officer even stopped Aaron as he drove by, mistaking him for a neighbor and casually asking if he had seen anything suspicious. He acted nonchalant. He revealed nothing. Then he drove back home. Once there, things rapidly unraveled further. Thinking ahead, he recognized a new danger. Beverly had seen his face. And now, confined inside their bathroom, Beverly could clearly see prescription pill bottles, each bearing Crystal's name on the labels. If Beverly lived, she would be able to identify them both. Letting her go was no longer an option. Crystal did not want to commit the act herself. Instead, she told Aaron that Beverly had to be eliminated. And so, on a final dark drive, Aaron Lewis took Beverly from their home and transported her back to the cement plant. There, with chilling precision, he wound duct tape around her head again and again until she could no longer breathe. When her body finally went still, he placed her in a shallow grave. Crystal's confession removed the need for a long trial. She pled guilty and was sentenced to 30 years for her part in the crime. But Aaron? He clung to his fabrications. When his trial commenced in 2016, Crystal testified against him. Aaron continued his denials. He claimed he had not committed Beverly's murder, only helped to conceal it afterward. He insisted Crystal had acted alone. The story shifted yet again. He even alleged the audio recording of Beverly's voice had been artificially generated, though he could not name any software he supposedly used. As for the duct tape mask, Aaron argued it was merely to shield Beverly's face from insects during burial. The jury was not persuaded. After just 4 days of testimony, they delivered their verdict. Guilty. Aaron Lewis was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. Yet the story did not conclude there. In 2020, Crystal Lowry filed a petition requesting early release. She claimed she had embraced religion while in prison and no longer posed any danger to society. She said she wished to repay her debt not behind prison walls, but as a free woman contributing through volunteer work. The court rejected her appeal. Her request was denied. Crystal remains imprisoned, serving the full 30-year sentence imposed for her part in the deliberate, cold-blooded murder of Beverly Carter. A mother, a wife, a woman who worked tirelessly, loved wholeheartedly, and only wished to return home that evening. Instead, her life was stolen by 2 people who saw her not as human, but as a payday, leaving behind a family torn apart forever. Moving on to the next case. Mary Goff. Just after midnight, a man in Balbriggan, Ireland phoned emergency services. He stated that his wife had fallen down the stairs and was not breathing. When paramedics arrived, they found 27-year-old Mary Goff lying at the base of the staircase, covered with a duvet. Her husband, Colin, stood nearby, saying he had tried to help her. Yet immediately, something seemed off. Mary's body was cold, far too cold for someone who had only just fallen. Her injuries did not line up with what one would expect from a fall downstairs. And Colin? He appeared calm. Far too calm. What truly happened to Mary Goff would shock everyone and expose a chilling scheme that had been set in place long before that night. Balbriggan, a quiet seaside town in Ireland, was where the Goff family made their life. Marie and James Goff were proud parents of 6 children, 5 sons and 1 cherished daughter, Mary. Born on December 22, 1973, Mary was not only the youngest child in the family, she was its very heart. Especially close to her father, Mary grew up as the typical daddy's girl, adored deeply by both parents. They were not wealthy in any sense, but they never truly went without. Theirs was a simple working-class life, filled with the things that mattered most: love, unity, and resilience. Mary's upbringing reflected that balance. She was never a difficult child. In fact, she was delightful, friendly, dependable, and easy to be with. She thrived socially and earned the fondness of nearly everyone who knew her. Although intelligent, Mary showed little interest in formal schooling. She regarded many subjects as impractical and never fully committed herself to academic study. But in 1989, tragedy struck the family at its very core. James Goff, Mary's cherished father, died without warning. Mary was only 15 years old. The loss was crushing, and sorrow weighed heavily over the household. Yet even in her grief, Mary displayed remarkable maturity. Her mother and brothers remembered her as their source of strength during those difficult months. Understanding that her father's passing had created financial strain, Mary stepped forward. She secured a weekend job to support her mother. By 1991, after completing school at 18, Mary started working full-time as a bartender. She set aside any thoughts of further education, choosing instead to earn an income and help her family manage. Life settled into a simple and steady routine: work, home, and time with friends. But in 1993, that rhythm shifted when Mary encountered Colin Whalen. He was a regular customer at the bar where she worked. 2 years her senior and recovering from a leg injury, Colin often lingered there. Their conversations began casually, yet something about him captured Mary's interest immediately. Colin came from a similarly large, modest family in a nearby town. He was charming, intelligent, and quick with humor, qualities that made him well-liked wherever he went. He had pursued his passion for technology, finishing college and securing a reliable position as a computer analyst. Methodical, ambitious, and considerate, Colin seemed to have everything in order. At first, their talks did not carry a romantic tone. In truth, Colin appeared to view Mary solely as a friend. They spoke frequently, and she became someone in whom he confided. It was a quiet friendship, growing deeper with every meeting. Over time, he became a familiar presence in her social life, attending gatherings with her and forming bonds with her friends. Despite their closeness, several months went by before Colin expressed his true feelings. Mary, who quietly held on to her hopes, never pressed him. Then at last, Colin invited her on a date. One outing led to another, and gradually, their romance began to flourish. Before long, they were introducing one another to their families. Mary's mother warmed to Colin right away. He was courteous, respectful, and clearly devoted to Mary. Her brothers, too, embraced him as if he were one of their own. In the same way, Colin's parents valued Mary's kindness and sincerity. Their relationship seemed to earn the admiration of everyone who observed it. Colin appeared to be the ideal partner, responsible, ambitious, and trustworthy. He owned a car, had a steady income, and maintained savings, everything necessary for a secure future. To Mary's family and friends, it seemed obvious that marriage was inevitable. Mary shared that hope. She envisioned the moment Colin would propose, picturing a future filled with love, stability, and shared dreams. It felt like the natural next step in a carefully constructed life together, one she had always quietly wished for. Yet behind every flawless image, shadows can linger. Almost 2 years into their relationship, without warning, Colin ended things with Mary. He offered no reasons, no explanations, no dramatic quarrel. Just a cold and final decision, one Mary never anticipated. She pleaded for answers, even silently within herself, but Colin gave her none. His silence said much while explaining nothing. The pain of such uncertainty was crushing. Mary turned inward, retreating from others. She hardly left home and questioned everything. What had she done wrong? Was it her words? Was it something left undone? The night before the breakup, Mary had gone out with her friends. Colin had called her house, and she wasn't there. That detail tormented her. Could that have been the cause? Had she spent too much time with others? Was she being punished for enjoying herself? Even her mother, who had long considered Colin part of the family, could not make sense of the sudden separation. She picked up the phone and called him, hoping for honesty. But Colin was detached, almost antagonistic. He gave no explanation, only stating coldly that it was not his fault Mary was the way she was. Mary had no choice but to mourn the end of the relationship and try to rebuild her life. Slowly and painfully, she began to do so. With time, she found strength by turning her focus toward herself. New opportunities surfaced. She secured a position working on the set of the film Rob Roy, where her natural talent for organization and coordination was quickly noticed. People respected her abilities. She was efficient, determined, and pleasant to work alongside. So much so that she was offered another position on an upcoming production in Scotland. Yet Mary declined. Even though the offer clearly reflected her professional advancement, she chose instead to remain near home. Maybe it was family. Maybe it was familiarity. Or perhaps, somewhere deep inside, she wasn't prepared to close her story with Colin entirely. And fate, it appeared, wasn't done with them either. 6 months after their separation, they encountered each other again. There were no sweeping declarations, yet the bond was undeniable. The pull between them remained. They both sensed it. This time, things were different. They entered the relationship with a new sense of clarity. If they were going to start again, it needed to be serious. From the very beginning, they spoke of the future, not as a distant dream, but as a definite plan. Mary discovered fresh stability. She accepted a position as a secretary at a law office, where she once again impressed co-workers with her accuracy and efficiency. It was a position that suited her, giving her the chance to apply her skills. Colin's own course was equally steady. His career was progressing, and in 1997, he bought a house from his grandfather. The pair moved in together, seemingly embracing the life they had once envisioned. From the outside, everything appeared promising. They had careers, a home, and a rekindled relationship. The obvious next step was marriage. Mary waited quietly, anticipating the moment Colin would ask her to marry him. But before that milestone arrived, an event cast a long and dark shadow over their lives. In 1998, Colin made a devastating choice. He drove while under the influence and collided with a neighbor's car. Inside the vehicle was an elderly couple. The 61-year-old woman, sitting in the passenger seat, was killed. Her husband survived, and so did Colin, both without physical injury. Yet the consequences could not be undone. Strangely, Colin was not charged with drunk driving. Though initially investigated, the final judgment was a conviction for careless driving. He paid a fine and walked away a free man. Throughout the trial and its aftermath, Mary remained by his side. She insisted that Colin was a decent man, that the tragedy did not define him. But troubling patterns emerged. Colin displayed little genuine remorse. He attributed the accident to wet road conditions, refusing to accept personal responsibility for the woman's death. For some, that denial was deeply unsettling. Later that same year, while vacationing in the Canary Islands, Colin proposed. The moment, much like many aspects of Colin's life, appeared carefully orchestrated. The ring, the location, every element was planned. And when they began arranging the wedding, that same sense of control carried through. Every single detail was meticulously handled. On September 9th, the couple wed in what should have been a joyous and beautiful occasion. Yet not everyone believed happiness shone on Mary's face that day. Despite the flawless decorations and the perfectly organized event, a quiet sorrow seemed to surround her. During the exchange of vows, standing before friends and family, Mary suddenly broke down in tears. Without warning, she rushed from the altar and ran straight to the car. The scene left the room stunned into silence. Her bridesmaids quickly followed, offering comfort and attempting to soothe her. Some guests thought it was merely the overpowering emotions of the day, perhaps intensified by the absence of her father, whose death years earlier had left a deep wound. Others, however, were uncertain. Mary never revealed what had caused her outburst, and eventually, the ceremony resumed as intended. After the wedding, Mary and Colin left for a honeymoon across Asia, a trip Colin had planned with his characteristic precision. But upon their return, those closest to Mary observed subtle, yet meaningful differences. She seemed more withdrawn. She adopted a conservative, modest way of dressing that was entirely unlike her usual self. The stylish and confident woman who had once expressed herself with bold choices now appeared to be retreating inward. She stopped socializing with friends and rarely went out unless Colin accompanied her. Her world seemed to have contracted, revolving solely around her husband. Her mother noticed the change right away. Mary looked unhappy, troubled in ways she could not or would not put into words. Colin had changed as well. The man who had once treated her with affection now addressed her with coldness, almost like a stranger. The difference was striking. Something, her mother suspected, had happened between them, perhaps while on their honeymoon. But Mary never disclosed the truth. Weeks passed, then months, but Mary's quiet distress never lifted. Then, Just 6 months after the wedding, on March 1, 2001, at exactly 12:16 a.m. emergency services received a call from the Whalen home. It was Colin. His voice was calm as he told the dispatcher that his wife had fallen down the stairs. She wasn't breathing. The dispatcher instructed him to perform CPR. Colin claimed he did. An ambulance was dispatched immediately. When paramedics arrived, they found Mary at the bottom of the staircase. But the scene was troubling from the very start. A duvet had been placed over her body, something Colin explained as an attempt to keep her warm. Yet she was lying in a position that was far too tidy for someone who had suffered a fall. Arms straight, legs together, body neatly arranged. It looked less like an accident and more like a setup. The position alone made proper CPR nearly impossible, raising doubts about whether Colin had made any effort to resuscitate her at all. And then there was the temperature of her body. She was unusually cold for someone who had supposedly just fallen. Paramedics found it strange. Colin, meanwhile, stood nearby, repeating the same question again and again. Is she alive? His tone was emotionless, robotic. One paramedic later described it as unsettling, off-key for a man who had just found his wife lifeless at the bottom of a staircase. Despite their efforts, the medical team could not revive her. At the hospital, 27-year-old Mary Goff was officially declared dead. Colin arrived shortly after, having followed the ambulance in his car. He was asked to identify her body. Witnesses noted that he didn't flinch. He showed no signs of grief, no tears, no sorrow. It was as if he were looking at a stranger. Hospital staff, used to seeing families in distress, immediately sensed that something was very wrong. And then they saw the scratches. While Colin was signing documents, a nurse noticed fresh wounds on his torso, deep, red, and unmistakably defensive in nature. He quickly attempted to cover them up after realizing they had been seen. This discovery was reported to police. If she had just fallen, why were these injuries present? Why was she already so cold? And why had Colin acted so strangely from the very beginning? Police were brought in immediately. Colin told them that February 28th had been just another regular day. He and Mary had both gone to work, then attended a homeopathy appointment together. Mary had enrolled in a course on healthy living. Afterward, they returned home and, he claimed, spent the evening as they normally would. According to him, just after midnight on March 1, 2001, he had been watching television downstairs when he suddenly heard a loud noise, a crash from the staircase. He said he rushed to find Mary at the bottom of the stairs unresponsive. Her sleeve was torn, which he claimed had happened during the fall. But his story quickly began to fall apart. During questioning, detectives confronted Colin about the deep scratches on his torso. He was visibly caught off guard. Clearly, he hadn't expected anyone to notice them. When asked directly, he was flustered, offering no plausible explanation. At one point, in what seemed like an attempt to deflect suspicion, he removed his shirt to show the injuries. Investigators were stunned. They were far more severe than they'd imagined. When pressed further, Colin flailed for answers. He denied being in any kind of struggle, denied any argument or physical altercation. Then, almost laughably, he suggested the scratches might have come from Mary's blood during CPR, and even attempted to wipe them off in front of the officers, something that only made him look more guilty. Realizing Colin was stumbling, investigators eased off the interrogation for the moment, but the damage was done. They were now firmly convinced that Colin was lying. Mary's family had begun to see through the facade. Colin's emotional coldness was unmistakable. Rather than make arrangements for his wife's funeral himself, he handed the task over to her grieving relatives. At the service, he played the part of the heartbroken husband, but those who had known Mary saw through the act. Soon, Colin was called back in for a second statement. This time, his version of events evolved. He now claimed that when he approached Mary, she had reached for him and scratched him, an attempt to explain the marks on his body. He added that she had just stepped out of the shower before the alleged fall. But this contradicted the medical examiner's findings. Her body showed no signs of recent bathing. Investigators were certain now Colin had killed his wife. But the question remained, why? Then came the autopsy results, and they shattered Colin's already fragile story. There were no injuries consistent with a fall, no broken bones, no trauma to the spine or skull, nothing that would support his narrative of a fatal staircase accident. More critically, the pathologists determined that Mary had died much earlier than Colin had claimed. Her body was already too cold at the time of the emergency call, and there were clear signs of asphyxiation. The bruising around her neck indicated she had been suffocated, not with hands, but likely with a soft object that left minimal marks. Later, investigators discovered a stretched bathrobe belt in the home. It belonged to Colin. They believed it had been used to strangle Mary. She had been alone with him in the house. There was no sign of forced entry. No one else could have done it. The pressure increased, and detectives turned their attention to Colin's digital trail. His home had been meticulously cleaned of evidence, but his work computer exposed everything. Colin, ever the precise planner, had only cleared his browsing history. What he failed to realize was that his employer routinely backed up all staff computers. IT specialists retrieved months of search data. What they uncovered was chilling. For at least 7 months, well before the wedding, Colin had been researching how to murder his wife. He had studied numerous homicide cases. One case in particular fascinated him: the crimes of Henry Louis Wallace, a serial killer who strangled several women. Wallace would cover their bodies with warm materials to delay post-mortem cooling, skewing the estimated time of death and providing himself an alibi. Colin had copied the technique nearly exactly. He suffocated Mary, placed a duvet over her body, and timed his emergency call to mislead paramedics. His motive was simple and cruel: profit. Mary held a life insurance policy valued at £200,000. Shortly before her death, Colin had doubled that amount to £400,000. The payout was valid only during the first 10 years of their marriage. Time was running out, but financial greed was not his only reason. His internet history also showed repeated visits to dating sites, many centered on open relationships and partner swapping. He had been corresponding frequently with various women. One in particular stood out: Helen from England. Colin deceived Helen, claiming to be a widower whose wife had been killed in a tragic car accident, even while Mary was still alive. He told her he was preparing to move to England and was already searching for rental homes. With the insurance payout, he planned to begin a new life. Mary was simply an obstacle. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Colin had not yet been arrested. He likely assumed he was untouchable. That illusion ended on April 10, 2001, when he was officially arrested and charged with murder. During questioning, he denied everything. The internet searches? Mere curiosity, he insisted. The correspondence with Helen? Just entertainment, he claimed. But nobody believed him. Colin was released on bail the following day under strict conditions. He was required to surrender his passport, report regularly to the police, and remain within the country. Yet in the months that followed, his behavior began to change. He told his family that he was depressed, that he missed Mary desperately, and that he no longer had a sense of purpose. Then, in March 2003, he disappeared. He had driven to Hoth, a scenic peninsula known for its cliffs, and never came back. His car was discovered abandoned nearby, containing all of his personal belongings. To many, it appeared to be a suicide, but investigators were not persuaded. Colin did not seem like the kind of man to take his own life. The timing felt suspiciously convenient, and they were correct. A year later, during the summer of 2004, Colin Whelan was identified in Mallorca, Spain, working as a bartender. He had staged his own death and taken on a false identity by using the name of a former neighbor, whose birth certificate he had managed to obtain. Even though his passport had been confiscated, he secured a replacement by reporting the original as lost. In a cruel twist, he found employment at a bar named Karma. He was also living with another woman. As always, he was deceitful, manipulative, and scheming. His run came to an end in July 2004, when Spanish police arrested him. He was extradited back to Ireland to finally face justice. In April 2005, Colin shocked everyone once again, this time by pleading guilty. There would be no trial, no lengthy courtroom struggle. He was sentenced to life in prison. Today, Colin Whelan is serving his sentence at Wheatfield Prison. Reports state that he works in the prison kitchen and is regarded as a model inmate. Yet his behavior behind bars cannot erase his crime. He murdered Mary Goff, his wife, his partner, the woman who trusted him, and he did it all for greed and desire. More than 20 years have passed, and he remains incarcerated. There is no indication of an early release. His fate rests with the parole board, but Mary's family remains firmly opposed to any chance of his freedom. Because Colin Whelan did more than take a life. He planned it, profited from it, and attempted to vanish. And certain wounds, no matter how much time goes by, never truly heal. Moving on to the next case. Michaela Bali. In this video, we examine the mysterious disappearance of Michaela Bali. Her case has left both investigators and her family searching desperately for answers. This is a story filled with questions that still have not been resolved. Yorkton is located in the southeast region of Saskatchewan, Canada. Michaela Bali was among the residents of Yorkton. Michaela was 16 years old and hoped to become either a kindergarten teacher or a veterinarian. She loved reading, especially the Hunger Games, and enjoyed playing fantasy-themed video games. Paula, her mother, described her as quiet and shy, but also said she made parenting easy. Paula called her a sweet and caring child who always wanted to please. She enjoyed being outdoors and taking photos of nature. She also adored spending time with her younger brother and sister, to whom she was very close. At 10:12 a.m. on April 12, 2016, Shelby, Michaela's friend, received a text message. Shelby recalled that Michaela had approached her on the third day of 9th grade, tapped her on the shoulder, and said, "Hey, come sit with us." That was how their friendship began, and there were about 10 of them. They remained close throughout school, all the way through the 11th grade. Like many teenagers, they talked about everything, from family matters to teachers. Shelby didn't have her phone with her that day, so she didn't see the message until she returned home from school. It read, "Hey, I need help." About 20 minutes later, another message followed that said, "Never mind, I figured it out." The messages had been sent by Michaela. Shelby also received a call from the school asking if she had seen Michaela, since she had not shown up when her grandmother came to pick her up. Her grandmother had arrived at the school, but she didn't find her because Michaela wasn't waiting outside. Teachers and students reported that she hadn't been seen for much of the day, which led her grandmother to go inside to check if Michaela was still there. Michaela usually attended music lessons after school. The night before, she had practiced new songs for a performance. Paula thought Michaela might have gone to music class early, but when they checked, she wasn't there. Michaela's grandmother then drove directly to Paula's workplace to inform her that her granddaughter was missing. Just like every other morning, Michaela and Paula got ready together to begin the day. Paula mentioned that there was nothing unusual going on. After they got into the car, Paula's grandmother dropped her off at work, while Michaela's grandmother picked her up at school. Michaela attended Sacred Heart High School, which was located right next to the woods that surrounded Hopkins Lake. After all, she was a responsible and careful student. So why hadn't she attended class? Paula immediately sensed something was wrong when she heard that Michaela had skipped school. You raise a child from the time they're born. You know them so well. And for this to be the situation, I just knew instantly that something was off. She tried texting Michaela, but received no reply. That evening, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, were informed that Michaela Bali was missing. Paula explained, "When I went home to grab some pictures to show the RCMP, they asked to see the box where I keep cash for emergencies. It wasn't locked, and Michaela knew exactly where it was. I panicked right there when I saw all that money still sitting there, untouched." Her daughter's phone charger was also in the house. Nothing appeared to be missing. One of the RCMP's first steps was to speak with Michaela's friends in order to piece together the last places she had been seen. They also went back to April 11th, 2016, the day before her disappearance. On that day, Michaela had gone to lunch with friends and talked about possibly taking a trip, maybe to Moose Jaw or Prince Albert. Some of Michaela's friends recalled her saying that she would be going on vacation with her family to Regina. Shelby later told police that Michaela had spoken about a boy named Josh the day before she vanished. But when Shelby pressed her for more details, Michaela did not respond. After lunch, they went back to class, and Michaela's teacher noted that she appeared to be upset. Because it seemed important, at 4:35 she texted a friend to ask for a ride to the bank. Less than an hour later, at 5:30, Michaela called TD Bank 3 times within a 30-minute period. She also checked her balance and transferred $25 to another account. Later that evening, between 8:50 and 9:30, she texted a few friends and even an ex-boyfriend. She asked a friend for help, but when the friend inquired what was wrong, Michaela gave no explanation. A boy was crying because he felt sympathy for someone, and another friend of hers received a message about it. Eventually, her ex-boyfriend said that Michaela had told him she was unhappy and was considering taking a few days off. One of her friends, Amy, stated that Michaela mentioned Christopher was coming to Saskatchewan to meet her. When the police reviewed text message records, they could see the times the messages were sent, their origins, and the recipients, but they required people to come forward and provide the actual messages themselves. From the cell phone towers, it was impossible to determine the contents of the texts. At 6:41 a.m. on April 12, 2016, Michaela sent a message to her friend Oksana that read, "Can you take me to the bank?" Oksana replied that the bank would not open until later in the morning, so there was no point in going right then. The remainder of the morning proceeded normally, and upon arriving at Sacred Heart High School, the school Wi-Fi registered her login at 8:08 a.m. At 8:21, she dropped off a binder at her locker, an action captured on the school's security cameras. Just 5 minutes later, she exited the building through the back door. There is no documentation of which route she took after leaving the school. However, CCTV recorded her at a Super C store as she walked near the train tracks. When she failed to appear for her next class, her ex-boyfriend texted her to ask why she hadn't shown up. By that time, she was already across town when she replied. She went to TD Bank, arriving before it opened at 8:51 a.m. While waiting for the bank to open, she was seen talking on the phone. The call ended at 8:55, and when the shutters were raised, she approached a bank employee. She withdrew $50 from the account. Reports differ slightly, with some stating she took out $55 before heading to Terry's Pawn and Bargain, where she arrived at 9 a.m. After some time, the pawn shop owner recalled that Michaela had asked him to appraise a ring. He noted that she was quiet and did not appear upset or troubled. He informed her that the ring had little value and that he would not pay anything for it. After leaving the shop, surveillance footage from a home hardware store captured her walking in the direction of Tim Hortons at 160 Broadway Street East. The cameras inside Tim Hortons captured her ordering a drink and sitting down to use her phone at 9:11 a.m. After that, she remained seated with her bag beside her for 13 minutes. One of her friends later mentioned that Michaela usually did not carry a bag, preferring instead to bring a purse to school. At 9:23 a.m., Michaela exited Tim Hortons through one door, then re-entered briefly to leave through another. By 9:42 a.m., she was seen walking past the home hardware store, after which she disappeared from that camera's view. Soon afterward, she was spotted heading back in the direction of Tim Hortons, passing behind the Giant Tiger store. When she re-entered Tim Hortons at 9:49, she appeared to be talking on the phone, although no call record was found. This time, she chose a different seat, by the window and facing the entrance. She remained on her phone for 10 minutes after the call concluded, occasionally glancing outside. At 10:03, she was still sitting there. 9 minutes later, she texted Shelby with the message, "Hey, I need help." 20 minutes after that, she sent a second message, "Don't worry, I figured it out." She then left Tim Hortons with her bag while still on the phone, only to return 2 minutes later and sit down again in the same spot. While still engaged in the call at 10:39, she scanned her surroundings before hanging up. For minutes later, she stood up and approached a woman seated nearby, asking how to book a hotel room, though she did not specify a location. After the woman explained that she could not assist, Michaela returned to her seat. Shortly afterward, she made another call and then quickly departed. Between approximately 10:45 and 11:55, her whereabouts were unknown. At 11:35, she sent Shelby a text that read, "I'll see you at lunch." Michaela reappeared at school at 11:59, where she informed 2 classmates that she was planning to take the bus to Regina for a trip. Later, one of these students told police that Michaela may have been carrying 2 phones at the time. Within only 3 minutes, Michaela left the school again through the back exit and proceeded to walk about a mile to the Trail Stop restaurant, which was connected to the bus station. The RCMP reported that between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m., an employee at the station saw her there. She had asked what time the bus departed. Though she already knew it was scheduled for 5 p.m., she did not purchase a ticket. A waitress later stated that Michaela appeared fine and had sat alone while ordering food. Although neither the bus depot nor the diner had surveillance cameras, witnesses said Michaela remained there until approximately 1:45 p.m. Police, however, do not believe she boarded a bus. That same afternoon, at 3:40, Michaela's grandmother was waiting outside the school to pick her up, but she never arrived. By 4 p.m., it became evident that she had missed her violin lesson. Fewer than 4 hours later, Paula officially reported her daughter missing. After reviewing the footage of Michaela, Paula remarked, "This is very out of character for her." She noted that Michaela was not behaving like she was in control of the situation, but rather seemed to be waiting. The following morning at 7 a.m., Michaela's phone was turned off. It remained unclear who she had been calling, as none of the calls appeared on her account. Most of her communication had taken place through Snapchat, Instagram, and possibly an app called Kik, which allows people to message anonymously. Because of the privacy of these apps, her calls could not be traced. Some friends also mentioned that Michaela had previously formed online friendships. A number of those friends were not local, and at least one lived in the United States. It always seemed sketchy to me that she would message guys online, but she wouldn't listen to me. It was her choice, but I think I would have done the same, Shelby explained. It took months before police obtained approval from the U.S. government to investigate her social media activity from the day she disappeared. What stood out to investigators was the absence of Michaela. Yorkton was not a large community, and missing persons or runaways were usually familiar faces. Authorities received lists from Michaela's phone carriers and banks containing contacts to investigate further. Everyone in the town was worried about Michaela and her family. As Yorkton's mayor, Bob Maloney, said, "When a young person disappears like this, it causes everyone great concern." To help find Michaela, the RCMP asked the public for help 2 days after she was last seen. A warning with a picture of her was sent out. White, 5 feet 2 inches, 125 pounds, with blonde hair, blue eyes and glasses. Wears a teal infinity scarf, a burgundy or purple coat that is 3/4 length and pants. The police heard from Michaela's friends that she had told Oksana not long before she went missing that she had about $5,000 in her bank account. After that, checks showed that she didn't have that much cash. In a March 1, 2016, Instagram post that showed her Snapchat page, she wrote, "Looking for Snapchat friends because I don't have any in real life. Feel free to add me and don't be greasy. You can send me gross-ass nudes if you want to be friends." Police got a list of names from her friends. One was Christopher, a man from North Carolina who she was said to have messaged on Instagram. This was the same name Amy used when she told the cops that Michaela had told her Christopher was going to Saskatchewan. The CBC called a man who said he was Christopher, but Christopher wouldn't answer any questions. "All I can tell you is that she hurt herself a few years ago." He started his short speech. "I helped people who were having a hard time at the time, and I told her to stop hurting herself and look to God." Christopher was questioned by both RCMP and U.S. police, and his home was also searched. Sergeant Donis Uflak from the Historical Case Unit said that the RCMP said there was no proof that he was in Canada when Michaela went missing, and there was also no proof that Michaela might have wanted to hurt herself. Not long before she disappeared, she talked about someone named Josh. The cops didn't have a last name, so they talked to several Joshes as part of their investigation, but they didn't find anyone. Several of Michaela's friends had different stories about what she had said about her real father. 2 people said Michaela had said she wanted to meet him, but didn't know him. One said she thought he had died. Later, a guy named Rick came forward and said he thought he was Michaela's dad. But Paula said there was no proof of this. The cops didn't call Rick to let him know what had happened until 5 days after she went missing. He began to look for her on his own, and told her he hoped she was safe and that he was sorry for all the time she had been missing. His house was searched and DNA samples were taken. His mother's house was also searched, but the RCMP said there was no proof he had anything to do with her disappearance. A bouquet of roses was brought to her during acting class on Valentine's Day, the day before she went missing. There was no information about where they came from, and they were sent in a plain cardboard box. The cops were able to figure out who sent the message and said they had nothing to do with her disappearance. To put this puzzle together, it was hard to start with and kept getting harder. 2 of her friends told police that they remembered Michaela saying she had oxycodone, which is a strong opioid. One of them said she had shown them pills at school, and the cops did investigate. They found that the pills were not oxycodone, but Accutane, which is used to treat acne. The Yorktown RCMP gave Michaela's case to the GIS, or General Investigation Section, 3 weeks after she was last seen. The GIS is a unit that looks into big crimes and cases. Since Michaela had talked to a woman about possibly booking a hotel room, they did look into hotels in the area. However, she hadn't been seen on any CCTV video and wasn't remembered checking into a room. A lot of people searched for her on the ground and in the air, and drones were even used, but there was still no sign of her. As the months went by, Michaela's family had no news to share. They would sleep in the living room in shifts, so that there was always someone there to answer the phone if it rang. Soon, there was a sign of hope. She sent Michaela a Snapchat message the day she went missing, and it was read. After 3 months, Shelby sent another Snapchat message on the day of her graduation, but it was not opened. It was reported that Michaela had been seen in Saskatoon and Regina, but the RCMP said they had no reason to think she was in danger. Inspector Jennifer Eber of the RCMP said that more than 100 people had been interviewed and 38 tips had been received. She also said that all leads were being looked into in detail. She said that the RCMP had no reason to think she had left the country, but they had told the border force. Her bank and social media accounts also didn't give any signs and left no digital footprint for her. Ebert said, "The fact she was able to be missing with no footprint in this digital age, that is very disturbing to us as investigators." She also said that they were looking for a man who was said to have been seen leaving the bus stop with Michaela. A burning cross was on his left arm, and he was 40 to 50 years old and stocky to medium built. He was between 5 feet 10 inches and 6 feet 2 inches. They wanted to talk to Inspector Ebert to find out if he knew anything or saw anything. He said he wasn't a suspect. Later, the RCMP learned that the man had only held the door open for her and had nothing to do with her disappearance. The Missing Children's Society of Canada would let people know on July 20th that a child search alert for Michaela had been set off in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Alberta. Tricia Bailey, CEO of the Missing Children's Society of Canada, said that the kid's search alert was only 4 years old. It serves as a buffer between an Amber Alert and a missing or endangered child report. It also lets cops use special technology as part of the search. At the 6-month update on her case, her family offered a $25,000 reward for her safe return. The money would be made through different fundraising events, and Crime Stoppers would also give $2,000. Paula said she hoped this would change the tips that were coming in. She also said that the community's support and knowing that they were behind her gave her hope that they would soon find the answers they were looking for. In Yorkton, there was a candlelight vigil. Paula said that the community needs a place to sort of breathe and express our sorrow. Not only Michaela is lost, but so are other kids. Every time we hold one, we hope that Michaela will be found. But we'll also hold vigils for other parents whose children have gone missing and keep looking for answers. On October 27th, Paula went to British Columbia because she had heard that Michaela might have been seen in the Burnaby area. Unfortunately, this lead, like all the others, would lead nowhere. After giving a report on the search for Michaela every 6 months, Paula would go back to Vancouver later. There were 2 possible tips about her being arrested in Vancouver. One person thought they recognized her from seeing the family's social media posts, but the reports were not proven, though she wasn't sure what would happen. Paula put up a lot of missing person signs and tried to talk to people in the area. Paula says her daughter has never shown any interest in going to Vancouver. "I didn't want to miss the opportunity if there was more information to get about Michaela's disappearance," she added. "We still haven't been sure that she's there at all. We're just so eager to find out what's going on that if we get any kind of tip, the RCMP will follow it up. But we also try to do everything we can. But this tip, like the others, would lead to nothing." Paula and her family went to places where homeless people hang out, and to Vancouver's downtown east side, which is said to have a lot of drug problems. She said she hoped Michaela wasn't there because she hadn't had any mental health or drug issues in the past. However helpful these tips may have seemed at first, they, like all the others, didn't work. Paula said that she wanted to keep looking for someone. After she went to Vancouver by going to Calgary and Edmonton, it is being coined, "It takes a village to raise a child. But I may add it could take a country to find one," she said. She also said that this was having an effect on Michaela's family. "My other children have been under a lot of stress. It's hard to imagine how much stress and worry a lost person causes a family. We're a very close family, and it's terrible for her brother and sister." In addition, she said she was going to quit her job to spend all of her time looking for her daughter. Paula told CTV News that she really thought her daughter wasn't safe, but was still alive when she went back to British Columbia to look for her. After getting tips from people that saw something at the Metrotown Mall, Paula went there to hand out flyers and talk to people. She said, "We're willing to follow up on any information we receive. We don't know why she might be here, and she hasn't said she wants to be here. Many people were in the middle of the holiday season by December, but not the Barley family. Paula told me she wasn't going to celebrate Christmas right now. There are no holidays for us, like birthdays or Thanksgiving. I haven't done anything for Christmas because it hurts too much. As of now, I don't see any reason to party until I receive news about my daughter. Michaela Bali hadn't been seen or heard from since April 12, 2017. It had been a terrible year full of pain and worry. The case was given to the RCMP Historical Crimes Unit to look into. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children said in July of that year that Michaela might have left Canada and gone to the United States, maybe to Portland or Seattle. However, there had been no proven sightings of her yet. A dive team started looking in Hopkins Lake behind Sacred Heart High School on August 15, 2017. The RCMP said it wasn't because of a specific tip, but because they needed to be ready for anything, like an accidental death. They didn't find anything. In March 2018, Michaela's family held a fundraiser called Glimmer of Hope to try to get the prize amount raised to $50,000. In the same year, Paula spoke at a child find meeting in Saskatoon. She said that Canada should deal with lost children in the same way as the U.S. It's more like a task force, she explained. There are police, members of the military, members of search and rescue, people who can help the family, and lawyers. All of them come back, but this time they search more closely and in a slightly different way. I believe we need to completely change the way we search for lost children, so that people would remember her name and face. She said that thousands of signs were put up all over Canada and the U.S. We haven't lost hope, and really in my heart, I feel that Michaela is alive and she needs to be rescued from whatever situation she may be in. Paula said that Michaela's mother told her again on her 18th birthday that they would keep looking for her until they found her. A barbecue to raise knowledge and money for the family was held on July 1st, the day before Michaela's birthday. As she often does on big days, Paula didn't sleep that night. She missed her other birthday and her graduation because of it. It's another important step forward, and you still hold out hope that today might be the day we hear from Michaela if she can get in touch with us. Try not to look at your phone all day, she told him. Paula said that about 240 tips had been sent in since Michaela went missing. She also said, "It's not okay that I still don't know where my daughter is 14 months later, and we still don't have any more information than the day she went missing. You cannot stop time from moving forward." When I see Michaela's friends on social media, many of them now have children and full-time jobs, which is difficult. I feel happy for them, yet it saddens me that Michaela cannot share those experiences with them. On August 8, 2019, Paula received a phone call. The man on the other end explained that he believed he had spoken with Michaela in March outside Edmonton's Huron Club. He had not realized Michaela was missing until he came across a post about her on social media. Remembering their conversation outside the Huron Club, he decided to call the tip line and reached out to Paula. He explained that while smoking outside, he had started talking with a woman. He believed she told him her name was Michaela. Paula recalled that he had recently been outside and spent some time speaking with her. "I think what struck him was that she didn't appear to be a girl who belonged in that environment," he noted. "She seemed kind and naive." Paula added that what impacted her most was the way he described Michaela's personality. This tip was among those Paula forwarded to the RCMP. Although Paula and the police did not always see eye to eye, she admitted she did not trust them because they had failed to uncover any substantial evidence to move the case forward. She further remarked that the RCMP felt overly formal and that their results came too slowly. As they had pledged, the RCMP stated they follow up on all tips and reports, but this particular lead did not generate additional information. The reward for information had reached $50,000, yet in 2020, it was reported that the amount was reduced by half after a donor requested their contribution be returned. In a Facebook post, Paula wrote, "I am so grateful for this individual's generosity and willingness to assist us in finding a resolution. What saddens me is not that the money had to be returned, but that Michaela Bali remains missing." Despite the reward increasing at times, no new evidence emerged to indicate her whereabouts. Families of missing individuals do not receive government funding to search for their loved ones, so they continue doing what they can through the generosity of their community. That same year, there was also a reported sighting of Michaela in Penticton. However, police confirmed that the woman in question was not Michaela, and Paula contacted them immediately. To mark her 20th birthday, Michaela's friends and family held a gathering to raise awareness about missing children in Saskatchewan. Paula stated that one of the most difficult things for parents of missing children is the fear that their children will become just another number and that no one will remember who they truly were. Around 25 people attended, and Paula emphasized their call for the government to provide greater assistance to families coping with the loss of a child. On the 5th anniversary of Michaela's disappearance, her high school hosted a vigil. It began with prayers and a moment of silence. As the event continued, individuals stepped up to the stage to share their emotions with those gathered. Despite the years that had passed, Michaela Bali remained missing. A news conference was held for the 6th time since her disappearance in an effort to uncover new leads. The reward being offered was also increased, rising to $100,000 through anonymous contributions from businesses. Yorkton's mayor, Mitch Hipsley, commented that these donations reflected the community's deep care for Michaela's return and the profound impact of her disappearance. Everyone is in this together. We're a family. Yes, we are. We're a small town, and that's what we do, he said. Michaela Bali had been reportedly cited or mentioned over 600 times, but none of the leads had yielded results. In 2022, as part of the Homeward Bound program, the Saskatchewan RCMP and the Washington State Patrol unveiled new trucks capable of traveling from Mexico to Vancouver. Michaela's image was displayed on one of these trucks. The late Trooper Renee Pade created the Homeward Bound program in 2005 as a partnership between the Washington State Patrol's Missing and Unidentified Persons Unit and Kimway Transportation. The initiative employs semi-trailers that travel across North America to display age-progressed images of the missing. Since its start, the program has featured around 32 missing children and teenagers, 3 of whom have later been located. From 2020 to 2023, the RCMP received over 1,000 tips concerning Michaela. However, none of those tips provided new information. Her disappearance placed immense strain on her family. Searching for Michaela consumes nearly all of their spare time. They rely on social media, travel extensively, follow leads, make phone calls, send letters, and maintain a Facebook page titled, "Let's Bring Michaela Bali Home." Without her aunt's support, Michaela's younger brother and sister would have stopped playing their instruments until she came back. Michaela's little brother even struggled to pour himself a glass of water, feeling guilty because he did not know whether Michaela had access to food or drink. No child should ever experience that kind of burden. Paula explained that one of the most heartbreaking moments is when her 2 younger children climb onto her lap and say, "Mom, I'm scared Michaela is going to forget about us." She reassures them, telling them that Michaela will never forget them and that they will never forget her either. Paula's family has endured many hardships, yet they have remained resilient and determined. For many, her perseverance stands as an example of how to keep pushing forward, even when circumstances are painful, and to continue seeking your child. "Hold on. We're coming. We're looking. Run for home when you can," she said when asked what message she would give Michaela. Moving on to the next case. Molly Jean Watson. It was a calm evening in the Missouri countryside. Glenn McSparron was driving along a gravel road he knew well, taking a shortcut to his mother's home. But something unusual caught his attention. 2 vehicles were parked along the roadside, and shortly after, he noticed something lying in the middle of the path. He stopped his car, stepped out to investigate, and what he discovered made his heart sink. This was not a random mishap. Something dreadful had just occurred, and soon the truth would be revealed. A tale of deception, a hidden life, and a wedding that would never come to pass. Molly Jean Watson was born on December 15, 1982, in Moberly, Missouri. Her parents, Timothy and Sandy, raised her together with her brother Tim in a warm, loving household. Her childhood was filled with closeness, creativity, and a unique spark that made her stand out. Diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, Molly never allowed it to define who she was. Instead, she embraced her individuality and pressed forward with determination. Those who knew Molly remembered her as lively, imaginative, and deeply passionate. She earned a master's degree in psychology and committed herself to the field of education. Her world was rich and colorful, filled with Harry Potter books, comic stories, Disney characters, and intricate cosplay costumes. She even created her own nail polish line, a reflection of her creative drive. Home was her refuge, where she surrounded herself with books, fantasy worlds, and the companionship of her 5 cats. Her personality was powerful yet gentle, serene but fiercely authentic. In her mid-20s, Molly married, but within 2 years the marriage collapsed, ending in divorce. During that time, she learned she was expecting a child. Before her son was born, she entered a new stage of life, one that even surprised her, a relationship with a childhood acquaintance, Amber Brady. They had not been close while growing up, but when they reconnected years later, everything seemed to fall into place. Amber had also recently left a marriage. For both women, the relationship was something new, unexpected, yet deeply rewarding. When Molly gave birth to her son Declan, who had cerebral palsy, Amber stood beside her. The two faced hardships together, hand in hand. After completing maternity leave, Molly accepted employment at the Moberly Area Correctional Center. There, she encountered James Addy. James was 16 years older, a Navy veteran and a corrections officer. He was married with children. Yet despite their differences, Molly and James grew close. He told her that his marriage to Melanie was ending, and she trusted him. As time went on, their bond deepened. What began as friendship developed into an affair. They met secretly, often in motels. Molly kept it hidden from Amber. James concealed it from his wife. But secrets eventually unravel. One day, Amber saw Molly with an older man at a gas station. Suspicion became certainty. She followed Molly to a motel and confronted her. The relationship ended immediately. Now free from her past, Molly began openly dating James. She fell deeply, but those around her were cautious. Friends observed that she paid for everything. James avoided eye contact. He gave off an odd, almost distant presence. Yet Molly was convinced he was the one. In October 2017, James told her his divorce had been finalized. At 34, Molly was overjoyed. She did not wait for him to propose. She proposed herself. James agreed. With happiness and eagerness, Molly immersed herself in wedding planning. She envisioned a celebration touched with Disney magic, inspired by Beauty and the Beast, with colors of burgundy and gold. She hired a wedding planner, makeup artist, hairstylist, and even selected 2 dresses because she could not choose just one. She documented the preparations on her new YouTube channel. Viewers noticed the sparkle in her eyes, the thrill in her voice. She shared anecdotes, daily vlogs, and occasionally sang in her gentle, princess-like tone. To her, this wedding was a dream fairy tale brought to life. But as the date drew near, reality turned darker. At the end of 2017, tragedy struck James's family. His ex-wife Melanie was involved in a severe car accident. She was placed on life support. James had to care for their children, and Molly supported him. They thought of delaying the wedding, but ultimately, they chose not to. In April 2018, just days before the scheduled ceremony, Melanie passed away. Despite the grief, Molly pressed on, handling the final wedding details by herself while James focused on funeral arrangements. The situation was complicated, tragic even, yet Molly kept her eyes fixed on what she believed would be the happiest day of her life. In the middle of it all, another unsettling detail surfaced. Melanie, the woman who had just died, was not James's first wife, nor even his second. Before meeting Molly, James had already been married 4 times. So, when the couple arrived at the courthouse to apply for a marriage license, the moment turned uncomfortable. James appeared tense, vague in his responses, and hesitant to discuss his marital past. Molly seemed oblivious, or perhaps unbothered by the warning signs. She was in love, and that was all that mattered to her. But Molly would never reach the altar. On the night of April 27, 2018, just 2 days before the wedding, her body was found on a remote gravel road in Monroe County. What at first looked like an accident was swiftly declared a homicide. At the scene, investigators noted no signs of struggle and no missing property. Her jewelry was still on her. Inside her vehicle, officers discovered wedding documents, plans, checklists, and appointment notes, all marked with the name James Addy. The evidence pointed directly to him. At about 2:30 a.m., law enforcement knocked on the door of the man meant to become Molly's husband. Instead of a devastated fiancé, they were greeted by a woman, his wife, Melanie Addy, the same Melanie who was supposedly dead. Investigators were stunned. The woman answering the door was meant to have died in a hospital only days earlier following a catastrophic car accident. That entire story, it turned out, had been invented. Melanie was alive, still married to the man who was only 48 hours away from marrying someone else. Both James and Melanie were taken in for questioning. At first, detectives didn't realize they were speaking to a woman who, according to her husband's lies, should have been in the grave. They were simply trying to understand how the groom of a murdered bride was still bound in marriage to another woman. Melanie, for her part, recognized Molly's name, but only as one of James's supposed co-workers. So when detectives mentioned Molly's death during questioning, she assumed they were interviewing colleagues and acquaintances. The truth struck her like a bolt of lightning. She had no idea her husband had been unfaithful for years, let alone secretly engaged to another woman. She had never suspected a thing. James had concealed his double life so effectively that even Melanie, who shared a home and routine with him, never noticed. She told investigators that he came home every night without fail, never acted dissatisfied, and gave no signs of living another existence. Only now, looking back, did certain patterns click into place, like the fact that James often returned home about 2 hours later than expected. At the time, Melanie assumed it was extra shifts or heavy traffic. He never explained, and she never pushed. But now the web of lies was unraveling. Police uncovered that James had lived 2 parallel lives for years. To Molly, he insisted his divorce was nearly finalized. In reality, he had never filed a single document. When pressed for answers, he fabricated a tragic story. His wife had been in a horrific accident, left in a coma, and eventually passed away. It was dramatic, yet plausible enough that Molly, deeply in love, saw no reason to doubt him. With this imaginary past resolved, James accepted her proposal and prepared for a wedding he knew could never truly happen. Once the deception came to light, investigators no longer viewed James as merely a person of interest. He was now their prime suspect. Melanie provided a timeline of the night Molly was killed. James had told her he was meeting a friend at around 7:30 p.m., but he returned only an hour later, claiming the friend had not shown. Yet both Melanie and their teenage daughter contradicted his version. They remembered James arriving home closer to 10 p.m., much later than he had said. Even more damning, their daughter recalled that her father immediately went to the shower and then started a load of laundry. To detectives, that was critical. It suggested James might have been trying to destroy evidence, blood, dirt, or gunshot residue, from his clothes. His alibi was collapsing. James was taken into custody and scheduled for formal interrogation the next day. Melanie, reeling from the discovery of her husband's betrayal and lies, was released after giving her statement. She returned home to shoulder a painful burden, acting as though everything was normal for her daughter, who was busy preparing for an upcoming school dance. But behind closed doors, Melanie began her own search for the truth, starting in the attic. There, inside a trunk, she uncovered what she had never imagined: photos, keepsakes, letters, proof of a double life that had lasted 7 years. James and Molly had traveled together to Florida, to Mexico, taken vacations that he had always explained away as work-related or as trips with friends. The scale of the deceit was staggering. In front of her daughter, Melanie forced herself to remain composed, but in private, she was piecing together a heartbreaking puzzle, one that revealed not just betrayal, but murder. For nearly a decade, James Addy had managed to live 2 lives, 2 women, 2 homes, and almost 2 marriages. Now 1 woman was dead, and the lies could no longer hold. His teenage daughter, Emma, didn't learn the truth from her father, or even from her mother. Instead, she heard it from classmates at school who had seen the story online. Overnight, her private world was ripped apart in public view. For any young person, the weight would be unbearable. For a teenager still sitting in classrooms each day, the shame and judgment were crushing. Whispers followed her through the hallways, classmates stared, and as the case spread through headlines, Emma uncovered even more disturbing truths about her father's double life and the woman he had promised to marry. In her search, Emma recognized a face. She had met Molly Watson once before. Years earlier, preparing for a cosplay event, her father had taken her to Molly's house so Molly could help sew her costume. At the time, Emma thought Molly was simply a family friend. Now, with hindsight, the reality was devastatingly clear. As Emma and Melanie struggled to process the betrayal, investigators pressed harder to connect James Addy directly to the crime. At the gravel road where Molly's body was found, detectives discovered tire impressions. They matched James's car. When police examined his vehicle, they noted it was coated in mud, the same mud consistent with the rural back road where Molly had been murdered. The evidence didn't stop there. Near Molly's body, investigators recovered a white t-shirt with a custom graphic. It had been personally designed by Emma, an innocent gift from daughter to father. The shirt bore traces of gunpowder and, more damningly, Molly's DNA. James had left it behind. Though the bullet that ended Molly's life had been too damaged to match to a specific weapon, circumstantial evidence was stacking up. Phone records showed that James had called Molly on the night of her murder. A 20-minute conversation traced to the area where her body was later found. Then there was the testimony from Glenn McSparran, the man who had stumbled upon Molly's body. He recalled encountering a man on the roadside that evening, short, white, and appearing to be around 50. He had stopped briefly to ask if help was needed. That man, according to prosecutors, was James Addy. The motive, they argued, was fear. Molly had begun to suspect that something was wrong. Her online activity revealed a trail. She had searched for obituaries and hospital records for James' wife, Melanie. But no matter how hard she looked, she found nothing, because Melanie was still alive. That discovery, prosecutors believed, had sealed her fate. Faced with the possibility of exposure, his lies, his secret marriage, and a lifetime of deception unraveling, James chose silence over confession. He didn't end the affair. He didn't come clean. Instead, he allegedly plotted to eliminate the one person who knew too much. What made the crime so disturbing wasn't just the act itself, but the recklessness, the arrogance. James left a personalized shirt at the crime scene. He left his name on documents inside Molly's car. He acted as though none of it could ever be traced back to him. But the trail was too wide, too sloppy, and far too revealing. The trial began on April 26, 2021. Prosecutors brought in tire tread experts, forensic analysts, and witnesses to paint the full picture. Melanie testified again, stating clearly that she had never known about her husband's affair and that in her view, James was absolutely capable of murder. She described him as possessive, manipulative, and unwilling to let go of control. When James' daughter took the stand, her account added chilling new detail. She remembered her father returning home late, well after 10 p.m., the night of Molly's death. He went straight to the shower. The laundry machine started running shortly after. The smell of bleach filled the house. She recounted how he seemed nervous, on edge, and unlike himself. He lingered near her, quiet, almost watching. Then he walked away. Melanie confirmed that, at the time of Molly's murder, she was still married to James, still living in the same house. Still believing somehow that her life was normal. And no, she had never known that her husband was using another phone to communicate with a second life, a second love. By the early hours of April 28, 2018, Melanie Addy was still reeling from the overwhelming truths that had upended her life. She had discovered that her husband of over 20 years had been planning to marry another woman, had signed a marriage license falsely claiming he was divorced, and had built a fabricated life with Molly Watson sustained entirely by lies and ultimately violence. She had no inkling of his affair, no knowledge that he had declared her dead, and no awareness that her own identity had been used to invent a tragedy that never happened. That night, James had left their home dressed in blue jeans, a black jacket, and boots. After the police departed, Melanie began searching the house the next day. Something felt wrong. She realized the jacket James had worn was missing. She inquired about it, but it was never recovered. Her investigation led her to the garage. The same garage where James had parked a maroon car, strangely placed inside rather than in its usual spot outside. A sense of unease grew. In the loft above, Melanie discovered a locked chest. Inside were a photo album and boxes filled with personal belongings of Molly Watson. The truth was undeniable. James had taken at least 2 trips with Molly, vacations he had disguised as work-related or time spent with friends. Melanie had never suspected a thing. Ironically, when she once requested to travel alone, James had objected, warning that it might tempt her into infidelity. Yet he had been the one maintaining a secret relationship. During the trial, James Addy refused to testify in his own defense. Instead, he submitted a written statement, essentially a love letter to Molly Watson, the very woman he was accused of murdering. It was a chilling gesture, reflecting either profound delusion or staggering arrogance. Later, he filed for a new trial, claiming his attorney had failed to provide adequate representation and asserting that not all evidence had been considered in his favor. The jury saw through the pretense. In July 2021, James Addy was convicted of first-degree murder and armed criminal action. He received a life sentence without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 10 years. To the very end, James Addy insisted on his innocence, promising to appeal. But prison walls hold truths that cannot be hidden. According to reports, he later confided in another inmate, admitting in blunt words that he was there because someone ended up face down in a ditch. By then, the devastation was beyond repair. In April 2018, instead of attending a wedding, Molly Watson's loved ones gathered for her funeral. The day meant to mark the beginning of her new life became the date etched into her headstone. The heartbreak didn't end there. In the months that followed, tragedy deepened. Molly's parents, Timothy and Sandy Watson, could not bear the weight of her loss. Sandy, shattered by psychological trauma, declined rapidly after the murder. Timothy, who had cared for his wife through her anguish, died of a heart attack in September 2020. Years of grief, stress, and unrelenting sorrow had broken him. Neither parent lived to see justice served. They never heard the guilty verdict. They never saw the man who stole their daughter's life taken away in shackles. Molly's young son, Jack, was left without a mother. After her death, his care became the family's priority. He was placed with relatives who provided a safe, supportive home, a small light amid a dark legacy of loss. Her brother Tim became the family's voice. In court, he faced the jury with both sorrow and resolve. He spoke of the devastation Molly's murder had caused. Not only the loss of his sister, but also the collapse of his parents under the weight of grief. He described his mother's descent into mental illness, his father's death from heartbreak, and the silence that replaced the laughter of three people who had once filled his life. He pleaded for justice, reminding the court of Molly's dreams, her career, her son, and her vibrant spirit, all stolen in a single selfish act. His words carried the sharpest truth. He chose to take her life without mercy, and I asked the jury not to have mercy on him. Moving on to the next case. Nancy DePriest. In this recording, we explore one of the most unsettling and twisted cases ever to emerge from Texas. A case so startling, it left the entire community in shock. Could it be possible for coincidence to place you in the wrong spot at the wrong moment? Is there a possibility that such a situation could end in tragedy? Or is our fate written in the stars and completely outside our control? Nancy did not realize that by switching shifts with a coworker at the restaurant, she was effectively signing her own death sentence. Lovelady and Janet Stump first met at the Clover Drive-In Theater located in Fort Worth, Texas, in 1967. He had been born in Louisiana, and his friends referred to him as Eddie. He served as a mechanic in the Air Force and had been stationed in Vietnam. Janet, along with her four sisters, was raised in Fort Worth. There was not much money in the girl's household. Therefore, when she turned 14, her mother compelled her to marry a neighbor. Janet abandoned her schooling and had her first baby, Rideau, when she was 15 years old. Motherhood was far too overwhelming for someone so young. Consequently, the child was brought up by Janet's mother. Janet left school, separated from her husband, and secured a job. At 18, the young woman attended a drive-in theater and encountered the most attractive man she had ever seen. Eddie and Janet wedded, moved to Spokane, Washington, and fell profoundly in love. The pair welcomed a lovely daughter named Nancy on March 4, 1968. Eddie, her younger sibling, arrived just 14 months after she was born. He carried his father's name. Janet struggled to care for both children because her husband was continuously away on assignment. At that time, he was in Japan, and Eddie's young wife repeatedly heard rumors that he had taken up with another woman overseas to accompany him. Janet still seemed like a child. She chose not to quarrel with her husband, so she abandoned everything, including him and their two children. Ed felt deceived, so he requested a divorce and then traveled to Japan, taking along his 3-year-old son, Eddie, as well as 4-year-old Nancy. Nancy's family moved frequently throughout her youth, so she experienced her childhood in many different locations. Ultimately, her father settled in Mountain Home, Idaho, remarried, and had 3 additional children. Janet, Nancy's mother, remarried once more and divorced once again. Nancy felt happy that her mother had returned, even though she had been absent from her life for a very long time. She cherished her mother deeply and believed she deserved another opportunity to be a good parent, even though they lived far apart and had not known each other before. Nancy and Janet relocated to Graham, Texas, in 1983. Graham is a small town with only 8,500 residents. That is where Nancy's grandparents resided. The girl and her mother formed a very close bond. Since they did everything side by side, people frequently mistook them for sisters. Nancy found employment as a waitress and later at a pizzeria to assist her mother with covering expenses. She worked, attended school, and also competed in several beauty contests during her high school years. She had bright blonde-colored hair and a radiant smile. She was beautiful on the inside as much as on the outside. Nancy was cheerful and outgoing, with many friends and the ability to make new ones quickly. She could chat on the phone with her friends for hours or vanish until late at night roller skating, bowling, or strolling in the woods. She enjoyed skiing and ice fishing in the wintertime. In mid-February, Nancy encountered the boy of her dreams. She was in her final year of high school. He was several years older, and his name was Anthony Todd DePriest. Todd's dream career was to enlist in the U.S. Air Force. When Nancy came home from that life-changing date, she excitedly told her mother she had met the young man she wished to marry. Janet, naturally, was not pleased. Her daughter reminded her strongly of her own youth and the first marriage that had failed. She did not want Nancy to repeat the same mistakes she once had. Janet hoped her daughter would complete high school and continue to college before getting married. However, Nancy was determined. She simply acted according to her own wishes whenever she wanted. The girl fell deeply in love with Todd. So on March 4th, her birthday, she moved in with him in Grand Bay. They were married on May 1st, 1986. Nancy left high school and immediately became a wife. Janet, Nancy's mother, tried her hardest to handle the new situation. She realized that the only way to maintain a bond with her daughter was to learn to care for Todd and allow Nancy to make her own decisions. Nancy soon discovered she was expecting a baby girl. She was thrilled at that moment because her daughter became the missing piece in their small family. Nancy always longed to be the best mother possible. Todd, her husband, also fulfilled his ambition. After joining the Air Force, he managed to secure employment as an aircraft maintenance specialist by December. The DePriest couple relocated to Austin, Texas, in 1986. Todd obtained work at a military base there, and Nancy quickly advanced in her career at Pizza Hut. This young woman moved from a small town into the big city and grew to love it. What she cherished most about the city, however, were the people she encountered through Pizza Hut. The chain was extremely popular at the time. Workers occasionally rotated to different locations, substituted for one another, and organized softball games. Over 2 years, Nancy worked for Pizza Hut at 3 separate locations and cared deeply for her colleagues. In July 1987, Sylvia DePriest was born in Austin, Texas, where the weather was hot and humid. The little girl arrived with thick, dark hair identical to her father's. This delighted her parents immensely. Nancy was already imagining buying Sylvia a toy car once she grew older. Sylvia had just been born when Nancy received her first promotion to assistant manager at the Pizza Hut on Rainey Street in April 1988. The young mother frequently showed her co-workers pictures of her family and spoke about how Todd and Sylvia brought her the greatest joy. Those who worked with Nancy were well aware of how much she adored her family, and a few even felt slightly envious. She was also considered a wonderful manager, as she was dependable, never overly strict, and always eager to lend a hand. By October 1988, Nancy was 20 years old, and her daughter was just over 1 year old. Each morning, the young mother spent time with baby Sylvia. In the afternoons, she worked at the pizzeria. She was also among the most dedicated players on the Pizza Hut softball team. It was not because she had a great passion for sports. Rather, the young woman simply enjoyed being part of her company's life and meeting new people through such events. As usual, Nancy DePriest was scheduled to work the second shift on Monday, October 24th, but the company had arranged another baseball game for that evening. To make things easier, Nancy exchanged shifts with another manager and arranged for a babysitter to care for Sylvia. She placed her daughter in a car seat and drove to work in the morning. Todd, her husband, followed along on his motorcycle because they only owned one vehicle and needed to coordinate. The woman began her shift at the pizzeria at 7 a.m., while her husband drove to drop Sylvia off at the babysitter's. At 7:40 a.m., he returned to Pizza Hut, knocked on the service exit door, handed his wife the car keys, and kissed her goodbye. He then mounted his bike and rode off toward the Air Force Base. He did not yet realize this would be the final time he saw Nancy alive. Customers could begin arriving at the restaurant at 11 a.m., but the manager had to prepare, check supplies, and make the pizza dough during the morning. Nancy always locked all of the doors in the diner whenever she was alone. That particular morning, however, circumstances were different. Between 9:30 and 10:30 a.m., the general manager of the Pizza Hut chain attempted to call his employee but was unable to reach her for an hour. The diner was nearly prepared to open, but nobody answered the phone. Nancy was always excellent in her duties, so this was unusual. Perhaps she had forgotten that she had changed shifts. The manager decided to personally investigate the situation at the restaurant. He was startled when he discovered that the service exit door was standing open. In this instance, Nancy had arrived at the pizza shop but neglected to secure the lock. The manager examined the dining area and noticed that the restaurant floor was wet. It appeared as though either a faucet or a pipe had burst. He attempted to call out to Nancy, but she gave no reply. The dough-making machine in the kitchen could be heard operating, yet the employee was not present. The water seemed to be flowing from the men's restroom. The manager soon discovered the reason Nancy had not responded. Most likely, she had been addressing the leak. When the man pushed open the bathroom door, he was met with a horrifying sight. He bolted out of the building and immediately called for help, barely able to contain a scream. The dreadful image remained in his mind as he waited for the police and ambulance to arrive. Her light hair was streaked with red, and blood had pooled in the water beneath her head. Although the young woman was unclothed, what shocked the manager most was the vacant stare in her eyes. When the police arrived, the manager directed them straight to the men's restroom. The girl was lying on the floor beneath the sink. It appeared she had sustained a gunshot wound to the head. One officer, upon approaching the victim, noticed she was still breathing. The officer spoke to her and attempted to rouse her, but she could not respond as she began to choke. At that moment, the ambulance arrived, and she was rushed to the hospital on a stretcher. There, she underwent emergency surgery and was connected to life support equipment. Despite her critical condition and extremely slim chance of survival, the doctors continued to battle for her life. Simultaneously, the Austin Police Department dispatched detectives to the Pizza Hut. Entry to the restaurant was restricted. The police first identified the cause of the flooding. It was discovered that a blue apron had been forced into the sink drain, which caused water to overflow onto the floor. It became apparent that the perpetrator was attempting to destroy evidence. Mud-stained pants, light blue underwear, and a trash can lid were found lying on the floor near the toilet. A white button-up dress shirt stained with blood was located nearby. These appeared to be Nancy Dupriest's clothing. The attacker had used the woman's bra to bind her hands behind her back. Even though attempts were made to eliminate the evidence, the perpetrator had left behind a .22 caliber shell casing. All of the physical evidence was collected and forwarded to a forensic laboratory for examination. Some things about the crime made it seem like a man did it. The police thought Nancy had probably been beaten because she was naked. There were no signs that someone had broken in. This led to a good question. Did the worker at the restaurant open the door herself, or did someone else have a key? The police found a hair that didn't have a root in the eating area. It was hard to figure out who it belonged to because of this, but it was still proof. People mostly paid in cash at Pizza Hut stores in Austin in 1988, so there were a lot of thefts there. No one was hurt in 4 robberies that happened late at night or early in the morning, so it wasn't possible that they were connected to the other crimes. Even so, just in case, the police checked the cash register and the safe in the back office. Based on the records, it was clear that the money from the previous day was missing. Detectives were hoping the whole time that Nancy Dupriest, who was the victim and saw the crime happen, would live to tell them what happened and help them find the thief. That wasn't going to happen, though. Nancy was put on life support after surgery and stayed that way. Even though her body was barely holding on, the doctor told her that she was likely to die soon. It was only a few hours that the young woman held on. Before cutting her off from the machine, the doctors let her family say goodbye. The priest's family and friends were very sad about her death. Todd, her husband, was left to deal with his loss on his own. That person had a little girl named Sylvia. It was cruel to take her mother away from such a young child. The mother of Nancy, Janet, had a total breakdown. She just couldn't believe that thieves had taken her daughter. The woman cried and screamed that it was impossible. But she knew in her heart that Nancy wouldn't have wanted to be in that state. When the doctors told the girl's family that her injuries could not be fixed and that the machine was the only thing keeping her alive, they had to make the hardest choice of their lives. Even though things were very bad, Nancy DePriest was still able to help other people. The woman who died became an organ giver for people who need transplants. Her heart, liver, kidneys, and bone marrow saved someone else's life. The autopsy revealed that the person had died from a gunshot wound to the head. There was a cut just above Nancy's left ear. That part of her hair was cut short. The fact that there were no stippling marks on the wound shows that the gunshot came from a long way away. The bullet went through the back of the head and stuck in the orbital frontal cortex. The mushroom-shaped .22 caliber lead bullet was taken out and kept as proof. The doctor also said that the person who killed the woman had beaten her. DNA from the criminal's sperm was added to the case file, but it wasn't very useful at the time because offenders were usually identified by their blood type. With this, the investigation into the theft from the pizzeria turned into an investigation into Nancy DePriest's death. At first, the police thought that the victim might have known her attacker and let them into her life. The cops got to work trying to figure out if it was a coworker, friend, family member, or just someone they knew. Of course, they first checked Todd, Nancy's husband, but he had a good excuse. He was at the military base that morning where a lot of people saw him. The officer in charge of the attack on the Pizza Hut worker figured out about what time it happened. Nicole got to work at 7 a.m. Todd, her husband, brought her the car keys at 7:40 a.m. At about 8:30 a.m. DePriest called a supply company to place an order for the restaurant. And around 10 a.m. Nancy was found on the floor of the men's bathroom by the general manager. That means the crime took place between 8:30 and 10 a.m. There were stories about the DePriest case in Texas newspapers and on radio and TV news shows. The public was scared and put pressure on the police, asking them to solve the case fast and get the criminal in jail. The trouble was that in 1988, more than 40 crimes in Austin killed people, and all of them needed to be looked into right away. There were only 6 agents in the homicide department, so they couldn't do everything that needed to be done. They could be called to a new crime scene at any time of the day or night. They worked 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Like everyone else, a lot of police cops got burned out at work. This was their plan, to finish each case as quickly as possible because the people and the government said they had to. Every day, the families of the victims called the police office to find out what was going on with their cases. However, the investigation into Nancy DePriest's case took 2 weeks because the police had no leads. The lead agent was also eager to get things over with quickly. The Pizza Hut, where Nancy worked, finally let people back in. The management put in place security steps in the hopes that they would stop any other attacks that might happen. There was a guard at the front door of the restaurant who was supposed to keep an eye on any suspicious people inside or out and call the cops on all of them. As is often the case, the police hoped that the criminal would finally go back to the crime scene. They got lucky one day. Yesterday, November 9th, the guard was at his post when he heard 2 guests talking about Nancy DePriest. He carefully looked around the room as he slowly turned his head. 2 young guys were sitting at one of the tables. They had beers and talked about the crime that happened at the pizza place. After that, one of the young guys got up and went up to the guard to ask about Nancy's death. He said his name was Richard and began asking a lot of questions about the murder of the Pizza Hut worker. The guard asked Richard why he was so interested in the murder of the young woman. And Richard said that he was also a manager, but at a different restaurant. He was also working the morning shift and getting ready to open a pizzeria somewhere else at the time of the attack on Nancy. Richard must have known that the guard wasn't going to tell him anything. That's why both young guys left the restaurant before they were even cold. Everything about it seemed very strange. That's why the guard told the manager about the strange visitors, and the manager called the cops. The agent who was in charge of the DePriest case found these 2 men interesting. The main reason was that managers and shift supervisors at Pizza Hut, like Nancy, had a key that worked at all of the chain stores. This meant that people with keys could get into any Austin pizza place. The employees who seemed genuinely interested in Nancy's murder were quickly identified by the cops. Richard Danziger, who was 18, and Christopher Ochoa, who was 22, were his friends. Richard really was a boss, and Chris worked at Pizza Hut as a cook. Both of them knew how the chain's restaurants were set up, and Richard had a key. Police brought the young guys to the station to question them. Richard was asked what he knew about Nancy DePriest's murder. He honestly said that he had heard that a blue apron was used to block the sink in the men's bathroom in order to flood the evidence, and that someone had said Nancy was shot in the back of the head with a .22 caliber pistol. Right away, the agents thought that Richard and Chris had something to do with the attack on the pizzeria. There was knowledge the guys knew that the news didn't cover. Where could they have learnt about the size of the gun and the color of the apron? That's the question the police asked Richard Danziger. The young man couldn't remember right away who had told him these facts, but he then named an employee. For the record, the cops learned that none of Richard's co-workers had said anything like that. The only person who could have known this would have been at the crime scene. Richard said he had nothing to do with the girl's death. Danziger was also late for work the morning of the murder of Nancy, which was another strange detail. He got there just after 10 o'clock. Most people are late because they overslept the night before after drinking with their lady and a friend. That's why Richard was late. This excuse didn't really hold up. His girlfriend and friend could have worked together with Danziger to lie. After all, Richard was let go because there was no direct proof against him. Chris was then asked to come in and be questioned. The guy was shocked that the cops had reacted so strongly to their story about the crime at the pizzeria where they worked with Danziger. Even though the attack on Nancy was the talk of the town, no one was being charged. At that time, Chris didn't know that he was up against Sergeant Hector Polino, who was in charge of the DePriest case and would do anything to catch the criminal. People knew that this police officer would finish his cases quickly and dirty, even if he was wrong sometimes. The top people wanted better clearance rates, and it didn't matter how Polino got them. The sergeant knew right away that Chris, unlike Richard, could be pushed. He would break down quickly if the guys were guilty of something. Officer Polino lost his cool when Ochoa began to tell the same story that Danziger had just told. He got up from his place and yelled at the person who was being held. The sergeant slammed his fist on the table and talked about how bad Chris's future would be by mentioning the death sentence for criminals. The sergeant wasn't being a good or bad cop, which was the worst part. Polino was a really bad cop, and the young man was scared of him. The officer showed Chris a picture of the death chamber and told him he would never get to hug his family again. Then he showed the guy a picture from Nancy's autopsy, which made him even more shocked. The sergeant changed his plan when Ochoa still wouldn't admit. Polino insisted that his friend Richard planned the murder. Richard was in the next room trying to save face by putting the blame on Chris. He told Chris about his life in jail, how the other prisoners would eat him, and how he would be responsible for his friend. If he didn't tell them how Danziger killed Nancy, Chris kept saying that he didn't know anything. But being questioned for 20 hours and not being allowed to have a lawyer hurt them. The young man was mentally and physically worn out. He only wanted to go home and forget about everything like a bad dream. That's when he started to crack. Chris Ochoa told a different story and was ready to say something. The young man said that he and Richard had struck Nancy with the goal of robbing her once they had the money out of the safe. They chose to have fun and satisfy their male urges. Chris said that Danziger planned it all, and Ochoa told what they did to the girl. Then they shot her because they knew she would tell the cops about them. The officer was very interested in hearing that information. In the end, they took DNA samples from Christopher to study. But back in the 1980s, this didn't show much. The man was also put through a polygraph test, which he failed. However, even a lie detector test wasn't always accurate. For the cops, this was more proof that the person had confessed. Chris Ochoa was officially charged with killing Nancy DePriest on November 14, 1988. Richard Danziger, who was with him, was caught the next day. Now the police need to find proof that the young guys killed Nancy. Detective Polano was almost certain that he had caught the bad guys. Also, Nancy's family could breathe a sigh of relief because the killers had been caught so quickly, but it wasn't easy for them to accept the death of their 20-year-old daughter and wife. Nancy's mom, Janet, had no idea what her daughter had been through. It was painful for her to hear about the terrible things that had happened to Nancy. The woman felt deeply depressed and showed signs of hurting herself. Janet lost over 13 kilograms by smoking 4 packs of cigarettes every day. No one knows what would have happened if the dead girl's older sister hadn't persuaded the mother, who was very upset about her daughter's death, to direct her anger and hate not at herself, but at the people who killed her daughter. Dana's death also left Todd DePriest with a big hole in his heart. He had no idea that his young wife would never come home again, that their daughter Sylvia would grow up without a mother, or that his soul would stay with Nancy. At the same time, the 2 Pizza Hut workers who were accused of attacking DePriest and stealing from the cash register were being held in a detention center until their hearing. When Chris's family hired a lawyer, that lawyer didn't think the young man had been forced to admit to a crime he didn't do. The defense lawyer saw the forensic reports, which showed that Ochoa's blood samples and Danziger's hair had some things in common. The lawyer told his client that the worst part of the attack, Chris's confession and the DNA results, all pointed to the death sentence. The only way to avoid it was to plead guilty. Christopher Ochoa accepted his guilt without any doubt, even though the DNA test results were not clear. In exchange for a plea deal for the murder of Nancy DePriest, he also testified against Richard Danziger, his friend and accused partner in crime. The young man was given a sentence of life in jail without the chance of parole. Danziger, unlike Chris, didn't want to admit to something he didn't do, so he had to go through a full hearing. This case against Richard began on January 22, 1990. The hair and sperm found at the crime scene were used as proof by the prosecutors. In those days, DNA comparison technology was not even close to being current, but the test did find a partial match. Chris Ochoa, who is now in court, told a horrible story about what they did to Nancy. With great care, the guy wrote down how and what they used to tie her up, who struck first, what the girl said, and so on. Nanette's mother, Janet, got very sick as soon as she heard that her daughter had asked for her life. She felt sick to her stomach when she left the courtroom because of what those horrible people had done to her daughter. She kept thinking about how Nancy begged to be saved because she was worried about little Sylvia, but all she got was a bullet to the back of the head after all the beatings. Richard looked Janet straight in the eyes the whole time, as if he didn't think he was guilty. This made Janet very angry based on Ochoa's testimony and the evidence found at the crime scene. Danziger was also found guilty and given a life term without the chance of parole. Janet and Eddie, Nancy's parents, were so relieved that they could finally sleep 15 months after their beloved daughter died. People who did wrong would have to pay for their mistakes for the rest of their lives. But things were not at all what many people thought they would be. It was terrible that the two young guys had to spend time in jail, but it was better than them dying young. Ochoa told other prisoners over and over again for years that he and his friend Richard Danziger had killed a young woman who wasn't guilty. After Janet buried her daughter, she kept having the same nightmare. Nancy in the Austin Pizza Hut, naked in the bathroom, kneeling on the cold, dirty floor while being pushed by an unidentified person. Nancy begs for mercy while crying, but no one listens. She screams, "Mom, help me." At that moment, there is a short pause, and then a gunshot is heard loud enough to wake Janet up from her nightmare. The mom could only think of one thing. She wished she had been there when Nancy was little. She should have stopped her daughter from getting married so soon. She could have been a better mother, and her daughter would still be alive and graduating from college. It looked like these dreams couldn't be stopped. Not the life sentences given to the two men who killed Nancy, not the therapy sessions she agreed to, and not the antidepressants her doctor recommended. She couldn't get better, even with time. As she always did on October 24, 2000, the 12th anniversary of her daughter's death, Janet prayed for Nancy while standing in front of a beautiful color picture of her daughter that hung like a shrine in the hallway of her simple home. It was just after 7 a.m. when the phone rang. It was her son-in-law who told her to turn on the TV right away. Janet stood before the screen, but she could not make sense of the words. Was she supposed to endure all of this once more? She was exhausted from it all. The woman covered her face with her hands and wept quietly. After so many years, she had very few tears left. Chris Ochoa and Richard Danziger had been sentenced to life imprisonment for attacking the Pizza Hut manager. Akeem Joseph Marino, who was incarcerated in a Texas prison, was writing and mailing letters to various places. Marino sought to atone for his past wrongs after becoming more religious in 1996. He reached out to the Austin police, the local newspaper, the ACLU, and George Bush, who at the time was governor of Texas, but none paid attention to his claims. Marino had received 3 life sentences for extremely serious crimes, but he was also accountable for another death for which others had been convicted. The weight of guilt that Joseph carried had begun to make him ill. Marino, already a convicted man, provided the Austin police with information that led them to the restaurant keys, handcuffs, the .22 caliber firearm used in the attack, and 2 bags of money stolen from the establishment. Yet the authorities did not pursue Marino's statements or the evidence he presented. They simply disregarded it. Law enforcement never utilized DNA testing to link the evidence to the crime. To determine whether the shell casings recovered at the crime scene matched Joseph's weapon, they failed to perform a ballistics examination. They already had 2 men imprisoned for Nancy DePriest's murder, and the case against them appeared convincing enough. All charges against him were ultimately dismissed, and he was awarded over $5 million in compensation for being wrongfully convicted. Not only did Chris's false testimony to the police alter his own destiny, it also completely destroyed Richard Danziger's life. Richard was assaulted by Armando Gutierrez, who was also incarcerated, slammed Danziger to the ground, and struck him repeatedly in the head with a sharp-toed boot. Part of the man's skull penetrated into his brain due to the blows. The injured man was rushed to a nearby hospital, where emergency surgery removed a portion of his brain. As a result of the injuries, Richard suffered seizures, anxiety, and mental disorders, along with partial paralysis. Danziger frequently struggled to hold simple conversations or even recognize his own family. He was eventually transferred to a psychiatric prison in Kirbyville, where he would remain for the rest of his life. After that incident, Richard's brain damage became permanent. He was left disabled and in need of lifelong care. Richard Danziger was ultimately released from prison as well. He received $9 million in compensation for the damage to his name. Yet that money could not heal a young man who had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time, once strong and full of hope for the future. Nancy's mother, Janet, watched on television as Chris Ochoa and Richard Danziger, the men she believed had murdered her daughter, were about to be released. It happened on the 12th anniversary of her daughter's death. For all those years, she thought the 2 men had assaulted and then shot Nancy. Janet had attended Danziger's trial and listened as Chris Ochoa, the prosecution's key witness, described horrifying details of the crime. Could it all have been a lie and a terrible miscarriage of justice? In court, Akeem Joseph Marino confessed that he had broken into Nancy DePriest's restaurant on the morning of October 24, 1988. Janet, Nancy's mother, passed away in 2019 at the age of 69. In her final years, she fought against lung cancer. Nancy had been a young woman who worked hard, cherished her family, was kind, joyful, and full of spirit. Todd DePriest, Sylvia, and the rest of her family will always keep her memory alive. Moving on to the next case. Claire Morris. The car had left the road and ended up in a ditch. At first, everything was quiet. Then smoke began to rise. Inside the vehicle, a woman remained motionless. Her husband stood outside, merely observing. He did not call for help. Later, he claimed it was simply a terrible accident, that the car had mechanical problems, and that he had tried to save her. But something felt wrong. Why didn't he attempt to pull her out? Why did he tell people the car was empty? And why was there a petrol can in the back? Malcolm John Webster was born on April 18, 1959, in Wandsworth, Greater London. On the surface, his upbringing appeared stable, perhaps even enviable. His father, Alexander Webster, held a senior position within the Metropolitan Police, serving as Detective Chief Superintendent in the Fraud Squad. His mother, Odette, had formerly worked as a nurse but gave up her career to raise the children, their eldest son Ian, and twins Malcolm and Caroline. Behind closed doors, however, the family home was ruled by strict discipline and an unsettling set of rules. Alexander controlled the household absolutely. When he used the bathroom, everyone else had to leave the house. Meals were eaten in silence unless the father chose to speak. Emotional warmth was rare, and affection nearly non-existent. Major family decisions, including financial matters, were handled solely by the patriarch. From an early age, Malcolm exhibited troubling behavior. While his twin sister Caroline easily formed friendships, Malcolm struggled to connect. Rather than withdrawing quietly, he developed unusual methods of gaining attention. He began pretending to faint, frequently collapsing at convenient times to avoid chores or responsibilities. His supposed health problems prompted speculative diagnoses ranging from asthma to epilepsy, yet no definitive medical explanation was ever confirmed. Doctors prescribed medication based on his symptoms without seeking a clear cause. As sympathy diminished, Malcolm intensified his attention-seeking behavior. He became fascinated with fire, igniting small blazes at school and earning the nickname Pyro from classmates. Though these incidents never led to formal charges, they unsettled other parents. Children were warned to avoid him, and isolation became his normal experience. At home, comparisons with his more sociable sister only deepened his resentment. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. His parents, hoping to give him a fresh start, enrolled him in a private boys' school. Initially, Malcolm seemed to thrive. He joined the drama club, improved his academic performance, and reinvented his persona. He claimed that his family was wealthy and well-connected, but his fabrications eventually caught up with him, and once again, trust in him diminished. At 15, Malcolm was withdrawn from school. He did not resist. Education no longer held his interest. He craved independence and income. His early working years were fragmented and unsatisfying. He drifted between jobs, collecting garbage, picking fruit, working in retail, none offering purpose or fulfillment. At 17, under his mother's guidance, Malcolm began training as a nurse. Surprisingly, he excelled and even entered a serious romantic relationship. That ended abruptly following a terminated pregnancy and emotional fallout, yet Malcolm moved forward. By the late 1970s, he worked as a trainee nurse at a care facility in Bexhill. It was there that his criminal tendencies became apparent. Trusted by elderly residents, he volunteered to manage their finances, only to divert their savings toward personal luxuries, including rounds of drinks and expensive golf equipment. When that scheme ran its course, he changed tactics. He began targeting older, wealthier women. His charm was disarming, and his lies persuasive. Presenting himself as a struggling young man with stories of hardship, he extracted money and gifts with careful calculation. Despite these crimes, Malcolm earned his nursing qualifications and continued his medical career. In the late 1980s, he obtained a position in Abu Dhabi. It appeared to be a fresh start, an international post, career advancement, a new life. But the reality was grim. Within months, 3 children with special needs died while under his care. Each succumbed to sudden cardiac arrest. There had been no prior signs of illness or medical warnings. Although no autopsies were performed, murmurs began to circulate among the staff. In a region where autopsies were culturally discouraged, no formal investigation occurred. Malcolm departed the country without facing consequences. Back in the UK, he resumed life as if nothing had happened. He secured nursing employment and began cultivating a social persona once more. At a social event, he met a woman named Claire Morris. Claire Morris was born on December 26, 1961, just 2 years after Malcolm Webster. She grew up in a secure, affluent home and had a younger brother named Peter. Claire was the type of person who illuminated any room she entered, outgoing, confident, and full of vitality. Her lively personality made her instantly well-liked by those she met, and her charm did not go unnoticed the night she encountered Malcolm at a social gathering. Malcolm was entranced. Claire embodied everything he admired: warmth, energy, and a strong sense of self. The two engaged in conversation and quickly began spending time together. On the surface, their relationship appeared to develop naturally, but beneath that, quiet doubts lingered. Claire's mother, Betty Morris, harbored reservations from the outset. There was something about Malcolm that unsettled her. Though she could not articulate it precisely, her instincts urged caution. Peter, in contrast, initially welcomed Malcolm into the family, perceiving him as clever and polite, perhaps a little roguish, but nothing concerning. From Malcolm's perspective, Claire made a radiant impression. His twin sister, Caroline, described Claire as generous and kind-hearted, someone who brought genuine happiness into her brother's life. Even Odette, Malcolm's emotionally distant mother, spoke favorably of her. For a moment, it seemed Malcolm had found a partner who might guide his life in a better direction. They married on September 3, 1993, in Aberdeenshire, Scotland. The ceremony was beautiful. Claire appeared radiant, and Malcolm performed his role flawlessly, the devoted husband charming and attentive. Friends and family departed the celebration, believing the couple had a promising future ahead. Young in love and financially secure, everything seemed idyllic. But that perception changed just 9 months later. On May 27, 1994, tragedy struck. The couple had been driving along a quiet rural road, with Malcolm at the wheel and Claire beside him. According to his version, a motorcyclist suddenly appeared on the wrong side of the road, forcing him to swerve. He claimed to have overcorrected, causing the car to leave the road and end up in a ditch. Moments later, the vehicle erupted into flames. Malcolm survived. Claire did not. He was taken to the hospital and remained under observation for a week. He complained of pain, appeared emotionally distraught and wore a neck brace, yet scans and medical examinations revealed no significant injuries. There were no broken bones, no burns, and no signs of smoke inhalation. His physical state was inconsistent with the violent crash he had described. At Claire's funeral, Malcolm appeared inconsolable, barely able to speak. Peter held his hand throughout the ceremony, unaware that the man he comforted would later spend Claire's life insurance payout on a £30,000 yacht, a new Range Rover, and other extravagant purchases. The insurance totaled £200,000, a substantial sum in 1994, and it disappeared quickly. Questions began to arise. Why had Claire been unable to escape the car, as Malcolm had? Investigators confirmed that although the car had left the road, the crash had not been severe. The vehicle had not been traveling at high speed, and the damage did not indicate a violent impact. The origin of the fire remained unknown. Even more troubling, when Malcolm called for help, he told dispatchers the car was empty. Despite his wife being inside, he made no mention of Claire. Despite these concerning details, no formal charges were brought. The case was closed, and Malcolm's life continued, untouched by suspicion. Behind the scenes, he had already moved on. Soon after Claire's death, Malcolm began a clandestine affair with Geraldine Oakley, a hospital IT manager. Publicly, he portrayed himself as a grieving widower attempting to rebuild his life. Privately, Geraldine began noticing unusual behavior. Malcolm discussed Claire's death in unsettlingly clinical terms, frequently returning to the question of whether a second autopsy would be conducted. His cold fascination deeply disturbed her. Geraldine confided her concerns to a consultant pathologist, fearing that more lay behind Claire's death than anyone realized. Eventually, unable to reconcile her suspicions with their relationship, Geraldine ended it. Malcolm, unbothered, moved again. By 1995, he was residing in Saudi Arabia, where he connected with a woman named Brenda Grant over the phone. They eventually met in person a few times, but the friendship ended abruptly when, according to Brenda, Malcolm offered her illegal substances, an offer she firmly refused. After his time in Saudi Arabia, Malcolm moved yet again. This time, he crossed hemispheres entirely, establishing himself in New Zealand in the mid-1990s. No longer employed as a nurse, he presented himself as a computer specialist. At a dinner party that same month, he met Felicity Drum, an intelligent, outgoing cancer nurse. She was articulate, bright, and 3 years younger than Malcolm. Her personality was magnetic, polished, lively, and full of warmth. For a man like Malcolm, she was the ideal target. He performed his role flawlessly, attentive, affectionate, and emotionally present. To Felicity, he seemed sensitive and grounded. He spoke frequently about life's fragility and the importance of not wasting time. She found him open-hearted and soulful. Within months, they were inseparable. By January 1997, Malcolm had proposed, and they married that April in Auckland. For their honeymoon, the couple retreated to the picturesque Bay of Islands. But beneath the calm beaches and scenic beauty, a far darker reality began to emerge. Felicity later recounted one disturbing episode from the trip. She drank a cup of tea prepared by Malcolm and fell into a deep, unnatural sleep lasting nearly 36 hours. It was not an isolated incident. In the months that followed, she experienced troubling health issues, double vision, unsteadiness, confusion, and prolonged sleep, all suspiciously occurring after consuming food or drink prepared by her husband. When she voiced her concerns, Malcolm dismissed them as stress-related. Doctors were consulted, but none could determine the cause. Tests revealed abnormal liver function, typically associated with substance abuse or medication toxicity, neither of which applied to Felicity, who maintained a healthy lifestyle. Still, Malcolm continued preparing all her meals, ever-present and in control. Their home life soon developed a sinister pattern. Fires began to occur in proximity to them. One at Felicity's parents' house while they were visiting, another at a rental cottage, and a third at a property they were considering buying. These incidents left Felicity uneasy, but she initially dismissed them, until Malcolm persuaded her to take out a life insurance policy. She agreed. In 1998, they welcomed a son, Ned. From an outsider's perspective, the family appeared happy and complete. Malcolm was attentive, affectionate, and often seen doting on his child, but his affection masked a growing deception. In early 1999, the couple planned to purchase a home in Auckland. Malcolm repeatedly stalled the payment, claiming the funds from a UK bank transfer hadn't cleared. As the February 12th deadline approached, the pressure mounted. That day, Malcolm and Felicity headed to the bank together. During the drive, Malcolm began complaining about the car's steering. Then, without warning, the vehicle veered across 2 lanes and slammed into a ditch. Felicity grabbed the wheel in panic and found it responsive. Nothing about the car's handling felt off. Malcolm exited the vehicle and told her to remain inside. But she didn't listen. She stepped out to phone the bank, likely to delay their meeting. Later, the significance of that decision would become chillingly clear. Just a week after the crash, Malcolm arranged a picnic in a remote area. During the drive, the couple argued. Nothing major. Then, in an apparent peace offering, Malcolm handed her a bottle of water. Moments later, Felicity passed out. She awoke hours later in the passenger seat, disoriented and groggy. The car was now deep within a forest. Her phone rang. It was her father, worried after not hearing from her. When Malcolm returned to the car and saw her awake, he looked startled, alarmed even. He climbed into the car, tense, and asked how she had managed to regain consciousness. Felicity didn't know. Her head spun. Her memory was foggy. But one thing was clear. Something was terribly wrong. She demanded he take her home immediately. Back at the house, with her senses returning, she started asking questions. Why had they been in the middle of the forest? What had caused her to pass out? Malcolm dodged her inquiries. Then he suddenly clutched his chest and claimed he might be having a heart attack. He rushed off, allegedly heading to the hospital. Hours later, he returned with an astonishing announcement. Doctors had diagnosed him with leukemia. But this was no cry for help. It was a distraction. Felicity's father, Brian, had already harbored suspicions about his son-in-law. After speaking to the family solicitor, Brian began investigating Malcolm's finances. What he found changed everything. Together, father and daughter searched through Malcolm's belongings and discovered a key to a private mailbox. Inside were damning documents. A bank statement showed that Malcolm had secretly moved 140,000 New Zealand dollars from a joint account into a personal one in Aberdeen. Credit card bills revealed he was drowning in debt. Brian took immediate action, securing a court injunction that legally barred Malcolm from the family home. By the time it was served, Malcolm had vanished. He fled New Zealand just as Felicity began to uncover the full scope of the betrayal. Medical tests later confirmed what she had feared. Her body contained dangerously high levels of sedatives, drugs she had never knowingly taken. Once Malcolm was gone, the symptoms vanished as if they'd never existed. The man she had loved, trusted, and married had slowly and methodically poisoned her. Her suspicions, once only instinct, had now hardened into certainty. While searching through their shared email account, Felicity uncovered damning messages to a UK estate agent. Malcolm had been posing as a single father, planning a quiet relocation to Cornwall with their son. He was arranging to move by the end of 1999. Not a word of this had ever been shared with Felicity. Then came a discovery that changed everything. In the boot of the car Malcolm had abandoned, she found a petrol canister. It was the final piece. A horrifying realization dawned. He had intended to replicate the exact circumstances of his first wife Claire's death. The plan had almost succeeded until her father's well-timed phone call had inadvertently saved her life. Felicity now understood. The forest, the unconsciousness, the steering failure, the sedatives. It had all been part of a carefully rehearsed script. She managed to confront Malcolm once. Just once. Calmly, she told him she knew what he had tried to do. His reply chilled her to the bone. You would have died happy. That sentence shattered any lingering doubts. Malcolm hadn't just deceived and manipulated her. He had plotted her death with methodical precision. For Felicity, the illusion was destroyed. She now knew she had married a murderer. She went straight to the police. In July 2000, New Zealand authorities issued 4 arrest warrants against Malcolm Webster. The charges were serious: arson, drugging his wife, and administering harmful substances. But Webster had already fled the country before he could face justice. From that moment, he became officially a wanted man. As the investigation progressed, further details came to light. Felicity had only known about 1 life insurance policy, but Malcolm had secretly forged 8 additional policies with a combined value approaching 2 million New Zealand dollars. His motives were consistent: control, deception, and financial gain, regardless of the cost. What he did next was entirely in character. In 2000, Malcolm returned to the United Kingdom. He confessed nothing to his family and resumed life as if nothing had happened. He obtained work, maintained the appearance of respectability, and once again targeted wealthy women. In August 2004, he met Simone Banerjee at a hospital where he worked in nurse administration and she managed the surgical theater. They soon began a relationship. By 2006, they were engaged. To Simone, Malcolm seemed sensitive and compassionate. He told her fabricated stories about battling leukemia, disappearing for hours while claiming treatment, and recounted the tragic death of his first wife, Claire. He even spoke of certain television scenes, fires, car crashes, as being too traumatic to watch. Simone believed him. She had no knowledge that he was still legally married to Felicity Drum, that he was a fugitive from New Zealand, or that he had previously attempted to murder 2 women. Meanwhile, police continued to track him. They located him living openly in Aberdeen under his real name. Simone might never have learned the truth had authorities not contacted her directly. When the authorities finally warned her of the danger, Simone initially refused to believe it. She confronted Malcolm, who turned pale. Without another word, he packed a bag, mumbled an apology, and left. Malcolm Webster was arrested in July 2007 in Scotland. The investigation, named Operation Field, became an international effort involving over 1,000 witness interviews across multiple countries. Prosecutors charged him with the murder of Claire Morris, the attempted murder of Felicity Drum, and attempting to marry Simone Bannister under false pretenses to gain access to her estate. As part of the reopened case, Claire's body was exhumed. Forensic analysis revealed that she had been heavily sedated prior to her death, just as Felicity had been. This confirmed what many had long suspected. Claire had not been unable to escape the burning car due to circumstance. She had been incapacitated by drugs administered by Malcolm. Shockingly, it was also revealed that Felicity had been drugged even while pregnant with their son. The trial became historic in Scottish law, marking the longest trial involving a single defendant in the country's history. In May 2011, Malcolm Webster was found guilty on all charges. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 30 years. Simone later described herself as fortunate to be alive. Courtroom testimonies painted a chilling portrait of a man who weaponized trust, staging car crashes, setting fires, poisoning those closest to him, and weaving elaborate lies for personal gain. Psychologists diagnosed him with narcissistic personality disorder, manipulative, deceitful, and completely lacking empathy. Even after his conviction, Malcolm refused to take responsibility. In December 2013, he applied to the Scottish Criminal Cases Review Commission, seeking to have his sentence overturned. The process dragged on, but in February 2016, his application was officially rejected. The High Court found no grounds for appeal. Today, Malcolm Webster is serving his life sentence at Shotts Prison in Lanarkshire, Scotland. As for Claire Morris, the woman whose life was taken and whose justice was delayed for over a decade, her memory endures. Her brother Peter, speaking after the verdict, said, "Today is a good day. Claire is greatly missed. She was good company. We were proud of Claire becoming a nurse. Let this story be told in her name, to honor her life, validate her suffering, and ensure that Claire is never forgotten." Moving on to the next case. Julie Minogue. Milford is a picturesque coastal city situated in Connecticut, United States. Positioned along the Long Island Sound, it provides scenic views and a lively community. Spanning just over 25 square miles, it has a population exceeding 50,000 residents. Renowned for its stunning beaches, Milford draws both visitors and locals who value its landscapes and waterfront activities. The city carries a deep history reaching back to colonial times, showcasing a combination of historic architecture and modern conveniences. Yet, the people of Milford could never have anticipated that a tragedy would strike there in 2022. But first, it is necessary to reveal the layers of her past. Julie Minogue was born on July 19, 1982, in the lovely town of Goshen, New York. She was blessed with caring parents, Gerald J. Minogue and Sandra Barish-Doper, who raised her alongside her 2 siblings, sister Allison Barati Corcoran and brother Peter Gerald Minogue. During her upbringing, Julie excelled academically, attending the respected Monroe-Woodbury schools and eventually graduating from Monroe-Woodbury High School. She went on to continue her studies at Orange County Community College, broadening her education and embracing fresh opportunities along the journey. After completing her studies, Julie Minogue became a dedicated medical assistant at Connecticut Coastal Obstetrics Gynecology and found fulfillment in many areas of her life. She maintained an active lifestyle, regularly partaking in running and walking to keep herself invigorated. Nevertheless, her deepest devotion was in being a mother to her two sons, Nicholas Keith Turner and Sean Michael Turner. The information concerning her marriage and husband remains unknown at this stage. Julie's devotion and affection as a single mother were extraordinary, shaping the close connection she shared with them. In 2017, Julie Minogue discovered love again and began a relationship with a man from Roxbury named Ewan Anthony DeWitt. Together, they welcomed a son in 2019, whom they named Luke Anthony Minogue. However, as time went on, difficulties emerged in Julie's relationship with Ewan, leading her to separate from him in 2021. She moved with her sons into a condo on Salem Walk in Milford, keeping their well-being as her highest priority. By 2022, her eldest son Nicholas was 21 and had honorably served his country in the Coast Guard. 17-year-old Sean was thriving as a high school senior, full of energy and promise. Her youngest, 3-year-old Luke, was a bright and joyful presence in their home. Julie herself was 40, and life appeared steady for her and her 3 boys. But tragedy was looming just around the corner. On the late night of December 6, 2022, 17-year-old Nicholas Minogue was jolted awake by terrifying screams. At first, he ignored the noise, thinking it might be coming from outside the neighborhood. But as the cries grew louder and more desperate, he realized something was terribly wrong. Fearing for his mother's safety, Nicholas rushed downstairs. In the darkness, he caught a glimpse of a horrifying scene. A man wielding an axe and his mother lying on the floor, soaked in blood. Amid the chaos, Nicholas heard chilling words echoing. "You didn't believe me." In shock and panic, the teenager bolted back upstairs, locked his bedroom door, and immediately called 911 to report what he had witnessed. To fortify himself further, he pushed a heavy chair against the door. His heart pounding, he cracked open his window, desperately signaling for help. Within minutes, police arrived and entered the house. Terrified, Nicholas leapt from the window, only realizing afterward that the shouts he heard were from Milford PD, not the attacker. Officers quickly found him outside and ensured his safety. Inside the house, police discovered a horrifying scene. In the kitchen, Julie Minogue lay lifeless in a pool of blood, her face and skull mutilated by multiple deep wounds. Nearby, on the stove, rested a large axe smeared with evidence of the crime. In the living room, 3-year-old Luke sat silently on the couch, frozen in shock and unable to comprehend the nightmare unfolding around him. Not a tear nor a sound escaped him, as though he remained paralyzed in shock. An officer stayed beside him, offering comfort and support until additional officers arrived at the scene. After her tragic death, Julie's body was respectfully transported to the Connecticut office of the Chief Medical Examiner for a detailed examination. Following a thorough autopsy, the examiner concluded that the cause of death was multiple chopping wounds and blunt impact injuries inflicted on the head, torso, and limbs. The precise findings offered critical evidence about the brutality of the attack, shedding light on the harrowing circumstances of her untimely end. Meanwhile, as police seized the axe discovered on the gas stove, they carefully scoured every corner of the home, determined to find any evidence that could bring them closer to the perpetrator. Inside the residence, they launched an exhaustive search, meticulously inspecting each room for possible clues about the horrific crime. The disturbance quickly drew the attention of concerned neighbors who gathered nearby. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension, as the community stood ready to support the investigation in any way they could. In the midst of the swelling crowd, a cooperative neighbor stepped forward with an unexpected piece of evidence. Ring camera footage captured outside his home at Long Meadow Complex. Police seized the chance, hopeful the recording would yield a valuable lead. Reviewing the footage, they spotted a chilling sight: a figure walking with an axe in hand, closely matching the description Nicholas had provided. The discovery sent a surge of anticipation through the investigators, who now believed they had identified a significant lead. Focus turned immediately toward uncovering the identity of this man with the axe. That same day, December 6, 2022, a critical development occurred when a distressed woman phoned police to report a horrifying call from her son. In a trembling voice, she relayed the shocking confession. Her son had just told her that he killed his girlfriend. The urgency in her words prompted an immediate and forceful law enforcement response. Determined to uncover the truth, officers quickly located the woman and engaged her in questioning. It was then disclosed that the man behind this grim confession was none other than 42-year-old Ewan DeWitt, Julie's former partner. Armed with this crucial revelation, police attempted to call Ewan, hoping to initiate a critical exchange. Their efforts, however, were cut short when Ewan abruptly ended the call. So it became essential for the police to investigate Ewan's past, as they believed it could provide critical information needed to advance the case. Born in Roxbury in 1979, Ewan Anthony DeWitt displayed a wide variety of interests and endeavors. As a gifted athlete, he pursued his love for ice hockey, reaching the level of semi-professional play. Ewan's eagerness for learning drove him to earn a bachelor's degree in history from Siena College, demonstrating his intellectual drive. He was not someone content with just one occupation, so he also pursued a career as a firefighter. In addition, he shared his knowledge by working as a personal trainer. In 2006, Ewan was arrested in Connecticut for driving under the influence along with traffic violations. He entered a guilty plea, which led to a suspended sentence and probation. Following this, Ewan DeWitt's path took a notable turn when he joined the distinguished ranks of the U.S. Marine Corps in 2009, beginning a career as a weapons specialist and non-commissioned officer. He served the country for 5 years, achieving the rank of Lance Corporal in 2011. A striking photo from his Marine years shows Lance Corporal Ewan DeWitt actively operating as a machine gunner. In the image, he is seen courageously manning a powerful M2.50 caliber machine gun mounted on a vehicle during the critical defense of the Amphibious Task Force naval exercise. This took place on December 3, 2011, aboard the USS Chima. With his leadership abilities and skill, he rose to the position of machine gun section leader within the prestigious 1st Reconnaissance Battalion. Ewan committed himself fully to service, completing multiple tours in Afghanistan, the Middle East, and other classified locations alongside his dedicated comrades. His and his brother's remarkable journey was featured in a 2015 article in the Registered Citizen, which highlighted their efforts to preserve a piece of history. Yet Ewan's life shifted to a darker course when legal troubles emerged. In November 2019, Milford police arrested him for assaulting a victim, leading the court to issue a protective order. According to court records, the case remains unresolved and is still pending. With his next court appearance set for April 14, 2023, Ewan continued to assert his innocence by entering a not guilty plea. He was released on a $20,000 bond while awaiting the judicial process. Ewan's troubled past involved a disturbing episode in which he was arrested for his actions against Julie shortly after the birth of her son. Reports indicated that he had thrown a heavy object at Julie Minogue and also smashed her phone to stop her from seeking help. Out of fear for her safety, Julie sought shelter at a neighbor's home and contacted authorities. The incident underscored the alarming nature of Ewan's behavior and its damaging effect on those around him, adding yet another troubling layer to the events as they unfolded. In 2021, he faced accusations of assaulting emergency personnel as well as a woman in Wake County, North Carolina. Court records showed that he pled guilty and was sentenced to a total of 95 days in jail. Although the exact length of his incarceration was unclear, these run-ins with the law reflected a consistent pattern of troubling conduct, raising more doubts about Ewan's character and past actions. Beneath Ewan DeWitt's troubled background, a deeper pattern of violence surfaced, specifically directed toward Julie Minogue. Multiple protective orders had been issued against Ewan for earlier incidents of domestic violence. These orders, dated November 2019 and January 2021, were intended to protect not only Julie, but also the children who were present during those altercations. One such incident involved Ewan being intoxicated and getting into a heated quarrel with Julie. According to a statement made by the victim's son, Ewan hurled a playpen at Julie's head, causing a distressing injury. While Ewan was undergoing rehabilitation, Julie moved to secure a restraining order in an attempt to shield herself from his harmful behavior. Despite these measures, Ewan was still granted visitation rights, leaving ongoing fears about the safety of those involved. In addition to their volatile relationship, Julie and Ewan DeWitt became embroiled in family court matters starting in 2021. It began when Julie submitted a petition in August 2021 for child support for their son Luke. By October 2021, a judge ruled in her favor and ordered Ewan to provide financial assistance. As tensions continued to escalate, Ewan took Julie to court in December 2021 seeking resolution regarding visitation rights. The court intervened and granted supervised visitation for Ewan in April 2022, with a scheduled hearing in April 2023 to further address the matter. These legal battles shed light on the complexities and challenges faced by Julie and Ewan as they navigated their post-relationship dynamics. As the investigation progressed, new details were revealed that on November 14, 2022, just 3 weeks before her death, Julie took a decisive step by visiting the Milford Police Department to file a complaint against Ewan. She alleged that he bombarded her with over 200 text messages within a span of just 2 days, despite the existence of a protective order that explicitly forbade him from contacting her. Officer Scott Nadlin listened to Julie's concerns and diligently collected evidence of the text messages from her phone, further solidifying the case against Ewan. In a heartfelt plea for protection, Julie Minogue expressed her deep concern for her safety and the well-being of her children in a sworn affidavit submitted on November 17, 2022. Determined to put an end to the ongoing abuse, she stated, "Don't believe I should endure this mistreatment any longer." Fearful of the consequences, she detailed the relentless harassment she faced. Julie Minogue also wrote in the document that, "And I'm scared he's going to kill me." Officer Nadlin, resolute in this pursuit of justice, meticulously crafted an arrest warrant, alleging Ewan's violation of the protective order. The document, filled with crucial details, was reviewed by supervisor, ensuring its accuracy and validity. They made sure that the arrest warrant application contained the requisite probable cause to support the charge that the text messages sent by Ewan DeWitt violated the modified protective order that was issued on January 15, 2021. On November 21, 2022, the court reopened the warrant application and made its way to the Milford State's Attorney's Office. However, the story took an unexpected turn as the Assistant State's Attorney, committed to thoroughness, sent the warrant application back to Officer Nadlin and requested further information before proceeding. In this delicate dance between law and justice, every step forward demanded meticulous attention to detail. However, on December 1, 2022, Julie Minogue successfully obtained a civil restraining order from a judge. In the hearing, which lasted about an hour, Julie presented evidence of the text messages, Ewan's struggles with substance abuse, mental health issues, and a history of violence. She expressed concern for Ewan's well-being, describing his bipolar rage and erratic behavior, and emphasized the importance of him receiving proper treatment and therapy. Julie firmly believed that Ewan should not be allowed around anyone until he'd received the necessary help and support. Recognizing the imminent danger she faced, a no-contact restraining order was swiftly issued on December 1, 2022, providing a legal shield against any further interaction with Ewan. This order took a grim turn when, 5 days later, Ewan murdered Julie with an axe inside her condo. At this point, all the evidence confirmed that Ewan was the primary subject of the investigation, and the search for him grew more intense as police meticulously canvassed the area around the Salem Walk condominium, determined to leave no stone unturned. Their pursuit led them to a dive bar on Ocean Avenue in West Haven, where they sought the cooperation of the local community. Officers approached patrons, informing them of the ongoing case and urging them to contact the authorities if they spotted Ewan. It was during this focused effort that 2 attentive individuals noticed someone who matched the suspect's description. Wishing to help the investigation, they immediately alerted the police, providing critical details about the suspect's location. Speaking with one of the witnesses, who asked to remain unnamed, officers learned that the individual had seen someone resembling the suspect loitering in the parking lot for a short while. Soon after, the suspect entered a food truck situated in the lot. Responding without delay, the police surrounded the scene. Without resistance, they arrested Ewan DeWitt on December 6, 2022, taking him into custody and moving one step closer to uncovering the truth. Investigators began a thorough interrogation of Ewan regarding the early hours of December 6, 2022. At first, Ewan remained stone-faced and refused to disclose critical details. However, after hours of persistent questioning, a breakthrough emerged. Ewan ultimately confessed to the brutal killing of Julie with an axe. He explained that he had entered the residence quietly through the kitchen window and concealed himself while waiting for his victim to appear. When Julie finally came into the kitchen, he launched his attack, swinging the axe with lethal force. It was at this terrifying moment that Nicholas, Julie's son, descended the stairs and came upon the scene. Panicked, Ewan fled, leaving the axe behind on the stove. His confession sent a wave of shock through the investigation, revealing a chilling version of the night's events. During his first court appearance in State Superior Court in Milford on December 7, 2022, Assistant State's Attorney Alana Paul presented the judge with new developments. She disclosed that Ewan had fully confessed to the murder, though even without his admission, she maintained that the case against him was strong. Prosecutor Paul emphasized the supporting surveillance footage and the crucial testimony of Julie's son, who had witnessed part of the crime. Given the severity of the matter, Paul argued that a substantial bond was required. Stressing the seriousness of the case, Judge Arden Grosjean set Ewan's bond at $5 million. The judge highlighted concerns about Ewan's history of ignoring court orders and stressed the need to protect public safety. Under these circumstances, Ewan was placed on suicide watch, and a hearing was scheduled for December 14, 2022, to further address the case. At last, the day of the final ruling arrived. On December 14, 2022, along with the murder charge, Ewan DeWitt faced several additional charges filed by the Milford police. These included criminal violation of a protective order, criminal violation of a restraining order, risk of injury to a minor, and reckless endangerment. By pressing these charges, authorities sought to reflect the wider range of Ewan's alleged behavior and its consequences. A hearing was scheduled for April 6, 2023, to address Ewan's pending criminal cases. He had not yet entered a plea. Prosecutors stated that Ewan had already admitted to killing Julie Minogue. However, no further details about the hearing were disclosed by the police. In a statement, the family voiced their determination to take action and ensure accountability for those who failed in their responsibilities. They also expressed hope that the case would serve as a driving force for stronger protections for individuals facing domestic abuse and violence. With steadfast resolve, the family seeks to bring meaningful change and prevent such devastating tragedies in the future. This case reflected both the thorough work of law enforcement and the heinous act of a man who murdered his ex-girlfriend in a fit of rage. Moving on to the next case. Natalie Holloway. The last day Natalie Holloway spent in Aruba was May 29, 2005. She intended to have the greatest day of her life. However, that day quickly turned into her worst nightmare when she vanished from the crowded Caribbean island, well known for its many tourist destinations. Often described as a Caribbean paradise, it is regarded as one of the finest islands with beautiful beaches. Natalie was born in Clinton, Mississippi, on October 21, 1986, and later relocated to Mountain Brook, Alabama. She had a younger brother named Matthew and was the eldest of the two children. Natalie's family shared a strong bond and cared deeply for her. Her mother, Beth Holloway, and father, David Holloway, first met and fell in love during high school before marrying in the 1980s. Over time, however, their differences became apparent. After 13 years of marriage, they made the decision to separate in 1993. Beth then took on the responsibility of raising her two children alone and did an excellent job. In 2000, she married Alabama businessman George "Jug" Twitty, moving with her children to Mountain Brook, Alabama. Even after the divorce, David remained dedicated to his family. He ensured that neither of his children ever felt abandoned. Natalie was raised in a loving and supportive household where she excelled academically. She attended Mountain Brook High School in Birmingham, Alabama, and was recognized as an honor student actively engaged in extracurricular activities. The bright Holloway child wished to take one last vacation with her friends before beginning college. Initially, both of her parents were firmly opposed to the idea, but after seeing her determination, they eventually agreed. Natalie was accepted to the University of Alabama on a full scholarship to pursue a pre-med degree. She was very excited about this trip because it was her last one before starting college. 25 of her Mountain Brook High School friends and 7 adults accompanied her when they arrived on the Caribbean island of Aruba on May 26, 2005. All of them stayed at the Holiday Inn, and once they arrived, the students were left unsupervised. Over the next few days, Natalie and her friends enjoyed relaxing, snorkeling, and partying late at night at clubs and bars. She was savoring her first taste of freedom and the fact that she was legally old enough to drink made it even more enjoyable. The group mostly frequented popular spots, such as Carlos and Charlie's and the Casino Excelsior, both associated with the Holiday Inn where they were staying. It was the final day of Natalie and her friend's trip to Aruba, May 29, 2005. They were at the casino near a blackjack table when a Dutchman approached and introduced himself to Natalie. He was a student from the Netherlands named Joran van der Sloot, and he appeared to be about her age. He was staying nearby, and soon they began to like each other and talk. Natalie and her friends were heading to Carlos and Charlie's, so they left and invited Joran to join them. Just before the club closed, Joran entered and led Natalie to the back bar to offer her some drinks. He gave her a couple of shots after she left with him. It was odd that the bartender seemed to know him beforehand, but she didn't pay it much attention. Natalie did not realize that her drink had been spiked with an unknown substance commonly referred to as Liquid X. The substance is colorless and odorless and requires only a few drops to be effective. Assailants often use it to incapacitate women before taking advantage of them. Liquid X was known for making people feel so sick that they became disoriented and unable to remember what happened. Natalie soon began to feel the effects of the drug, and she was intoxicated before realizing it. Joran told Natalie a story about sharks near the lighthouse to persuade her to go with him to the beach. A friend of Joran had left their car outside the club for him. He guided Natalie to the back seat of Deepak's silver-gray Honda, where Satish, Deepak's brother, was seated in the front. Her friends saw her run off with the Dutchman while ignoring them. This was the last time anyone would ever see her. Natalie was not at Mountain Brook High School on May 30, 2005, when the students were preparing to board their plane back home. The first call was made to Beth Holloway, informing her that her daughter was missing and had missed her flight. Frightened, the mother boarded a friend's private jet and reached Aruba in 12 hours. She went directly to the police station, where Natalie had been reported missing, and urged them to begin an investigation. Beth insisted that she and the casino manager review the surveillance footage from the previous night. They saw her daughter leaving the club with Joran. When she questioned the manager about Joran, he told her that he was a regular. Joran van der Sloot was well known in nearly all of Aruba's casinos. He often spiraled out of control, gambling, using drugs, and engaging in other troubling behavior. Although he lived on his family's farm, Joran had his own guest house. When his history was examined further, it was revealed that Joran was rumored to target women on their final night in Aruba. Before returning to his guest house, he would separate them from their friends, drug them, and then assault them without any sense of morality. There were multiple allegations of aggravated assault against Joran, accusing him of exploiting people who were intoxicated, but none of the cases ever advanced. He maintained a carefully devised plan that no one could uncover. Around 3 a.m. the next day, Beth finally convinced the police to take her to the van der Sloot residence. When she met Joran's father, Paul van der Sloot, he immediately denied that his son had any involvement in the case. Shortly after, Joran and his friends Deepak and Satish joined the conversation. Beth told them that Natalie had last been seen with Joran at the bar. Joran claimed they were only having a few drinks and that he and his friends had later dropped her off at the hotel. Paul quickly interrupted, instructing his son to stop speaking to the other boy. Paul worked as a judge in Aruba's government, which shielded Joran and gave him just enough time to dispose of the evidence. With the police offering little assistance, Beth was forced to return to the station. All of Joran's statements were proven false by the hotel's CCTV footage, which showed no record of Natalie being dropped off at the inn. David Holloway had already arrived in Aruba the following morning to search for his daughter. Natalie had been missing for 48 hours, yet the police did not seem to suspect Joran's involvement. They kept telling Beth that her daughter would reappear at any moment. At that point, they even began to suggest Natalie might be on drugs or had simply run away. David Holloway organized a ground search as more relatives and friends traveled to Aruba to assist. He was both terrified and desperate. Once a local Alabama news station reported that Natalie was missing, journalists and news crews flooded the island. Stories about Natalie appeared on the front page of nearly every newspaper, television channel, and magazine. Beth Holloway sat for hours of interviews with the New York Times and most other major news outlets. Mothers across the United States felt her anguish and wanted answers. David began receiving calls from parents saying their daughters had also traveled to Aruba and that similar incidents had occurred to them. They said they were told to abandon those cases because there were no leads. As public pressure intensified, the investigators began questioning Joran and the Kalpoe brothers. The Aruban police first questioned Joran van der Sloot, brothers Deepak and Satish, and Natalie Holloway's parents about taking her to the California lighthouse near Ayrshire Beach on the northwest tip of the island to see sharks. The young men said they did this. They claimed they dropped her off at the hotel at around 2 a.m. on May 30, 2005. Before Joran and the Kalpoe brothers drove off on June 5, they stated they saw a guard approaching Natalie outside her hotel. That was when 2 former hotel security guards were arrested. The young guards were arrested on June 9 and held on suspicion of first or second-degree murder and kidnapping with intent to kill. Karen Jansen, the Attorney General of the Netherlands Antilles, explained that they were not arrested immediately because authorities had hoped one of them would eventually lead investigators to concrete evidence. On June 14, searches were carried out at the beach, and the following day at Joran's home, where police seized 2 cars, computers, and cameras. Although many people in Aruba criticized the government for responding too slowly, some journalists argued that the delay had helped strengthen circumstantial evidence. However, the guards were released on June 18. One of them later told police that while they were both in custody, one of the Kalpoe brothers had confided something to him. He said that he and his brother had left Natalie with Joran at a beach near the hotel instead of actually taking her back there. Paul van der Sloot, Joran's dad, was also questioned by police and arrested on June 22. Steve Gregory Crows, a DJ who worked on party boats and may have had something to do with the case, was also arrested. According to several news sources, Crows and Paul were both put out on June 26. Satish CPO said he lied to the cops during his first trial. Again, he changed his story. This time he said that he and Deepak dropped Joran and Natalie off at the hotel, and that was the last time they saw them. At the same time, a worker at the Aruba Racket Club swore to police that he saw all 3 men in a car near the club at 2:30 a.m., even though the CPOs said they were already home. Every time someone said something, the case got farther away and there were still no signs of Natalie. There were thousands of people from the area, the Aruban Police Department, the Dutch Marines, FBI officers, and more who searched the whole area, but only on land. In the end, on June 25th, a volunteer group sent divers and sonar equipment to see if they could find any proof. 6 weeks after Natalie went missing, her family decided to offer a $200,000 prize for her safe return. They also offered a $100,000 reward for any information that led to the case. The prize for Natalie's safe return home had grown to $1 million by the end of July. Beth stayed in Aruba for 2 months and only left a few weeks before August 26th, when the CPOs were put back in jail after being freed earlier. By September 3rd, the brothers and Joran were all free. Late in August, the Aruba Search Team and Rescue Foundation sent divers to look again after hearing that a radar machine had found human bones about a mile off the coast, but they didn't find any. Aruba police said that people saw Natalie drinking a lot and having drugs on her that night, but no one saw her taking any of them. It was March 2006, 10 months after she had been seen last. Gerald Dompig, deputy head of police, said, "We are very sure that she either went into shock or something happened to her body with all the alcohol. And maybe even drugs that she took or that they gave her and she just passed out." People who thought she was dead looked for her body at the beach where Joran said he last saw her and at a salt pond near her hotel. Joran's story changed all the way through. He found the attention he was getting from the media interesting and used it to his advantage. To get money for his gaming habit, Joran would often call news stations and say he had new information about the case. His birthday is August 6, 1987, and he was born in Arnhem, Netherlands. He was born to Paulus van der Sloot and Anita van der Sloothuang. People knew that he did very well in school and was an athlete at the International School of Aruba. During the time that Natalie Holloway went missing, his lawyer father was in the process of becoming a judge. Lorraine Watson, a close friend of Natalie's, talked about the first time she met Joran. "I remember he's really tall. I remember looking at him thinking, oh, who's that guy? You know, he's hanging out with my friends," she said. "It wasn't really a red flag for me because he was going to go out with us later." Right away, the Holiday and staff recognized Joran as a regular who liked to hang out with young women tourists. He went to jail for 3 months and was let out without being charged because there wasn't enough proof to keep him there any longer. He and the Scipio brothers were caught again near the end of 2007, but this time nothing happened and they were all freed. After that, Joran traveled around the world on his own and lived in Thailand for a few months. Although he did some questionable things, he was smart enough to avoid getting caught. He allegedly talked about the case all the time and seemed happy that it had made him famous, but he got angry easily. He was said to have thrown a glass of wine in the face of Dutch crime reporter Peter de Vries when the reporter asked him why people should accept anything he said during a sit-in interview in January 2008. CNN reported in November 2008 that the Aruban police had 2 new leads to follow up on. That night on May 29, 2005, a witness came forward to say that he saw Paul van der Sloot. He told the cops that at 7 a.m. he was asleep at home. That night, and at 4 a.m., his son was on the island near Palm Beach. On May 30, 2005, someone saw a young man running from the pond towards a fast food place. The man was wet below the waist and only had one shoe on. Not long after that, an older guy drove by in a red Jeep with the young man. The second tip came from Joran's ex-girlfriend, who told police that Joran had told her one night, "Who knows, you may now be on the beach with someone who can get rid of a corpse." The family hired a private investigator named Tim Miller, who spent almost a year looking for Natalie in Aruba, sometimes with Dave Holloway. This happened on Natalie's birthday, October 21, 2005. They were digging in a garbage dump in Aruba when the deputy police chief told them he thought they should check the water as well. Someone broke into a fisherman's hut not long ago and stole a fish trap and tools that could have been used to weigh down a body. Louis Schaefer, an entrepreneur who had been keeping up with the case, offered to pay for a search of the ocean bottom within a certain range. In November 2007, a boat called Persistence left for Aruba. They found what looked like a fishing trap about 90 feet below the surface on December 24th. On December 29th, they sent a car that could be controlled from afar down to look into it. They saw something that looked like a head. A diver from the boat joined 2 Aruban police dives on December 30th, but they didn't find anything connected to Natalie. There would be new leads and witnesses all the time, but they would all lead to the same place, nothing. Someone calling themselves Marcos sent Dave a message in early 2008 saying that he knew drug runners were paid to hide Natalie's body at sea. Instead, the drug runners took the body to Nicaragua and hid it on land. Miller went to Nicaragua and met Marcos there. Marcos offered to use a GPS tag to go to the hiding place and look for the body parts. According to the police, Marcos called Miller and said he had found her. He said her body was all jumbled up and she was wrapped in a blanket. He also told Miller that they needed to put her in 2 ice boxes and told Miller to call Mr. Holloway right away to let him know they had found Natalie. Miller didn't call, though, because he didn't want to give Dave any more false hope. Following that, Marcos vanished without being seen or heard from again. In February 2010, Paul van der Sloot died of a heart attack that happened very quickly. He didn't help his son at all. Lawyer for the Holloway family. John Kelly says that Joran emailed him in March under the fake name J.P. Sanders and said he knew where Natalie Holloway could be found. He wrote, "I want to tell the truth. Now that my dad is dead, I have nothing to hide. There's a catch. I want to help Natalie's family. Okay, I'll tell you what happened to Natalie and where she is now for $4 million. That way you can help Beth bring her home." John Kelly met with Joran in Aruba after Beth gave her permission. He promised to start with $25,000 up front. John asked Joran what would happen if they didn't pay him after he said he knew where the body was. Joran is said to have told Beth that she could wait another 5 years without feeling bad about it. The family asked the FBI to help them. So they could catch Joran committing wire fraud, they planned to make him think he was getting paid. At the very least, this would give them a reason to hold him. John and Joran got together again, and this time John sent him $25,000 by wire. As soon as Joran got paid, he took him to a house near the Aruba Racket Club and told him that he had hidden Natalie's body in a base that had just been poured before the house was built. He said that he and Natalie had been on the beach that night. He told Natalie he wanted to go, but she wouldn't. When things got hot, he threw her off in anger. He said that she lost a lot of blood when she hit the back of her head and quickly died. John wasn't sure if he could believe his whole story, but it turned out that Joran hid the body with his father's help at the beach and then buried her in the grounds. The house that Joran showed him hadn't been built on since 2010. The police said that his story wasn't true enough to issue an arrest order. John and Joran kept in touch until May 25th, when he said he had turned himself in. He instead flew to Peru with the money he was forced to give them. The charges against him were wire fraud and blackmail by a federal grand jury on June 30th, 2010. As soon as Joran got to Peru, he went back to his old ways. He talked to Stephanie Flores, a college student of 21 years old in the Atlantic City Casino in Lima, Peru. They played poker together for about an hour or two. As seen on the security video that was taken from the scene, Stephanie then cashed in some chips and walked to Hotel TAC with Joran. There he picked up his key at the front desk. They were last seen going up the stairs around 5:33 a.m. and then going into room 309. At 8:36 a.m. on May 30th, 2010, Joran was seen being locked out of his room and asked to be let back in. After 20 minutes, he left by himself with only a rucksack. He left the TV on in the room and told the front desk worker, "Don't bother my girl," as he left. Employees would find Stephanie's badly beaten body in room 309 2 days later. Ricardo Flores, Stephanie's father, was a famous businessman and former race car driver, so the case was sure to get a lot of attention in the local news. Joran ran south and was caught in Chile in the end. He did everything he could to change how he looked. He shaved and dyed his hair white and got rid of most of his clothes. Most of the things Joran could live without seemed to have been thrown away, except for his notebook. The cops in Lima said that Joran first denied killing Stephanie, but after 4 days in jail, he finally broke down and admitted it. He said that they went to his room to gamble online and that she left for a short time. When Joran got home, the first thing he saw was Stephanie looking through his laptop and finding information that had something to do with Natalie going missing. She got scared right away and tried to leave the room, which made Joran even more angry, and he killed her in a fit of rage. Stephanie probably passed out from a broken neck minutes before she died. An autopsy later showed that she was awake when Joran threw her body to the ground and then went back to take a quick shower. When he saw that Stephanie was still living, he choked her to death with his shirt and then ran away. Joran did one last rude thing. He put Stephanie's dead body in a sexually suggestive position and then left the room. Everyone in the U.S. was shocked. The same thing was happening again, but this time there was another victim. After 5 years, Beth Holloway was heartbroken on the same day that Joran was finally put on trial. He was charged with murder in the first degree, theft, bank fraud, and extortion in Peru, as well as by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Birmingham, Alabama. The defense lawyer said the crime was manslaughter, but Joran eventually admitted to killing the person. They said that he was going through a lot of mental pain because of the Natalie Holloway case. In 2012, the court finally gave Joran a 28-year prison term. They had been through a lot of pain and trauma over the years, and this was their first win. In September 2010, Beth Holloway went to Peru to see Joran in Castro, the jail where he was being held. A Dutch film crew showed how Joran was getting by in one of the toughest prison rooms in the world. Beth said that the moment made her feel free. "This is what I'd worked so hard for 5 years," she said. Joran was in prison. "I had this in mind back in 2005. The victims' families felt like a turning point came when Joran was put in jail. They could finally move on with their lives." While Lady Figueroa was still pregnant, Joran was planning to marry her in July 2014. Lady Figueroa told CBS that she first met Joran in 2010 when she went with her cousin to visit another inmate. At the time, Joran was being held at Piedras Gordas, a maximum security prison in northern Lima, where he spent the first few years of his sentence after being transferred from Miguel Castro Castro. During this period, he was allowed visits from his fiancée. Lady claimed that the man who would later become her husband had changed. But after allegedly threatening to kill the warden at Piedras Gordas, Joran was moved in August to Calapalca Prison, a remote facility in the Andes Mountains notorious for harsher conditions. Lady, who gave birth to a child in September, told a Dutch outlet that Joran had been stabbed there by another inmate. Later, the head of Peru's National Penitentiary Institute dismissed her claims, calling her a habitual liar. Lady showed Fox News Latino a 2015 letter written by Joran from prison, in which he claimed that Stephanie Flores's father had placed a $10,000 bounty on his head. In the letter, he pleaded with authorities, writing, "I don't want to die," and begged them to ensure his safety behind bars. By then, both the police and the media widely recognized him as a manipulative liar and a psychopath. His serious crime, coupled with his lack of remorse, guilt, or fear, strongly suggested that his words were nothing more than another fabrication. In June 2023, Joran van der Sloot was extradited to Birmingham to face federal charges of bribery and extortion. At first, he pleaded not guilty, but later that same month, he changed his story and confessed to killing Natalie as part of a plea deal. Under the agreement, he received a 20-year sentence for extortion and wire fraud, to run alongside his existing prison term in Peru. For the first time, Joran openly admitted what happened on the night of May 29, 2005, the night Natalie never came home. According to his confession, after Natalie became sick, the Calpo brothers left her alone with him at the beach. Joran claimed that Natalie initially kissed him briefly, but when he tried to push things further, she resisted and kneed him in the groin to protect herself. Enraged, he struck her in the head with a cinder block. Joran then dragged her body into the water and disposed of her in the ocean. Aruban law only allows 12 years from the date of a crime to file a murder charge, so the statute of limitations there had already expired by the time of his confession. Officials in Aruba said they wanted access to Joran's case files before making any decisions about next steps, but technically the case of Natalie Holloway remains open on the island. Natalie's disappearance became one of the most infamous true crime stories in U.S. history. The tragedy of an 18-year-old honors student, a loving daughter on the cusp of college, vanishing in a foreign country shocked the nation. The case highlighted failures not only by Aruban investigators, but also by those who enabled Joran's behavior. For years, it raised questions in the media, among law enforcement, and across communities. Most haunting of all were the cries of a mother who could not save her child. Even with Joran's 2023 confession, Natalie's remains have never been recovered, and her case stands as a chilling reminder of how justice can remain out of reach. Moving on to the next case. Regina and Vicky. During the late 1980s, Hawaii hosted the NFL Pro Bowl, endured the impact of Hurricane Eva, and reached a population of 1 million residents. Yet perhaps most strikingly, during this period, Hawaii had its second serial killer, who proved to be even more notorious and lethal than the first. Although nearly 4 decades have passed since his initial attack, the case of the Honolulu Strangler remains unsolved. On May 29, 1985, Vicky Purdy went out to go clubbing with friends in the Waikiki district of Honolulu. At just 25 years old, Vicky worked at an adult video rental store and was married to an Army helicopter pilot named Gary. The couple had been together since Vicky was 20 and had relocated to Hawaii less than 18 months prior to her death. Vicky was last seen alive around midnight when a taxi dropped her off at the Shorebird Hotel so that she could retrieve her vehicle from the hotel's parking lot. When she did not return home, her husband, Gary, tried to reach her through a telephone paging system, but his attempts went unanswered. While driving around in search of her, Gary found his wife's car still in the Shorebird Hotel's parking lot, but there was no sign of Vicky. The following morning, however, Gary's worst fears were realized. Vicky's body was discovered on an embankment overlooking Keahi Lagoon near Lagoon Drive. While she was still wearing the yellow jumpsuit she had left home in on the evening of the 29th, her underwear was missing. Her hands had been tied behind her back, and she had been sexually assaulted. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation using a ligature. Notably, Gary told the Honolulu Star-Bulletin that his wife was a very strong person and not somebody to be messed with, recounting that early in their marriage, when conflicts arose, she had knocked the shit out of me. He also described the 25-year-old as streetwise, noting that she knew whom not to trust. The nature of Vicky's assault was therefore all the more shocking and led to speculation that more than one person may have been involved in the attack, with Gary himself suggesting that it would take at least 2 people given her physical strength and determination. Another significant detail is that 2 women had been stabbed to death at Vicky's workplace just 1 year prior to her own death, and it was initially theorized that the crimes might be connected. For more than 6 months following Vicky's death, the Honolulu Strangler, as he would soon be known, lay dormant. He did not strike again until January 14th. Regina Sakamoto, a Kansas-born teenager, was last heard from at 7:15 a.m. on the morning of January 14th. Described as shy but friendly, the 17-year-old was very close to her mother and actively involved in school activities. Her brother Omar described her as lively, fun-loving, and a friend to everyone. She planned to attend Hawaii Pacific University after the summer. Having missed her bus on the morning of January 14th, Regina called her boyfriend to inform him she would be late. Witnesses saw her shortly afterward waiting for the next bus, but the teenager never made it to school. The following morning, Regina's body was found at Keahi Lagoon. She was nude from the waist down, and her hands had been bound behind her back with a parachute cord. Like Vicky, she had been sexually assaulted and strangled. Unlike Vicky, however, Regina had been left partially undressed, and one of her feet was tied to a rock with an electrical cord. The similarities between the two cases were so pronounced that police quickly concluded Regina and Vicky had fallen victim to the same predator. Authorities realized they were confronting a serial killer. The strangler's third victim was a young, married churchgoer named Denise Hughes, described by her supervisor as a woman who always wore a smile. The 21-year-old failed to show up for her secretarial shift on January 30, 1986, just 2 weeks after Regina's death. Denise, the wife of a Navy serviceman stationed aboard a ship at Pearl Harbor, meant that her husband was unaware of her disappearance at the time. Notably, Denise also traveled to work by bus, just as Regina had. On February 1st, 2 days after she was reported missing, her body was discovered by fishermen. She was wrapped in a section of blue tarpaulin in the Mauna Lua stream, which flows into Keahi Lagoon. She was still wearing her blue dress. Like the other victims of the strangler, Denise had been strangled and her hands were bound with a parachute cord. She remained unidentified for several days until her dental records were sent to the mainland United States, where a match was confirmed. Reports are mixed regarding whether Denise was sexually assaulted. Some sources state that an autopsy could not conclusively determine this, but authorities believed it likely given the strong similarities to the cases of Regina and Vicky. On February 5, 1986, just a few days after Denise's body was recovered, the Honolulu Police Department established a 27-person task force aimed at identifying and apprehending the serial killer, now known as the Honolulu Strangler. The detectives selected for the team included experienced veterans from both the sex crimes and homicide divisions. The HPD also enlisted assistance from the FBI and the Green River Task Force, which had previously been assigned to apprehend Gary Ridgway, the notorious serial killer who had become a suspect in the Green River killings in 1983. Ridgway was known for strangling his victims, typically targeting runaways, sex workers, and other vulnerable women and girls. Prominent members of the Green River team included Robert Keppel, who had assisted in the Ted Bundy case, and FBI Special Agent John E. Douglas, the criminal profiler behind the Mindhunter book, later adapted into a Netflix series. The criminal profile developed for the Honolulu Strangler described him as an opportunist who attacked women in vulnerable situations, such as quiet parking lots, isolated bus stops, or out during nighttime hours. Additionally, the Strangler was not believed to be a stalker. He was likely a resident of Waipahu or Sand Island, or possibly worked in the area, and was thought to drive a cargo van. He was also believed to be white or of mixed race, between 30 and 40 years old, and to have no prior criminal record. Further details were provided to the media by Police Chief Douglas Gibb, who stated that the suspect may be experiencing girlfriend or marital problems, and that the selection of victims was likely a matter of opportunity or chance encounters. Following the formation of the task force, additional measures were implemented, including equipping public buses with two-way radios so drivers could request assistance or report suspicious activity. Despite these precautions, the Strangler continued to attack and evade capture. On March 26th, Luis Medeiros became the Strangler's next victim. The 25-year-old was described by the Honolulu Star-Bulletin as a young woman who had lived much of her life before truly learning how to live it. She had reportedly left her family as a teenager to move to Oahu in pursuit of independence. She returned home only once in 6 years. During her time on Oahu, she relied on welfare, had minor encounters with the law, and lived with beach people at Makaha. Luis had never married and had 4 children. She was 3 months pregnant with her 5th child when she disappeared. Just days before her vanishing, she had returned briefly to her family home following her mother's death. Her family described her as ambitious and determined to change her life. She no longer wished to rebel and was motivated to improve herself. According to her family, she had finally found happiness. Luis disappeared after leaving the airport, having returned to Oahu from her family home. She had planned to catch a bus back to her apartment, but never arrived. On April 2nd, a week after her disappearance, Her body was discovered by road workers near Walkley Stream, 12 miles from where Denise's body had been found 2 months earlier. Louise's hands had been tied with a parachute cord, and she was nude from the waist down. Due to decomposition, it could not be conclusively determined whether she had been sexually assaulted. Investigators noted that the first 3 victims of the strangler had been dumped near Honolulu International Airport, while Louise had passed through the area. This suggested that the airport held significance for the perpetrator. In response, police deployed undercover female officers around the airport and Keahi Lagoon, but the strangler did not take the bait. The final known victim of the strangler was 36-year-old Linda Pesky, last seen on April 29th leaving her apartment. When she failed to return home, her roommate grew concerned, but the worry escalated to alarm when Linda did not show up for work the following morning. Discovering that the 36-year-old's Toyota was unlocked and parked by the Nimitz H1 viaduct, the roommate immediately notified the police. Linda was described similarly to Vicky, streetwise, opinionated, and a fighter. Loved ones also described her as carefree. She had spent the 1970s hitchhiking across the United States before eventually settling in Hawaii, where she worked as a dancer in a nightclub. Much like Louise, Linda abandoned her rebellious ways after giving birth to her daughter. Early in their investigation, detectives quickly discovered that on the night of her disappearance, witnesses had seen Linda's Toyota with its hazard lights flashing. They reported that another vehicle had pulled up beside it, seemingly to offer assistance. The car was described as a cream-colored, American-made van with letters on its back windows, though it was unclear what the letters spelled. Witnesses also saw a man of medium build, in his late 30s or 40s, who was either white or of mixed race. Despite having these details, authorities were initially unable to locate the individual or the van. Then, on May 3rd, 43-year-old Howard Andrew Gay contacted police. He claimed a psychic had informed him of the location of Linda's body, stating it was at Sand Island, a small island at the entrance to Honolulu Harbor. Gay led law enforcement to the locations he had been told, but no remains were found. Nevertheless, investigators combed the area and eventually discovered Linda's body. She was lying off a dirt road, nude, with her hands bound by a parachute cord. A cement block rested on her back, and she was partially concealed by dirt and debris. Following the discovery, detectives turned their attention to Gay, whose story aroused strong suspicion, particularly as he fit the physical description of the strangler. During questioning, investigators learned that Gay was obsessed with an employee of a local sailing club who matched the general description of most of the strangler's victims. He reportedly often stared at the young woman and offered her rides, which she consistently declined. He became enraged when she refused, though she accepted a ride from a biker. Detectives also learned that he had physically assaulted another woman who had refused to enter his vehicle. 6 days after meeting Gay, on May 9th, police arrested him. Howard Gay was originally from Buffalo, New York, and had served in the military. He had been stationed at George Air Force Base in California until 1965, when he was honorably discharged. After leaving the Army, Gay worked a variety of jobs, including delivery driver and telephone lineman, eventually becoming a mechanic for an air freight carrier on Lagoon Drive. He drove a cream-colored van and had previously been married, divorcing his wife in 1983. The couple had 2 children together. He had no prior legal troubles. Given his employment at the airport, he likely had access to parachute cord. He also matched the build and age described by witnesses on the night of Linda's disappearance, as well as the age range outlined in the criminal profile. Women who had been romantically involved with Gay, including his ex-wife, described him as persuasive, charming, and a smooth talker. Investigators also noted that Gay had an interest in bondage and enjoyed tying women's hands behind their backs during sexual activity. His girlfriend at the time was interviewed by police and corroborated these claims. She further stated that on the nights the strangler's victims disappeared, she and Gay had argued, and he had stormed out of their home in a fit of rage. With this information, detectives felt confident that they had identified their suspect. Gay was interrogated for 10 hours and subjected to at least 1 polygraph test, yet no direct evidence linked him to the crimes. The investigators only had circumstantial evidence. Consequently, law enforcement released Gay. Following his release, he told the press, "The police have released me. That's all I know. They have plenty of good cause. They're doing their job." His polygraph tests were inconclusive. Interestingly, Police recovered a notepad in Linda's office containing Gay's name and phone number, suggesting he was a potential customer. Additional evidence against him included an eyewitness who, on the night of Linda's disappearance, identified the 43-year-old in a lineup, though she later refused to testify, fearing for her safety after encountering Gay. Gay was monitored for years afterward, and the police offered a $25,000 reward for information, but he was never linked to the Honolulu Strangler by forensic evidence and was never formally charged. After his release, the Strangler ceased attacking. In June 1986, Gay traveled to California to attend his son's graduation, but the young man tragically died in a car accident around that time. Gay subsequently became a born-again Christian and eventually moved permanently to California. He died on November 2, 2003, at the age of 60. Despite the lack of physical evidence, Honolulu investigators maintain that Gay is their suspect. Many aspects of his life and physical appearance align with those of the Strangler. Frustratingly, however, the cases of Vicky, Regina, Denise, Louise, and Linda remain unsolved. Their families were left without closure or justice. If Gay was indeed the Strangler, he was able to live out the remainder of his life in peace, a luxury he did not grant to his victims. Moving on to the next case. Robert, John, and Anton. On October 18, 1955, the dead bodies of 3 young boys were discovered without clothing in a drainage ditch. These boys were Robert Peterson, aged 14, John Schussler, aged 13, and Anton Schussler, aged 11. This devastating incident left a deep and lasting scar on the community. The determined search for justice was met with disappointment as the case stayed unsolved for nearly 40 years. The question persisted: who could have carried out such a monstrous act against these innocent boys? How did they manage to escape justice for such a long span of time? Let us take ourselves back to the 1950s and examine the hidden treasure of Chicago's Northwest Side. Norwood Park and Jefferson Park, situated in this area, offered comfort to those who sought shelter from the turmoil of city life. The tightly knit neighborhood centered around its parish, little league, and bowling alleys. With the city's lowest crime rate, it was an ideal place to bring up a family until disaster occurred in 1955. On February 11, 1942, in Cook County, Chicago, Malcolm and Dorothy Peterson gladly welcomed their first son Robert, fondly called Bobby. Robert was the oldest of 4 children, with younger sisters Barbara and, aged 7, and Susan, aged 5, along with a 3-year-old brother named Tommy. Even during childhood, Robert was noted for his neatness and orderliness, keeping his room spotless at all times. He was a dependable young boy who not only helped at home, but also took an active role in different community activities. John Schussler, born on November 30, 1941, to Anton John Schussler Sr. and Eleanor Lillian Holtz Schussler, carried a strong love for sports from an early age. He was an outstanding and well-mannered child who avoided getting into trouble. 2 years afterward, on November 12, 1943, his brother Anton John Schussler, lovingly called Tony, was born. Tony held a lifelong goal of becoming a veterinarian, a dream he cherished from his earliest years. The connection between the 2 brothers was inseparable, as they took part in shared pastimes and sustained a tight group of companions. As the evening descended upon the quiet streets where John, Anton, and Robert had spent their youth playing sports and discovering their surroundings, a foreboding sense of something sinister and grim filled the air. A terrible incident was approaching. It was October 16, 1955, a brisk autumn day in Chicago. 2 brothers, 13-year-old John and 11-year-old Anton, got on their bicycles and rode to their friend Robert's house. Having already helped their ailing father hang a clothesline in the basement, they now had the whole day free for themselves. With an eager wish to embark on a bold outing, John and Anton each carried $1.25 in cash, excited for their secret plan to head downtown and see a movie. This daring and forbidden adventure was made possible by their 14-year-old companion, Robert, who had both the needed knowledge and the approval to take part. Robert's mother, Dorothy, even assisted them in choosing a film, Disney's The African Lion, which they meant to see at the Loop Theater. Holding $1.50 in his hand, Robert said goodbye to his parents, following their usual routine of warm kisses, and left home with the pledge to be back by 8 p.m. As the evening deepened and the clock passed 8, unease began to overwhelm both households. The boys were nowhere to be found, nor were there any phone calls. Eleanor, the mother of John and Anton, phoned the Peterson home to ask about the boys' location. To Eleanor's shock, Dorothy, Robert's mother, disclosed that they had gone downtown, leaving her stunned. The fear grew stronger when no word came from the boys, prompting Dorothy Peterson to contact the police at the Gale Street station around 10 p.m. She spoke with a sergeant who instructed the families to call the police again if the boys still had not returned within an hour. The sky, which had started off a brilliant blue when the boys set out on their adventure, gradually shifted as the day wore on. That stormy night unleashed heavy rain, heightening the tension that had seized the community. Despite the difficult weather, Mr. Peterson and Mr. Schussler were resolved not to abandon the search for their missing children. They carefully searched every hamburger shop along Milwaukee Avenue and even thoroughly checked the Loop Theater where the boys had planned to see the movie. Yet all their attempts came to nothing. It appeared as if the boys had disappeared without a trace, leaving no choice but to involve the police. Although their children attended the same school and were friends, the Peterson and Schussler families had never met or spoken with each other. It was as though their lives moved side by side, never overlapping. Unbeknownst to them, their lives were about to become closely connected in a manner they never could have foreseen. As police began their search for the missing boys, they questioned what the boys had been wearing and carrying, in hopes of finding possible clues. They learned that Robert had been dressed in a noticeable white Sox jacket, while the Schussler brothers had been wearing Cubs jackets. But where could the boys have gone? The downtown district was several hours away by car, making it improbable that they had traveled such a distance. Perhaps they had used their money on snacks and were walking back in the heavy rain, or maybe they had gone bowling, one of their favorite activities. The search continued as different theories and suggestions were raised, yet the only clear fact was the growing concern of the families involved. When the sun rose on October 17, 1955, the day after the boys' disappearance, the uneasiness within the neighborhood deepened. The police were equally confused, as they had never handled a case in that community where a missing child remained unfound. Even though Robert had skipped school on a few prior occasions, everyone knew he was dependable and would not have left Anton and John on their own. The detectives resolved to visit Farnsworth School on Linder Avenue, where the three boys were enrolled, in order to check if the disappearance might be tied to the school. Principal D.W. Thornton suggested searching the north branch of the Chicago River in the Forest Preserve due to its past record of violent episodes. A year earlier, a high school boy had attacked a grade school child near the river. The teachers, Mrs. Bernice Jonas and Miss Cecilia Schwachten, were profoundly disturbed and attempted to keep their composure. Mrs. Jonas suggested that one or two people might have been trying to get the students' attention in recent days, as a few students had reported. The community was seized with fear, and the detectives realized that if the boys were not found soon, gossip and speculation would overshadow the truth. The detectives confronted a difficult challenge. With a population of 60,000 in the district, there were countless doorbells to ring and a wide area to examine. They knew it was essential to reduce the search sites in order to raise the likelihood of success. As a result, they started by looking into the Loop Theater and contacting bus drivers who had been working on the day of the boys' disappearance. One driver, Bruno Malcarini, offered an important clue. He remembered observing three boys fitting the descriptions of Robert, John, and Anton boarding his bus at Berto Avenue while showing their student ID cards. He let them off at Lawrence Avenue, where they planned to go to the Jefferson Park Recreation Alley for bowling. The problem arose when they failed to ask for a transfer slip that would have shown they were meant to get off at Central near the Peterson residence. Perhaps this seemingly harmless change of plans set in motion a dreadful chain of events. It seemed the detectives were finally making headway in the effort to find the missing boys. Sightings at the bowling alley provided the next important clue. Neighbors and relatives confirmed seeing Robert and Anton at Monte Cristo Bowling Alley, where they took a restroom break while John chatted with a neighbor. The boys left at 8 p.m. after Robert and Anton returned from the restroom. Edward C. Davis, the alley's manager, added more details that shed light on the boys' movements that day. Davis stated that they had come to the alley twice, once around 3:15 p.m. and again at 7 p.m. However, they were unable to bowl since they lacked the money. This presented a puzzling question. Why would the boys return to the very place where they had earlier been turned away without money to take part in the activity? Although the detectives now had a timeline to follow, there were still holes in their understanding of the events. It was deeply frustrating for them to be so near to the boys, yet unable to find them. The atmosphere inside the office of Captain Russell Corcoran, chief of the 33rd Precinct of the Chicago Police Department, was heavy and solemn on that tragic day of October 18, 1955. The disappearance of the Peterson and Schussler boys had overtaken the entire department, and Captain Corcoran had just reassured the commissioner that every possible effort was being made to locate them. But at 1:15 p.m., the phone rang once more. As the captain listened, his face grew pale and tears filled his eyes. After hanging up, he delivered a grim statement that would haunt the detectives for the rest of their lives. The bodies of 3 young boys had been found unclothed. On that same day, Victor Livingston, a middle-aged liquor salesman, was leisurely driving his car, enjoying the benefits of his hard work. Having earned a fair amount of money, he looked for a quiet location to eat his lunch. He therefore chose Robinson Woods Forest Preserve, a scenic spot known for birdwatching and autumn colors on the northwest edge of Chicago. He had no idea he was about to come upon something terrifying. While sitting in his car preparing to eat, he noticed a lifeless body lying on the ground. Shocked, he quickly drove off to find a phone to notify the authorities. Multiple officers arrived at the site as the report spread. When Victor approached the police to ask about the body, he was told that 3 bodies had been discovered. Because they had been placed in a shallow ditch, only one was initially visible. Despite the detectives' exhaustive search for the missing boys, the dreadful truth they encountered surpassed anyone's darkest fears. Just 2 weeks before Halloween, the boys were found unclothed and piled one atop the other, with Robert's head showing a horrific injury that had already healed. The polluted ground provided no chance of locating footprints or any other useful evidence. The heartbreaking news deeply affected everyone. Even though detectives were expected to uphold a professional front, tears streamed openly that day as they mourned the loss of the innocent boys. With little evidence available, the detectives observed the lack of footprints around the bodies, indicating that the boys had likely been discarded from a vehicle. The killer had carefully concealed their actions, eliminating any trace of the children or incriminating clues. In addition, the grease discovered on their hands, backs, and feet suggested that the boys had probably been killed elsewhere before being left in the woods. The lack of blood, due to the rainfall, further reinforced this theory. Autopsies on the 3 victims determined that they had been dead for about 36 to 40 hours prior to being found in Robinson Woods Forest Preserve. Though early suspicions suggested possible assault, the autopsy results contradicted this belief. Dr. Harry R. Hoffman, affiliated with the Cook County Behavior Clinic, gravely remarked that the perpetrator of such a vile crime had likely satisfied their twisted desires through the act of murder itself. Dr. Jerry Kearns, a veteran in the study of human remains, typically ensured that the heaviness of his work did not interfere with his private life. However, the case of the Schussler-Peterson boys would leave an unforgettable impact on him. Anton Jr. had been struck in the neck with a blow resembling a karate chop, yet fingernail impressions found on Anton's and John's necks revealed they had been strangled. The Schussler brothers appeared to have been killed by bare hands, whereas Robert had clearly been strangled with a rope. Additionally, he had been brutally beaten on the head 14 times with a rake or similar gardening tool, and the other boys had been struck on their faces with what seemed to be the flat side of a knife. Coroner Walter E. McCarrow also shared his thoughts on the tragedy, labeling it as the work of a deranged individual or possibly a group of older boys. It was observed that Robert, John, and Anton were likely held captive in unsanitary conditions, bound and silenced with adhesive tape before being discarded in the forest preserve. Dr. Kearns was well aware that this was no ordinary crime. He asserted that it was not carried out by individuals of the same age group, nor was it the work of a lone 18 or 20-year-old. The assailant had approached from the left rear, and despite the gruesome nature of the crime, there was no sign of sexual assault. Robert had put up a fierce fight for his life, evident from the head injuries he sustained. The recovery of the boys' bodies marked just the beginning of the nightmare. Witnesses came forward to report seeing a vehicle pick up the 3 boys. One witness even claimed the car was a Packard, leading to the interrogation of nearly 1,000 Packard owners. Despite an exhaustive investigation that involved interviewing over 43,000 individuals, the perpetrator remained at large. Anton Schussler Sr., who had lost his 2 sons, expressed his thoughts on the tragic events, stating, "When children can't safely go to the movies in the afternoon and return home, there is something fundamentally wrong with the country." However, the tragedy did not end there for the Schussler family. Anton Sr., at only 41 years old, passed away due to a heart attack just a month after the murders. Eleanor Schussler's life became even more isolated as she mourned the loss of both her sons and her husband. Despite eventually marrying Valentine Bud Kujawa and attempting to move forward, the memories of the murders continued to haunt her. She kept a photo of her boys and a bronze baby shoe of each on her dresser as a constant reminder of the children she had lost. For years, she grappled with the unanswered question of what had happened to her sons, with occasional visits from investigators serving as painful reminders of the unsolved case. Gary Kujawa, her stepson, recalled the profound impact the murders had on her, noting that she was always haunted by the tragedy. The Peterson family also struggled to come to terms with their loss. Malcolm, Robert's father, not only mourned the loss of his son, but also his closest companion. Dorothy, Robert's mother, was left so devastated by the tragedy that she required medical attention. In the aftermath of the murders, Chicago became a place of unease. Law enforcement officers scoured the streets tirelessly, searching for any evidence or clues related to the case. Parents were reluctant to let their children out of their sight, fearing they could also become victims of the unknown perpetrators. Leaving children home alone was no longer an option, as doors were securely locked and even disposing of items in the trash seemed risky, as any suspicious activity could lead to intense questioning by investigators. The community was gripped by fear, with terror infiltrating every aspect of daily life. Despite the disorder, the investigation continued with the presence of numerous uniformed police officers and undercover detectives scouring the neighborhood. Captain Louis Caparelli enlisted an additional 200 officers from his unit, all of whom willingly sacrificed their weekend to aid in the manhunt. It was an unprecedented display of unity within the Chicago Police Department, with one officer commenting, "I've never witnessed anything like it." However, it wasn't until December 7, 1955 that the Chicago Daily News took notice of peculiar markings discovered on John's left thigh, positioned between his knee and hip. These oval-shaped markings, measuring 4 inches by 2 inches, featured a pattern of stars and letters imprinted on the fatty tissue beneath the skin. Of particular significance was the word bear. Dr. Kearns had overlooked this detail in his initial findings, yet there were other crucial oversights as well. Funeral home attendants had uncovered alarming bone fractures in the Schussler brothers, which Dr. Kearns had failed to detect. Additionally, adhesive tape had covered the boys' faces, but it had been removed prior to their bodies being left in the ditch. The perpetrators of this crime were well aware of what they were doing, concluded Coroner McCarran. They took care to eliminate the tape used for blindfolding and gagging the victims, as it could have revealed fingerprints. The leads that once appeared promising gradually dwindled, transforming the once bustling investigation into a silent and stagnant cold case. The brutal murders of 3 young boys in Chicago left investigators with more questions than answers. As if the case wasn't perplexing enough, over a year later, on December 28, 1956, 2 teenage girls, 15-year-old Barbara Grimes and 13-year-old Patricia Grimes, vanished after watching their beloved movie, Love Me Tender. Their lifeless bodies were discovered unclothed on the side of the road, mirroring the earlier murders. However, unlike the boys, was no clear cause of death. The coroner's jury ruled that the sisters froze to death, but the chief investigator, Harry Giello, disagreed. He believed that the ice around the bodies showed that they were warm when they were left there, and that the puncture wounds in Patricia's chest were signs of violence before death. He also suspected that Barbara had been assaulted, which the pathologists had denied. The eerie similarities between the 2 cases led to speculation that the same person might have been responsible for both. After decades of frustration and dead ends, it seemed like the case of the murdered boys in Chicago would remain a mystery forever. But then, in 1994, a bombshell dropped, and it wasn't the kind of evidence you see in TV crime dramas. There was no DNA, no fingerprints, no trace evidence examined by a forensics expert. Instead, it was a seemingly innocent comment made by a snitch in a completely unrelated investigation that suddenly opened up a direct path to a suspect in this long-dormant investigation. During an investigation into suspected horse killings and the mysterious disappearance of candy heiress and horsewoman Helen Voorhees Brock on February 17, 1977, a breakthrough occurred when Special Agent Jim Grady and his partner Mr. Ratuno began piecing together clues from the horse racing industry. They knew they were entering a world of secrets. As the pieces started to fall into place, the prosecution team found themselves delving into an underworld of murderers, arsonists, swindlers, conmen, and even a group known as the Horse Mafia. As they dug deeper, they started hearing whispers about a man named Kenneth Hansen in relation to the boys' slayings, who had bragged about the incident to the people he was close with. For years the case was built from fragments of information called from this murky world. But somehow they managed to make it all fit together, painting a vivid picture of what had happened all those years ago. In the early 1990s, detectives were closing in on Kenneth Hansen, who had a rather eventful life. Born to Ethan and Lucille Hansen in 1933, Kenneth was known for his intelligence and charisma during his childhood. He later married his high school sweetheart, Beverly Ray Carlson, and together they had 2 sons, Danny and Mark. In the 1960s, Kenneth opened and managed a riding stable called Camelot near Tinley Park. It was during this time that Roger Spry, a young worker at the stable, became a part of the Hansen family, residing in their house from a young age. However, things took a dark turn when Hansen made inappropriate advances towards Spry and banished him to sleep with the dogs in the kennels. Eventually, when Spry was still a child, Hansen initiated a relationship with him that lasted for years until Spry turned 18. Throughout this period, Spry lived on and off with Hansen, while Hansen also picked up male hitchhikers aged between 11 and 16 years old, offering them lodging at the stables in exchange for work. Hansen would often boast to Spry about his relations with these young boys. As the summer of 1994 approached, Hansen began to feel the weight of impending doom as the investigation into his possible involvement in a decades-old case closed in on him. He became so paranoid that he started asking his neighbor if there were any police officers looking around his house. Meanwhile, the investigations surrounding the disappearance of Helen Voorhisbra continued to unfold, adding more intrigue to the situation. In July 1994, the police made a significant move by charging Richard Bailey, a former stable owner and acquaintance of Hansen's, with soliciting Brock's murder, but that was not the end of it. Authorities also charged 23 other individuals for their alleged participation in schemes to kill valuable horses for insurance payments. On August 11, 1994, Kenneth Hansen was apprehended by the Chicago Police and Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms at his residence in Country Club Hills, where he was found with a packed suitcase. The arrest was in connection to an arson incident in 1972 that destroyed the Forest View stables, a rival business, and resulted in the deaths of 36 horses. The following day, on August 12th, Hansen was formally charged with 3 counts of murder, the Peterson-Schussler case. At the time of the murders, he was 22 years old, and he was 61 years old at the time of his arrest. The announcement of the murder charges against Hansen raised questions about the evidence authorities had against him. Despite not revealing specific evidence, Cook County State's Attorney, Jack O'Malley, stressed that after 4 decades the case could not rely solely on physical evidence. This lack of transparency deepened the mystery surrounding the case, leaving many curious about how the prosecution planned to build their case against Hansen. Although Robert Hansen was one of the 43,000 individuals initially interviewed, there is no indication that he was aware of being a suspect or deliberately concealed his involvement from investigators. Police reports suggest that on October 16, 1955, Robert, John, and Anton were hitchhiking on Milwaukee Avenue when they were picked up by Hansen, who resided just a few blocks away from where he encountered the boys. Hansen then brought them to Idle Hour Stables, a place he often visited and worked at on the northwest side of the city. According to reports, Hansen attempted to engage in inappropriate acts with the boys, and when they resisted, the encounter escalated into violence, ultimately leading to their deaths. That same night, a witness, Hetty Salerno, heard 2 terrifying screams coming from the direction of the Idlehour stable while she was occupied with her tasks. Spry, who lived with Hansen's family, testified that Hansen once shared a disturbing story involving 3 boys he had picked up while they were hitchhiking. According to Hansen's account, he brought them to a barn where he assaulted Anton. When John, Robert, and Anton threatened to tell their parents and the authorities about what had happened, an argument broke out. Hansen allegedly ended up strangling one of the boys in a fit of rage, then felt forced to kill the other 2 to prevent being exposed. Afterward, Hansen's friends arrived, and together they disposed of the bodies in nearby forest preserves with the assistance of an employee. Hansen openly admitted the murders to several individuals, even mentioning that his brother, Curtis Hansen, had struck one of the boys with a blunt object. Kenneth Hansen lived in constant fear that Curtis might one day reveal his secrets. Witnesses during the first trial testified that Hansen had confessed to them about the murders while inside a room at the Idlehauer stable. The stable was owned by Silas Jamie, a contentious figure in the horse breeding industry known for his erratic temperament and alleged ties to violent and illicit activities. Despite this reputation, he managed to rise in the ranks, becoming a leading presence in Chicago's horse scene. It was believed that Silas somehow learned about the 3 boys being killed in the stable and reacted with fury. Some witnesses even alleged that he had a role in helping to dispose of the bodies. Hansen boasted that once the bodies were discovered, he moved to South Chicago and arranged for the Idlehauer stable to be burned down to destroy any remaining evidence. In 1995, Hansen was convicted of the horrific crime, yet his circumstances shifted when the Illinois Appellate Court overturned the verdict 5 years afterward. The ruling stated that the jury should not have been allowed to hear Hansen's prior record of inappropriate conduct with boys. However, justice was ultimately served in a 2002 retrial. The jury swiftly delivered a guilty verdict, resulting in Hansen receiving a sentence of 200 to 300 years in prison, ensuring he would remain incarcerated for the rest of his life. Even though he appealed the ruling in 2004, it was upheld. Kenneth Hansen struggled with dementia while in prison and died on September 13, 2007, at the age of 74. The announcement of his conviction stirred a wide range of emotions, from relief to outrage. One individual especially affected was a stepbrother of the Schussler boys, whose grief reawakened after hearing of Hansen's passing. Leonard Goodman, Hansen's defense lawyer, continued to assert his client's innocence, arguing that had Hansen been arrested earlier, he could have established a reliable alibi. But with so many decades gone by, recalling exact details from 1955 was no longer possible. Prosecutors and investigators insisted that the evidence against Hansen was compelling, describing the case as effectively settled. They further claimed Hansen had preyed upon numerous boys prior to his capture. The Peterson-Schussler murders evolved beyond a single crime, becoming a terrifying narrative that spread fear and uneasiness throughout the city. What was once a serene neighborhood had turned into a place where darkness was dreaded and uncertainty was feared. Moving on to the next case. Winifred Rosemary Mendoza. Winifred Rosemary Mendoza resided on a farm in a rural part of Colombia with Alberto Vilma. She was the youngest of 3 Venezuelan siblings and was recognized for being the charming and smiling young woman. On Monday, March 21, 2022, Winifred Mendoza vanished. This account begins in the rural region of Armenia, Colombia, a location that is warm and lively, not only due to the lush green of its coffee plantations, but also because of the cordiality of its residents. By early 2022, Winifred Mendoza, a 24-year-old Venezuelan, lived there with her partner, Alberto Vilma, who was 27. Yet one day, without warning or any trace, on March 21, 2022, Winifred mysteriously disappeared. Her brother, Felix Mendoza, residing in Cucuta and communicating with her daily, became concerned when their mother conveyed her worry over Winifred's lack of response. At that moment, neither Felix nor her partner Alberto considered alerting the authorities, hoping she would return on her own. Nevertheless, the following day, Fernando, a young Venezuelan living in Bogotá who knew both Winifred and Felix, reached out. He indicated that Winifred had sent him a message early Monday morning, stating she was traveling to Bogotá. Unfortunately, she never reached her destination. That same day, her brother Felix contacted Alberto Vilma. Alberto told him that following an argument, Winifred had packed her belongings and said she was going to Bogotá. 2 days later, Felix journeyed to Armenia in search of his sister. The day after his arrival, he visited the farm where she lived and met with Alberto. They agreed that they should officially report Winifred's disappearance. However, when Alberto attempted to do so, he discovered that Winifred's friend in Bogotá, Fernando, had already filed a missing person report, which was subsequently sent to Armenia. There, police investigators Christian Marilanda and Arturo Velasco assumed responsibility for the case. Yet for the authorities to initiate their investigation, they needed more information about Winifred. They learned that she lived on a farm in rural Armenia with Alberto and had held several jobs. They discovered she had no known enemies and was not wealthy, which excluded the possibility of kidnapping. They also learned that she was the youngest of 3 Venezuelan siblings, all born and raised in Altagracia, Venezuela, and she was particularly recognized for her charismatic and cheerful personality. The investigators also sought information regarding Alberto Vilma. They found that although Alberto and Wyniffer had known each other since childhood, they had not been friends at that time. Regarding Fernando, the young man living in Bogotá who had reported her disappearance, they learned that he and Wyniffer knew each other because they both played volleyball in Venezuela. Felix, Wyniffer's brother, had moved to Colombia in 2019 due to deteriorating conditions in their home country. He settled in the city of Cúcuta, according to both Fernando and Alberto Vilma. They had also arrived in Colombia toward the end of 2019. Fernando settled in Bogotá, working in delivery services, while Alberto secured a position on a farm in the beekeeping industry alongside his brother. Toward the end of that year, Alberto contacted Wyniffer via Facebook, as he frequently did. Wyniffer shared with him the difficult situation in Venezuela, and Alberto suggested she come to Colombia, believing she would have better opportunities to improve her life there. By early 2022, Wyniffer made the decision and traveled to Colombia on January 9th. Like many Venezuelans, she crossed the border and made her way to Armenia using funds sent by Alberto. He picked her up from the terminal, since she did not know how to reach the farm. According to Alberto, he and Wyniffer began a serious relationship shortly after her arrival. She started working on the farm, and Alberto, enamored with her, envisioned a future with the family together. He believed she felt the same way. Their first days were happy. However, less than 2 months after Wyniffer's arrival, Alberto began noticing a change in her behavior, sensing she was not the same. He frequently asked if something was wrong. If she wished to continue the relationship, she reassured him that she did. Yet, according to Alberto, the dynamics had shifted. He noticed she was often on her phone, and given that she barely knew anyone in the area, he wondered whom she might be communicating with. As days went by, unbeknownst to Alberto, Wyniffer had been communicating with an old acquaintance. It was Fernando, the young Venezuelan with whom she had played volleyball during their youth. He had also migrated to Colombia and was currently living in Bogotá. They had begun chatting for some time. After several days, according to Fernando, their conversations became more frequent. They no longer just communicated on Facebook. They often conducted video calls and shared intimate aspects of their lives. Something deeper had developed between them. They confessed their feelings for each other and agreed that she would travel to Bogotá to get to know him better. Meanwhile, Alberto remained confused about whom Wyniffer was speaking to so often. Then, one day in mid-March, he discovered their conversations when she accidentally left her Facebook account open. Despite seeing the messages, Alberto attempted to convince her not to end their relationship, as he was deeply committed to being with her. On March 21, 2022, according to Alberto, Wyniffer was talking to Fernando again, seemingly unconcerned by his presence. Upset, he confronted her, and she mockingly responded that she was leaving him. The following day, at 6 a.m., Fernando in Bogotá received a message from Wyniffer, informing him that she was on her way to the city. Additionally, Alberto's brother, who lived on the same farm as Alberto and Wyniffer, also received a message from her. "Hello, Winder. Good morning. You know, I had an argument with your brother because I don't love him anymore. I want another man. I took the opportunity when he went up there and left. I'm sorry for what I did to your brother. But when you don't love someone, it's best to leave. Thank you for everything, and I apologize for what I did." He replied, "Good morning, Winnie. It's okay. And it's true. If you don't love someone, you shouldn't be with them. We're still good. Take care. Truly, thank you for everything." She then messaged Fernando, "Okay, I'm on my way to Bogotá, but I'm scared because I took a cheap taxi and the driver keeps looking at me." For the police, the circumstances remained unclear. However, this message suggested that Wyniffer might have taken a taxi to Bogotá and subsequently disappeared. The police investigation was only beginning. Wyniffer Mendoza had vanished from her home, yet some individuals claimed to have received messages from her indicating she was traveling from Armenia to Bogotá to meet a friend. The desperate search commenced. Authorities suspected that either Alberto or Fernando might hold information regarding her whereabouts. The police contacted Fernando, the person Wyniffer intended to meet in Bogotá. He informed them that the last time he spoke with Wyniffer, they had planned to meet at the city's northern bus terminal. Despite waiting nearly all day, she never appeared. The investigators then visited the farm where Alberto Vilma resided. He stated that following an argument, she had left. This prompted them to go to the bus terminal in Armenia, where they obtained surveillance footage to determine if she had boarded a vehicle on the morning of March 21st. They found no evidence of her being there that morning. At this point, they decided to contact Fernando again, who provided further details about his conversation with Weina for the night before her disappearance. She had expressed a desire to leave the farm and felt highly anxious, urging him to assist. With many questions remaining, the investigators reviewed the message Weina sent to Fernando about being in a taxi to Bogota. "Okay, I'm on my way to Bogota, but I'm scared because I took a cheap taxi and the driver keeps looking at me." Using this lead, the police returned to the transportation terminal in Armenia and began questioning the taxi drivers who frequented the area. However, after nearly a week of searching in Armenia, there was no indication she had ever entered a taxi. At this stage, nearly 20 days after Weinafer's disappearance, investigators believed the key to her whereabouts might lie with either Fernando or Alberto. Consequently, they requested an analysis of the mobile phone activities of both Weinafer and her partner Alberto. The objective was to trace incoming and outgoing calls, voicemail messages, text messages, and location data from their devices. A substantial investigative effort was undertaken to pinpoint the cell towers to which the victim's phone had connected. However, obtaining this information would take over a month. Meanwhile, Felix, Weinafer's brother, remained in Armenia. He tirelessly walked through streets and avenues, posting flyers with her photograph and speaking with locals. Tragically, this visibility led to extortion attempts, increasing the family's distress. 2 months later, the long-awaited results from Weinafer's phone data were received. The analysis revealed to the police that Weinafer's phone had not moved from the farm on the day of her disappearance. Armed with this information, the investigative branch Sijan requested a search warrant for the farm. On June 23, 2022, the warrant was granted. Investigators, accompanied by a forensics team, immediately proceeded to the location. There, they encountered Alberto Vilma, who received them calmly and courteously. After thoroughly searching the house, they reached Weinafer's room. The blood-sniffing dog they had brought indicated a find. Forensic specialists then applied a chemical that produces a luminescent reaction upon contact with blood, producing a blue glow in this case. This reaction was observed on the floor, the sink, and the shower curtain. While this suggested that a violent act might have occurred, it did not conclusively prove Alberto's involvement. The blood could have belonged to an animal, and throughout the inspection, Alberto remained cooperative. Additionally, Fernando in Bogota could not be excluded, as he also had feelings for Weinafer and had even offered to travel to Armenia to assist with the investigation. That day, investigators collected multiple blood samples for further analysis, and the search continued. At one point, investigators entered a room where Alberto and his brother were present. There, they searched Alberto's suitcase and discovered a red cell phone wrapped in a piece of clothing. The phone matched the description of Weinafer's device. Upon inspection, they confirmed it was indeed hers. This indicated that Weinafer's phone had never left the farm. This finding strengthened investigators' suspicion that Alberto Vilma likely knew something about Weinafer's whereabouts. However, when questioned about the phone and its ownership, Alberto claimed he had purchased it online. He stated that he had stored it in his suitcase because the reception in the area was poor. After this, investigators did not question Alberto further that day and departed. They immediately sought an arrest warrant, as the evidence indicated that Weinafer might not have left the farm. Contrary to Alberto's assertions, 2 days later, on June 25, 2022, the arrest warrant was issued. Investigators returned to the farm and formally arrested Alberto. Once at the police station, Alberto, seemingly trapped, voluntarily expressed his desire to tell the truth. The evidence was mounting against him in the case of Weinafer Mendoza's disappearance. That day, Alberto Vilma provided a detailed account of the events leading up to the fateful night. He recounted discovering messages between Weinafer and Fernando on Facebook a week prior. Although she apologized and insisted that Fernando was merely a friend, Alberto believed she intended to leave him for Fernando. A week later, on the night of March 20, 2022, Alberto observed her talking to Fernando again. She spoke as if he were not even present, seemingly ignoring his feelings. In a fit of rage, He grabbed her by the neck until she fell to the ground. He then took a cable and strangled her with it. As blood flowed from her, Alberto was uncertain whether it was due to the initial assault or another cause. At that moment, he realized the gravity of his crime. Winifred lay motionless on the floor. It was midnight. Alberto washed the blood from his body. He then approached his brother and told him that Winifred had left after an argument. He took her phone and sent messages to both his brother and Fernando in a desperate attempt to deflect suspicion and conceal his heinous act. Alberto buried the body near the house where they lived, just a few inches deep, making it more likely for the police to discover. Upon hearing the news, Felix, Winifred's brother who was in Cucuta at the time, returned to Armenia. Learning of his sister's body was a devastating blow to him and his family. Winifred had been the light of their home, their cherished young one. Her loss was profoundly painful. The prevailing question in both Colombia and Venezuela was what had driven Alberto Vilma to murder Winifred. The day after his arrest, Alberto was brought to court, where the prosecution charged him with aggravated femicide. He pleaded guilty. Months passed as the preliminary hearings before the trial progressed. In early December 2022, following numerous forensic examinations, Winifred's body was released to her family. Felix Mendoza returned to Cucuta with her ashes. Several days later, on January 13, 2023, Alberto Vilma was sentenced to 31 years in prison. Today, Winifred Mendoza's ashes remain with her brother, Felix, in Cucuta, as he awaits the opportunity to take them to the rest of their family in Venezuela. Winifred's family feels as if a piece of their heart has been torn away. She was the beloved daughter, the joy of their household. The pain of never seeing her smile, her liveliness, and being unable to share moments with her is immense for them all. Moving on to the next case. Clay and Jackie. On June 1, 2011, the Waller family's life took a dramatic turn. A woman named Jackie phoned her sister Cheryl, informing her that she was going to collect her children from her ex-husband, Clay. Jackie intended to return home later that same day. However, she never came back, nor did she make any additional contact. Concerned and unable to reach Jackie, Cheryl grew increasingly distressed. By approximately 7 p.m., Cheryl drove to the police station. There, she delivered a shocking statement, claiming that Clay Waller had killed her sister. The police officers were taken aback by this accusation, since Jackie had only called a few hours earlier and there had been no immediate reason for alarm or indication that she was in danger at that time. Despite the peculiar nature of Cheryl's claim, it ultimately became clear that her intuition was correct. Jackie was, in fact, caught up in a disturbing situation. So, what exactly befell Jackie? And why was Cheryl so certain her sister had been murdered by her ex-husband even before Jackie was officially reported missing? Jackie was remembered as sweet, kind, and compassionate. When Jackie met Clay, there was an immediate connection between them. Clay had a speech impediment that often made him the target of ridicule from others. This left him feeling awkward and uneasy in social situations. However, unlike many people, Jackie did not mock him. Instead, she stood up for him and ensured he wasn't hurt by the cruel remarks of others. Jackie's nature was rooted in protecting the vulnerable, standing up against injustice, and helping everyone around her. Before long, their bond deepened, and they got married. At the time of their wedding, both were around 30 years old and shared the dream of raising a large family. They purchased a small home in Sanguine View, Missouri, where Jackie began to build a nurturing household. She also pursued a successful career. Unfortunately, Clay's situation was different. His life was marked by repeated failures, and he struggled to keep a job for any significant length of time. This left Jackie as the main provider for the family. She had always longed for children, but conceiving naturally proved difficult. Determined to become a mother, she turned to fertility treatments, commonly known as IVF. So when Jackie eventually discovered she was pregnant, with triplets, no less, her happiness was beyond measure. The children were 2 girls, Abai and Addison, and 1 boy, Maddox. Caring for 3 babies at once was an enormous challenge, yet Jackie never complained. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. She continued to handle every responsibility on her own without depending on her husband, who seemed largely uninterested in the children. At that time, Clay briefly took a job with the sheriff's office to contribute financially while Jackie focused on raising the kids. However, he was dismissed after only a year. The only real support Jackie had came from her parents and sister, who helped with childcare and provided her occasional relief. After Clay's job loss, Jackie once again had to take on work to sustain the entire family. Even after the birth of their children, Clay did not alter his behavior and continued showing little interest in either his family or work. Occasionally, he took on part-time jobs, but they brought in far less income than expected. Clay appeared content living off his wife's hard work. Jackie, meanwhile, worked 40 hours a week while also managing the household on her own. Her career advanced quickly, and she soon secured a management position at an insurance company branch. This success only further relaxed Clay's attitude toward financial responsibility. Instead of appreciating his wife's sacrifices, Clay mistreated her in various ways. He insulted her frequently, calling her worthless and demeaning her by saying no one wanted her. His infidelities and abusive actions caused Jackie tremendous distress. Jackie's parents and sister were deeply disturbed by Clay's behavior and repeatedly urged her to divorce him. However, Jackie hesitated to take such a drastic step and tried to salvage their marriage. Each day, though, her hope of saving the relationship diminished. Over the next few years, financial difficulties intensified because Clay remained unemployed while Jackie's salary could no longer cover all expenses for their large family. Mounting mortgage debts eventually led to foreclosure on their home. Jackie decided to move in with her sister, while Clay relocated to a friend's house. By this point, their children had grown a little older. Faced with reality, Jackie made the tough but necessary decision to file for divorce. She believed she and her children deserved a better life. When Jackie informed her husband of her intention, Clay initially seemed calm. However, his demeanor soon changed, and he refused to grant the divorce. His threats began subtly but escalated into direct warnings against her life. He told her that divorcing him would be like signing a death warrant for herself and their children. These threats terrified Jackie, yet she remained determined. Living under such conditions was no longer an option, so she began seeking ways to end her marriage to Clay. She confided in her family, sharing her husband's troubling behaviors, and began keeping a diary to record his actions. Jackie also noticed that Clay was stalking her. For safety reasons, she and her children moved in with her sister during this time. Her kids were only 5 years old and did not fully understand the situation. Nonetheless, Jackie explained that their current living arrangement was necessary. As time went on, things began to stabilize while the divorce process neared completion. It seemed that Clay had accepted their separation and had stopped harassing Jackie. They even began forming new relationships of their own. Jackie granted Clay visitation rights with their children, and disputes between them decreased significantly. On June 1, 2011, Clay and Jackie arranged to meet at the attorney's office to finalize the remaining aspects of their divorce. That day, their son Maddox was staying with his father, while Jackie's other children were with Cheryl, her sister. After the meeting at the attorney's office, Jackie planned to pick Maddox up from Clay's house before returning to Cheryl's home. As she left the office, Jackie called her sister Cheryl to say that everything had gone smoothly and mentioned she was on her way to collect Maddox from Clay's residence before coming back. That phone call would be their last. Jackie soon went out of contact. As time passed, her sister grew increasingly anxious and repeatedly tried calling Jackie, but received no response. She then attempted to call Clay, but he did not answer either. Cheryl began to suspect that Clay had harmed Jackie. She sent him a text message. "If I don't hear from Jackie in 5 minutes, I'm going to the police." Almost immediately, Clay called back asking what was wrong. Cheryl firmly replied that she believed he knew exactly what was happening. Clay insisted he did not know where Jackie was and claimed he would tell her to call Cheryl when he saw her. However, Cheryl remained unconvinced. She took her sister's children to their parents' house and personally filed a police report. Despite initial doubts about Clay's involvement in Jackie's disappearance, the detectives considered her concerns seriously. They did not make her wait 24 hours before investigating further. Instead, they proceeded to contact Jackie's ex-husband for any information regarding her whereabouts. When questioned, 41-year-old Clay stated that he had lunch with Jackie. He claimed they then went to the attorney's office to discuss certain aspects of their divorce before driving together to his house for additional discussions. He asserted that after conversing for a while, he went to the store. Upon returning, Jackie's car was gone, and he assumed she had left. Clay added that his son Maddox was in Illinois with his new girlfriend at the time, insisting Jackie was aware of this. According to him, Jackie was not there to see her son, but only to talk about other matters with him. However, Cheryl found his statements implausible and inconsistent with what she knew. Jackie had clearly expressed that her visit to Clay's house was solely to see her son. She had no intention of discussing anything else with him, particularly since she would never have permitted her son to be far away with another woman. Observing these contradictions, Cheryl succeeded in convincing the investigators that Clay's story lacked credibility and suggested he might be hiding vital information about Jackie's disappearance. Given this new perspective provided by Cheryl, investigators began treating the case with greater urgency, as both the missing woman and her car were still unaccounted for. A comprehensive search was launched for Jackie a few hours after her disappearance. Investigators her Honda Pilot on an interstate highway with a flat tire. But there were no signs of an accident. The tire appeared punctured intentionally, making the scene look staged. The car was open and empty, with a few blood stains on the back seat, but no other clues indicating her whereabouts. These disturbing details hinted at a possible attack and kidnapping. The search effort for Jackie was concentrated in the vicinity where her car was found. Numerous volunteers, including police officers, rescue squads with dogs, and family members participated in the search. They came from various parts of the region, responding to requests from Jackie's relatives. Despite the unbearable heat, many were willing to help locate her. Jackie's family announced a reward of $3,500 for information about her whereabouts. Despite their efforts, including extensive searches and public appeals for assistance, the search yielded no results for several days. Police began to scrutinize Clay, Jackie's ex-husband, more closely. When they visited his house to speak with him again, he recounted the same story as before, but refused access to his home and car. He promptly hired a lawyer who asserted his rights. For days after Jackie's disappearance, left her a voicemail with a distressed tone. "Hi, honey. It's Sunday. You went missing on Wednesday. Please call me if you get this message. I don't know where you are, and I miss you very much." Detectives later obtained a search warrant and returned to Clay's residence for a thorough inspection. During this inspection, they discovered blood-like stains in his vehicle. Forensic analysis revealed it was fish blood. Clay had deliberately coated the car with fish blood and recorded it on video as a test for forensic experts. In addition to examining the vehicle, investigators noted conspicuous details in Clay's house. A section of carpet had been removed from the floor, leaving an obvious mark. Tiny drops of blood were also found on the walls of the hallway, leading to the basement. These findings raised further questions about Clay's involvement and intentions regarding Jackie's disappearance. Traces of furniture rearrangement were evident, signaling that something unusual was happening in the house. Forensics examined under the floorboards and discovered a bloody carpet. Blood samples from the house and the carpet were sent to the laboratory for further examination. Detectives tracked the missing woman's last known movements to 1:10 a.m. She was observed at a drugstore with her ex-husband. The pair appeared composed and normal. Approximately 2 hours later, she was seen at an ATM withdrawing money. After that, Jackie did not reappear on CCTV, although Clay was seen a few hours later with his son and new girlfriend at a toy store. Subsequently, they visited a car wash in their pickup truck, which had a suspicious trash can inside. By then, had changed clothes and meticulously washed both the car and the boat. This increased suspicion around him, establishing him as the prime suspect. Investigators released photos of Clay's pickup truck and boat, requesting eyewitnesses who may have seen them. A young couple reported seeing Clay near Devil's Island on the Mississippi River. In response to this request, detectives confirmed this information through an analysis of Clay's cell phone billing records, prompting them to focus search efforts in that area. Despite numerous searches over the large terrain, nothing surfaced directly linking to the missing woman. The forensic results soon arrived, indicating that the drops of blood found in Clay's house indeed belonged to Jackie. The police then operated under the assumption that Jackie was deceased. Detectives called Clay in for questioning and attempted to procure a confession from him regarding Jackie's murder. However, Clay denied all accusations, stating that the blood stains were remnants of an old domestic incident in his kitchen. Without physical remains or definitive proof of death, investigators lacked grounds to arrest or charge him. Despite releasing him from custody, authorities kept Clay under close surveillance and continued their investigation. Being an ex-deputy sheriff himself, knew they were monitoring him closely and engaged in deceptive maneuvers to elude detection, effectively playing cat and mouse with law enforcement officials. He'd go to deserted vacant lots to mislead the investigation while the entire neighborhood stood by and participated in the search for the missing mother of three. Clay continued to bully and taunt them. He would drive past the search party or Jackie's family, insult them, give them the middle finger, and shout that they were wasting their time and wouldn't find anything. His defiant behavior raised more suspicions and questions. Meanwhile, the missing woman's sister Cheryl fought in court for custody of the triplets. She feared the children would go to a father who was a danger. His erratic behavior backfired on him, and Cheryl got custody. This enraged him, and he began threatening his ex-wife's sister with violence, including writing about it on social media. The woman recorded these threats and contacted police. Detectives seized the opportunity and arrested Clay nearly 5 months after Jackie's disappearance. He was charged with threats to life, which he accepted, but claimed he wrote out of anger and despair at losing custody of his beloved children. Clay insisted he didn't plan anything bad against Cheryl. He viewed himself as a victim in this situation. While investigating this incident with his sister, police found out he had other charges pending against him, stealing $50,000 from a previous employer as well as stalking a man. Detectives pressed his former co-worker, hoping Clay would confess to killing his ex-wife and lead them to her body, but it was futile. Clayton continued to deny all charges regarding Jackie's disappearance. Instead of confessing to the crime, he started claiming confidently that he knew who was behind his ex-wife's death, a man named Harry. But detectives had already checked this lead thoroughly. Harry had an ironclad alibi that eliminated him from suspicion. All evidence pointed only to Clay, yet he kept denying it. He ended up going to prison for 5 years for threatening Cheryl. While the police locked him up in jail, they continued to investigate Jackie's disappearance. The search for the missing woman continued on Devil's Island, but never yielded any results. Eventually, about 2 years after Jackie's disappearance, the cops gathered a lot of circumstantial evidence, video camera footage, blood in his house, and more. They decided to charge Clay with his ex-wife's murder, even without her body. It was a risky and desperate move, because if they lost, the prosecutor's office would not be able to charge him a second time. However, the prosecutor was determined. After consulting with his accomplices, Clay concluded that it would be best for them to make a deal with the prosecution to reduce the sentence. To do so, the defendant offered to plead guilty to the murder and provide the location of the body. Jackie's family agreed to this deal because it was important to give her a decent burial. Clay led police officers to his ex-wife's body. It was in a secluded spot on a remote sandbar on the Illinois side of the Mississippi River. At first, he couldn't remember exactly which tree he had buried her under, but then admitted that he had placed a bag of fertilizer on top of her body. One of the policemen, who was an active gardener, explained that large quantities of fertilizer kill trees. They looked around and found 3 dead trees that were of interest to them. They excavated there, and under one of the trees they did find Jackie's body, wearing the same clothes she had last been seen in. The woman was identified from dental records as Jackie Waller. Finally, Jackie's loved ones came to the grim realization that she was indeed dead and located her body. They were then able to lay her to rest. The woman's funeral coincided with her parents' golden wedding anniversary. Cheryl informed the children that their mother had been killed by their father. This revelation struck the children profoundly, as they simultaneously lost both parents. They developed a deep-seated hatred for Clay and refused to have any communication with him thereafter. As part of legal proceedings, Clay was required to formally confess to the murder of his ex-wife and provide detailed accounts of his actions. He admitted that thoughts of murdering Jackie had first arisen roughly a year before the tragic event, following her announcement of their separation. Despite these dark inclinations, he initially tried to suppress them, recognizing that Jackie was the mother of his children. Nevertheless, he could not tolerate the thought of losing custody of his children and warned Jackie that such actions would have severe consequences. Warnings she allegedly ignored, which he later cited as her fault. The night before the murder, Clay traveled to a secluded location on Devil's Island to dig a grave for Jackie. He claimed that their divorce proceedings were otherwise proceeding smoothly. On that day, After visiting their lawyer, they had a conversation during which Jackie suggested engaging in intimacy one last time. Later, they returned to his home and spoke in the kitchen. While searching for a snack in the refrigerator, Clay accidentally hit Jackie with his head, causing her nose to bleed. This incident enraged her. She stormed into the hallway, smearing blood on the walls and yelling that he would never see his children again. At this point, Clay lost control and attacked her. He struck her face with his hand and then strangled her. Afterwards, he placed Jackie's body in a dumpster and buried it in the grave he had prepared earlier. Following the murder, he meticulously cleaned the car and house, took a shower, changed clothes, and then proceeded as if nothing had happened, going on to meet his new girlfriend and son at a toy store. Throughout this process, Clay claimed that his actions were driven entirely by impulse and emotion. He insisted that he had never originally intended to kill Jackie. This statement directly contradicted his earlier admission that he had dug the grave the day before the murder. Yet, if Clay truly had no intent to kill her, why would he have prepared a burial site in advance? These facts pointed unmistakably to premeditated murder. The medical examiner reported multiple skull fractures on Jackie's body, indicating that she had suffered blunt force trauma rather than a simple beating with fists. No one found his story credible. Clay, showing no remorse for murdering his ex-wife, appeared almost jubilant when he received only 20 years in prison for second-degree murder, with the possibility of early release. The prosecutor, however, pursued another legal strategy. Clay's testimony about digging the grave ultimately worked against him. He had dug the hole in Illinois while the murder took place in Missouri. This action violated federal law regarding domestic violence across state lines, which permitted an additional 35 years to be added to his sentence. As a result, Clay Waller will be eligible for parole only after serving 85% of his 55-year sentence. It became apparent that Clay had been unaware of such a law and had not anticipated the consequences of his confession. His callousness persisted, demonstrated by his decision to write a book detailing Jackie's murder in order to profit from the tragedy. Sherelle, Jackie's sister, along with her husband, continues to raise Jackie's children with the support of their elderly parents. The children have grown up cherishing the memory of their mother as an exceptional person who remains forever in their hearts. They continue to harbor anger toward their father and deeply mourn the loss of their mom. Moving on to the next case. Jessica Herringer. In 2013, Jessica Herringer, a 25-year-old woman, vanished under circumstances at her workplace. The hunt for her abductor extended over several years, during which many other women were also impacted. When authorities eventually apprehended the perpetrator by chance, they discovered profoundly disturbing information about him. Jessica Herringer was born on July 16, 1987, and lived in Norton Shores, Michigan. She grew up in a modest household with a sister. At 22, Jessica became a mother to a son named Zinn, fathered by her long-term partner, Dakota Quayle Dyer. In 2013, they were still together, residing in a leased home. At 25, Jessica worked at an Exxon gas station in Norton Shores, situated near Lake Michigan. Known for her warm and friendly demeanor as a manager, she frequently received praise from customers. To support her beloved 3-year-old son, she often took on additional hours. Jessica's diary underscored her aspirations to learn and progress. She aimed to pursue college studies in accounting, yet financial limitations obstructed this goal. Dakota was unable to fully provide for their family, causing frequent arguments and turmoil in their relationship. The couple was engaged, although their marriage experienced repeated delays due to various reasons. On the evening of April 26, 2013, Jessica Herringer was performing her usual duties at the Exxon gas station. Her day began with a visit to a nearby store around 3 p.m., followed by driving to her workplace. She arrived at the gas station at approximately 4:35 p.m., parked her car, and commenced her night shift, which was scheduled to conclude at 11:30 p.m. Jessica was the only employee working that night. At 11:14 p.m., a customer contacted emergency services to report his experience at the Exxon station. He had entered the store to pay for his gas in cash, but discovered it unattended. He told the dispatcher, "I'm not sure what's going on, but there is no one at the station. The door is open and unlocked. The lights are still on, but no one is here to take my payment. There is just my car and another vehicle outside. Why isn't anyone here? This looks very odd." The police arrived at the Exxon gas station within 10 minutes of the 911 call. Upon inspecting the premises both inside and outside, they found no evidence of a struggle. Everything appeared orderly. Jessica's coat was in the back room, along with her purse containing $400, her car keys, and house keys. A single drop of blood, later identified as Jessica's, was discovered near the storage area's back door. Additionally, a component from a Walther P22 semi-automatic pistol's laser sight and 2 batteries, likely intended for a watch, were found on the floor. The gas station's cash register remained untouched, with all money intact. The last recorded transaction had been at 10:52 p.m. for a lighter. The station did not have interior surveillance cameras. Beside the cash register lay Jessica's pack of cigarettes, suggesting she had briefly stepped away from her post, intending to return shortly. Her locked car remained outside, but Jessica was nowhere to be found. She had vanished without explanation. Upon discovering the station unattended, police contacted the gas station's owner to inform them of the situation. The owner then reached out to another manager living nearby, asking her to secure the premises. Additionally, the police informed Jessica's family of her disappearance. Her parents began searching for clues and reached out to her friends. One friend recalled being at the gas station between 8 and 9 p.m. that day and noted that everything appeared normal. Shortly afterward, a fellow employee arrived to lock up the station. This colleague recounted that around 11 p.m., she and her boyfriend had passed the station on a motorcycle. They observed a silver Chrysler Town and Country minivan parked near the rear service door with its back door open. Suspecting that Jessica might have been involved in a theft at the station, they paused to watch for further developments. The manager observed a young man with disheveled, wavy hair near the minivan, dressed in an orange sweatshirt. She saw him repeatedly open and close the vehicle's rear door before he eventually drove away. Police reviewing surveillance footage from nearby buildings located video showing a silver Chrysler passing the Exxon gas station at 11:02 p.m. A store employee in the vicinity also spoke to police, stating that he had seen the man in the minivan conversing with Jessica Herringer. The employee initially believed the stranger was merely flirting with Jessica due to her attractiveness. He noted Jessica standing outside while the man questioned why she was not inside. Both Jessica Herringer and her colleague, who had observed the man by the minivan, assisted in creating a composite sketch of the unidentified individual. He was depicted as a light-complexioned young male with dark, wavy hair, a stocky build, and approximately 1.82 meters tall. The sketch was released 3 days after Jessica's disappearance. Despite numerous calls received by police in response, no significant leads emerged from the information provided. The prevalence of the silver Chrysler minivan in the United States posed a major obstacle in the investigation. In Michigan alone, approximately 15,000 vehicles of this model were registered. Identifying the specific driver of the minivan linked to Jessica Herringer's disappearance became a daunting task due to the vast number of identical vehicles. Initially, Jessica's boyfriend, Dakota Quayle Dyer, was considered a suspect in her disappearance. He acknowledged that they often argued, but denied ever physically harming her. Dakota actively cooperated with investigators, informing police that he was at home with their 3-year-old son on the night Jessica vanished. Without access to a car, he could not have traveled to her workplace, and his phone records, once verified by detectives, confirmed his presence at home that evening. This led to his removal from the suspect list. The investigation revealed that Jessica had numerous admirers due to her friendly and outgoing personality, which occasionally resulted in misunderstandings. One such admirer was Jess Ammerman, a 37-year-old married plumber. He visited Jessica at the gas station around 9:30 p.m. on the day she disappeared and professed his love, stating he was willing to divorce his wife for her. However, Jessica rejected his advances, then left the station and called his wife. They spoke for approximately 50 minutes before he returned home. Following his interrogation, a polygraph examination, and an interview with his wife, Jess Ammerman was also cleared as a suspect. Rob Follett, the brother of the Exxon gas station's manager, subsequently emerged as another individual associated with the case, though specific context about his involvement was not detailed. Identified as the next suspect, he reported visiting the gas station around 9 p.m. on the day Jessica disappeared. Upon greeting her, he observed that she appeared downcast. When he inquired about her mood, Jessica confided that she was experiencing family troubles. Rob suggested she could stay with him, but she declined. After spending a short time at the station and completing a purchase, Rob departed for a night fishing trip at the lake. Detectives examined Rob's phone records for that evening, which corroborated his account of leaving the gas station to go fishing. Consequently, Rob Follett was removed from the suspect list. Search and rescue operations for Jessica Herringer were launched using helicopters, highly trained canines, and extensive searches of residential and commercial properties, forests, and Lake Michigan. Despite these exhaustive efforts, no leads were uncovered, resulting in a stalemate in the investigation. Nearly a year later, in February 2014, a similar incident occurred in Michigan. A small blonde woman wearing glasses was assaulted by a man while returning home late at night. She was kidnapped, taken to his apartment, and attacked. Despite threats to her life, she was released after several hours. The perpetrator was identified as 42-year-old Brad Allen Mason. Mason was quickly located but resisted arrest by brandishing a fake firearm at police officers, resulting in his fatal shooting. Mason had a prior criminal record, including a 2004 kidnapping conviction and a 2011 arrest for indecent exposure. In 2014, he lived in a dormitory opposite the Exxon gas station where Jessica worked. However, investigators found no evidence linking Mason to Jessica's disappearance. 2 years after Jessica Herringer's disappearance, in 2016, another incident involving a young woman occurred late at night. Returning from a party at a friend's house, she became disoriented on a dark street. A man in a silver minivan approached her, asking if she was okay and offering her a ride. She refused but requested to use his phone instead. The man agreed, but only if she entered the minivan. Once inside, he locked the door, claimed his phone battery was dead, and then brandished a gun, instructing her to remain silent. These cases underscore the ongoing challenges law enforcement faces in resolving abduction incidents, despite extensive investigative efforts and community cooperation. The man then began driving, feeling sick and nauseated. The woman requested that he lower the window. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she jumped out of the moving vehicle through the window and ran to a nearby house. The man sped away. The victim immediately contacted the police and described her kidnapper. Using surveillance footage, the police were able to trace the license plate of the silver Chrysler Town and Country and identified the driver as 46-year-old Jeffrey Willis. Jeffrey Willis, a factory laborer, led a quiet and modest life and had no previous criminal record. When police located him in his minivan, they conducted a search and discovered a Walther P.22 semi-automatic pistol. The gun was traced to a colleague of Willis, who had reported her laser-sighted firearm stolen some time earlier. Willis was arrested and taken into custody. A search of his home revealed a box containing various BDSM items, including handcuffs, chains, restraints, gags, a vibrator, a video camera, and a bullet matching a Walther P22. The box also held insulin syringes with an unknown liquid, sedatives, Viagra, lubricant, disposable gloves, and a diagram of a woman's anatomy with injection sites marked. On his computer were numerous videos depicting disturbing kidnapping scenarios involving young women as victims. A hidden hard drive inside a ventilation duct contained footage Willis had recorded of his female neighbors swimming without their knowledge. On the computer, a folder titled Victims included 2 subfolders, one labeled for the missing Jessica Herringer and another for a murdered woman named Rebecca. Rebecca Blech, age 36, was tragically murdered on June 29, 2014, roughly 1 year after Jessica Herringer's disappearance, in an area about 20 minutes from where Jessica had worked at the Exxon gas station. Rebecca had gone out for an evening run but never returned home. Neighbors found her lying on the road with her clothing disheveled. Initially, it was believed she had been struck by a car, but though unconscious, Rebecca still had a pulse when discovered. Emergency services were called, but she died from her injuries before they could save her. Autopsy reports revealed Rebecca had died from 3 gunshot wounds to her back and head, with multiple bruises on her wrists and legs. At the time of her death, the perpetrator remained unidentified. However, 2 years after Jeffrey Willis's arrest, new evidence connected Rebecca's murder to a pistol found in Willis's minivan. Willis denied involvement, but prosecutors theorized he had attempted to abduct Rebecca and bring her to his home. When she resisted, Willis allegedly shot her and fled. Forensic analysis later confirmed Rebecca's DNA on a glove recovered from Willis's residence. Jeffrey Willis was found guilty of murdering Rebecca Bletch and received a life sentence. While serving this sentence, he faced further charges connected to the kidnapping of Jessica Herringer. Although he consistently denied any involvement in Jessica's disappearance, phone records placed him at the Exxon gas station where she was last seen on the night she vanished. Afterwards, he traveled to his late grandfather's house, approximately 13 minutes from the station. Upon arriving at the residence, police encountered a heavily secured front door. When forced entry was made, authorities discovered a collection of cleaning products, powders, and bleaches in the basement. The manufacturing dates on these items corresponded to early 2013, coinciding with the timeframe of Jessica's disappearance. Colleagues noted that Jeffrey Willis was conspicuously absent on April 27, 2013, the day after Jessica vanished. Upon returning to work several days later, he had noticeable deep scratches on his face and hands, raising suspicions among those familiar with him. A woman who had visited the gas station on April 25th, the day before Jessica disappeared, later contacted police. She had arrived late in the evening and expressed concern about being there alone at that hour to Jessica, who nodded in acknowledgement, appearing anxious and somewhat frightened. At that moment, an unknown man inside the station reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, she has customers who look after her," and then left the premises. The concerned visitor remained in her car outside until Jessica completed her shift and headed home. Tragically, Jessica vanished the following day in 2013. The witness from the gas station positively identified Jeffrey Willis, recalling seeing him there. Investigators discovered that Willis had regularly visited the Exxon gas station, interacting with Jessica Herringer on at least 15 occasions. Meanwhile, 48-year-old Kevin Bloom, Willis's cousin and a prison guard, was taken into custody. Kevin's inconsistent statements during interrogation ultimately led to a confession. He revealed details about Rebecca Bletch's death that had not been publicly known. Kevin also admitted to assisting Jeffrey in concealing Jessica's body. He recounted that on April 27th, the day after Jessica's abduction, Jeffrey invited him to a gathering at his late grandfather's residence. Upon arrival, Kevin saw Jessica for the first time, lying on the floor, bound and lifeless. The cousins wrapped Jessica Herringer's body in a sheet, transported it in a car to a forest where Jeffrey Willis had pre-dug a grave and buried her there. They then returned home. When Kevin Bloom led police to the forest to locate the burial site of Jessica Herringer's body, he spent a considerable amount of time searching the area. Despite his efforts, he was unable to determine the exact location where they had buried her. The trial of Jeffrey Willis proceeded even though Jessica Herringer's body had not been recovered, either alive or deceased. The prosecution presented substantial evidence to charge Willis with her kidnapping and murder. Their case argued that Willis had been stalking Jessica for an extended period. On the night of April 26, 2013, he allegedly parked his vehicle near the service entrance of the gas station. Entering the premises, he is said to have struck Jessica on the head with his gun. During the assault, it was reported that the cover of the gun's laser sight fell off and Jessica's blood was spilled on the floor. Willis then purportedly dragged Jessica out through the service exit and placed her in the back seat of his car. He transported her to his late grandfather's house where he committed his most horrific acts. Forensic computer analysis revealed that Jeffrey Willis had stored photographs and news articles about the search for Jessica on his computer. Investigators discovered that Willis used a password displayed on the screen consisting of Jessica's initials and the date April 27, 2013, presumed to be the day she died. Willis consistently denied guilt, insisting he was at home on the night of her kidnapping. His lawyers argued that there was no direct evidence linking him to the case, and that no DNA belonging to Jessica was found in Willis's house or car. The defense suggested that her disappearance might be related to illegal drug activity, citing that Dakota had mentioned Jessica developed a serious substance abuse problem. Despite these arguments, Jeffrey Willis was convicted of murdering Jessica Herringer and received a life sentence without parole. Throughout the trial, he showed neither remorse nor empathy. His cousin, Kevin Bloom, was found guilty of assisting in disposing of Jessica's body. Kevin received a sentence of 2 years in prison and 5 years probation. He was also suspended from his position in the prison system, delivering another blow to Willis. Years after his conviction, the narrative surrounding him took a startling turn. He became a suspect in an older, unresolved case. On October 17, 1996, in Fruitport, Michigan, Angela Thorbug, a young woman, was found dead. Her killer remained at large. Ed Willis, who had graduated from the same high school as Angela in 1988, became linked to her 1996 murder. In that year, 28-year-old Willis worked as a janitor at his alma mater. Concerns arose when the principal noticed his excessive time spent in the computer lab during work hours. A review of his computer activities was conducted by the principal. Although the findings were not publicly disclosed, Willis was asked to resign immediately following the investigation. The inquiry into Angela's murder remains shrouded in secrecy. A decade has passed since Jessica Herringer's disappearance, and her remains are still undiscovered. This tragedy sparked a legal battle over custody of her son, Zinn, between Jessica's sister and Dakota, her partner. Ultimately, Jessica's biological family assumed custody of Zinn. In addition to custody disputes, Jessica's parents became key advocates for legislative changes following their daughter's disappearance. Their efforts led to the enactment of a law requiring gas stations operating at night to install surveillance cameras, with the aim of preventing similar incidents in the future. Moving on to the next case. Lisa Cecilia Hardam. The case of Lisa Cecilia Hardam involves a fiancé whose partner transformed a luxury apartment into a virtual prison. Controlling behavior in romantic relationships, unfortunately, is not uncommon and can be extremely dangerous. It occurs when one partner seeks to dominate and forcibly shape the other according to their own desires, using intimidation, displays of power, humiliation, and total control. Often victims, overwhelmed by fear and guilt instilled by the abuser, fail to recognize that they are trapped in a destructive dynamic. The story of young Lisa Cecilia Hardam demonstrates the potential consequences of being involved with a controlling partner. Lisa initially believed she had found the love of her life, yet she did not notice how her fiancé gradually became a tyrant, turning their luxurious apartment into a fully monitored prison, complete with 24-hour video surveillance. The case sparked an international scandal and received widespread media coverage. Her abuser attempted to portray Lisa as mentally unstable and to frame his crime as either an accident or a voluntary act on her part. Despite his wealth and connections, he was ultimately held accountable. Lisa Cecilia Hardam's early life provides insight into her background. She was born on June 12, 1981, in the suburbs of Toronto, Canada, as the second child in her family. Lisa grew up with her older brother Jason, with whom she shared a close bond. They were raised by their single mother, Joanna, as their father had left the family when they were very young and had no further involvement in their lives. From an early age, Lisa was active and determined. She participated in sports alongside her brother, attending martial arts classes and playing soccer and volleyball. Her primary passion, however, was ballet. Lisa trained daily at the dance studio, practicing at the bar for several hours. She was tall and slender from a young age, but professional ballet demanded a strict diet, which negatively affected her developing body. During adolescence, Lisa developed anorexia, a consequence of her eating disorder. For a long time, she kept the problem to herself, believing she could manage it independently. When her weight reached critically low levels, her mother intervened, enrolling her in a clinic where Lisa spent several months regaining her health and weight. After completing her schooling, she continued ballet training and decided to pursue a career in the beauty industry. In parallel with her university studies, Lisa began working as a perfumer in one of the stores of a major cosmetics chain. In her free time, she explored the intricacies of makeup and hairdressing, eventually relocating to Australia. In 2005, shortly after celebrating her 24th birthday, Lisa decided to make a dramatic change in her life. She wanted to move to the other side of the world, to Australia, motivated by several reasons. Firstly, she sought a warmer, milder climate, and secondly, she wanted to see the world. She obtained a one-year work visa and traveled to the new continent. Initially, her mother Joanna accompanied her for the first few months to ensure Lisa settled safely and adapted to her new environment. Once reassured, Joanna returned to Toronto, confident that her daughter could manage independently. Lisa settled in Sydney, renting a cozy apartment and soon securing a job at a small local cosmetology company. After her visa expired, she decided to make Australia her permanent home. She first extended her stay for another year and then began preparing the necessary documents to obtain citizenship. Lisa's personal life, however, was not without challenges. She had always been drawn to older men, a tendency likely influenced by her father's absence, seeking support and protection in more mature partners. In 2006, Lisa successfully secured a position at Sydney Cosmetics and was soon romantically involved with a coworker nearly twice her age. A few months later, they decided to live together, and Lisa moved into his apartment. After some time, she introduced him to her mother and brother, who approved of her choice. The couple traveled extensively, visiting destinations such as the Seychelles, Paris, and the famous Rio de Janeiro Carnival. The man even proposed marriage, which Lisa accepted. However, about a year after their engagement, the relationship ended. Lisa did not provide detailed reasons, but hinted that the significant age difference played a role. In 2010, Lisa graduated from the Sydney College of Stylists and secured a position as a hairdresser at a popular beauty salon, quickly earning the respect of colleagues and the trust of clients. Around this time, a new boyfriend entered her life, but their relationship was short-lived when Lisa discovered he was married. Unwilling to destroy another family, she ended the relationship promptly. During a party shortly before this, her then-boyfriend introduced her to a businessman named Simon Gitney, an acquaintance that would later prove fateful for Lisa. Simon Gitney was born in December 1973 in Maryland, into a large, highly religious family of Lebanese immigrants. He had 5 siblings and was raised under strict rules, emphasizing obedience and discipline. However, from a young age, Simon Gitney had serious issues with controlling his emotions and frequent outbursts of anger. He was possessive, intolerant of rejection, and often resorted to violence. These traits eventually led him into repeated trouble with the law. His first imprisonment occurred at age 18, when he confronted his ex-girlfriend at the store where she worked and began harassing her. The store owner intervened and ejected Simon, but he returned with friends who restrained the owner while Simon assaulted him. He served only a few months and was released on bail for good behavior. 3 years later, Simon was arrested again, this time on theft charges. He resisted violently, fought with police, and even bit off a policeman's earlobe. Though threatened with a severe sentence, the pastor of the Lebanese Christian church, of which his family were members, intervened, and Simon served only a year and a half. In 2000, Simon again drew police attention, arrested for possession and distribution of illegal substances. Yet again, he received a lenient sentence, serving only 2 of the 4 years assigned. Upon release, he appeared to take a more conventional path. Simon relocated to Sydney, where he and a few friends founded a successful luxury women's shoe business. The venture brought him significant wealth, allowing him to purchase luxury real estate, high-end cars, and meticulously conceal his criminal past from friends, roommates, and lovers. At a party, Simon and Lisa exchanged phone numbers, and soon he contacted her. Their casual interaction gradually evolved into a friendship. In January 2010, when Lisa expressed dissatisfaction with her living conditions and wanted to rent an apartment elsewhere, Simon generously offered her a room in his luxurious apartment while she searched for a place. Lisa accepted, although her mother Joanna was somewhat concerned. Lisa assured her it was temporary and insisted that Simon was just a friend. At that time, Lisa even speculated that Simon, who carefully maintained his appearance and adored piercings, might be more interested in men, but this proved incorrect. For the first few months, Simon maintained distance. They lived in separate rooms, and there was no romantic involvement. Gradually, they grew closer, and the friendship evolved into a romantic relationship that quickly accelerated. At its inception, Simon was 37 and Lisa 28. Simon initially appeared to Lisa as a charming, fairy tale-like prince. He was sociable, cheerful, showered her with gifts, and arranged pleasant surprises. The couple began to appear together in public, including at an elite sports club Simon had attended for years. Lisa believed she had finally found her true love and shared her joy with her mother, brother, and friends, unaware that her fairy tale romance would soon turn dark. Just 6 months into the relationship, Simon's behavior began to change, gradually and subtly. Lisa did not notice at first, interpreting his actions as concern for her well-being. Over time, Simon distanced her from friends and family, eroded her personal boundaries, and attempted to reshape her opinions, tastes, and behavior to suit his desires. In June 2010, shortly after Lisa celebrated her 29th birthday, Simon began pressuring her relentlessly to quit her job, insisting that she was undervalued at the salon and could easily find a better-paying position elsewhere. However, Lisa loved her work at the beauty salon, where she had many regular clients and was satisfied with her income. She did not understand why she should leave her job, and she refused. Simon was not pleased with her decision. In August of the same year, he escalated matters by appearing unannounced at Lisa's salon and creating a loud scene, effectively coercing her into submitting a resignation letter. Lisa was shocked and unsettled by his behavior, but Simon assured her that it would ultimately be better for her. Simon told her that she no longer needed to work, as his income would support both of them comfortably, leaving nothing to desire. About a month and a half later, the couple moved into a luxury apartment on the 15th floor of an elite residential complex. Unbeknownst to Lisa, the apartment was filled with hidden surveillance cameras. Simon also gifted her an expensive smartphone and laptop pre-installed with spyware, allowing him to monitor all her messages and emails, listen to her phone calls, and track her movements. He gained access to her social media accounts, where he discreetly deleted friends, posts, and photos and read her personal correspondence, exercising total control over her digital life. Day by day, Simon's control over Lisa intensified, yet he skillfully manipulated her into believing that his instructions were in her best interest. He intruded into every aspect of her life, leaving her with virtually no privacy. He forbade her from wearing cosmetics, claiming her makeup was too bold and vulgar, and bought her clothing in gray and black while discarding any outfits he deemed too revealing, arguing that they would attract unwanted attention from men. When leaving the apartment, Lisa was always accompanied by Simon, and they visited only places he approved. He even prohibited her from attending the gym, instead purchasing expensive exercise equipment for her to use at home. Her social media presence gradually disappeared, as Simon convinced her to delete her accounts, cutting her off from friends. In real life, she had no one left to confide in, and all her calls and contacts were closely monitored. The only people she was permitted to communicate with were her mother and brother. In December 2010, Lisa decided to fly to Canada to spend Christmas with her family. Simon had intended to accompany her, but at the last moment, his plans changed due to urgent business matters. He did not intend to let her go alone, but Lisa pleaded persistently, explaining that she had not seen her mother and brother for over a year, and he reluctantly agreed. In the end, he agreed, but set strict conditions and rules, which she had to strictly follow. Jason and Joanna were shocked at the changes that had happened to Lisa over the past year. She was nothing like the bright and cheerful beauty she had been before. She had literally become her own shadow. There was not a drop of makeup on her face. Her luxurious hair was pulled into a ponytail and hidden under a headdress. Her clothes were baggy, unattractive, and completely black. But it wasn't even the outward changes that were the most frightening. Lisa flinched every time the phone rang and instantly grabbed the receiver. It was one of Simon's conditions. She had to answer immediately at any time of day, no matter what she was doing at that moment. Lisa stayed at her mother's house all the time, refused to see her friends, and hardly ever went out. Joanna was alarmed and frightened by this behavior of her daughter, and she decided to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. Then Lisa burst into tears and admitted that Simon always knows where she is, with whom she communicates, and what she talks about on the phone. Lisa also revealed that Simon doesn't allow her to work, see her friends, go to the gym, or have any hobbies. In fact, she had no friends left at all. Her mother was shocked. She began to persuade her daughter to stay in Canada because in Australia she has nothing to keep her. But Lisa said that she loved Simon and did not want to break off the relationship with him. Lisa was sure that this is just a transitional period in their relationship because they have been together for less than a year, and soon he will calm down and loosen his grip. She also added that her lover cares about her and wishes her only good. Despite pleas from her family to stay and attempts to convince Lisa that the relationship was unhealthy, she decided to move back to Australia to stay with Gitney. Lisa reassured her mother, saying that there was nothing to worry about and that Simon loved her and would not hurt her. Prisoner. After Lisa returned, the situation only got worse. Simon forbade her to leave the apartment, and if they went out together, she had to look only at her feet so as not to meet the eyes of other men. Moreover, Simon began to call Lisa by her second name, Cecilia, because it seemed more decent to him. In the spring of 2011, Lisa began to complain of pain in her leg. It was an old injury received in his youth during ballet classes. But instead of taking her to the hospital, Gattani hired a female physical therapist who came to their home 3 times a week to give her massages. She soon became Lisa's only friend and confidant, to whom Lisa spoke candidly about the difficult situation she found herself in. On June 12th, for Lisa's 30th birthday, Simon decided to throw a party at the most expensive restaurant in Sydney, but among the guests were only Simon's relatives and people from his inner circle. Lisa, on her own birthday, boyfriend did not allow to invite anyone. At the end of the evening, Simon proposed to Lisa by putting a ring on her finger. Hardem responded with consent and then cried. But all present noticed that these were not tears of joy, but rather tears of despair and hopelessness. Back home, Lisa called her mother and informed her of her engagement, sobbing into the phone. But Joanna was not at all happy about it. She began to persuade her daughter to leave this man and, as soon as possible, to return home to Canada. In response, Lisa only asked her mother never to start such conversations on the phone. At that moment, she already realized that the fiancé was listening to the calls, although she did not know for sure. Escape plan. For a while, Lisa tried to distract herself with thoughts of the upcoming wedding and began planning the festivities. When she decided to consult with Simon about something related to the event, he rudely cut her off and told her that he would choose the place by her address and make the guest list. Lisa was utterly crushed, for she had no say even here. During another visit to the physiotherapist, Lisa admitted that she couldn't go on like this, but she couldn't leave because her fiancé wouldn't let her go. Together, they developed a plan according to which Lisa, at each visit of the masseuse, gave her some of her belongings for safekeeping, but did everything so that Simon did not notice anything. On July 28th, Simon hurriedly left his laptop at home, which he normally carried with him everywhere. Lisa seized the opportunity to look through it, and her worst fears were confirmed. She discovered a spyware program that allowed her fiancé to access all the data from her phone, along with numerous recordings of her conversations with her mother. However, the most horrifying discovery was the surveillance footage from security cameras installed in every room of their apartment. That same day, using her physical therapist's phone, Lisa called her mother and asked her to take the next flight to her apartment and bring her home. But Joanna could not leave work so quickly. She needed time to request leave and arrange a shift swap with a colleague. Afterwards, Joanna could never forgive herself for the delay. Back at home, Simon immediately realized that his fiancée had accessed his laptop and discovered the spyware. Lisa cried, trying to understand why she was being treated that way, but Simon simply insisted he had done it for her own good. Accident or murder. The next day, July 29th, a serious conversation took place between the couple, a recording of which was later presented in court. Lisa, in tears, asked to go home, but Gattani calmly and confidently told her it would never happen, asking her to calm down and claim she had mental problems. On the morning of July 30th, 2011, Lisa got up early, fully dressed, and packed her documents and essentials in her purse. She locked herself in the bathroom and made one last call to her mother, telling her that if anything happened to her, it would be Simon's fault. Apparently, Lisa had planned to leave the apartment unnoticed while her fiancé slept, but she failed. What happened next can only be speculated. According to neighbors, they heard a scream in the hallway, but did not have time to react because everything abruptly went silent. Exactly 1 minute later, a young woman fell from the 15th floor balcony, crashing to her death. Several passers-by on the street also heard the scream and saw a body falling, but did not have time to comprehend what was happening. According to a man walking his dog nearby, he heard a noise, looked up, and saw a man holding something large which he then threw down. When people reached the spot where the body had landed, they found a young woman lying on the ground, but all attempts to help her were futile as she had died instantly from extensive injuries. 3 minutes later, Gattani, still dressed in his pajamas, ran out into the street crying, saying he did not know how he would live and claiming he had failed to catch his fiancée in time. At first glance, it appeared to be an accident, but Simon was quick to claim that his fiancée had voluntarily taken her own life. A note in his pocket and a disturbing video added to the mystery. When Lisa's body was taken to the morgue and examined, fragments of a note torn into small pieces were found in different pockets. The text read, "There are cameras everywhere in the apartment." It was believed that Lisa feared Simon might find the message, so she tore it into pieces and scattered them in different pockets. A check confirmed that there were indeed numerous cameras in the apartment, but the hard disk containing the recordings was missing. Simon, however, claimed there were no video recordings at all. A surveillance camera in the communal hallway captured a chilling moment. The brief footage showed Lisa running out of the apartment, calling for help, only to be grabbed from behind by her fiancé, who covered her mouth and dragged her back inside. This incident occurred just a minute before she fell from the balcony, and it was this scream that neighbors reported hearing. Investigators also found Simon's laptop containing a recording of a conversation between him and Lisa the night before the tragedy, along with spyware he had used to monitor her. Simon claimed that he and Lisa had argued that morning, and she became hysterical. She ran into the hallway screaming, but he brought her back because he did not want to make a scene in front of the neighbors. According to Simon, while he picked up the phone to call her mother, Lisa ran out onto the balcony and jumped. He attempted to follow her, but could not reach her in time. He stated that she had previously threatened to take her own life, though he claimed not to have taken her seriously. He also defended the spyware, asserting it was for her safety. During the trial, Simon appeared with a new girlfriend, 22-year-old model Rachel Louise, who bore a striking resemblance to Lisa. Later, it was reported that Rachel sought publicity from the high-profile case, willingly speaking to the media and claiming that Simon would never harm a woman. Simon's lawyers argued that Lisa suffered from a mental disorder, was prone to hysterics, and could have voluntarily ended her life. They also referenced her history of anorexia and treatment in a clinic. The defense claimed that Simon, being short, could not have physically lifted Lisa, who was taller, and could not have thrown her from the balcony. However, this claim was countered by a gym trainer who testified that Simon regularly worked with heavy weights, was physically strong, and could easily lift Lisa. This was further corroborated by the absence of Lisa's fingerprints on the balcony railing and glass barrier, indicating she could not have jumped on her own. Additionally, a physiotherapist testified in detail about Lisa's experiences and her attempts to escape from Simon, presenting key evidence. This testimony proved decisive. Simon was found guilty of murdering his fiancée and was sentenced to 26 years in prison, with eligibility for parole after 18 years. Following the verdict, Rachel Louise caused a scene in court, insulting the judge, and was removed from the room. All appeals by Simon and his lawyers were rejected, and the verdict remained final. Rachel later ended her relationship with Simon, claiming that prison made it impossible to maintain a relationship, though she continued to insist on his innocence in interviews. Moving on to the next case. Sandra Inman. The Inman family outwardly projected an image of flawless harmony to the outside world. They attended church regularly every Sunday at Warwood Portsing. Yet, within their seemingly close-knit circle, one could sense the reality behind closed doors. Back in 1983, William and Sandra Inman first met at church. He was 18, and she was only 16. Their relationship received the blessing of their parents, ultimately leading to marriage. The couple established their home in the modest community of Logan, located in Hocking County, Ohio. Bill Inman was deeply religious and successfully balanced his construction job with playing musical instruments for the Sky of Faith Evangelical Church in Nelsonville, Ohio. Sandra assumed responsibility for managing the household. In 1984, the couple joyfully welcomed their son, William Jr., to distinguish between father and son. The elder was called Bill, while the younger went by Will. As William Jr. grew older, he met Summer Cook, a 15-year-old, at church in 2001, echoing the circumstances of his parents' own meeting. Will and Summer maintained a friendship for 3 years before marrying in 2004, when Summer turned 18. The newlyweds began their married life by living with Will's parents in a spacious Logan residence. That same year, when Bill reached the age of 39, he envisioned himself as a spiritual guide. Transforming his garage into a makeshift sanctuary, he began hosting gatherings there. Despite local skepticism toward this self-proclaimed minister, his enigmatic garage gradually drew neighbors, then friends, and eventually more individuals seeking solace through prayer and offering contributions. By 2005, Will and Summer rejoiced at the birth of their son, Alex. Around this period, financial pressures began to strain the Inman household, as Bill's religious ventures failed to provide substantial income. This predicament prompted the family to contemplate relocating to another state in pursuit of better employment opportunities. By 2006, the Inmans had fully resettled in Florida. Bill and Will quickly secured work in hotel construction, while Sandra and Summer devoted themselves to homemaking and caring for young Alex. 2 years later, the family returned to Ohio from Florida. By then, they had forfeited their Logan home and settled into a rental in the countryside of Vinton. Starting a new chapter shortly after relocating, in 2008, Will and Summer welcomed their second child, a daughter named Kelly. By 2010, the family expanded further with the arrival of another daughter, Alana. As young parents, Will and Summer often sought weekend getaways for rest and rejuvenation. During these periods, Bill and Sandra, ever supportive, took on the responsibility of caring for their grandchildren. Weekends were filled with joy as they treasured time with the three children. In the spring of 2010, Bill Inman obtained a pastor's license and declared himself the head of the Skinnier Faith Church. Alongside his wife, he established a charitable organization named Ranch of Mercy to aid the jobless and homeless. His vision was ambitious. He aimed to construct a large residence for orphans and widows. However, financial resources were severely limited. To address this shortfall, Bill devised a lottery scheme. Each participant was required to purchase a ticket, with the proceeds earmarked for building the shelter. The grand prize offered either a house or $200,000, along with 99 other significant rewards. News and advertisements spread word of the lottery throughout the community. Bill initially promoted it door to door, promising participants extravagant prizes while stressing that surplus funds would go toward creating a refuge for the needy. Priced at $10 each, Bill succeeded in selling 100,000 tickets, accumulating $1 million for the project. The drawing was scheduled for September 2010. In June 2010, personal turmoil struck the Inman family when Summer voiced her desire to divorce Will after 6 years of marriage. This announcement came shortly after she had written a profound entry in her private diary. "I am utterly exhausted from constantly striving to please everyone around me. Do I not deserve happiness? Do I not have the right to love someone and feel that love reciprocated? I'm unsure if now is the right moment, but I feel compelled to share everything with Will. It weighs heavily on me, but he deserves to know the truth. He should understand that I no longer wish to remain with him. I need solitude to rediscover myself and understand who I am now. At this point, I feel like a servant, perpetually running around and obeying others' commands. I love my children with all my heart and would never trade them for anything. However, I don't want them growing up watching their mother endlessly follow orders. I'm uncertain how Will react to this revelation. He could become angry, try to take the children away, or worse, resort to threats or harm. It is crucial for our children to view us as equals. I'm aware Will's parents might turn against me and try to persuade me to stay, but such efforts won't change anything. Last night, when Will asked me what I wanted, my mind went blank. All I could think about was what I didn't want. I don't want to feel unhappy and trapped anymore, yet I couldn't bring myself to say it aloud. So instead, I sat there in silence. Every day feels like a battle. All I long for is rest, to weep and sleep uninterrupted. Yet, at times, finding an escape from this predicament feels impossible. I hope that by the time I write my next journal entry, I will have gained clarity on how to resolve everything. As the summer progressed, we advanced with the divorce proceedings. Leaving the Inman residence, I took our son and 2 daughters, along with my personal belongings, and sought refuge at my parents' home. To avoid disrupting the children's relationships with their father and grandparents, regular visits were scheduled for them. 2 months after our separation, in August 2010, I began a relationship with Adam Peters while securing employment at a bank in downtown Logan, working in a cleaning capacity due to my limited educational background. September brought another significant event, the Ranch of Mercy House raffle, organized by the Inman family. Although construction on the prize house was supposed to commence, both September and October passed without progress. No raffle occurred, and no explanations were provided. The organization also did not rush to refund participants. By December 1, 2010, the Inmans received a notice demanding they vacate their rented residence due to substantial unpaid rent. In response, Adam and I went to collect my remaining belongings from the Inman home, but were denied entry. This prompted me to call the police, reporting that my estranged husband was intimidating me and obstructing access. When authorities arrived, Will and his parents continued to block entry. Will escalated the confrontation by threatening Adam and clashing with an officer. As a result, I filed a legal complaint against Will. Reflecting on our relationship, I recalled how idyllic it had seemed before marriage, but lamented how drastically it had changed afterward. Will's behavior reportedly became extremely controlling, impacting everything from my diet and household responsibilities to intimate aspects of our life. I was not allowed to sleep without his approval and was confined at home without access to my phone or keys. I also revealed his aspirations for a large family, his interest in polygamy, and his activities on related websites, including posting inappropriate images. Additionally, I disclosed threats he made if I pursued a divorce and mentioned the mysterious disappearance of our cats, which he casually attributed to them escaping through an open window. Following my allegations, Will provided his own account of events. He defended taking Summer's phone and keys by claiming he suspected her of infidelity. Regarding the cats, he stated that due to their wild behavior and the damage they caused to furniture and family members, he had relocated them to a shelter. As a result of these disputes and accusations, Will was subjected to a restraining order, barring him from approaching Summer, and faced penalties and probation amid further investigations. A fierce custody battle erupted between the families. The Inmans filed a police report against Adam Peters, labeling him as a potential threat to the safety of Alex, Kelly, and Alana. Tragically, Summer's life took a dark turn. On the night of March 22, 2011, Summer, just 25 years old, was finishing her shift at the bank. She completed her cleaning duties after the office had closed. Around 11 p.m., she stepped outside to dispose of the trash. Summer had texted her partner, Adam, to meet her after work, but by 11:30 p.m., he had not found her. Concerned, Adam arrived at the bank and began searching. He discovered her personal items scattered near a dumpster in an alley, her phone, keys, and music player still playing with headphones nearby in the grass. Her jacket lay there as well. Alarmed, Adam immediately contacted Summer's parents to inform them of her disappearance and stressed the need to alert the police without delay. Initially, Summer's parents called the bank, speculating that she might have stayed late for extra work and misplaced her belongings. Security personnel had no information about her whereabouts, prompting them to contact the Logan police to report Summer missing, emphasizing her punctuality and the fact that she rarely stayed late at work. Police arrived at the scene, where they found Summer's belongings, and heard accounts from 3 eyewitnesses who reported seeing her abduction about an hour earlier. 2 women out for an evening jog recalled seeing Summer as she threw out the trash. At that moment, a white Ford Crown Victoria, driven by a blonde woman, approached. 2 individuals wearing black balaclavas exited the vehicle and forcefully grabbed Summer, shoving her into the back seat despite her resistance and cries for help. One bystander's attempt to intervene was thwarted when the female driver incapacitated him with pepper spray, forcing him to retreat. The car quickly drove away. The 2 jogging witnesses immediately went to the nearest police station to report what they had seen. Initially, the police were skeptical of their account, finding their narrative peculiar and doubting its authenticity, suspecting it might have been fabricated. Officers arrived at the abduction site just an hour after Summer Inman's parents filed the missing person report. However, early efforts did not lead to locating the 25-year-old. News of Summer's kidnapping quickly spread through local media, capturing the community's attention. Hundreds of Logan residents united in a concerted effort to find her. As 3 days passed, the chances of locating Summer alive grew increasingly slim. Throughout this harrowing period, Summer's parents strove to maintain hope despite the encroaching despair. Shortly before her disappearance, Summer Inman posted a photo on Facebook featuring herself, her new partner Adam, and her children. The image depicted them as a happy, contented family unit. Surprisingly, Will Inman, who still had access to Adam Peters' Facebook page, despite Adam being Summer's current partner, noticed the update. This prompts a curious question. Why would a husband maintain a social media connection with his wife's new partner? The backstory revealed that Adam, a man without stable employment, had been hired by the Inmans in the spring of 2010 for various household tasks. It was during this time that Adam and Summer first met and gradually developed a bond. Despite initial hesitation, Summer eventually reciprocated Adam's feelings. Her diary entry captures this internal struggle. My mind screamed, "Run, get out of here now." But instead, I stayed and let him embrace me and then delve deeper. I am very sorry about this. I am guilty. This encounter marked the beginning of Summer's unraveling within the Inman family. Seeking happiness and love, Summer initiated divorce proceedings, which were ongoing for 5 days before her disappearance. Will contested the proposed spousal support per child, suggesting a reduction to $50 per month based on his annual earnings of just $6,000. He and his parents also petitioned for full custody of the children, but the court rejected their request. Losing contact with their grandchildren deeply affected Bill and Sandra, who visibly deteriorated in health and spirit. Those close to them noted that the grandchildren were the central joy of their lives. In March 2011, amid the investigation into Summer's disappearance, the Inman family was located at the home of Bill's 70-year-old mother in Jackson, Ohio. Bill, Sandra, and Will collectively asserted that they had no knowledge of Summer's abduction. They recounted that on the night of the kidnapping, they had been traveling to Cleveland to view a new property, but encountered car trouble 3 hours into the journey. This resulted in an overnight ordeal of vehicle repairs on the roadside before they returned to Logan the following morning. They described their interactions with Summer as generally amicable, despite frequent disputes, but attributed a shift in the family dynamic to the period when Adam Peters was employed in their household, describing this phase as particularly challenging. The trio consistently portrayed Adam as a negative influence, alleging he was the catalyst for the disintegration of their previously harmonious and tightly knit family. The investigation took a crucial turn when police noticed a white Ford Crown Victoria at the Inman family's residence. Upon inspection of the vehicle, a GPS receiver was confiscated. Subsequent examination revealed that on March 22nd, the day Summer was abducted, this car was in Logan. The GPS was deactivated at 5:30 p.m. that evening and reactivated the next morning again in Logan, contradicting the Inman's claim of traveling to Cleveland. Phone records further corroborated that all 3 family members were in Logan on both March 22nd and 23rd. Additional inquiries revealed that on the morning of March 23rd, around 7:30 a.m., the Inmans were at a car wash engaging in a thorough interior cleaning of the vehicle. Bill, Sandra, and Will were all present, but Summer was notably absent following this event. They visited an auto shop in Cleveland for a tire change. While there, a shop employee noticed something odd. Bill was choosing to replace nearly new tires with used ones simply because he didn't like his current set change. There was also evidence that the Inmans attempted to modify the cars notably. Bill had removed a police spotlight that had previously been mounted on the driver's side door next to the mirror. Bill, Sandra, and Will Inman were apprehended and brought in for interrogation. Prior to their arrest, Bill assured his elderly mother of their innocence, attributing the situation to a test from the devil. Throughout questioning, they consistently claimed they had no knowledge of Summer Inman's abduction and did not know who the kidnapper was. However, after several hours and faced with the possibility of capital punishment if convicted, Sandra Inman's resolve faltered. Eventually, she disclosed the truth, confessing that they were responsible for Summer's abduction on the night of March 22nd. She detailed how Bill and Will had disguised themselves in black masks. Sandra admitted that her initial plan had been merely to abduct and intimidate Summer, but events took an unexpected and tragic turn. According to Sandra's confession, when Summer was forcibly placed in the car's back seat, Will restrained her with plastic ties around her neck, hands, and feet, intending only to frighten her into granting him access to their children. As the situation escalated, Will realized that Summer was on the brink of unconsciousness. He panicked and desperately searched for a knife to release her, shouting frantically to his mother, "Oh my God, Mom, where's the knife? I can't find it." Amidst their collective fear and frantic search for the knife, the situation worsened. Summer ceased breathing and tragically passed away. Sandra maintained that their objective had never been to take Summer's life. They merely sought a resolution to their custody dispute and hoped to ensure regular visits with their grandchildren. On March 29, 2011, a week after the kidnapping, Sandra Inman disclosed the location of the body. Summer's remains were found in a septic tank on the grounds of the Skinnier Faith Church near Nelsonville, approximately 30 kilometers from her workplace. Bill Inman had been involved in the church's construction. The location held personal significance for him and Sandra, as it was where they had married 28 years earlier. The Inmans were regular attendees of this church, with Bill participating in its musical ensemble. Police uncovered the well by removing a concrete slab and unscrewing 6 bolts from the metal lid. Upon opening it, they immediately saw Summer's legs. She had been thrown headfirst into the septic tank, still wearing her work attire. Her black t-shirt bore the ironic inscription, "I don't have anger issues, I have issues with idiots." A forensic examination confirmed that Summer had died from strangulation. Apart from marks on her neck, hands, and legs indicating she had been restrained, no other injuries were found on Summer's body, emphasizing that strangulation was the cause of her tragic death. Sandra revealed that she had initially planned to dispose of the body in a river, but reconsidered and decided it would be safer to conceal it in the well near the church. She believed this location would keep it hidden for an extended period. Sandra admitted to feeling profound shame for her actions and their irreversible consequences. During the subsequent trial, 49-year-old Bill Inman and 28-year-old Will Inman did not accept any responsibility for Summer's death. Throughout the proceedings, they remained mostly silent, showing little emotion and avoiding eye contact with Summer's grieving parents. Sandra Inman, 47 years old, stood out as the only family member to acknowledge her role in the tragic events. She maintained that the plan to intimidate Summer was entirely her own idea. In a deeply emotional moment before sentencing, Sandra, overcome with tears, faced Summer's parents and begged for their forgiveness. Her speech, though broken by sobs and a quivering voice, clearly conveyed remorse. Sandra admitted that she had seen Summer as a daughter and regretted her catastrophic decision. In 2012, the verdicts were handed down. All three members of the Inman family were convicted. Bill and Will Inman received life sentences without the possibility of parole. Sandra Inman was also sentenced to life, but with eligibility for parole after serving 15 years. However, among friends and church members familiar with the family's dynamics, doubts arose about Sandra being the mastermind behind the crime. It was widely recognized that Bill had a dominant role in the family and usually made final decisions on all matters, while Will was seen as a pampered child whose desires were always granted by his parents. Those close to the family speculated that Sandra's confession may have been a strategic move to reduce legal consequences for her husband and son. Currently, Alex and Alana are being raised by Summer's family. For quite some time, it was difficult to explain to these grandchildren what had happened to their mother, father, grandmother, and grandfather. Moving on to the next case. Tess Ritchie. Tess Ritchie came into the world on November 30th, 1994. The youngest among a family of 5 sisters, Ritchie grew up in North Bay before relocating to Toronto at the age of 19. One of her sisters, Verena Ritchie, mentioned that Tess cherished her life, her dogs, and her family. Tess had worked waiting tables in the city, but her ambition was to secure a position as a flight attendant and travel the globe. She was actively pursuing that path, having completed the flight attendant program at Seneca College in North Toronto. At the same time, she was attempting to obtain employment in one of Toronto's major hotels. Sadly, Tess was unable to find a position that suited her. Her family provided her with financial support and never denied her money whenever she asked for assistance. Certain Canadian sources also state that when Tess was unable to secure employment at either an airline or a hotel, she began studying Italian and looking for au pair positions in Italy through the internet. Tess additionally had her own YouTube channel. The final video she uploaded there was on February 23, 2014, nearly 4 years before the events we are about to discuss. Tess spoke about her experiences and the struggles she had to endure. Let's hear some segments from that video. Sadly, a few years after creating this video, Tess once again encountered difficulties in her personal life. That autumn, heartbreak shattered her world. On November 23, 2017, Tess experienced an emotional breakup with her boyfriend, Julian. The following day, she reached out to her older sister, Rachel, who was 8 years her senior. The two shared a close bond. "She was my soulmate," Rachel expressed. On November 24th, Tess spent the majority of the day at Rachel's residence in Toronto. They discussed the breakup, went shopping, and stopped by a dog park. That evening, Rachel prepared a meal. However, she had to encourage her sister to eat since Tess had lost her appetite due to stress. Even so, Tess still made plans for the evening. She chose to meet with an old school friend named Riley Samar. Like Ritchie, Samar also came from North Bay. She had relocated to Toronto during the summer of 2017. The two had not seen each other in years, but now that they were both living in the same city, they had resumed talking. Samar proposed they go to Cruise and Tangos, a popular drag bar in the Church and Wellesley district. That evening, Rachel's partner booked Ritchie an Uber, so she could meet Samar downtown. Rachel Ritchie remembered watching her sister running down the front path toward the Uber. That brief glimpse was the last time she would ever see her alive. Ritchie reached Cruz and Tangos around midnight. Samar had not arrived yet. The club was crowded with people. Tess sent her sister a text confirming she had reached the location safely. It was a normal habit. Ritchie's phone was her second best friend, her sister explained. The next morning, Rachel Ritchie messaged her younger sister. She did not expect an immediate reply, knowing Tess had been out the previous night. By 6:30 p.m., Rachel still had not heard anything back. Shortly after, she realized that none of her messages had gone through to Tess. Rachel attempted to call, but every call went directly to voicemail. Her mother, Christine Hermiston, also attempted to reach Tess, but her phone was switched off. Christine then received a notification saying Tess had ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m. However, soon after, she canceled it. When creating her Uber account, Tess had registered her mother's credit card. Because of that, Christine received a notification each time her daughter used a taxi. Tess always stayed in touch with her family. Therefore, when her phone failed to turn on during the day, they started to worry something might have happened to her. She normally kept her phone with her constantly. Rachel asked her partner to go check her sister's apartment in Scarborough. At the same time, she began reaching out to Tess's friends. It was about 9 p.m. on Saturday, and Tess was still missing. Her family had an uneasy feeling about the entire situation. Rachel began phoning hospitals and also reached out to the police. By the evening of the next day, the authorities still had no updates for Tess's family. Several officers attempted to determine Tess Ritchie's whereabouts, but no one had seen or heard from her during the past 2 days. On Monday, Tess's mother, Christine, along with one of her sisters, traveled from North Bay to Toronto to join in the search. They were posting and distributing flyers with Tess's photo, hoping someone might have spotted her. The family was doing everything possible within their means. Regarding the police, they unfortunately did not present their best efforts when handling Tess's disappearance, but we will discuss that in more detail later. At the same time, it became clear that Tess's friend Riley, the one who had gone with her to the bar that night, returned home safely afterward. When asked if she knew where Tess had gone, Riley explained that she and Tess had consumed a lot of alcohol, which led the bar's security to ask them to leave. They exited the bar a little after 2 in the morning and headed toward Wellesley Street to get something to eat. On the way there, they encountered a man who ended up accompanying them. Riley could not recall his name. On Wellesley Street, they bought hot dogs. Tess requested a vegetarian hot dog, which led to a dispute with the vendor. Tess believed she had been served one with meat. Riley admitted that her friend grabbed some mustard and sprayed it on the vendor's cart, after which she, Tess, and the man with them ran toward Dundonald Street. While there, they noticed a woman sitting on the porch of a house and began speaking with her. Her name was Michelle Teep. Their exchange lasted roughly 20 minutes. Tess confided in Michelle that she had recently ended a relationship with her boyfriend and expressed how difficult it had been for her. Michelle tried to comfort Tess. They even traded phone numbers. Teep said Ritchie gave the impression of someone attempting to enjoy herself. However, when she looked into her eyes, she noticed sorrow. The breakup with Julian seemed to be weighing heavily on her. I told her things always improve and just to hold on, Teep recalled. At 4 a.m., Riley received a message from her boyfriend, urging her to come home. She said farewell to Tess and walked toward Yonge Street before heading back to her place. Tess felt upset that Riley had left her. At 4:02 a.m., she requested an Uber. Therefore, it can be assumed that once her friend departed, Tess also decided to head home. The driver showed up at 4:14 a.m., but Tess was not there. On Wednesday, November 29th, only one day before Tess's 23rd birthday, Christine once again handed out flyers with her daughter's photo in the neighborhood where people had last seen her. Knowing that Riley had separated from Tess on Dundonald Street, Christine chose to search that area. She reached out to Ann Brassett, a nurse at St. Michael's Hospital, since their daughters had been friends since elementary school in North Bay. Together, they began looking for Ritchie amid an expanding search mission and a growing social media campaign to find her. That is when Brassett made a chilling discovery. Looking down into the base of an outdoor stairwell at a construction site located at 582 Church Street, Brassett instantly recognized Ritchie's body lying on the concrete. In 2017, the building was undergoing reconstruction and was partly fenced. It appeared like this. I went into total shock. Horror, disbelief. I couldn't comprehend or make sense of what I was witnessing, Brazitt stated, crying. I was horrified. Dust from a nearby gravel mound settled like soot over her body. Brazitt released her grip on the stair railing and slowly backed down the gravel driveway leading toward Church Street. By then, Hermiston was further along the sidewalk, unaware that her daughter's body was only a short distance away. Brazitt began calling out to her. "Christine, come back here," she urged. "There's a girl in the stairwell. You need to come back." Hermiston turned, rushed down the driveway, and froze at the stairwell. After a few moments, she began screaming and pleading with God for help. Tess's death became a devastating ordeal for her entire family. Her body was discovered merely 300 yards from the bar where she had spent time before vanishing, and just 20 yards from the spot where her friend Riley last saw her. This raised many doubts concerning the work of the police. After all, her body had been lying only a couple of blocks from the bar the entire time. Nevertheless, after Anne and Christine uncovered Tess's body, an anonymous police source shared new information with the media. Allegedly, Tess had advertised intimate services online and had been employed in a strip club. The grieving mother stated that Toronto police failed to put sufficient effort into searching for Richie because they assumed she was an escort. It was devastating to read such claims. Hermiston responded with anger to what police sources told the media following the discovery of her daughter's body. She was not earning a living in the sex trade industry. That is an outright lie. They leaked that to make it seem as though she lived a high-risk lifestyle and was in a laneway with someone, so it wouldn't be their fault. Although Tess had worked as a waitress in a strip club, she resigned less than 2 weeks after being hired. Regarding the so-called intimate services advertisement, it was nothing more than an account on a dating website. Even though Richie's body had been found, there was still no clear explanation of what had happened to her. At first, police did not suspect foul play, but the homicide division eventually took over the case after the autopsy revealed she had died from neck compression. In addition, seminal fluid was discovered on the girl's clothing and saliva on her bra. After conducting tests, investigators detected traces of male DNA. Therefore, the police finally began the search for a suspect. Based on Riley's statement, detectives attempted to determine the identity of the man the girls encountered that night. After all, he was the individual who remained with Tess once Riley went home. Police examined CCTV footage to gather more details about that evening. The video displayed Tess and Riley leaving the bar and walking toward the hot dog vendor's cart. There were also surveillance cameras on the building near where Brazitt discovered the body. Upon reviewing the recordings, police observed Tess and her new companion walking hand in hand up the gravel driveway. According to the information voiced by the police, the camera captured Tess and this unknown man at 4:14 a.m. The following recording, taken 46 minutes later, shows the guy leaving the place alone. Tess never appeared in the footage again. Therefore, the police believe this man was the main suspect in the Tess Richie case. On December 10th, during a press conference, the Toronto police published pictures of this man taken with the help of a video surveillance system. They hoped someone would recognize him. The pictures, taken by an ATM camera, were of poor quality. An ATM was next to the place where Richie bought hot dogs. In the evening of the same day, the police discovered the identity of this man. Oddly enough, after seeing the published images, the man called the police station himself. "I'm the guy in the photo," he said. The person who was with Tess that night was 21-year-old Kalen Schlatter. In the fall of 2017, Schlatter was 21, and living with his parents and younger brother at their North Toronto home. He had completed a year of postgraduate study as a car mechanic and worked with his dad in construction. Schlatter, his parents, and one of his lawyers went to the police station where he briefly spoke with detectives but refused to testify. His parents brought some food and a bottle of water for their son. In the end, they provided police with some crucial evidence. While still at the police station, Schlatter threw an empty water bottle into a trash can. The police promptly seized it and sent it for forensic medical examination. It took some time, but eventually they determined that the DNA sample on the bottle and DNA samples extracted from seminal fluid and saliva found on Tess Richie's body belonged to the same person. Police planned an undercover operation to monitor Schlatter for several weeks, but the DNA results accelerated the process. Schlatter was arrested around 11 p.m. on February 4, 2018, after watching the Super Bowl with his family at the Cineplex Cinemas Queensway in Etobicoke. They took him to 13 Division and placed him in a holding cell at 3:19 a.m. on February 5th. 2 other men were locked in holding cells on either side of him. Schlatter had no idea both were undercover cops and that he was about to give them an abundance of evidence. The 3 men sat in separate nondescript holding cells with a combination toilet and sink as well as a bed. Schlatter was locked in the cell between the 2 comps with all 3 men facing the same wall. None of them could see each other, but that didn't stop them from talking for hours. Schlatter told these policemen about his passion for card games and his ability to seduce women. According to him, he has slept with more than 40 women, even though he was only 21 years old. However, he did not mention that he liked both men and women. As it turned out later, Schlatter did not meet Tess and her friend Riley on the street. He was in the same bar as them. That's where he first noticed them. This recording was made shortly before security asked Tess and Riley to leave the bar. Here's Riley and here's Tess. And this is Schlatter. Schlatter also told undercover officers about Tess. At first, he said that she was alive when he left. Shortly after, Schlatter added that something could have happened because alcohol clouded his mind. He thought he was not capable of it. The police charged Kalen Schlatter with taking the life of Tess Ritchie, but of course he denied his guilt. In June 2018, 2 police officers, Alan McCullough and Michael Jones, were charged with 2 counts of misconduct for neglect of duty under Ontario's Police Services Act. According to the notice of hearing, they allegedly failed to thoroughly search the adjoining property or immediate area, interview neighbors, and notify a supervisor. If they had followed protocol, Christine Hermiston stated, they would have found her. She was lying just around the corner. Despite all this, both officers remained working in the police, but received penalties. As for Kalen Schlatter, during the 7-week trial held in 2020, his defense tried to prove his innocence, arguing that someone else could have approached the stairs where Tess was lying by climbing over the fence on the other side of the building and thus remain invisible to the cameras. The lawyers even presented the name of another possible suspect, but the police carefully investigated and questioned this individual, finding no evidence that connected him to Tess's death. The DNA evidence pointed to only one person, Kalen Schlatter. Schlatter was a slender man who appeared soft-spoken during court proceedings. He explained that he had a speech impairment that occasionally caused him to slur words and stutter. In trying to justify the presence of his DNA on Tess's belongings, he claimed she had asked him to hide with her from prying eyes. At 4:02 a.m., Tess Ritchie ordered an Uber. The driver arrived at the pickup spot at 4:14 a.m., but Tess was not there. Instead of allowing Ritchie to meet her Uber driver, Schlatter approached her again. The 2 sat down on a bench at the corner of Church and Dundonald. Tess seemed a little more upset after the argument, so I went over to check if she was okay, Schlatter testified. He claimed it was Ritchie who invited him to sit and talk. His version of events cannot be confirmed, as none of the surveillance footage from the area had audio. Schlatter stated that Ritchie was distressed about her breakup, so he began speaking about the end of one of his own relationships to comfort her. According to him, she listened attentively and even ignored a phone call during their conversation. This was false. Police examined Tess's mobile records and confirmed that no one had called her during that period. Later on, she asked if it was okay if she kissed me, Schlatter said. We stood up and gave each other a hug and kiss. These claims also could not be corroborated, as no such moment appeared in the CCTV recordings available to investigators. According to Schlatter, Ritchie then requested that he follow her to the driveway at 582 Church Street and down into the building's outdoor stairwell. The prosecution argued this was a lie, because at that very time the Uber driver was still waiting for Tess. They suggested instead that Schlatter pretended to accompany Tess to her car, but in reality had a different plan in mind. We may never know what Kalen Schlatter told Tess Ritchie as they walked up Church Street to persuade her to step into the dark at 4 a.m. with a man she had only just met. Schlatter claimed that once they descended the stairs, they began kissing. He wanted to go further, but Tess told him they could not. According to Schlatter, they kissed for an extended time, which caused him to ejaculate in his pants. Afterward, he invited Tess to his place, but she declined and told him he could leave, which he did. Schlatter continued to insist that Tess was alive when he left her. It is essential to emphasize that everything mentioned above was Schlatter's account, which the police were unable to confirm. Only 2 people knew the truth about what really happened that night, and one of them was already dead. The prosecution's witnesses at the trial included Riley, Tessa's friend, and Michelle Teep, the woman they had spoken with that night. Both women identified Schlatter. Not only did Schlatter pour out information to 2 undercover officers, but he also allegedly revealed critical details to a fellow inmate while they were both in a Toronto detention center for approximately 2 months in 2018. The man, identified only as Yes due to a publication ban, carried a lengthy criminal record, including multiple break-ins and a domestic assault. The informant claimed he initially pitted Schlatter, seeing him as a young man jailed for the first time. That is why Yes invited him to share his cell while they were held in protective custody. However, over time, Yes grew disillusioned with his cellmate. Schlatter, he said, would cry himself to sleep at night because he feared prison and missed his mother, yet he displayed no remorse for Richie's death. Yes stated that Schlatter told him about kissing Richie and confessed he lost control when she said she did not want to continue. He claimed Schlatter strangled Tess with a scarf after being unable to stop. In court, Schlatter strongly denied that such conversations ever occurred. His lawyer described Yes as a deceitful, manipulative pathological liar. Setting aside all testimony and focusing solely on the physical evidence, it was clear that someone strangled Tess Richie, and only one person's DNA appeared on her clothing, Kaylin Schlatter's. In her final statement to the jury, defense attorney Lydia Riva depicted Schlatter as a harmless boy and an innocent young man. As difficult as it may be to accept, and as uncomfortable as it may make us feel, the criminal justice system can make mistakes, Riva stated. Mr. Schlatter was an easy target. He is easy to blame. On March 23, 2020, the jury declared Schlatter guilty. The judge handed down a life sentence with eligibility to apply for parole after 25 years. The trial was deeply painful for Richie's mother, sisters, and other supporters, who at times broke down weeping inside the courtroom. While they finally received some of the answers they had long been seeking, their lives were permanently altered. Evil not only took Tess that night, it condemned her surviving family to a cruel and agonizing future while stealing from the world so much love and potential, said Richie's sister, Verena. Tess was the heart of my family, and we will forever remain incomplete. In June 2020, Tess Richie's family filed a lawsuit against Schlatter, the police, and others for the psychological trauma they endured following Tess's death. Do I want to just go inside the house, hide, and let it go? Absolutely. But can I? Absolutely not. I cannot, because I cannot erase from my mind the fact that they allowed her to lie there for 4 days, said Christine Hermiston. That image is permanently burned into her memory, she explained, adding that she should not have had to travel from her home in North Bay, Ontario, to Toronto in order to do the police's work. Tess was the glue of the family, and her death has torn everyone apart, her mother said. We struggle to even look at one another. We feel as if we all failed Tess. We carry heavy guilt. And that is why we continue to fight for Tess, because we will not fail her again. The family is pursuing a total of $20 million in damages, including punitive damages. Moving on to the next case. Zhu Lingling. Humans are naturally skeptical and covetous beings. When faced with perfection, their instinct is to search for flaws. In the absence of any, they frequently attempt to invent them. The tragedy to be recounted today was witnessed by a vast audience, yet no one could aid the seemingly flawless girl, who consequently became disabled. Tsinghua University, often called the Chinese Harvard, was hosting a prestigious performance in collaboration with the Beijing Symphony Orchestra. This event carried considerable significance. Elegantly dressed pairs entered the Grand Theater. Men wore impeccably tailored black suits with shining cufflinks, and women wore exquisite full-length gowns, clutching small handbags. They exchanged smiles and engaged in courteous conversation as they moved toward their seats. Tsinghua University students, poised to demonstrate their talents that evening, faced immense pressure. One student, Zhu Ling, was confronting an especially formidable challenge. She was about to perform a 6-minute solo, set to be the defining 6 minutes of her life. The audience potentially included professors, prospective future employers, and benefactors, all crucial figures for her career prospects. Elevating the stakes, any mistake or accident was unacceptable. She needed to captivate the audience and leave a lasting impression with her performance. Her objective was to immerse herself fully in the rhythm and embody the spirit of the ancient Chinese musical instrument, the guqin. Revered as the instrument of the wise and favored by literati and intellectuals, those who mastered it were invariably regarded as cultured and insightful. The guqin, a symbol of prestige, possesses a rich historical legacy. One of these esteemed instruments from the Song dynasty sold for $22 million, ranking it among the most valuable in existence. To calm Ling's nerves, numerous friends positioned themselves near the stage, their anxiety nearly matching hers, having witnessed all she had endured over the preceding 2 months. For this moment, Zhu Ling's entire life until now had been devoted to these 6 minutes. She had nearly risked her health for this performance. Her nerves were so frayed that in the 3 days leading up to her solo, she had scarcely eaten. Stress-induced stomach pains afflicted her, and sleep was elusive, making it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. Her vision began to blur. Finally, Zhu Ling ascended the stage, bowed to the audience, sat down, and began playing the guqin. In those opening moments, her friends held their breath. Soon, however, the tension dissipated, and they found themselves enveloped in the music. Zhu Ling's stage presence betrayed no trace of her anxiety. She seemed to merge seamlessly with the melody. Her hands moved effortlessly, producing exquisite tones that resonated throughout the theater. Some friends were even moved to tears. It seemed that Zhu Ling had channeled all the stress and anxiety accumulated over the past 2 months into her performance, transforming it into an emotional release. As the 6 minutes ended, the audience erupted into applause. Zhu Ling gave a deep bow, offered a smile, and exited the stage. Unbeknownst to her, her best friend in the crowd was smiling broadly, clapping so vigorously that her hands turned red, though a trace of nervousness lingered on her face. That evening, Zhu Ling chose to skip the festivities, returning home to rest. The release of stress left her utterly exhausted. In the shower, she began washing her hair calmly. Glancing at her hand, she noticed a clump of hair sliding through her fingers. Running her hand through her hair again intensified her sense of alarm. Pulling back the shower curtain, she rushed to the mirror. Her reflection revealed a weary face and small irregular bald patches, resembling the aftermath of a haphazardly wielded razor. This, however, was only the beginning. In the ensuing weeks, Zhu Lingling's condition worsened dramatically, leaving her confined to a wheelchair and stripped of basic abilities. She became unable to move, speak, or even control her facial muscles. She was transformed from a highly promising Tsinghua University student into someone possessing the cognitive faculties of a 6-year-old child. This condition was neither a disease nor a genetic disorder. Zhu Ling was being affected by the actions of another individual. For ordinary students, gaining admission to Harvard was statistically more attainable than entering Tsinghua, particularly for native Chinese applicants. The local acceptance rate is only 0.4%, making it comparatively easier for international students. The university functions with an annual budget of $5 billion. It is an institution attended by influential political families, daughters of prominent figures, and the sons of wealthy businessmen. Each student is exceptionally intelligent and well-educated, possessing high intellectual capacities. The real challenge lies not merely in gaining admission, but in surviving the fierce competition and rivalry among peers. Some alumni have admitted that maintaining an edge required manipulation, betrayal of comrades, deceit, and backstabbing, all fueled by the relentless competitive environment cultivated at the institution. In 1994, Zhu Ling was among the 31 chemistry undergraduates at Tsinghua University. She ranked in the top 3 of her cohort, which included 20 males and 11 females. Zhu Ling was frequently regarded as the epitome of excellence, the very cream of the crop among her peers. She was not only exceptionally intelligent, but also tall and striking in appearance. Everyone anticipated a bright future for her, foreseeing major accomplishments. Zhu Ling also possessed a charismatic and confident presence. Her arrival in the dormitory sparked envy among fellow students. She effortlessly drew a circle of friends and admirers through her warm and approachable demeanor. She roamed the campus, attended lectures diligently, completed assignments punctually, and many marveled at her seemingly inexhaustible energy. Yet, after a few months, a strange and inexplicable decline in Zhu Ling's condition became evident to all. She appeared less strained even during graduation week, but then suddenly seemed to fade away. She began arriving later than her peers and consistently looked fatigued during lectures. While seated, she would sweat profusely as if overheated. Zhu Ling struggled to focus on the material presented in class. Severe stomach pains tormented her, leading many, including her instructors, to assume the discomfort was stress-related. Seeking relief, Zhu Ling visited the school clinic for painkillers, but the medication offered only minimal alleviation. What had begun as occasional lateness escalated into her complete cessation of attending classes. Concerned friends decided to check on her in the dormitory she shared with 3 other girls. They discovered her lying in bed, shivering and moaning in pain, with clumps of dark hair scattered across her pillow. Alarmed, her classmates urged her to seek medical attention, but Zhu Ling dismissed their concerns. She insisted she was merely stressed and would resume classes the following day, reassuring them that everything would return to normal by the end of the semester. The once vibrant and flawless Zhu Ling was now barely recognizable. Her complexion had turned ghostly pale. Her lips assumed a purplish hue. She resembled a spectral figure haunting the campus. Her movements were slow, with each step appearing to inflict unbearable pain. Most of her hair had fallen out, leaving her nearly bald and necessitating that she always wear something on her head for concealment. Occasionally, Zhu Ling's vision would blur, rendering her temporarily blind for hours at a time. Various hypotheses regarding her rapidly deteriorating condition circulated throughout the campus. Some speculated it could be caused by illnesses such as cancer or alopecia, which are known to result in hair loss, or possibly an autoimmune disorder. Yet darker theories emerged. Many students linked Zhu Ling's decline to stress stemming from a falling out with her close friend Sunny. It seemed strangely coincidental that her physical deterioration aligned with their dispute. After missing an orchestra rehearsal for a particularly challenging piece, Zhu Ling faced unexpectedly severe criticism. Sunny Fly informed the instructor that Zhu Ling had skipped the rehearsal out of arrogance, suggesting the others needed to improve their skills to match hers. Experiencing such cruelty in reality proved overwhelming for Zhu Ling. Various speculations circulated among university students. Some suggested that, as a chemistry student, Zhu Ling might have been secretly conducting advanced experiments. Yet, would a highly driven student deliberately risk self-harm? Bai Jun-a, from Paine University and a friend of Zhu Ling since middle school, decided to visit her in the hospital with a fruit basket. Upon entering the room, Bai Jun was shocked and compelled to flee. It wasn't a fear of contagion that gripped him, but the overwhelming sight of his classmate in such a catastrophic state. How could a once vibrant 20-year-old deteriorate into this shadow of herself so rapidly? What disease could rob Zhu Ling of all she had worked to achieve? The medical team was equally confounded by her condition. Just months earlier, Zhu Ling had been in peak physical health. Now, she lay almost hairless, connected to multiple machines, with tubes protruding from her nose and mouth. Her body convulsed, and her face showed partial paralysis. Her wide eyes bore a look of silent desperation. The scene was harrowing. Even the lightest touch caused excruciating pain and triggered more erratic movements. It seemed even the hospital gown itself tormented her sensitive skin. Sensing his friend's silent plea for assistance, Beijing read the desperate message conveyed in her eyes, a look he would never forget. Seeking answers alongside Zhu Ling's parents, Beijing pressed the doctors for a diagnosis, but they too were perplexed. They investigated the onset of her illness. About a month or two earlier, Zhu Ling had begun experiencing stomach aches resembling spasms, which appeared unpredictably over the course of a week. The pain intensified to the point that she was forced to bend over in agony. Frequently, she would lie on the floor curled into a fetal position. Initially, she attempted to relieve the pain with large quantities of Chinese herbal tea. Yet, the discomfort escalated, eventually causing her to lose consciousness. Burdened by the demands of her rigorous university schedule, Zhu Ling delayed seeking medical care, hoping the symptoms would resolve on their own. Soon, her vision began failing intermittently, first blurring, then disappearing entirely for hours at a time. Her hair began to fall out, an especially traumatic symptom for any young woman. The condition worsened, leading to her hospitalization just days before Christmas. It was her first experience receiving hospital care. During that month, her parents remained steadfastly by her side as she underwent treatment. The medical team tested her for arsenic and mercury poisoning. However, the results revealed no abnormalities. Intriguingly, a doctor from a different hospital recalled a similar poisoning case from the 1960s and suggested the possibility of thallium poisoning. However, Zhu Lingling denied any exposure to thallium in her studies. The hospital then reached out to Tsinghua University to investigate which chemical substances Zhu Lingling might have encountered in her capacity as a chemistry student. Despite this inquiry, her medical records revealed no exposure to chemicals that could trigger such symptoms. This left her condition an enigma to the medical staff. Remarkably, after a month, Zhuling's health appeared to improve, and she requested permission to resume her studies. She was eager to sit for exams and anxious not to waste the entire semester. Her parents were adamantly opposed to her returning to university, fearing that stress was the underlying cause of her illness. Yet, Zhu Ling feigned significant recovery and went back to classes in February. Unfortunately, by March, her condition had deteriorated dramatically again, resulting in readmission to the hospital, this time so debilitated that continued university attendance seemed impossible. She couldn't even speak. Jen, disillusioned with the local medical community's inability to provide answers, took the initiative. He reached out to medical experts not just in China, but globally. Zhuling's symptoms were at various languages, and he posted these on specialized medical forums online. In less than half an hour, he received his response. Over the next few days, around 2,000 emails poured in from 18 different countries. The respondents weren't mere internet users. Many were affiliated with national medical institutions and specialized in toxicology. The consensus among almost all of them was alarming: thallium poisoning. The symptoms pointed to a deliberate, methodical attempt to poison Zhu Ling, designed to inflict slow, excruciating agony. Thallium, a dense and highly poisonous metal, was once used in rat poisons, but has been banned in major countries including China and the USA. In the early 20th century, it was used as a lice treatment known to cause hair loss. Its array of symptoms is so vast that it often leads to misdiagnosis by doctors, and its detection is usually alarmingly delayed. Thallium doesn't leave visible marks like bruises or wounds, making it harder to spot. The poisoning unfolds in stages. Initial stomach discomfort escalates to severe pain, then trembling, headaches, insomnia, and temporary blindness. Subsequently, the victim experiences intense skin pain, akin to severe burns, where even the slightest touch feels excruciating. Clothing and bed linens become sources of torment. The final stage involves neurological symptoms, including involuntary motor disturbances, seizures, and partial or complete paralysis, culminating in cognitive decline and mental impairment. Tragically, in Zhu Ling's case, this meant a regression from a top student at China's most prestigious university to possessing the mental capacities of a 6-year-old child. BG Jen, in collaboration with Zhu Ling's parents, sifted through the multitude of emails and promptly conveyed their findings to Zhu Ling's medical team. Yet the doctors were skeptical of the diagnosis posited by online contributors. They emphasized that detecting thallium in the body without specific tests was not feasible. Testing for thallium involved sending the patient's blood to a lab equipped for such an analysis. Moreover, they pointed out that thallium is a rare, tightly controlled substance, not easily obtainable. The doctors also indicated that if Zhu Ling's condition was indeed caused by thallium poisoning, any antidote would likely be ineffective at such an advanced stage of the illness. This revelation left Zhu Ling's family and friends in utter shock. The pressing question then became, who would want to harm Zhu Ling? One hypothesis suggested that the intended targets might have been her parents, given their high-profile occupations. Her father was a senior engineer at the national agency, a role that could involve handling sensitive information, while her mother worked as an engineer at a prominent Chinese company. However, this line of inquiry eventually reached a dead end. The primary focus shifted to determining how the poison had entered Zhu Ling's system, especially since no other students on campus exhibited similar symptoms. This ruled out the possibility of thallium vapors, implying that Zhu Ling either ingested the substance or came into direct contact with it. Meanwhile, during her hospitalization, her personal items were mysteriously stolen from her dormitory. The stolen possessions included her shampoo, contact lens case, lipstick, bath soap, and even her water glass. Intriguingly, the perpetrator appeared to be exclusively interested in Zhu Ling's belongings. Such an unusual incident at a prestigious university, combined with the absence of surveillance cameras on campus at that time, made a thorough investigation imperative. Students resided in gender-specific dormitories, with access to the women's dormitory restricted solely to current female students of Tsinghua University. Neither alumni, graduate students, nor professors had entry to the living quarters of over 100 young women. Police initiated an extensive investigation into more than 20 vendors known to supply thallium, a substance still used in the manufacture of optical lenses, electronics, and other products, scrutinizing their procurement records. They discovered that one supplier had provided alum to Tsinghua University's chemistry department for research purposes. The investigation revealed that only a select group within the university had access to this compound: 2 professors, 3 graduate students, and 2 senior undergraduates. Consequently, the perpetrator likely had a role in thallium-based experiments and possessed the opportunity to take personal items from Zhu Ling's room. As the investigation progressed, the professors and graduate students were quickly excluded as suspects due to their lack of access to the women's dormitory. This narrowed suspicion to 2 senior students, 1 male and 1 female. Since the male student could not have accessed the female dormitory area, suspicion fell squarely on the female student. Astonishingly, this student was none other than Sunwei, also known as Sunny. She was not only Zhu Ling's best friend and roommate, but had now become the prime suspect in her attempted murder. The situation raised a perplexing question. Why would Sunny, with a promising future ahead, jeopardize everything in such a grievous manner? Acquaintances of both young women noted that Zhu Ling had recently defeated Sunny in the student elections. Sunny was not known for accepting defeat gracefully. She possessed a contentious nature and had deceived her closest companion on several occasions. As Zhu Ling advanced academically and garnered greater acclaim, Sunny grew increasingly agitated. Zhu Ling's solo performance with the Beijing Philharmonic acted as a catalyst for mounting tension between them. Zhu Ling was attractive, highly skilled, and held in high esteem by both peers and faculty members alike, likely intensifying Sunny's jealousy. Sunwei was interrogated for 8 consecutive hours before her parents arrived to take her home. Her family wielded substantial influence at Tsinghua University. Her father played a key role in the Democratic Revolutionary Committee. Her grandfather had been a former vice chairman, and many relatives held prominent government or academic positions at top state institutions. Consequently, Zhu Ling's case remained unresolved for a prolonged period. Sun Wei, one of the central figures associated with the incident, maintained her innocence. She claimed that the police had cleared her of any suspicion. Nevertheless, Sun Wei legally changed her name and birth date, married an American, and relocated to the United States, living without restriction. Meanwhile, Zhu Ling's diagnosis arrived too late. It was eventually confirmed that thallium poisoning had caused her mysterious illness. By the time it was detected, her thallium levels were extraordinarily high. The antidote, Prussian blue, proved ineffective due to the advanced stage of poisoning. She was declared permanently disabled with irreversible nerve damage, now possessing the mental capacity of a child, experiencing facial paralysis, and confined to a wheelchair. Later, Zhu Ling's family received compensation from the hospital due to misdiagnosis and mishandling of her case. The closure of the case by the police occurred quietly, without notifying Zhu Ling's family, further compounding their grief and suspicions. Zhu Ling lived until the age of 50, a fact her parents found solace in, knowing she had survived so long in such a state. Unfortunately, the individual responsible for her condition was never brought to justice. Moving on to the next case. Brandon Duran. Brandon Duran was born in 1980 in San Diego, California. Brandon's father was a motorcycle enthusiast and a former member of the Bandidos Motorcycle Club, which the FBI identifies as the second largest criminal organization in the world after the Hells Angels. Brandon's parents divorced when he was about 10 years old, but they stayed on good terms and shared responsibility for raising their son. As he grew up, Brandon developed a love for motorcycles similar to his father's. By the age of 25, he owned his own motorcycle, which he had built himself and treasured deeply. Brandon's life took a difficult turn in April 2005 when his father died unexpectedly. To cope with his increasing depression, Brandon felt a strong need for change. He set out on a new adventure, traveling to Las Vegas on his motorcycle. After living in Vegas for about a year, he met Amber Andrews, a 24-year-old woman who helped him forget his troubles. Their whirlwind romance quickly led to marriage just 2 months after they met. At the time, Amber was pregnant, and in December 2006 she gave birth to Brandon's son, Brando. The birth of his child marked a significant turning point in Brandon's life. He became a devoted, responsible father and husband, putting family before personal desires and working toward a well-paying career. In contrast, Amber's life showed little change. She continued to prioritize her social life, frequently attending biker events and parties, appearing unaffected by the arrival of her child. Consequently, the relationship between Brandon and Amber began to collapse quickly, often erupting into heated arguments. The deterioration of their marriage ultimately ended in divorce 4 years after their wedding. Brandon was awarded full custody of their son, primarily due to his ability to provide a stable environment for himself and his child, something Amber was unable to offer. After the divorce was finalized in 2010, Amber moved back to her hometown of Meeker, Oklahoma, while Brandon returned to San Diego with their son. Brandon was glad to be reunited with his family, who had supported him in raising his son. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Over time, the emotional scars from his failed marriage began to mend, and Brandon once again felt hopeful about the future. However, in the summer of 2012, Amber appeared at his door. His ex-wife expressed a desire to reconcile, asking him to give their relationship another chance. The emotions Brandon had tried hard to bury resurfaced. He trusted in Amber's sincerity and agreed to start over. Their son, Brando, was preparing to begin kindergarten, and Amber suggested that the three of them travel to Oklahoma to visit her parents, who wished to meet their grandson. Brandon agreed, and together they prepared for the trip, planning to spend about a week in Oklahoma. A few days before Brandon, Amber, and their son were scheduled to return to San Diego, Van Emblome contacted the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. Emblome reported that a friend had asked him for help disposing of a body, claiming it was that of Brandon Duran. The individual who sought Emblome's help was identified as Justin Hammer, age 30, from Garvin County. The Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation then alerted the local sheriff's office about a possible crime, prompting the sheriff and his deputy to visit the farm owned by Justin. Police also reached out to Brandon's relatives in San Diego, who confirmed that they had not heard from Brandon for several days. Authorities decided not to reveal details to Brandon's family until they verified the information Emblome had provided. During questioning, Justin unexpectedly admitted to killing Brandon Duran. However, he insisted that the act was committed in self-defense, portraying Brandon as a menacing biker gang member who had threatened him. According to Justin, on August 7th, Brandon rode up to his house on his motorcycle, kicked open the door with his foot, entered, and began issuing threats. Justin claimed to have a close connection with Amber, which appeared to be the motive for Brandon's visit. Brandon allegedly told Justin to stay away from Amber, warning that if he failed to comply, Brandon's biker club associates would ensure his disappearance. Brandon also threatened to harm Justin's family members if he refused to comply. In response to these threats, Justin allegedly seized a nearby handgun and fired. After Brandon was killed, Justin, fearing retaliation from the motorcycle club, chose not to notify the police. Instead, he decided to conceal any evidence of the crime. He moved the body into the bathroom, where he used a saw to dismember it, then placed the remains into 5 paint buckets and sealed them with cement. However, the combined weight of the buckets, made heavier by the cement, rendered them too heavy for Justin to load into his pickup truck on his own. He asked his friend Emblome for assistance, who helped him, but then promptly reported Justin to the authorities and left the location. Justin then transported the buckets to his farm and disposed of them in a small pond. After discarding the body, Justin meticulously cleaned the house and subsequently burned all the cleaning tools, gloves, and rags he had used. To get rid of Brandon's motorcycle, Justin handed it to a relative, who unknowingly dismantled it for spare parts, unaware of its true origin. Police later arrived in Meeker to deliver the tragic news to Amber after recovering 5 submerged buckets from the pond. She was stunned to learn of Brandon's death, despite their separation, as the couple had intended to reunite and resume living together. Amber explained that she had argued with Brandon the day before, after he discovered her relationship with Justin. Following their quarrel, Brandon left on his motorcycle, declaring that he would take matters into his own hands and confront her lover. This version of events initially appeared believable, but a new development soon came to light in the investigation. Criminologists examining Justin's residence uncovered evidence that conflicted with his narrative. Justin had first claimed that Brandon had forced his way in by kicking open the door, but it was later determined that the door had actually been kicked from the inside. Shoe impressions on the door matched the soles of Justin's sneakers, confirming that Justin himself had kicked it. Additional findings included a gun safe containing a written list of items for disposing of a body, along with both a pistol and a shotgun. This discovery implied that the crime could have been premeditated rather than an impulsive act. Moreover, a doghouse retrieved from the pond was discovered to be packed with cement, containing debris that did not correspond to the contents of the 5 buckets previously recovered. Justin was charged with first-degree murder based on the evidence gathered. A forensic pathologist examined 25 parts of Brandon's body and determined that he had been shot 4 times in the head. The autopsy revealed that Brandon had been struck 3 times with a pistol and once with a shotgun, with the shotgun blast being the final shot. According to the expert, the shotgun wound occurred after Brandon was already dead and lying on the ground. This conclusion contradicted Justin's testimony, in which he claimed to have fired only 1 shot with the shotgun. Investigators considered Justin's account suspicious, as he failed to explain why he would use a shotgun after firing 3 pistol shots, particularly when Brandon was already deceased. This contradiction raised numerous doubts and suggested the possibility of another individual's involvement in the murder. News of Brandon's death devastated his mother, Cindy, when police informed her. Once she regained her composure, Cindy clarified that Brandon had never been a member of the Bandidos Motorcycle Club. She attributed his passion for motorcycles to his father, who had shared the same interest with him. However, Cindy's account also revealed an important detail. Brandon's motorcycle had broken down before his trip to Oklahoma, so he had loaded it into the back of his pickup truck with the intention of repairing it after arriving there. Cindy further mentioned that her son disliked confrontational situations, and she believed his ex-wife, Amber, was the root of all his troubles. Amber's infidelity had undermined their relationship from the beginning, and even after their son was born, she continued her unfaithful lifestyle. Whenever Brandon disagreed with her, Amber would become combative and start arguments. This eventually led to their divorce, in which Brandon was awarded full custody of their son, a decision that deeply angered Amber. In retaliation, Amber abandoned her child for over a year, showing no concern for Brandon's life. Therefore, when she unexpectedly returned asking for another chance, both Brandon and his family were stunned and unsettled. To gain further clarity, the police focused their investigation on Amber, aware of her involvement with Justin. Amber initially claimed that Brandon had left on his motorcycle after their argument. Brandon's family, however, refuted this claim, insisting that the motorcycle had already broken down. The question arose: if the motorcycle had not been seriously damaged, why would Brandon transport it to Oklahoma instead of repairing it at home? Amber, for her part, never mentioned Brandon working on the motorcycle. She also claimed that after Brandon left to confront Justin, she went to see a doctor. However, police found no records of her visiting any medical facility in the city that day. This meant Amber had no verifiable alibi. A crucial breakthrough came when investigators learned that Amber had arranged for a friend to babysit her son on the day Brandon died. The friend arrived around 3 p.m., at which point Amber and Brandon left together in Brandon's pickup truck with the motorcycle loaded in the back. Notably, Amber deliberately left her phone at home and did not return for 8 hours. When Amber finally returned, neither Brandon nor the motorcycle were in the truck. By examining her phone, police found a text message received just before she and Brandon had left the house. The message, sent by Justin, read, "Ink is ready." Authorities interpreted this as a signal that preparations had been made to deal with Brandon. Interviews with Amber's close friends revealed that she had no genuine desire to reunite with her ex-husband and frequently spoke negatively about him. She resented Brandon for winning custody of their son and described him as strict and inflexible. Handwriting analysis later confirmed that Amber had written a note found in Justin's safe listing materials needed to dispose of a body. Surveillance footage from a local store further supported this theory, showing Justin purchasing buckets and other items from Amber's list the day before Brandon's death. While awaiting trial, Justin insisted that he had acted alone and in self-defense, claiming he was only trying to protect Amber, who remained free at the time. He argued that the items Amber had listed were intended for household repairs, not for covering up a killing. He also maintained that he had used both a pistol and a shotgun, bizarrely claiming he held one weapon in each hand, a version of events investigators found highly implausible. What was expected to be a long and complex trial ended much sooner than anticipated. After just about 90 minutes of deliberation, the jury delivered its verdict, recommending a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Austin expressed her satisfaction with the verdict, stating that it was appropriate and delivered justice to the family of the victim, Brandon Duran. Cindy Ware, Brandon's mother, felt relieved with the jury's decision after nearly 2 years of waiting. In October 2014, Justin Hammer was sentenced to life in prison without parole. 2 months later, Amber was arrested and charged with first-degree murder of her husband Brandon, desecration of human remains, and conspiracy to commit a crime. Amber pleaded not guilty and hoped to be released on bail. Sitting in the courtroom in handcuffs and wearing a prison jumpsuit, Amber expressed her wish to be at home with her son. Seeking the chance to remain with him until her trial, Amber requested bail from the court. However, District Judge Jeff Virgin, who had traveled from Norman to preside over the jury trial, sided with the prosecution's request and denied Amber bail. The trial began in the spring of 2017, more than 2 years after the crime. Amber Andrews pleaded not guilty, with her attorney arguing that she had not been present at the scene. But prosecutors Christy Miller and Jennifer Austin contended that Amber was the one with the motive to kill Brandon Duran. Prosecutor Christy argued that Amber orchestrated the entire plan, luring Brandon to her lover's home, where Justin shot him 3 times with a pistol. Amber then allegedly delivered the final shotgun blast. Christy emphasized to the jury that every witness statement and all the evidence presented directly implicated Amber in the murder. Christy declared that the only person who wanted Brandon gone was Amber. The only one with a motive was Amber Andrews. The only person with a reason to eliminate him was her. Amber needed Brandon not just dead, but erased completely. She had the motive, and Justin provided the place where the act could be carried out. Together, they thought they had devised the perfect scheme. According to Christy, Amber's motive was to eliminate Brandon so she could regain custody of their young son. On the day Brandon died, Amber had been away for 8 hours, and there was no solid proof supporting her alibi. Christy asserted that Amber actively helped Justin dispose of Brandon's body and clean up the house afterward. She did not want her son raised by a man she despised, and when she realized she could not win custody legally, she resolved to get rid of Brandon permanently. Defense attorney Jay Mendros argued that the prosecution had failed to produce any evidence directly connecting Amber to the crime. He stressed this point to the jury, stating that the absence of evidence had caused the prosecution to unfairly target her character. He maintained that Amber was not a cold-blooded murderer and had not planned the killing. According to attorney Jay Mendros, Justin committed the act out of fear of losing Amber, which was further intensified by the fact that Brandon had traveled to Oklahoma in hopes of reconciling with Amber, while Justin, who had been in a relationship with her for a year, felt threatened by the chance of losing her to Brandon. The defense contended that Justin had a strong motive to kill Brandon because he was caught in a complicated love triangle. The attorney further argued that the prosecution had misinterpreted the testimony and actions of those involved. The defense insisted that no one should be convicted based on speculation or suspicion. In this case, the only concrete evidence was Justin Hammer's confession, in which he fully accepted responsibility and claimed to have acted alone. After listening to more than 4 hours of closing arguments at the Garvin County Courthouse, the jury returned a guilty verdict. They recommended a life sentence for Amber Andrews, age 35. Sentencing was scheduled for June 12, 2017. On the day of the trial, Amber Andrews appeared to be in a cheerful mood. Brandon's mother, Cindy Ware, tearfully took the witness stand to describe how her son's death had affected both her and her grandson. Cindy addressed Amber directly, telling her that the loss of her son had destroyed all of her dreams. She stressed that Brandon had only wanted to be with his family, and that Amber's actions had stripped that away from him. Cindy also said that Brandon would never get the chance to teach her son how to snowboard, something he had been excited to do. Looking directly at Amber, she shook her head up and down and declared that it was the work of the devil. The judge sentenced Amber Andrews to life in prison without the possibility of parole for her involvement in the first-degree murder of Brandon Duran. She was also given additional sentences, 7 years for desecrating Brandon's remains and 10 years for conspiracy to commit a felony. Amber Andrews is currently serving her time at the Mabel Bassett Correctional Center in Oklahoma, while her co-defendant, Justin Hammer, is serving his sentence at the Oklahoma State Prison. Brandon's son, Brando, was placed in the custody of the Oklahoma Department of Human Services in August 2012 and went to live with a foster family. In January 2013, after Brandon's family battled the court system, Brando was permitted to return to San Diego to live with his grandmother. At last, after 5 years of legal struggles, Brando's grandmother, Cindy, was granted full custody of her grandson. It was only after the trial ended that Cindy and her family felt it was time to explain to Brando the truth about the court's ruling and what had happened to his mother, Amber Andrews. Moving on to the next case. Diana Diello. Diana Diello was born in 1959 in Tustin, a suburb of Los Angeles. Her father served in the military, while her mother was employed at a local garment factory. At 19, Diana met Kevin Green during an incident at a bar where she was harassed by several men. Kevin intervened, drove them off, and in gratitude, Diana bought him a drink. A few days later, they went on their first date, and their relationship quickly deepened. At the time, Kevin was in the process of divorcing his first wife. Before long, Kevin and Diana moved in together, and Diana became pregnant. Once Kevin's divorce was finalized, the couple married. While awaiting the birth of their daughter, they rented an apartment in Tustin. Kevin was employed as a helicopter mechanic at a nearby Marine Corps base, while Diana, who had previously worked with her mother in the garment factory, stayed home to prepare for the baby's arrival. By late September 1979, Diana was nearly 9 months pregnant. On the night of September 30th, the couple got into an argument after watching a movie. The stress of the approaching birth had begun to strain their relationship. In order to defuse the situation and avoid further conflict, Kevin decided to leave and drove to a nearby restaurant. About 40 minutes later, Kevin phoned the local police to report that his wife had been shot and urgently needed medical assistance. Officers arrived at the apartment shortly after his call. Inside, they found Diana lying on the bed, covered in blood, with what initially appeared to be a gunshot wound to the head. Upon closer examination, paramedics determined the injury had actually been inflicted by blunt force trauma. When the police found Diana still alive, they provided immediate aid until the ambulance arrived, at which point they instructed Kevin to leave the room. After paramedics took over and carefully transported Diana to the hospital, officers asked Kevin to remain behind to give a statement. Kevin explained that he and Diana had argued, and he decided to step out to calm down and went to purchase burgers from a fast food restaurant. In his rush, he realized he had forgotten his keys inside, but decided not to return for them. Instead, he locked the door and went straight to his car. As Kevin drove out of the apartment complex, he noticed a truck with its back door open and an African-American man moving back and forth toward it. It was late, close to 2 a.m. Kevin went to his usual fast food restaurant, but since it was crowded, he continued on to another one a few miles away. After purchasing a burger, he began the 40-minute drive home. Upon arriving, he saw the front door wide open. He hurried inside and discovered Diana lying covered in blood. He immediately called the police. Kevin's account raised some suspicions, but when officers checked the fast food bag, they confirmed the food was still warm, and the receipt verified both the time and location of the purchase, lending credibility to his statement. As a result, police permitted Kevin to go to the hospital, though they first requested a blood sample for their investigation. While DNA testing was not yet available, specialists could still compare Kevin's blood type with blood evidence from the crime scene. Once Diana arrived at the hospital, doctors determined her head injury had not been caused by a gunshot. Instead, it appeared to have been inflicted with a small, blunt, heavy object. Tragically, Diana slipped into a coma. The medical team worked tirelessly for several hours to save both her and her unborn child. After prolonged efforts, they managed to stabilize Diana, though surgery was still required. As part of the investigation, police requested that medical experts determine whether Diana had been sexually assaulted. The examination confirmed that she had been, with semen detected on her body. Kevin, however, testified that he and Diana had engaged in sexual intercourse only hours before their argument. Both Diana's and Kevin's families remained at the hospital throughout the night. And the following morning, the baby's condition unexpectedly deteriorated. Despite the doctor's efforts, the child did not survive. Although Diana remained in a coma, her chances of survival improved, but physicians cautioned that she might face long-term complications. Even though Kevin presented an alibi, investigators were reluctant to clear him completely because of multiple inconsistencies in his account. He had argued with Diana only hours before the attack, left the front door unlocked, and spent a suspicious amount of time on what should have been a short trip for fast food. His report of seeing a suspicious individual near the apartment late at night also raised doubts. Still, there was no solid evidence directly tying Kevin to the crime. Police shifted their attention to another possible suspect connected to a string of similar attacks in the area. The year before, a series of break-ins and assaults had occurred in Tustin and nearby towns, all following the same pattern. In December 1978, a 17-year-old girl was beaten with a wooden object, sexually assaulted, and killed. 4 months later, a 21-year-old woman was also murdered and sexually assaulted. In July 1979, another woman was attacked in her apartment. She survived but remained in a coma for several weeks, and her testimony provided no useful leads. Just weeks before Diana's assault, in September 1979, a 34-year-old woman was murdered under nearly identical circumstances. Investigators became convinced they were facing a serial killer and concentrated their resources on apprehending him. To address the public's fear, authorities issued warnings through the media, particularly advising women who lived alone or in low-rise apartments, as they seemed to be the preferred targets. The warning created widespread panic, prompting police to increase nighttime patrols in vulnerable areas. Officers began canvassing neighborhoods and soon gathered their first leads. Several victims' neighbors reported sightings of a suspicious white man with thick, dark hair near their residences. Although the description was vague, police were able to identify several possible matches and opened investigations into them. Unfortunately, these leads did not result in any cases. 1 week after Diana was attacked, her doctors informed her loved ones that she had finally regained consciousness. However, there was a serious concern. Diana was unable to speak or remember anything. According to her doctors, her brain was still in the process of recovery. Around the same time, another assault occurred in Tustin. An unidentified attacker broke into the apartment of a 24-year-old woman, striking her several times with a piece of wood before sexually assaulting her. Tragically, the victim died, and once again, the police were unable to apprehend the perpetrator. Diana spent several days in the hospital recovering from her injuries. During this period, her mind gradually cleared, but she had lost nearly all of her memory. Doctors informed her family that her memories could return, but warned them not to remind her of anything, advising instead that she should recall events naturally. Once stabilized, Diana was discharged from the hospital and taken home by her family. Since her husband Kevin had to continue working at the military base, Diana went to live with her parents. 2 weeks later, another assault occurred in the city, similar to the one against Diana. This time, the attacker killed a 17-year-old girl. Diana began physical therapy sessions, and her condition slowly improved. Although she still could not speak or remember the attack, a breakthrough came 6 weeks later during a therapy session. The doctor asked Diana whether she remembered who had attacked her. To the doctor's surprise, Diana suddenly pointed to her wedding ring. The doctor relayed this information to Diana's mother when she came to pick her up. Diana's mother asked her daughter if her husband, Kevin, was the one who had attacked her, and Diana nodded. Diana's mother immediately took her to the police station to speak with the chief. After asking Diana a few additional questions, the police confirmed that she remembered her attacker and identified him as her husband, Kevin. This new information drastically altered the direction of the investigation. Authorities began to suspect that Diana's assault was tied to the series of similar incidents in the area carried out by a serial offender. However, Kevin matched the description of the suspect, which led police to question whether he could be the one responsible for the attacks. The police asked Diana and her mother to pretend that Diana had not regained her memory and to return home with Kevin. They agreed to comply. In the meantime, the police closely monitored Kevin, keeping track of his every movement in the hopes of finding evidence connecting him to the serial murders. Crime scene testing uncovered crucial evidence beneath Diana's fingernails, where investigators found bloody skin particles in addition to the attacker's semen. After analyzing the samples, police discovered a match between the attacker's blood type and Kevin's blood sample, strongly indicating that Kevin had assaulted Diana. Regarding a possible motive, police suspected that Diana's refusal to have sex with Kevin may have triggered the assault. Although Kevin insisted that they had been intimate earlier that night, the police interviewed Diana, and she clearly recalled the attack, confirming that Kevin was indeed her attacker. During the conversation, Diana's mother stated that they could no longer live with Kevin, prompting the police to move forward with his arrest. To ensure the safety of Diana's family, Kevin was arrested at a store rather than at their home. Despite his arrest, Kevin continued to maintain his innocence. Preparations for the trial extended over 10 months, during which time Diana's health steadily improved. She regained her ability to speak, and she was ultimately cleared of any suspicion, while her husband was found guilty of assaulting her. Kevin's defense team attempted to rely on his fast food alibi, but it was not sufficient to disprove Diana's testimony. Consequently, Kevin was convicted in November 1980 of the child's murder, as well as the assault on Diana. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Police later learned that 2 similar crimes had occurred within their district prior to Kevin's arrest, but both victims had survived. Although the attacker's identity in those cases remained unknown, the incidents raised suspicions that Kevin may have been involved in other assaults. Notably, the attacks came to an abrupt halt after Kevin's arrest. Following his conviction, Diana quickly filed for divorce, which Kevin did not contest. Diana then focused on her recovery. When Kevin became eligible for parole, the committee denied his request, a decision that was repeated on 3 more occasions. The serial killer case remained unresolved until 1996, when police decided to reopen the investigation. Semen samples from the victims, which had been preserved in a laboratory, were retested. Police were determined to uncover the true culprit, and DNA analysis delivered a shocking revelation. Gerald Parker, a man who had been arrested the same year as Kevin, was identified as a DNA match to the serial murders. Once Parker's involvement in the bedroom basher killings was confirmed through DNA, investigators revisited the attack on Diana. Both Parker and Kevin had worked at the same military base, and Parker owned a dark-colored van, similar to the one described in the reports of the earlier assaults. During his initial interview with police years earlier, Kevin had reported seeing an African-American man near a dark-colored truck outside their home on the night of the attack. This detail led investigators to reconsider the possibility that Parker had been involved in Diana's assault. While Kevin remained behind bars, the local prosecutor informed him about the developments in the serial murder investigation. The prosecutor asked Kevin to submit a DNA sample, which he readily agreed to. While the DNA testing was in progress, investigators visited Parker in prison to confront him about the case. Although formal charges had not yet been filed against him for the assaults, detectives pressed him for details. At first, Parker denied any connection to the crimes. However, when questioned further about the attack on Diana, he began to open up. He admitted that on the night of the incident, he had driven his van to Kevin's neighborhood, intending to prowl the area by looking through ground-floor windows for potential victims. According to Parker, he then heard screaming coming from Kevin and Diana's apartment. After Kevin left the residence, Parker noticed the front door was unlocked. He waited a few minutes before going inside and assaulting Diana. Parker claimed that he did not know Kevin's wife personally, as they had worked in different sections of the military base. He went on to confess to committing 6 murders and 3 additional non-fatal assaults. After Parker's confession, DNA evidence conclusively proved his guilt and established Kevin's innocence. The prosecutor swiftly moved to overturn Kevin's conviction, and after serving 16 years in prison, Kevin was finally released. The case provoked widespread outrage, not only because an innocent man had lost nearly half his life behind bars, but also because it had taken authorities so long to identify the true killer. Upon his release, the state of California awarded Kevin $10,000 in compensation, a sum viewed as insultingly small. Years later, however, he received additional restitution, $100 for each day he spent imprisoned, totaling $620,000. Despite Kevin's exoneration, his wife Diana initially refused to believe in his innocence. She had previously testified that Kevin was her sole attacker. But after DNA recovered from her body was matched to Parker, she altered her account. Diana then claimed Kevin had attacked her first before leaving, and that Parker entered afterward and continued the assault. Parker, however, contradicted this version of events. He stated that when he entered the apartment, Diana was already lying on the bed with no visible injuries, and he admitted to being the one who struck her on the head. Diana's family put forward yet another theory, that Kevin and Parker may have conspired together. They argued this could explain why Kevin conveniently left the apartment unlocked the night of the attack. Still, Parker denied knowing Kevin, emphasizing that the military base where they both worked was vast, and it was common not to know fellow servicemen personally. Kevin also firmly denied any association with Parker, insisting that he never harmed Diana or their unborn daughter. He explained that he had left the door unlocked only because he didn't want to go back inside to retrieve his keys after their argument, a decision he admits he regrets to this day. As for Gerald Parker, he was sentenced to death in 1999. However, the sentence has never been carried out. Years later, California placed a moratorium on executions, leaving Parker to remain on death row, where he continues to be incarcerated to this day. Moving on to the next case. Eva Blanco. Eva Blanco came into the world on February 17, 1981 in Spain. Her father was Manuel Blanco, and her mother was Olga Puch. In 1997, Eva's family relocated to Alguit, a small town located near Madrid. They selected this place to experience a peaceful life, away from the noise and busyness of the capital. Among the three sisters, Eva, Rebecca, and Maria, Eva was recognized as the quietest girl when she was around her close friends and relatives. Yet, Eva always shone as a cheerful, reliable, and delightful companion. She was also very engaged in sporting activities, and this interest provided Eva with endless pleasure and happiness. At school, she was admired by many people for her charm and her kind, welcoming personality. Eva served as a good role model for her younger sisters and was a responsible girl. She always obeyed every rule laid down by her parents, including the curfew, so that they did not have to worry or become upset. However, on one fateful day, events did not unfold as expected. On the afternoon of April 19th, Eva and her friends spent time playing tennis, enjoying the carefree spirit of youth. They were unaware that this seemingly ordinary afternoon would soon turn grim and tragic. On Saturday evening, as the sun went down, they chose to go to a local disco to celebrate their close friendship and share time together until late at night. Eva asked her mother if she could return home later than usual. Olga, knowing her daughter was always responsible, agreed to let Eva stay until midnight before returning home. It was late in the night, and the clock struck 11:30. One after another, the group said their goodbyes and headed home, Eva included. She had no idea that her walk back would lead to perilous mysteries. Eva and her friend decided to use a shortcut across a vacant lot to reach home more quickly. It was a path she had used many times before, but destiny held other intentions for her. At 11:45 p.m., they went their separate ways, and Eva began walking through the familiar, dark, vacant lot. As midnight neared, Eva's mother grew anxious when her daughter had not come back home. She reached out to Eva's friends for information, but they explained that they had already parted ways and that Eva was expected to be home by then. This increased her worry even more. She decided to inform her husband, who worked as a tow truck driver, and he quickly began searching for Eva throughout the town. Their nephew, a local police officer, and the father of one of Eva's friends soon joined in the search. At 1 a.m., Eva's parents officially reported their daughter missing at the local civil police station. However, they felt let down by the lack of concern shown by the police, who took more than an hour to register the missing persons report. The police minimized the seriousness of the case, suggesting that children of Eva's age were often using drugs and that she might be lying in a doorway or on the sidewalk. This clearly showed that they were not taking her disappearance seriously. During the night, Eva's father went to the local civil police station 15 times. He was deeply frustrated and openly criticized the agency for failing to quickly arrange a search for Eva. He accused the civil police of neglecting their responsibilities. However, the police rejected these accusations and explained that, following standard procedure, they would wait several hours before beginning a search for a missing individual. Meanwhile, Eva's father remained anxious, holding on to hope that his daughter would return safely. Yet, the actual reason for this delay still remains uncertain, adding to the family's despair and uncertainty. The search for Eva finally began at 2:30 a.m., with family, friends, and authorities combing through the town and the surrounding areas. Nevertheless, the police did not file a missing persons report until 8 a.m. By midday, Eva's family had contacted the local television channel Telemadrid, requesting coverage of the incident. At 9 a.m., Eva's body was found by two elderly people, 6 kilometers outside the town of Algete, near a road construction site linking Cobina and Belvis to Jarama. This location was frequently chosen by young couples seeking privacy in their cars. At first, the people who found her believed it was the result of a serious road accident, thinking that she had been struck by a vehicle. However, when the police reached the scene, they uncovered a far more horrifying reality. Eva had been savagely murdered, lying face down on the ground with numerous stab wounds. She was dressed in jeans, a dark sweater, and hiking boots, the same outfit she had worn on the day she disappeared. One sleeve of her jacket was missing, pointing to a violent struggle. Investigators believed that both Eva and her killer had arrived there by car. Yet, the heavy rainfall overnight erased tire marks and other important forensic traces. Despite the obstacles, investigators managed to locate Eva's faint footprints along with a vital clue: the footprints of a man wearing size 42 moccasins. These discoveries raised hopes of securing justice for the innocent victim. The police soon informed Eva's family of the finding of her body. According to the autopsy, Eva had been stabbed 19 times in the back and died from blood loss at approximately 4 a.m. The murder weapon was identified as a navacha knife, measuring 8 to 10 centimeters in length and 1 centimeter in width. Eva's death was a devastating tragedy for the community. The assault began while the victim was still inside the vehicle and continued as she tried escaping toward the roadside. The wounds, particularly those to the ear and the back of the head, revealed the savagery of the crime. The first stab was serious enough to be fatal. Forensic results confirmed that the victim was also sexually assaulted. DNA evidence from the same perpetrator was detected on her body and clothing, confirming this heinous act. Investigators also found a red cloth in the victim's mouth, later identified as material from a standard car seat cover. This detail indicates that Eva had been forced into the vehicle after being abducted. It reflects the agonizing final moments of the innocent victim. However, because the body was fully clothed and displayed no immediate outward signs of violence, investigators and police initially speculated that it could have been a consensual sexual encounter ending in a fatal dispute. Eva's parents insisted that their daughter had been kidnapped, raped, and murdered to eliminate evidence. They firmly rejected the notion that Eva had committed suicide. Police believed the case would soon be solved. Their theory was that an acquaintance of Eva's offered her a ride and took her to a secluded location, a popular spot for couples, where the crime unfolded. Police first suspected Eva's ex-boyfriend in Fuente El Saz, but he was cleared after being questioned. The focus of the investigation then shifted to men known to Eva's family, specifically individuals she might have trusted enough to accept a ride from. However, as the case grew more complicated, the police could not rule out the chance that the offender was a total stranger. Eva's friends, though, insisted that she would never willingly accept a ride from someone she did not know and believed she had been forced into the car. Adding to the enigma, several neighbors connected the crime to an unfamiliar blue car spotted in town near midnight, following another girl. The driver was described as a blond man in his 20s. Sadly, no one noted the license plate number, leaving a crucial lead impossible to trace. As the investigation unfolded, investigators found unidentified male bodily fluids on Eva's clothing and body. Yet this information was withheld and never revealed to Eva's family or the public. At the same time, police secretly gathered DNA samples from men who were acquainted with or connected to Eva, in order to compare them with the DNA in the fluids. Eva's father Manuel's DNA was taken from a cigarette he had smoked while having coffee and discussing the case with police officers. Other samples were collected discreetly through alcohol tests or from cups left behind by suspects in bars. Even though no matches were discovered, the Civil Defense Police continued to believe that the offender was an adult male residing in Algete or the nearby regions. The investigation pressed on while Eva's family longed to uncover the truth. 8 months after Eva's tragic death, her mother uncovered 2 secret diaries in her daughter's bedroom. The diaries dated from 1995 to 1996 and from 1996 to 1997, in which Eva documented the details of her daily life until the day she was killed. Most entries centered on Eva and her ex-boyfriend Miguel. Their names appeared repeatedly, written in different colored inks throughout the pages. Near the conclusion of the diary, Miguel's name was suddenly replaced by the sequence 343 to 110, while Eva's name remained unchanged. Despite repeated efforts to interpret the meaning of this number, no one has provided a convincing explanation. The real significance of the number remains a mystery, leaving both Eva's family and investigators unsettled by this haunting clue. After Manuel's DNA was ruled out as that of the suspect, he began a campaign urging the residents of Algit to voluntarily provide DNA samples to assist with the investigation. With the mayor's backing, in November 1999 an official announcement was issued requesting that all males over the age of 16, around 5,000 individuals, submit hair or saliva samples. However, Spanish judicial authorities rejected the initiative, labeling it naive, inappropriate, and ineffective. They further argued that it could stigmatize anyone who refused to provide DNA, which was a legal right without a court order. They also believed that the real perpetrator would never willingly hand over his DNA sample. Eva's father nonetheless collected 2,013 DNA samples from residents of Algit and neighboring towns and delivered them to the local court for a ruling. The judge asked the chief prosecutor of Madrid for an opinion on the legality of such testing. On March 30, 2000, the chief prosecutor emphasized that only individuals suspected in the investigation should be tested, not all volunteers. As a result, only 45 samples were examined, including 12 from Eva's relatives, acquaintances, and people with criminal records, particularly those involving sexual offenses and knife-related violence. Time passed, and the case went cold. But a breakthrough came when a woman reported to the authorities that she had seen a suspicious man at the construction site around 8 a.m., before Eva's body was found. The man was poorly dressed, walking in the rain without an umbrella, appearing as though he had been awake all night, and seemed to be searching for something before getting into a white Renault 18. Police considered her account reliable, as several other witnesses had also reported seeing a Renault 18 years earlier, which matched the fibers discovered on Eva's body. On October 28, 2013, police released a composite sketch of the suspect, created with the help of a new witness. In 1997, the man had been described as about 35 to 40 years old, 170 to 180 centimeters tall, weighing between 75 and 80 kilograms, overweight, with short brown hair, a square face and stern features, and deep-set eyes. He was wearing a white shirt with a V-neck sweater and was driving a white Renault 18 with red upholstery. A confidential phone number and email address were set up to collect tips, resulting in 100 emails received by January 1, 2014. By the end of 2013, the investigation advanced significantly when DNA from the fluids revealed that the suspect was of North African descent. Police then requested 300 North African men who had lived in Algit in 1997 to voluntarily provide DNA samples. A former neighbor of Eva's, who had since moved to the south of France, showed a close DNA match to the killer, indicating that the DNA in question might belong to the neighbor's sibling. Further DNA testing identified a man named Ahmed Shell. On October 1, 2015, Ahmed was arrested outside his workplace in Vizelsum, France, during a joint operation between the civil police and the French gendarmerie. Ahmed Shell was born on March 1, 1963, in Taza, Morocco. In 1989, he married a 20-year-old Spanish woman in Madrid and became a Spanish citizen during the 1990s. They had one child, and Eva was 5 months pregnant when Ahmed's wife was murdered. They were not registered as residents in Algit because they lived in a truck belonging to Ahmed's employer, where he worked as a delivery driver, roughly 4 kilometers away from the crime scene. In 1999, the Shells moved to France, where they separated on good terms but remained listed as married in Spain. In 2003, Ahmed married again, this time to a young Moroccan woman living near the Swiss border, with whom he had children. He was employed as a welder for agricultural machinery, but often had difficulties maintaining relationships with his colleagues. When confronted with the DNA evidence, Ahmed claimed that 2 unidentified men had taken him to Eva's body and forced him to touch her. However, his ex-wife contradicted this account, telling reporters that Ahmed had actually gone out with his brothers, as they frequently did on weekends. She also revealed that one of the brothers mentioned being at the same club as Eva and even speaking with her after she argued with her ex-boyfriend. Eva, however, returned to the club at 11 p.m. with her friends rather than with his brothers. Ahmed's ex-wife stated that neither she nor her brothers had been questioned by the police. She denied that Ahmed was abusive, but acknowledged that he became aggressive when intoxicated. Female colleagues and clients described Ahmed as unapproachable, hostile when drunk, and inappropriate toward women. Eva's family had minimal contact with Ahmed's brother and had never met Ahmed himself. On October 5, 2015, Ahmed attempted suicide but did not succeed, after which he agreed to be extradited to Spain for trial. At a hearing on October 13, he remained silent but submitted DNA. He was kept in custody until the DNA testing confirmed his involvement. In January 2016, the prison psychiatric unit lifted Ahmed's anti-suicide precautions. Ahmed insisted that he had been forced to touch Eva, denied any penetration, yet could not explain why his bodily fluids were found in her genital area. On January 29, 2016, Ahmed was discovered dead in his cell, having taken his own life by hanging himself with his shoelaces. The trial was officially closed on February 15, 2016. Although Eva's family finally identified their daughter's killer, they were left disheartened that he had not been held accountable for his brutal crime. Nevertheless, they believed that true justice would come in the afterlife. Eva's story remains a journey of seeking justice after tragedy. The community stands united in the search for answers for the young girl whose life was stolen. Moving on to the next case. Gabriela Elcano. Gabriela Elcano was born on May 17, 2001, in Santiago, Chile, to Federico Elcano and Carolina de los Ocampos. She was their only child and the first grandchild in a large, loving family. Her uncle Rodrigo became her godfather and was very close to her, just as her grandfather, Carlos, cherished her. Gabriela grew up in a middle-class family that valued education and provided her with a good upbringing, despite not being wealthy. When Gabriela was just 5 years old, her parents divorced, and she lived with her mother, who devoted herself to raising her. Her father remarried and had 2 younger sons, but he continued to support Gabriela and her mother financially and remained actively involved in her life. Gabriela was a kind, friendly, and open child who was somewhat shy and modest, yet she made friends easily and got along well with her peers. She had a lovely appearance that earned her admiration and delight from everyone around her. Gabriela excelled in school and loved music, dancing, and drawing, with her parents encouraging her talents. She enjoyed spending time with her younger brothers at her father's nearby house. Overall, her childhood was happy and carefree, surrounded by loving family members. At the age of 15, Gabriela fell in love for the first time with Fabian, a fellow student at her school who was only a year older. They began as a happy couple, walking hand in hand, sharing ice cream, and stealing kisses. Fabian came from a good family whose parents were well respected and wanted the best for him. However, Fabian himself was quiet and secretive, avoiding eye contact and preferring not to talk to others. Many assumed he was shy, but it is likely that he struggled with social anxiety. When Gabriela introduced Fabian to her father, he approved of the relationship, seeing Fabian as calm, responsible, and rational. Gabriela's father had a serious conversation with Fabian, asking him to take care of Gabriela and to promise not to harm her or allow others to do so. Fabian assured him that he would. Initially, their relationship was loving and calm, with Fabian genuinely attempting to be attentive and caring. However, this tranquility did not last. After a few months, Fabian's true nature surfaced, and he became controlling and cruel. He sought to dictate every aspect of Gabriela's life, grew jealous, and decided who she could and could not spend time with. He monitored her phone, demanding immediate responses to his calls and messages, and would throw tantrums if she did not comply. For the first 6 months of their relationship, Gabriela downplayed Fabian's frequent outbursts of anger and jealousy, believing they were temporary and that he would eventually return to being the kind and caring person she had fallen in love with. She tried to meet all his demands, hoping that his behavior would improve. However, Fabian only grew more aggressive and volatile over time. He began to emotionally wear Gabriela down, and his abuse eventually escalated beyond verbal aggression. He physically intimidated her, slapping her, pulling her hair, and grabbing her hands. Although these actions often left no visible marks, friends began to notice bruises on her wrists and shoulders, evidence of Fabian's rough handling. As Gabriela struggled to cope with the abuse, she became withdrawn and depressed. Her friends and family noticed the change, seeing the tears in her eyes and the sadness that replaced her former smile. She began distancing herself from others, avoiding contact with people Fabian had forbidden her from speaking to. Gabriella repeatedly attempted to have conversations with Fabian about his behavior, but these efforts were unsuccessful. Gabriella even broke up with Fabian multiple times, only to be coerced back into the relationship by him. This cycle of breakups, stalking, and threats continued for over a year. In 2017, Fabian got into trouble for physically attacking a classmate outside of school. He was accused of abuse and assault and faced potential jail time. However, the case was settled out of court, and Fabian was expelled from school, forced to complete his education through homeschooling. After this incident, Gabriella finally decided to end the toxic relationship for good. Fabian, however, refused to accept it. He apologized, made empty promises to change, and begged her to take him back. When Gabriella rejected him, Fabian resorted to stalking, blackmail, and threats in an effort to control her and maintain the relationship. He followed Gabriella at her school and home, even attempting to break into her bedroom through a window. He bombarded her with dozens of calls, texts, voice messages, and social media messages, making constant threats and tearful apologies to manipulate her. Despite his harassment, Gabriella remained firm in her decision to end the relationship. Fabian would occasionally disappear for weeks, giving Gabriella a brief sense of hope that he had finally moved on. However, he would inevitably reappear, terrorizing her and refusing to leave her alone. He followed her everywhere, appearing unexpectedly and causing disturbing scenes. As a result, Gabriella became terrified of being alone, always ensuring she was accompanied by friends or family. She would go to her mother's workplace after school so they could travel home together. When she needed to travel elsewhere, she would ask her father or uncle to escort her. This ordeal continued for months, leaving Gabriella drained and exhausted, though she tried not to show it. A series of tragic events began in early 2018, when the Alcano family was devastated by a terrible crime. A burglar broke into Federico's home, where his second wife lived, and murdered her while the children were at school and Federico was at work. The perpetrator, a neighbor with a prior criminal record, was apprehended immediately. Gabriella and her mother stepped in to support Federico and his children during this difficult time. This tragedy temporarily shifted Gabriella's attention away from Fabian, who had mysteriously disappeared around the same period. Meanwhile, Gabriella was also focused on preparing for entrance exams, driven by her ambition to attend one of Santiago's top universities and pursue a career in journalism or advertising. This tragedy was only the beginning of a series of devastating events for the Alcano family. By May 2018, Fabian, Gabriella's ex-boyfriend, began stalking her relentlessly. He would climb over her home's fence or appear at the supermarket or mall, making her feel unsafe everywhere she went. Gabriella was terrified and sent screenshots of threatening messages from Fabian to someone, pleading for help. She confessed her fear for herself and her loved ones, but chose not to tell her family about the stalking and threats, fearing that it would worry them. On June 10, 2018, the Alcano family gathered at Carlos' house to celebrate his 80th birthday. However, this joyful family event would tragically become the last day of life for Gabriella and her mother, Carolina. The evening appeared happy and uneventful, filled with laughter, music, and a large family meal. Gabriella played with her younger brothers and cousins, but seemed troubled and distant. Her uncle Rodrigo noticed her distress and asked if everything was all right, but Gabriella merely smiled sadly, shrugged, and said she was nervous without offering an explanation. Her uncle chose not to press the issue, believing she would open up when ready, though he would later deeply regret this decision. After the party, Federico drove his ex-wife and daughter home. He kissed Gabriella on the forehead, told her he loved her, and assured her that she could rely on his support in any situation. Then he returned home with his younger children. This was the last time he would see his eldest daughter and his first wife alive. At around 4 a.m. on June 11th, Fabian, armed with a hunting knife, jumped over the fence of his ex-girlfriend Gabriella's house. He intended to sneak into her bedroom through the window and attack her. Just as he was about to enter, the lights turned on and the back door creaked open. Carolina, Gabriella's mother, had been awakened by the noise and was checking on the commotion. Fabian attacked her, pushing her back inside and stabbing her repeatedly. In total, he inflicted 36 stab wounds, primarily to her chest, neck, and head, leaving her no chance of survival. Carolina managed to scream briefly, which awakened Gabriella, who rushed downstairs to investigate. As she descended, she saw Fabian, covered in blood and enraged. He grabbed her and dragged her down. Gabriella desperately tried to call emergency services on her phone, but Fabian stopped her. He then stabbed her in the chest, piercing her heart, which proved fatal. Fabian moved Gabriella's body to the kitchen, where Carolina's lifeless body lay. He attempted to erase his traces by wiping fingerprints and cleaning bloody footprints. He then washed himself and the murder weapon in the bathroom. Finally, he quietly left the house around 5:30 a.m., unnoticed by neighbors. After Carolina failed to appear for work for 2 days and did not answer her phone, her colleagues became concerned. She was a responsible person and would not simply disappear without reason. Her boss contacted Federico, her partner, to ask if he knew what had happened. Federico was shocked and tried calling Carolina, but her phone went unanswered. He also tried calling his daughter Gabriella, but her phone was turned off. He then contacted his brother Rodrigo, who had not seen or spoken to the two since Carlos' birthday party. Federico rushed to Carolina's house, which appeared empty, though the car remained in the garage. He walked around the house, knocking on doors and peering through windows, but he refrained from going inside, even though he had a spare key. Instead, he called the police and asked them to check the house. When the officers arrived, they wondered why Federico had not used his spare key to enter. Federico admitted that he had been afraid of what he might find inside. At 11 a.m., he finally opened the door and went in with the officers. That was when they discovered the bodies of Carolina and Gabriella on the kitchen floor. They had been dead for over a day. Overwhelmed with grief, Federico desperately called for an ambulance, pleading for someone to save his loved ones. However, the officers had to calm him down, and his agitated behavior raised suspicions. As a result, he was taken outside to a police car for further questioning. When Federico tried to leave the car and found the door locked, he demanded to know why. It was then that he realized he was being treated as the prime suspect in a double murder investigation. Rodrigo soon arrived at the scene and was shocked to see that his brother was being held by the police. He was devastated by the news of his niece's death and could not understand why no ambulance or medical assistance was being provided. Both Federico and Rodrigo were taken in for questioning, and their alibis were thoroughly examined. Fortunately, they were eventually cleared of any wrongdoing, as it was established that they had been with their family at the time of the crime. Further investigation revealed that Gabriella had been stalked by her ex-boyfriend, with friends providing evidence in the form of threatening messages and voice recordings. Federico remembered the obsessed suitor his daughter had tried to break up with, but he never imagined that the seemingly harmless boy she had introduced to him was capable of such a horrific crime. The police investigation into Fabian Caesar, the young man, revealed that he had disposed of the murder weapon and thrown away clothes stained with blood. Despite this, his shoes still contained tiny drops of blood, and the pattern on the soles matched prints found at the crime scene. Additionally, 4 of Gabriella's classmates came forward, stating that they had heard Fabian threaten Gabriella, saying he would rather kill her than let her go. As the evidence and witness statements accumulated, Fabian was forced to admit to the crime. However, he attempted to portray himself as a lovesick individual who had not intended to harm Gabriella, claiming that he had only wanted to speak with her. He asserted that events spiraled out of control and that he ended up dealing with her mother, who had unfortunately become an unintended witness. After completing the autopsies and necessary tests, authorities returned the victims' bodies to their families for burial. At the funeral, hundreds of people gathered to pay their respects and offer condolences to the grieving families. Gabriella was buried in the white dress she had always wished to wear, while Carolina's casket was closed due to the severe mutilation of her face. Fabian's family hired an experienced lawyer who constructed a strong defense, promising a reduced sentence during the preliminary hearings. The lawyer emphasized Fabian's young age and clean criminal record, arguing that the earlier dispute with his classmate had been resolved out of court. However, the victim's family insisted that Fabian be charged with femicide. The prosecution rejected this charge, as under Chilean law, femicide only applies when the perpetrator and victim are spouses or live together, which was not the case for the 2 teenagers. Fabian's lawyer argued that he had acted impulsively and under distress, which could result in a potential 15-year sentence for double homicide and assault. The Alcano family, understandably, demanded the harshest possible punishment for him. Following the initial court hearings, the judge granted both the prosecution and defense 6 months to gather evidence. Fabian's lawyer requested that he be released pending trial, but the judge denied the request, keeping Fabian in custody. Gabriella's father was furious, having lost 3 women close to him to violent deaths. The defense attempted to shift blame onto the victims, and the authorities appeared willing to consider this. In response, Gabriella's father and uncle, together with women's rights organizations, drafted a proposal for Gabriella's law. This legislation would expand the definition of femicide to include cases in which the victims were in romantic relationships with their killers, even if they were neither married nor living together. The proposed bill faced opposition because it would allow perpetrators already serving prison sentences for similar crimes to face new charges and lose eligibility for early release. Nevertheless, feminist organizations across the country supported the Alcano family, staging marches and demonstrations advocating for Gabriella's law. In August 2019, over a year after the devastating murders, Chile's government introduced amendments to its femicide law. These amendments, known as Gabriella's Law, included 15 key changes that were later approved by Congress. Under the new law, femicide is defined as any violent act, injury, or murder committed against a woman due to gender-based hatred, regardless of her relationship with the perpetrator. The law also considers additional circumstances, such as the victim being a minor or having health issues, as aggravating factors. In April 2022, Fabian Ceres went on trial for the attack on his ex-girlfriend and her mother that occurred 4 years earlier. Thanks to Gabriella's law, the defense had no grounds to challenge the charges. Fabian was subsequently convicted of femicide under aggravating circumstances, as one of the victims was a minor, and was also found guilty of double homicide and assault. On April 20th, Fabian was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Moving on to the next case. Liga Scromine. India is the only country in the world where cultural and religious traditions have continued uninterrupted since ancient times, which is likely why it draws tourists from all over the globe. In our story, however, we will examine India like a coin with 2 different sides. On April 20th, 2018 at dawn, 2 young men went fishing along the river toward a mangrove forest. They took a long boat ride downstream until they reached a remote and quiet area. One of them jumped into the water to tie up the boat, but was distracted by a strong, acrid odor nearby. They went ashore and followed the smell, which led them to a horrifying discovery. There was something resembling a human body hanging from a tree branch, with a skull lying nearby. The men abandoned the boat and rushed to the nearest village to report the dreadful find. A team of investigators, forensic experts, and police officers quickly arrived at the scene. The experts confirmed that the suspended body was indeed human. It was evident that it had been hanging for a long time and had already begun decomposing. The flesh on the arms and legs had torn away, and the skull lay close by. Next to the body were packs of cigarettes, bottled drinking water, and a lighter, likely belonging to the victim. An investigation was conducted at the scene that same morning. The evidence discovered was collected, and the remains were sent for further examination. The small remnants of clothing that could be identified revealed that Liga Scromine, a 33-year-old hiker, was the victim. But who was Liga Scromine, and what had happened to her on the riverbank? Liga Scromine was born in Latvia in 1986. She grew up in a large, friendly family, with an older brother and a younger sister. The sisters were very close, sharing all joys and hardships from childhood. As she grew older, Liga moved to Ireland, but always maintained close ties with her family. It was in Ireland that she met Andrew Jordan. Their connection was not love at first sight, as the modest Liga had difficulty communicating with new people. But after 5 years, Liga and Andrew married and began making plans for their future. Despite working in a hotel and leading a modest lifestyle, Liga dreamed of opening her own center for yogic retreats in Portugal. Andrew supported her ambition, and together they saved money for 4 years to achieve their dream. But fate had other plans. In early 2018, Liga was suffering from an aggravated skin condition that caused her both physical discomfort and emotional strain. To help her sister overcome this ailment and restore her emotional balance, her sister Ilza invited Liga on a trip. In February 2018, Liga and Ilza traveled to Tiruvananthapuram, the capital of Kerala, so that Liga could receive Ayurvedic treatment for depression. Kovalam is Kerala's premier Ayurvedic resort. The name Kovalam, which means grove of coconut palms in Hindi, refers to a small village that offers everything needed for a comfortable and complete rest and treatment. Ayurveda is the oldest system of medical knowledge, originating more than 5,000 years ago. It is based on the universal laws of nature and the unity of all things in the world. Ayurvedic programs are designed to help restore balance and harmony in the body. Panchakarma is considered the best Ayurvedic program for modern humans in Kerala, as it effectively rejuvenates the body. Many who undergo the Panchakarma course in Kerala repeat it annually, and for good reason. Regular Panchakarma not only helps eliminate excess weight, but also contributes to decades of healthier living. Since 1985, Ayurveda has been recognized by the World Health Organization as one of the most effective systems of alternative medicine globally. It should be emphasized, however, that all the claimed benefits of Ayurveda are alternative remedies, not guaranteed solutions for longevity or perfect health. The 33-year-old Liga and her sister came to Kerala seeking spiritual renewal, hoping to alleviate depression at one of the Ayurveda centers. Their 6-week treatment program included yoga classes, meditation, therapeutic herbal drinks, as well as dietary guidance and massages. The sisters were treated together at an Ayurvedic clinic in Kovalam, Kerala, and had already completed much of their course. On the morning of March 14th, Liga declined to attend yoga class with her sister, citing a headache. When Ilza returned to her room, Liga was nowhere to be found. With assistance from the hotel staff, it was discovered that Liga had left the hotel around 11:30 a.m., wearing leggings and a yoga t-shirt, had hired an auto rickshaw, and gone to Kovalam Beach for a walk. The beaches around Kovalam are popular destinations for both domestic and international tourists. The sandy shores of Kovalam are almost always crowded. However, despite searching, Liga could not be located there. Liga wandered along the beach until late at night, showing her sister's picture to anyone she could, but never received the long-awaited response that someone had seen her. This was especially unusual, as Liga was a tall, fair-skinned woman who would have stood out, making it unlikely that she could have been on the beach unnoticed. After an unsuccessful search, Ilza went to the police station to report her sister missing. However, the Indian police showed little sympathy for the missing foreign tourist. On the contrary, they complacently assured her that the girl had likely wandered off and would surely return the next day. They were not even concerned by the fact that, according to Ilza, Liga had psychological issues, making her vulnerable to criminals. A case was officially registered, but the investigation began coldly, or more accurately, barely began at all. Liga had traveled extensively in Kerala, visiting Kovalam, Varkala, and finally returning to Kovalam. She considered herself an experienced traveler in India and had brought her sister along to show her the country she loved. But this trip turned tragic. After several days of police inaction, Ilza began searching on her own, enlisting friends' help and notifying Liga's husband, Andrew, who flew urgently to India. The police investigation gained momentum only after Liga's husband, Andrew Jordan, and Ilza contacted local media and launched an online campaign to find her. Liga also reached out via Twitter to India's foreign minister, Sushma Swaraj, writing, "Please help my sister, a Latvian citizen, who has been missing for 8 days. We are very worried." The desperate sister offered a reward of 100,000 rupees to anyone who could help locate Liga or provide information about her movements that day. Liga's friend Alexa, who had also traveled to India after hearing about her disappearance, joined in the search. Together, they posted flyers in the Kovalam beach area where Liga was last seen and distributed them to locals. Numerous residents actively participated in the search for the missing tourist. An important factor was that Liga suffered from depression and had difficulty interacting with strangers. On the day she disappeared, she had hired an auto rickshaw to reach the beach and was never seen again. She had approximately 8,000 rupees with her but no passport, meaning she could not leave the country. Shop Kumar, head of the local police station, stated that the authorities had no leads in the case. The police repeatedly claimed that the tourist had gone on an adventure or eloped and would return on her own soon. However, persistent appeals for help from Liga and Andrew eventually compelled the police to conduct a search for Liga. The operation focused on the Kovalam beach area, where Liga Scromane was last seen. Police speculated that she may have drowned, especially after an unidentified female body was discovered washed ashore at Kachal in Kanyakumari district. Investigators examined the body in the presence of Liga's sister, who did not identify it as her sibling. The drowning theory remained unconfirmed, and the search for Liga continued. Andrew, meanwhile, was convinced that his wife had been abducted by local gangs for human trafficking purposes. He attempted to infiltrate these gangs to gather information, but was discovered and warned that further contact would force him to leave the country. Even a month after Liga went missing, no new leads had emerged. Liga's sister continued her search, visiting Kovalam Beach daily and observing people closely. On one such day, she noticed a boat and theorized that the only way to leave the beach unnoticed would be by water. On April 17, 2018, after a brief hiatus, Andrew returned to India to resume the search. Together, Liga's sister and Andrew entered a renewed struggle to find Liga Scromane, yet her body remained undiscovered. The search was complicated by the fact that Liga was a foreign tourist. The Latvian Foreign Ministry stated that the embassy maintained constant contact with Liga's relatives and worked closely with the Indian police. They also appealed to the Indian Foreign Ministry for special assistance in locating Liga, involving the Honorary Consul of Latvia in India, whose consular district covered the region of her disappearance. At the request of the Kerala state government, the Indian Navy and Air Force joined the search for the missing Latvian citizen. The operation employed an An-32 transport plane, Gemini inflatable boats, underwater sonar, and 5 deep-sea divers. Despite these extensive efforts, the search did not yield results, and Liga remained missing. Over time, all local residents became aware of the missing tourist from Latvia and showed support and sympathy for Andrew and her family. On April 20, 2018, Liga received the long-awaited but most horrifying call of her life. A body had been discovered in the mangrove forest. She and Andrew drove to the designated location, where the police were waiting. During the boat crossing, Liga's heart pounded like never before, as if she had to mentally trace the path her sister had taken to her tragic end. On the spot, horror overwhelmed her. Liga saw her sister's clothes. She recognized the shirt and leggings on the body, but the jacket and shoes did not belong to Liga. It remained unclear how, with whom, and why. Liga had gotten to a place that could only be accessed by going through Pan-Ader from Samudra Beach. 2 women confirmed that they had witnessed Liga traveling alone into the mangrove forest. But why would a girl who was being treated for depression and already alone take a boat to a remote place in the forest? The body was shifted to the Medical College Hospital, where it underwent an autopsy, which was captured on video camera. Police said they could not confirm the identity of the body until DNA analysis was completed. According to the city police commissioner, the body was badly mutilated with the head lying nearby. Police tentatively identified the dead woman as missing tourist Liga Scromane. In favor of the investigators' conclusions is also the fact that Liga's relatives identified the victim by her hair and clothes. One of the versions put forward by rescue services in India was poisoning. There are poisonous pong trees in the mangrove forest, and she could have accidentally or intentionally eaten their fruit and poisoned herself. Between 1989 and 1999, more than 500 people died from poisoning by its fruits in Kerala alone. However, this theory seemed nonsensical because the person was found hanging upside down, but there was no head. It is obvious that if Liga had been poisoned, her body would have been in a completely different position and the head would have been in place. The Indian authorities were talking utter nonsense. Based on the information about Liga's complex psychological problems, the investigators also considered the possibility that Liga had voluntarily taken her own life. Liga feared that the police would try to pass off her sister's murder as a voluntary departure from life. Although a rope had been found at the scene, and it could be concluded that the hiker had hanged herself, Liga demanded a separate explanation for the missing head. "Don't tell me it's lost," Liga said sarcastically in yet another appeal on the internet. Breathlessly, Liga and the anxious public waited for the results of the forensic tests. The forensic results were overwhelming. The report stated that there were areas of blood pooling in part of Liga Scromane's brain, as well as bruising in the neck area. The autopsy revealed that the woman had been strangled by several people and was killed in an attempted violent attack. There were external injuries on the body, probably sustained during the struggle. However, the fact of violence could not be definitively confirmed as the body was in the decomposition stage. There were characteristic injuries on the cartilage in her throat, which indicated that someone had forcefully squeezed her throat. The trauma sustained by Liga Scromane was severe enough to be fatal, according to forensic experts. Blood clots in her brain confirmed strangulation, and bruises were observed on her neck and legs. In total, 9 wounds were recorded on her body. Given this evidence, the police no longer considered the possibility of voluntary death. The autopsy indicated that Liga had been murdered while resisting or struggling. Her sister, Ilza, breathed a sigh of relief, hoping the authorities would soon apprehend her sister's killers. However, complications arose during the investigation. The police began scrutinizing local drug dealers and card players. During interviews with residents, 2 women reported seeing Liga walking alone toward the location where her body was later discovered, though authorities admitted they did not fully trust these accounts. Liga's relatives criticized the Indian police for perceived incompetence, arguing that an immediate search could have prevented the tragedy. It was believed that the 33-year-old Latvian tourist had been abducted from a nearby beach, transported by boat, and then strangled. A specialized investigative team was deployed, interviewing approximately 40 suspects. Arrests were made a few days later once sufficient evidence had been gathered. The Indian police apprehended 2 men accused of killing Liga Scromane. Investigators revealed that the victim had been lured by the 2 men, abused, and ultimately dismembered. The accused were local dealers involved in illegal substances and reportedly confessed fully under torture. Police stated that both men were pimps and engaged in illicit drug activities. The autopsy yielded limited evidence due to the advanced decomposition of Liga's body. Andrew Jordan, Liga's husband, filed a petition in the Superior Court seeking a review of the felony murder case. He believed additional individuals were involved in the crime and contended that the defendant's confessions were coerced through torture, a practice he claimed is common in India. However, the Supreme Court of India denied his petition due to a lack of direct evidence. The trial was postponed for 2 months, leaving Andrew outraged at the authorities' approach to the case. He had previously accused the Kerala authorities and police of incompetence and of attempting to cover up Liga's murder to avoid frightening tourists. Both suspects requested and were granted a legal postponement of the case, as the law allows them to delay it once without providing a reason. The repeated delays only reinforced his belief that the case was mishandled. Nevertheless, both suspects remained in custody. Investigations revealed that 32-year-old Umesh and 28-year-old Ajaykumar had offered Liga Scromane drugs, and after she was incapacitated, they strangled and decapitated her. It is notable that the 2 men had previously committed similar crimes on multiple occasions. Both men were employed by a food delivery company in Kerala's capital and earned additional income as illegal tour guides. Umesh and Ajaykumar were charged with destruction of evidence, murder, poisoning, kidnapping, and rape. The location where Liga's body was discovered had previously served as a recreational spot for Umesh, who used it to bring men there. Umesh faced 13 criminal cases, including 6 for sexual assault and 1 for attempted murder. Several of his previous victims testified against him. Liga Scromane had been seen in the area with both men by multiple witnesses. Initially, the suspects remained silent, but confessed after the body was found. They admitted to the police that they had committed the murder during an act of violence. While in custody, they initially claimed to have only encountered Liga in Kovalam. After repeated interrogations, both men pleaded guilty. On December 6, 2022, the court sentenced them to life imprisonment and ordered each to pay compensation of 65,000 rupees to Liga's sister, Ilza. It is important to note that India has recently seen a series of similar crimes, with young girls frequently subjected to violence, highlighting the severity of the country's crime problem. In response to the rising number of sexual offenses against minors, the government has implemented the death penalty. It is also significant that if Liga's relatives, especially her sister, had not been persistent, engaging the press, holding a press conference, and involving an influential MP, the local police might not have seriously investigated the case. Initially, authorities speculated that Liga had voluntarily disappeared, but this was proven false. Moreover, this was not the first incident at the site where Liga was found. This story serves as a cautionary warning. Women should exercise extreme caution when traveling alone in India. Do not seek spiritual enlightenment in remote, dangerous, or unfamiliar places. Always prioritize your safety. Moving on to the next case. Maricela Botella. A nighttime walk becomes a tragic crime. Going out with someone you barely know is usually a poor choice that often ends badly, especially when you are in an unfamiliar city and the meeting happened only a couple of hours earlier at a local entertainment spot. It is not always the case, though not ruled out either, that the casual acquaintance will turn out to be a murderer, attacker, or thief, but they might either accidentally or deliberately involve you in problems or even cause a calamity. An American student named Maricela Botella Valadez intended simply to enjoy herself at a popular nightclub where she unexpectedly encountered an up-and-coming rapper who showed interest in her and proposed they continue the night in a more intimate atmosphere. However, the new acquaintance was already tied to a relationship, and a complicated one at that. He was part of an unusual romantic triangle, and the other members did not appreciate the sudden arrival of the young beauty. Her simple trust cost the young woman her life, yet the matter turned out to be far from simple. It involved furious jealousy, the urge to hold on to fading youth, occult rituals, and even an international hunt for runaway offenders. Nevertheless, owing to the monumental efforts of the investigators, it became possible to locate every person involved in the crime and determine the role of each. What is known regarding Maricela? Maricela Botella Valadez was born in 1997 in Seattle, the largest city within Washington state. She was the eldest of two siblings in a family of Latin American heritage, raised with her younger brother. Those who knew her described her as a kind, sociable young woman who always had numerous friends, succeeded well in school, and after finishing, enrolled as a student at a renowned university. Furthermore, Maricela was considered genuinely beautiful, a petite, slim brunette with wide brown eyes, gorgeous hair, and a flawless figure. She constantly attracted many admirers, loved being the center of attention, enjoyed lively gatherings where she could celebrate, and valued every day. On Saturday, October 3, 2020, the student traveled to Dallas to meet with old friends. However, by Monday morning, she was scheduled to return. Her brother was meant to meet her at the airport on October 5th, after which they would go to the university together, but the plane landed without her. When all passengers from the flight arriving from Dallas had exited the airport, her brother realized that Maricela was not among them. Worried, the young man attempted to call his sister, but her phone was switched off. He then contacted their parents to inform them of the situation. Since Maricela was a diligent and dependable young woman, it was unlike her to vanish without notice and fail to attend her university classes. The family began reaching out to her friends in Dallas, attempting to learn where she could have gone and when she was last seen. It was discovered that the night before, she had been at one of the city's most popular clubs, where she met a black man named Chuck. The two danced, enjoyed themselves, and consumed alcoholic drinks, after which they left together. Maricela was not seen again, and her phone remained unanswered. This information deeply alarmed and terrified her parents, leading them to immediately report her disappearance to the police. It was confirmed that the young woman had indeed purchased tickets for a flight to Seattle, yet for some unknown reason, she had not boarded the plane. No one had seen her since that evening, and no one knew where she could be. It became necessary to determine who Maricela's new acquaintance was, where they had gone, and whether she had accompanied him willingly. Reviewing recordings from external security cameras positioned around the club, investigators observed the missing student leaving with a young man whose face could not be clearly identified in the footage. Based on the video, she seemed to be walking with him of her own will. The pair entered a black Audi vehicle and drove away in an unspecified direction. The enigmatic new companion. Since the disappearance of 23-year-old Botella Valadez, several days had gone by, and she had still not contacted anyone, nor had she accessed her social media accounts, and no activity had been recorded on her bank cards. The police needed to identify the unknown man she had left with as quickly as possible in order to know where to search for them. One of her missing friends stated that her companion might have been called Chuck, but that detail was not sufficient. Soon, with the help of street surveillance footage, it was possible to establish the direction the vehicle had taken. Furthermore, it was revealed that the pair had stopped at a supermarket, where they were also captured on video. Both appeared cheerful, smiling, and displaying affection toward each other. The young woman selected several drinks and sweets, and the young man paid for everything at the register using a card bearing the name Charles Beltran. Thus, it became evident who Maricela had departed with. Beltran was a 31-year-old musician and even regarded as an emerging local rap star. However, the man had a criminal history, having been imprisoned twice for robbery and armed assault. He served less than 3 years and was released on parole. Recently, his career had been on an upward path, and he was even preparing to launch his own music album. Soon, investigators discovered where Charles resided, and by checking the mobile carrier's data, it was revealed that the missing student's phone had been active at the location on that fatal night. Yet the residence belonged to a woman named Lisa Dyke, while the musician was merely renting a room from her. The very unusual house. When police, accompanied by an FBI agent assigned to investigate the girl's disappearance, visited the address, the residence was deserted. They managed only to reach Lisa Dyke by phone, as she insisted she was out of state on business. She confirmed that Charles Beltran had indeed been renting a room in her home, but claimed he had moved out a couple of weeks earlier, and she had no knowledge of his present location. Since law enforcement could not locate or reach the only suspect, they secured a warrant to search the house where he had stayed. What awaited them inside was a set of shocking and disturbing discoveries. The residence was in disarray, with disorder and filth everywhere. It appeared as though the occupants had departed hastily, taking only the most essential items and leaving all else scattered. The kitchen sink overflowed with dirty dishes, decayed food scraps remained on the table, and garbage was strewn in the corners. Notably, amid all the disorder, many empty bottles of cleaning and detergent products were found lying around, with traces on the floors and carpets as if something had been rigorously scrubbed. In one of the upstairs rooms, an unusual and even ominous black figure of death, cloaked in black and holding a scythe, stood. It might have been mistaken for an eccentric decorative item, yet it was arranged as a kind of altar with wax candles, dried flowers, and 2 metal bowls. It resembled the Mexican religious cult of Santa Muerte, translated as Holy Death, where a female deity symbolizing death is venerated. The house and the atmosphere inside appeared more than merely odd. It felt as though something dreadful had taken place here, and afterward the residents hastily cleaned, packed only necessities, and abruptly escaped. To verify this, a more detailed inspection was carried out using specialized equipment to detect blood traces. This uncovered numerous wiped bloodstains on the floor of one bedroom, in the bathroom, and in the hallway. It was later determined that the bedroom where the carpet was nearly saturated with blood belonged to Charles, and it seemed that a brutal crime had occurred there. But who was the victim? The missing young woman, the tenant himself, or another individual? Despite every effort to remove the evidence, the blood had penetrated the flooring, seeped beneath the baseboards, and stained both wallpaper and furniture. Forensic experts compared the samples found with Maricella's DNA, and any lingering doubts were eliminated. The blood was hers. The residence was sealed as a crime scene, but the urgent task now was to locate the main suspect, potential accomplices, and witnesses. This assignment was far from simple. As it emerged, Charles had fled, and the owner, even before the police visit, had hurriedly listed the house for sale. Therefore, authorities decided to uncover as much as possible about everyone who had recently lived there. The love triangle. Neighbors disclosed that 3 people occupied the house: 57-year-old Lisa Dyke, 48-year-old Nina Morano, and 31-year-old Charles Beltran. Yet the nature of their relationship and their sudden disappearance stayed uncertain. It became necessary to investigate each person's history and track them down for questioning as soon as possible. The homeowner, the only one reachable by telephone, had practiced for many years as a lawyer, known to be authoritative, ambitious, and rather contentious. She had been married 3 times, and after becoming a widow several years earlier, received a considerable inheritance. There was no financial reason for her to rent a room to some man, nor was Lisa recognized for her generosity, which implied she had another motive in the matter. The young black man named Charles, or simply Chuck Beltran, aspired to break into the music world to pursue a rap career, yet he lacked both funds and influential contacts, while his criminal past stood in the way. About a year prior, however, he encountered Dyke, who invited him into her house, helped establish a small recording studio there, and even financed the production of several music videos for the budding rapper. In addition, she purchased him a car, covered his leisure expenses, and provided stylish clothing. All the while, she maintained that their relationship was entirely professional and that she recognized tremendous promise in this gifted young man. The money she spent on him, she insisted, was an investment. The situation with Nina Morano was even more captivating. She and Lisa had been romantically involved for a long period, and after Dyke was widowed, she no longer concealed her affair with her partner. Furthermore, a few months earlier, the women officially formalized their union by marrying. Nina then moved into her spouse's home, where Charles was already residing. According to one of her close friends, Lisa had an intimate relationship with the young musician. Though she adamantly denied it, she secretly confided to her friend about how extraordinary a lover he was. Evidently, she had fallen for him, because after their involvement began, Dyke made frantic efforts to appear younger. She shed 55 pounds, altered her appearance, began using bold makeup, and even acquired several colorful tattoos. Most significantly, she forced her own children out of the house, reasoning that they were already old enough and interfered with her private life. Clearly, Chuck also had a personal interest in living with a wealthy, albeit older partner, since she resolved all his financial struggles and supported his pursuit of a music career. However, he was a striking, handsome man in good physical condition, and women did not overlook him. He frequently engaged in short affairs with young women, which drove Lisa mad with jealousy. Yet what part did Nina Morano play in this entire affair, and particularly in the case of Maricella's disappearance? According to the same close friend, Lisa's spouse was part of this strange love triangle and was the only woman with whom Dyke not only allowed her young lover to sleep, but even insisted on it. Nina was also a successful lawyer and a very affluent woman. Thus, this trio lived in pleasure, sparing nothing. Interestingly, after their wedding, both women took the boy's last name, so the house was occupied by Charles, Lisa, and Nina Beltran. Where did the house's inhabitants vanish to? It was discovered that since the student's disappearance, no one had been seen at the house where her blood was found. Lisa was only contacted once. She answered a few questions, stated she was in another state, and thereafter her phone went unanswered. Nothing was known about the fate and whereabouts of Nina, as well as the main suspect, Charles. By tracking mobile phone signals, it was determined that on the night of October 5th, all three inhabitants, as well as the missing Maricela, were in the house. By early morning, their device signals had moved to a suburban area of Dallas, in a fairly deserted wooded area. Then the signals disappeared, and a few days later, Lisa only responded from her second work phone, which later also became unreachable. The mutilated remains. Using geolocation data from the mobile devices, the route taken that night by the sought-after group was traced, and the stops they made were identified. It was presumed that somewhere in this area, they might have disposed of the missing student's body. This defined a broad search radius, but the area was vast and difficult to navigate, so progress was slow despite efforts. Closer to the new year, the search operation was halted as neither the body nor any clues were found. However, in March 2021, a local hunter wandering through the woods stumbled upon a human skull that appeared relatively fresh. He promptly reported his find to the police, and the remains were soon brought to a forensic laboratory for necessary examinations. Dental records confirmed that the body belonged to the Seattle student who had been missing for nearly half a year. However, the advanced state of decomposition and damage caused by wild animals made it impossible to establish the exact cause of death. Notably, several characteristic marks on the bones suggested knife wounds, but it was unclear whether these were the fatal injuries. Soon after the grim discovery in the forest, authorities managed to track down Lisa, who had moved to Florida with Nina and rented a house in Miami by the ocean. Unfortunately, only Nina could be apprehended, while her spouse, learning about the situation, hurriedly went into hiding. There were no traces of Charles, although he periodically communicated with former girlfriends via messengers. In her last correspondence, Dyke mentioned that the young woman's body had been found and warned everyone to be extremely cautious as the police were on their trail. Nina, now incarcerated, refused to provide any information, claiming she knew nothing about Maricella's fate. Meanwhile, Lisa, using all her connections, attempted to hire a good lawyer for her spouse. It also emerged that while in Florida, Nina had put her house in South Carolina up for sale, trying to liquidate it as quickly as possible. It was likely that the women needed the money to continue hiding or to leave the country altogether. A month later, authorities successfully located and arrested Lisa, after which both women were transported back to Dallas. Initial interrogations yielded no results, and a bail of $500,000 was set for each suspect. They managed to post the significant amount and were released under house arrest. However, the women were fitted with tracking bracelets, which allowed their whereabouts to be monitored. A bold escape attempt. In August of the same year, police traced Charles to Utah, hiding at the house of one of his ex-girlfriends. The woman, who was raising a 5-year-old son fathered by Beltran, was so pleased that the child's father had returned to her that she didn't question the reasons for his unexpected decision. The arrested man initially refused to testify or cooperate with the police. He still hoped that his wealthy lover, using her money and connections, would hire a good lawyer for him and help him avoid prison. But soon the situation drastically changed. On Christmas Eve of December 2021, the tracking bracelets worn by Lisa and Nina, who had been released on bail, suddenly went offline. Due to holiday chaos and high activity, it took until the next day to send a squad to their location, but by then the suspects were nowhere to be found. It soon turned out that they had been meticulously planning their escape for months. And by the time the police went after them, they had already illegally crossed the border into Mexico. From there, they flew to South Korea, and their trail was lost in Cambodia. The FBI was once again involved in the investigation, working with the Cambodian police and immigration services to track down the fugitive suspects. The women came under law enforcement's radar, withdrawing a large sum of money from an ATM. They tried to pay in cash everywhere to avoid revealing their whereabouts. ATM cameras helped identify the fugitives, and another camera on a neighboring building captured the license plate number of the car they arrived in. This information led to the driver, who took the police to the house rented by the extravagant foreigners. The women were rearrested and extradited to the U.S. in February 2022, where justice was to be served. This time, bail was denied and they were sent directly to jail, Charles's candid confessions. By then, Chuck had fully realized that his lover was not going to save him from prison and was only concerned about herself, leading him to express a desire to cooperate with the investigation and start providing information. His account of the events of that dreadful night horrified many. Beltran confessed that he had been in an intimate relationship with the homeowner, Lisa, and her spouse, Nina. According to him, he engaged in these relationships for money and the opportunity to advance his music career. He harbored no warm feelings towards these women and often indulged in affairs with young and attractive women, which he never hid. While Nina was indifferent to his actions, Lisa sometimes became wildly jealous. On the fateful night of October 5, 2020, Chuck met a young student named Maricela at a nightclub. The beautiful, slender girl immediately caught his attention, and it seemed he caught hers as well. After spending several hours drinking cocktails and dancing, he invited her over, and she agreed. When they arrived at his place late at night, Nina and Lisa were already asleep, so Charles easily took the girl to his room. There, the couple engaged in intimate activities and later fell asleep. According to the suspect, in the middle of the night, Lisa entered his room, and seeing the young beauty asleep next to him, flew into a jealous rage. She went to the kitchen to grab a large knife, then returned and leaped onto Maricela, repeatedly striking her. Charles claimed he was awakened by the noise and was disoriented at first, still somewhat intoxicated. When he finally turned on the light, he was confronted with a horrific scene. Maricela's body had slid to the floor next to the bed where she had bled out. At that moment, Nina entered the room. They simply stood there for several minutes, and no one attempted to assist the victim. When Chuck regained his senses, he realized that the crime could be blamed on him, since he already had a criminal record and his powerful lovers might avoid punishment. That is why, he explained, he agreed to help dispose of the body and conceal the crime. Charles stayed with friends for a few days, and upon returning to gather his belongings, he observed that the bloodstains on the floor and carpet had nearly vanished. Lisa informed him that she and Nina had handled everything and destroyed the evidence of the crime. Nevertheless, all three concluded that it was best to leave the city for a while and observe from a distance what might unfold. Lisa Dyke Beltran's version. Lisa's attorney argued that his client had no reason to attack the girl or take her life. She asserted that her involvement with Chuck was strictly professional and that she considered his budding music career a sound investment. Whom he slept with or flirted with never mattered to her. As a principal point, the defense highlighted that Dyke had recently married and was content with Morano. However, no one could clarify why, after their wedding, the women suddenly chose to adopt the surname of their young tenant, who, according to them, held no significance. At the trial, Lisa alleged that Charles was quick-tempered and extremely violent, and when intoxicated, he turned into a monster whom she feared. According to her account, that night he brought a new girl from the club, but after they were intimate, an argument erupted and Chuck, in a frenzy, seized a knife. She and Nina ran toward the commotion and tried to separate them, but it was already too late. Maricela was dead. They assisted in disposing of the body and cleaning the scene under the threat of becoming his next targets. Lisa's friend, who testified in court, stated that Lisa was completely obsessed with Chuck and had repeatedly confessed to her an uncontrollable urge to eliminate any woman who came near her young lover. Clearly, she was unable to control her emotions that evening. In addition, the witness referred to the strange statue of Santa Muerte at her friend's residence. She remembered being startled by the improvised altar during a visit, but the homeowner jokingly claimed she practiced black magic and knew how to perform a spell that would make a man look only at her. Yet it appears the ritual failed, and the woman instead turned to a knife. Another witness, a real estate agent approached by the women shortly after the incident, stated that they were desperate to sell several of their properties as fast as possible. They also wanted to put their Dallas residence up for sale. But because it was the scene of the alleged crime, they could not do so while the investigation remained active. The matter intensified when the body of the missing young woman was uncovered, after which Lisa and Nina were prepared to sell the property at half its value merely to obtain money quickly. The court considered Charles's complete confession and his willingness to assist with the investigation. However, the situation for the fugitives deteriorated after their attempt to escape to another continent. In March 2023, Lisa Dyke Beltran was convicted of the savage crime against 23-year-old Maricela, hiding evidence and attempting to flee. She received a sentence of life, imprisonment without parole. As for Charles Beltran and Nina Morano, they fully confessed to their actions and agreed to cooperate with the authorities. They were convicted only of concealing evidence. Nina was given a 7-year prison term but could be released in 3 years for good behavior. Charles, previously convicted on several occasions, was sentenced to 12 years in prison, with eligibility for parole after serving 8 years. Moving on to the next case. Nicole Lobby. Nicole Lobby, 29 years old, lived with her husband Chris and had a large family in Oregon, USA. Nicole was a beautiful woman, a loving wife, an amazing mother, and a friend. She was never afraid to share her faith or her opinions with anyone. Her aim was to ensure that she left this world a better place. When Nicole met Chris, she already had an older daughter. Chris also had 2 daughters, and after their marriage, they had a son. Nicole was known for being adventurous, brave, and always looking forward. She had overcome a rare cancer and later became very passionate about fitness. Nicole's goal was to become a fitness trainer. She had recently started a new job, and no one expected that she would be in danger at work. At approximately 5 p.m. on August 19, 2014, Portland Emergency Services received a call from a man reporting that a woman had been stabbed in the chest. The victim was still alive but was struggling to breathe. The witness requested that an ambulance be sent to Timber Creek Apartments immediately. Police quickly arrived and spoke with the man who had called 911, who provided further details about the incident. He explained that he and his wife were walking down the stairs of their apartment building toward the parking lot when they heard screaming. He looked to his right and saw a woman running toward them, shouting, "He stabbed me, he stabbed me." She told the couple that she did not know her attacker, but he had been wearing camouflage pants and a black hoodie. The manager of Timber Creek Apartments identified the victim as Nicole Lobby, 29, a co-worker. Nicole was a leasing consultant and had been employed there for several weeks. On August 19th, during her working hours, she drove a trolley around the complex delivering letters requesting lease renewals. Along with each letter, Nicole handed each resident a balloon tied to a bag of popcorn. When finished, she marked each apartment on a map in the trolley. Based on Nicole's notes and the map, detectives determined that the attack may have taken place on a specific stairwell in Timber Creek at the time residents had heard Nicole screaming. The attacker may have been waiting for her under this stairwell. There was also a trail of blood leading from the stairwell and flyers scattered at the base of the stairs. During the investigation by the Washington County Sheriff's Office, several witnesses reported seeing a suspicious young man wearing a black hoodie and camouflage pants near Timber Creek at the time of the attack. By combining these reports with the timing of the sightings, detectives were able to determine the suspect's route through Timber Creek. More than 20 officers were involved in this intensive investigation, assisted by K-9 units. The Washington County Search and Rescue Team combed the woods along Cedar Mill Creek, a stream that runs through the Timber Creek complex. During the search, they discovered several items that were sent to a laboratory for analysis. Detectives did not disclose the specific findings, but stated that they were investigating every possibility. Investigators were trying to determine the cause of the attack, which occurred in broad daylight at an apartment complex housing more than 1,000 residents. Nicole's husband, Chris Lobby, was contacted and informed of the incident. The police took multiple steps to identify the attacker. It was not a robbery, and the assailant did not attempt to remove her clothing. This indicated that the motive for the attack might have been personal. This theory led detectives to focus on her husband, Chris. Chris cooperated fully with police and answered questions regarding his 4-year marriage to Nicole. Investigations confirmed that he was at daycare picking up his son at the time of the attack, making it impossible for him to have been the attacker. Meanwhile, while interviewing residents at Timber Creek Apartments, police found 2 additional witnesses who saw a man wearing a black hoodie and orange pants. They observed this man, who had features similar to the original suspect, running across the street without looking back. Around the same time that Nicole was attacked, a hooded man was seen running toward the houses across from Timber Creek Apartments. Detectives, working with witnesses, created a sketch of the suspect and quickly circulated it throughout the city, even appearing on television news. The city urged anyone who recognized the facial features to report the incident. Detectives also collaborated with informants to gather clues about the killer. The sketch produced several leads. One man stated that his son knew a man who matched the sketch. His name was Taylor, and he had recently threatened others with a knife. Police located Taylor and brought him in for questioning. Taylor said unusual things and appeared to have mental health issues. When asked about Nicole, he did not hesitate to admit that he had killed her. However, Taylor's testimony was inconsistent, as he only mentioned information that had already appeared in newspapers and included irrelevant details. Consequently, the police eliminated him as a suspect. After the suspect's sketch appeared in the newspaper, police received a tip regarding a man named Nick, who had a criminal history. Nick resembled the suspect in the sketch, but he had never committed anything similar to what happened to Nicole. He had prior legal issues, but had never physically harmed anyone. Police interviewed Nick and found his behavior concerning. When asked about Nicole and the crime, he denied involvement and requested a lawyer. Police then obtained a search warrant for Nick's home. At Nick's home, they found a black hoodie and orange pants. However, the hoodie did not match the witness description because it had a bright white logo on the front. Nick's clothing was sent for analysis, but no evidence linked him to the crime. Phone records also indicated that he had not been near the scene of the attack. As a result, police eliminated Nick as a suspect, and the case went cold. Nicole's family endured a very difficult period. In an interview with reporters, Chris Lobby shared that he could not stop thinking about what happened to Nicole. He said the hardest part was that there were so many unanswered questions. "I keep thinking about what happened, different scenarios, and there are no answers to any of them," he said. Police feared that the perpetrator might strike again, and their concerns eventually became a reality. 3 weeks after Nicole's death, on September 13, 2014, the Eugene Police Department received a concerning call. Eugene is a city approximately 100 miles from Portland. On that day, a resident was attacked while leaving a bar near Autzen Stadium. Heather Miller, 39, had gone to a bar near the stadium to watch the game. Around 8 p.m., when the game ended, Heather decided to return home. The streets were nearly empty. As she left the bar, she tried to call a taxi, but discovered her phone was dead. She then chose to walk closer to the stadium to make it easier to find one. As she walked along the sidewalk, she noticed someone following her. When she crossed the street and turned around, she saw that the man behind her was still following her. She quickened her pace, but was suddenly struck on the back of the head, knocking her unconscious. When Heather regained consciousness, she found herself face to face with her attacker, who had pulled down her pants in an attempt to sexually assault her. Heather tried to reason with him, explaining that she had a daughter and begging to see her again, but he continued to beat her. Heather recounted that each time she spoke, she was punched in the face. Eventually, she realized that the only way to survive was to pretend to be dead. She closed her eyes and remained silent. When the attacker believed he had accomplished his goal, he fled. Despite the severe beating, Heather summoned the strength to stand and walk into the street. A minute later, a car stopped, and the driver called 911. An ambulance arrived and rushed Heather to the hospital. She regained consciousness and spoke with a detective who arrived shortly afterward. At that moment, neither Heather nor the detective knew that the attacker had already been apprehended at the police station. Near the scene of the attack was a park. A police officer on duty that night saw a man running, stopped him, and observed that his hands and shoes were covered in blood. The police arrested him and called a patrol car to transport him to the station. Jamie Tinoco, 17, was young but had been on the police's radar multiple times. At the time of his arrest, he was on probation for illegal possession. Jamie had been using drugs since the age of 12, and his parents had no control over him. Jamie had dropped out of high school during his freshman year and had been arrested for driving without a license the day before Heather's attack, but was released shortly afterward. During questioning, Jamie confessed to attacking Heather. He remained completely calm and nonchalant, believing he had done nothing wrong. His behavior led the Eugene Police Department to suspect that Heather was not his first victim. Police released his photograph, hoping that other women affected by him would come forward. Soon after, detectives investigating Nicole Lobby's death saw the photo of Jamie released by Eugene Police. They believed that Jamie matched the sketch of the suspect they had. Further investigation revealed that Jamie lived with his parents in Portland, and their apartment was located across the street from Timber Creek, which further fueled suspicions that he was involved in Nicole Lobby's death. Detectives questioned Jamie about Nicole's case, hoping that he would confess to assaulting her as he had admitted to attacking Heather Miller. However, Jamie insisted that he had nothing to do with Nicole's death and refused to answer any questions. Police needed to find evidence linking him to Nicole Lobby's death. As mentioned earlier, Jamie lived across the street from Timber Creek Apartments with his parents. Consequently, police obtained a search warrant for his parents' apartment. In Jamie's room, they found a black hoodie and orange pants, which were sent to a laboratory for analysis. However, the lab results were disappointing, as no trace of Nicole's DNA was found on any of Jamie's belongings, and the investigation appeared to reach a dead end. While there was no evidence proving that Jamie killed Nicole, there was sufficient evidence to connect him to the attack on Heather Miller. He did not deny his actions and seemed to take pride in being a young thug. At his trial for the attack on Heather Miller, Jamie smiled and stated that he felt no remorse for his actions. He had separated from a group of delinquent teens during a trip supervised by the Washington County Juvenile Department. He followed Heather, attacked her from behind, and dragged her into the bushes near Atson Stadium. Heather stated that she still experiences nightmares and flashbacks and had chipped her front teeth as a result of the attack. She was forced to find a new job. The injuries she sustained, including a broken nose, required reconstructive surgery to heal. "There isn't a day that goes by that I don't think about what happened," she said in Lane County District Court. "I pray that Jamie will never have the chance to do this to another person and affect their life the way he affected mine." Heather Miller held the hands of 2 family members as she sat with more than a dozen supporters before reading her statement aloud. Jamie grinned in court as the victim recounted the horrifying details of the assault she endured. When the judge asked why Jamie was smiling, he replied that he did not know. The judge described Jamie's lack of remorse as appalling and labeled him a danger to the community, then imposed the maximum sentence. Heather, comforted by friends and family after the hearing, said his behavior was disrespectful and unrepentant, and that the judge's sentence was fully deserved. A courageous mother of 2, Heather pleaded with the judge to ensure that Jamie would never have the opportunity to harm another person. She did not want him to believe that he had won or brought her down, so she maintained her composure from the beginning. Although the defense attempted to portray Jamie as a young man affected by years of substance abuse, the judge noted that his behavior in court clearly reflected serious character issues. Jamie's lawyer requested that the judge sentence his client to 8 years and 4 months in prison, arguing that Jamie was remorseful for his actions. However, when the judge allowed him to speak, Jamie did not apologize and refused to make any statement. Judge Deborah Voigt sentenced Jamie to 14 years and 2 months in prison, explaining that his lack of remorse warranted the harsh sentence. "The community needs to be protected from a dangerous man like this," she said. "As much as people want me to see him as a boy, I cannot." When Jamie becomes eligible for release, he will be in his early 30s and will be required to register as a sex offender for life. As for Heather, her family stated that she is looking forward to starting a new job and moving on with her life. Meanwhile, investigators decided to exploit Jamie's ego to get him to confess. They questioned him about Nicole Lobby's death. Detectives told him that he would gain more respect in prison if other inmates knew that he was not only the coward who attacked one woman from behind, but also the one who killed another. After a few minutes of silence, Jamie began talking about Nicole, admitting that he did not intend to kill her. He claimed that he wanted to experience the sensation of stabbing someone, but did not mean to kill Nicole, only to hurt her. He stated that while walking from his apartment to Timber Creek, he saw Nicole park her car and carry a balloon to her second-floor apartment. As Nicole climbed the stairs, Jamie hid behind the car, then ran up the stairs and stabbed Nicole when she turned around. He explained that he chose Nicole because he believed she would be an easy target. When asked if he had intended to force Nicole to have sex as he did with Heather Miller, he casually replied, "Oh, I've thought about it. I would." Jamie stated that he did not go through with it because Nicole screamed when he stabbed her, prompting him to flee during the reenactment. He demonstrated to investigators how he escaped the scene. Chris Lobby said he was stunned to learn that his wife's killer was only 17. "I have a 13-year-old daughter," he said. "It's unbelievable and hard to comprehend that someone just 4 years older than her could do this." The trial began in 2015. Despite confessing during questioning, Jamie pleaded not guilty in court. His attorney argued that no DNA evidence linked him to the scene. "I'm just asking for leniency for a 17-year-old boy with a serious mental illness who has the potential to change with treatment," defense attorney Robert Axford said. The defense called only one witness, a psychologist who evaluated Jamie and concluded that he exhibited symptoms of schizophrenia. However, a psychologist at Oregon State Hospital determined that Jamie had a personality disorder, not schizophrenia. Jamie's video confession and reenactment convinced the jury of his guilt. During the reenactment, he described details that only Nicole Lobby's attacker would know. During sentencing, the jury was presented with two options: life in prison without parole, or life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. The jury concluded that there were no mitigating circumstances sufficient to impose a life sentence with the possibility of parole. Consequently, in 2017, Jamie Tinoco was found guilty on all counts. Jamie, then 20, stood in the Washington County courtroom between his two attorneys when Court of Appeals Judge Kirsten Thompson asked if he had anything to say before formally sentencing him to life in prison without parole. He placed his hands down in front of his waistband, his mouth twitching slightly, and said, "I beg for forgiveness," before sitting down. Chris Lobby, Nicole's husband, stated that Jamie's family came to see his family after the sentencing to express condolences and apologize. But that was not the end of the story. In 2021, the Oregon Court of Appeals overturned Jamie's 2017 conviction. Juvenile law had changed since Tinoco was tried under a Measure 11 charge. Under the new reform, offenders aged 15 to 17 are no longer automatically sent to adult court. The law now requires prosecutors to hold a hearing to decide whether juveniles charged with serious crimes should be transferred to adult court. If the case is retried, Jamie's attorneys could request a lighter sentence. The decision to overturn the conviction came as a shock to Nicole Lobby's family, who had not anticipated it. Nicole's father, Rich Jones, said they would have to endure another emotional ordeal. Jamie remains in prison, but this is not the end of Nicole Lobby's case. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into cold case investigations. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video. And remember, the search for truth never stops.